This is a world of beast tamers. Humans contract various mystical creatures to become beast masters, and powerful beast masters hold the power in this world. However, the true rulers of this world are the beast clans, which have numerous members and many high-end combatants. Bai Chen has crossed over and transformed into a small lion, the offspring of the top beast clan powerhouse, the Lion King, born amidst extraordinary phenomena. A perfect start for a beast clan prodigy. But before he could enjoy his happiness for long, a long-planned conspiracy shattered his peaceful life. Without protection, Bai Chen experienced many trials and eventually entered a human city, becoming a beast. I am a proud beast clan prodigy. How could I become a beast? It actually feels good. This is a story of a beast clan prodigy rising in the human world. When I become the emperor, blood debts will be repaid. Chapter 1. Survive. The heavy snow fell from the sky, and the cold wind howled. On a vast ice field, a young lion was struggling to move through the deep snow. The snow was too deep, making it difficult for the little lion to walk, leaving not paw prints behind, but a long scratch in the snow. This little lion was completely white, looking extremely cute, even smaller than most house cats. Interestingly, there was a brilliant blue diamond-shaped gem on its forehead, a naturally formed gem that felt perfectly harmonious. The young lion's steps became increasingly difficult, but its small eyes were filled with determination. Bai Chen knew he had to persevere and must survive. That's right, within this small lion's body resided the soul of a human. Bai Chen did not belong to this world. He was a transmigrator, or rather, a reincarnator. Because Bai Chen had memories from the moment of his birth in this world, there was a seamless connection from his previous live's death to this live's birth. Although he had turned into a lion, Bai Chen felt no dissatisfaction. He was even quite surprised and grateful shortly after his birth. Because the beings in this world could gain powerful abilities, much like cultivation in novels. And Bai Chen's father in this life happened to be one of the top powerhouses in this world. The Lion King. Although there are humans in this world, their innate abilities are far inferior to those of the beast clans, even if humans can form contracts with mystical beasts to become beast masters. However, truly powerful mystical beasts are not so easily contracted, so the dominant presence in this world is not humans, but the beast clans. It is precisely because the beast clans are not united that they allow humans to survive, and Bai Chen's father, the Lion King, is one of the most top-tier figures among the beast clans. Bai Chen was undoubtedly a second-generation beast clan heir. Moreover, Bai Chen himself was extraordinary and could see the moment of his birth. There was a natural phenomenon of the cold tide of the extreme cold abyss in the far north erupted, plunging the entire extreme north into a once-in-a-century blizzard, the center of the blizzard. In the eye of the storm formed by countless cold currents, a chain extended from the heavens to the earth, its length immeasurable. The chain that fell to the ground seemed to have no physical form, passing through the roof of the Lion King's palace and through Bai Chen's mother's body. At the moment Bai Chen was born, it landed precisely on his forehead and quickly retracted above his head, forming that gem. Only a handful of people in the world understood the true significance of this gem, and the Lion King was one of them. That chain was the manifestation of the laws, with a fragment of the ice law merging into Bai Chen's body, forming that law gem. Born into a top beast clan, with a father who was a top powerhouse, and a birth marked by extraordinary phenomena. This was undoubtedly the perfect start for a beast clan prodigy. With such a beginning, even having turned into a small lion, what could Bai Chen possibly be dissatisfied with? But it seemed that heaven enjoyed playing tricks. Bai Chen's stable life as a beast clan prince did not last long before an unexpected event occurred. Given the Lion King's status, he naturally had many wives, and with many wives, there were naturally many children. Since the gem on Bai Chen's forehead had marked him as special from the moment of his birth, the Lion King showed him far more affection than his other offspring. One could even say he was spoiled after Bai Chen's birth. The Lion King often held him and patrolled the territory. He even took Bai Chen to sit on the throne, which symbolized supreme power. That throne belonged solely to the Lion King. Even his harem and other offspring dared not even look at it, let alone sit on it. But Bai Chen was an exception. Such blatant favoritism and pampering by the Lion King naturally caused discontent among his other offspring. However, as long as the Lion King was present, no matter how unhappy they were, they could only swallow their resentment and dare not show it. Half a month ago, Bai Chen's half-brother, Bai Ming, could no longer contain himself and directly led a group to attack the palace where Bai Chen was residing. 2 king-level powerhouses and over 10 lord-level powerhouses made for an extremely terrifying force. It should be noted that since the Lion King valued Bai Chen so highly, he only left behind 1 king-level protector and 4 lord-level protectors, plus Bai Chen's mother, who was also a Lord-level powerhouse. Totaling only 5. Bai Chen had already gained quite a bit of understanding about this world. He did not believe these powerhouses were under the command of his half-brother Bai Ming. Although Bai Ming was indeed quite talented, breaking through to the Lord level at the age of 19, he was still one of the top among the Lion King's many offspring. But no matter how talented he was, he should not possess such power. How could King and Lord-level powerhouses heed his command? Yet, such an unreasonable situation had indeed occurred. The king-level protector left behind by the Lion King, named Bai Pe, was a trusted confidant. During the attack, while others, including Bai Chen's mother, delayed the enemy, Bai Pe took Bai Chen and broke through. After paying a considerable price, Bai Pe managed to take Bai Chen far away from the Lion King's palace. But the pursuers were still coming. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Pe instructed Bai Chen to flee while he stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. And that was 3 days ago. Bai Chen had been walking on the ice field for 3 days and nights. With no pursuers, the most likely scenario was that Bai Pe had perished along with the pursuers. Thinking of this, Bai Chen's blue eyes trembled slightly, and a tear flowed uncontrollably. But as that tear slid down the frozen fur on Bai Chen's cheek, it had already frozen into ice before it could fall. Although he had been in this world for less than a year, Bai Chen had already developed feelings for everything in this world. Bai Pe, who he liked very much, often let him ride on his back, taking him to patrol the ice fields. His mother, a gentle woman after transforming, despite being greatly weakened from giving birth to him, still treated him with such tenderness. Bai Chen felt a deep hatred for Bai Ming, hatred for those who attacked, hatred for his own weakness, and hatred for the Lion King for leaving. Bai Chen could not stop. He must survive to avenge them. Bai Chen did not know what lay ahead or where he should go in this vast world. Was there still a place for him? But no matter what, he had to keep moving. Yet Bai Chen's steps became increasingly unsteady after walking for several days and nights without any energy replenishment. He was already extremely weak. Moreover, during the battle, several shockwaves had injured Bai Chen badly, and he was now in a state of extreme weakness. His body had reached its limit, sustained only by sheer willpower. But even willpower has its limits. No matter how strong the willpower, it cannot revitalize a body that is already exhausted. Taking another step forward, Bai Chen's body suddenly became unstable, and he fell directly into the snow. Bai Chen struggled to get up, but at that moment, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Finally, everything went black, and Bai Chen lost consciousness, lying quietly in the icy wilderness. But the beauty of this world lies in the fact that you never know what will happen next. Big Brother, look ahead. Chapter 2. A Tumultuous Fate. Bai Chen was saved. He fell into the hands of a beast handler. But this was hardly good news for Bai Chen. The so-called beast handler is someone who purchases unique exotic beasts from a certain area and then sells them in other regions. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be sold to someone who needs a beast, becoming someone's pet. Bai Chen did not wish for that. After all, he was a proud member of the beast clan, and how could he become someone else's pet? But this was not the worst news. If he had no other choice, being someone's pet was still better than dying. The real worst news was that the beast handler would not regard Bai Chen as a life. To him, Bai Chen was merely a piece of merchandise, something he picked up. Given Bai Chen's weak condition, the beast handler saw him as someone who could die at any moment. So he did not provide any treatment, but acted quickly. Although Bai Chen could not fetch much due to his weakened state, it was still a benefit for the handler. These two choices were not difficult for the shrewd beast handler to make. But this was just the beginning. The second beast handler who took over Bai Chen was even harsher. Not only did he not treat Bai Chen, but he also administered drugs with severe side effects and then injected stimulants. This made Bai Chen appear uninjured for a short time, even energetic and lively. The third beast handler realized he had been deceived and was immediately furious, so Bai Chen became the target of his venting. He was beaten on the spot, but fortunately, he retained a bit of rationality and did not directly kill Bai Chen, as a living cub could still fetch some money and compensate for his losses. Thus, Bai Chen was passed around among beast handlers without being sold to someone who truly needed a beast. About a month passed. Though Bai Chen had lost track of time in the cage, he seemed to have arrived in a city called Maple Leaf City. Bai Chen was finally sold. Though not directly to someone who needed a beast, he was no longer with the beast handlers. In fact, Bai Chen was not aware that he had not actually been sold. This time, the first beast handling school in Maple Leaf City had purchased a large batch of beast cubs, and Bai Chen was merely an addition. Yes, an addition. If it weren't for this school procurement, Bai Chen might have been stuck for a long time. The reason Bai Chen could not be sold was simple. Anyone with eyes could see that he was on the verge of death. As for why Bai Chen ended up this way, it was due to old injuries that had not healed, compounded by the tortures he endured at the hands of various beast handlers. If it were any other exotic beast cub, it would have died countless times by now. Only Bai Chen's strong physique allowed him to survive, but his weakness was inevitable. When the black cloth covering the cage was lifted, Bai Chen found himself in a spacious room. There were many other cages arranged neatly in the room, each containing a different exotic beast cub. However, sensing his poor condition, Bai Chen felt utterly despondent. Without any energy intake, it would take at least a few months to fully recover. If only there were some energy-rich food. Bai Chen sighed helplessly. Just then, a voice drifted in from outside the room. It's almost time for you to choose your first beast. I hope you make a good selection. Don't just look at strength and type. Compatibility with yourself is equally important. Hearing this voice, Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Did that mean someone was going to choose a beast? A flurry of thoughts raced through Bai Chen's mind. Of course, he bore a grudge against those heartless beast handlers. But having once been human, he understood well. Among such a large human group, there are good people and bad people. Bai Chen would not harbor hatred towards the entire human race because of a few bad individuals. The key was that Bai Chen was acutely aware of his situation. If he openly displayed too much hatred towards humans, he would likely have been dealt with already. Given his current predicament, even if he managed to escape the cage, he could not possibly flee the human city. Moreover, he was still so weak and urgently needed to replenish his energy to heal. If he were contracted, his contractor would surely not neglect him. It seemed he had no choice but to try and select a talented human to contract with himself, so he could receive considerable help on his growth path. At this point, the speech outside seemed to be nearing its conclusion. According to our school's tradition, the selection of beasts is based on academic performance, mental strength, and school donations as a comprehensive ranking. The first person to choose a beast today is He Tianhao. As the voice fell, Bai Chen soon saw a young man walk in, leisurely scanning the rows of iron cages. In this world, the best age for humans to contract their first beast is around 14, just as they are about to enter high school. Moreover, in this country, the first beast is free as long as you are a legal taxpayer. At 14, everyone can get one. But how far you can cultivate the beast, whether you can become a true beast master, depends on yourself. Bai Chen in the cage had roughly guessed that the first person to enter must have some exceptional qualities. It seemed good to be chosen by the best contractor. Bai Chen was just about to stand up and show some goodwill, but unexpectedly, He Tianhao walked directly past Bai Chen. He already had a target, one of the few dominant-level exotic beast cubs. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned, blinking his small eyes, silently resting his furry head on his little paws. Chapter 3. Hello there. Soon, He Tianhao had chosen the exotic beast from the cage at the very back center of the room. It was a black cub tiger, and from Bai Chen's perspective, he could see the label outside that cage. Howling Sky Tiger. Dominant-level exotic beast cub. Special sound wave attribute combined with a strong physique. Beast Center certified pure bloodline. After making his selection, staff took He Tianhao and the Howling Sky Tiger to the back room, presumably to contract. There were also some labels outside Bai Chen's cage, but from Bai Chen's angle, he could not see them. Snow Lion. Leader-level exotic beast cub. Ice attribute. Not certified. Suspected of congenital deficiency. Not recommended for selection. If Bai Chen could see that, he would definitely swallow the person who wrote that label whole. You are the Snow Lion. Your whole family is Snow Lions. You are leader level. Your whole family is leader level. In this world, exotic beasts are classified into many levels. And the so-called leader level and dominant level exotic beast cubs indicate the potential of the cubs, generally judged based on the strength of the parents and the cub's health condition. If we talk about potential, Bai Chen could definitely not be classified as leader level. Even the guards at the Lion King's palace are above leader level. How could Bai Chen be so underwhelming? Bai Chen had known about the levels of exotic beasts since he was young, from 0 rank to 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, and so on. However, once reaching the 3rd rank, special titles are given, especially for humans who prefer to use titles instead of ranks. For example, 3rd rank elite level, 4th rank leader level, 5th rank lord level, 6th rank dominant level. Within each rank, there are also smaller divisions, from 1 star to 9 stars. For instance, Bai Chen had already reached 5 stars at less than 1 year old. This was during the juvenile stage, the period when exotic beasts grow the slowest. As long as Bai Chen enters the growth phase, it is even possible to reach lord level before the age of 10. If you compare closely, you can find that there are dozens of cages in this room, and the one with the worst label is almost Bai Chen's. Moreover, the cubs in the other cages are lively and energetic, while Bai Chen is lying down weakly. Naturally, under normal circumstances, one would definitely choose the better and stronger exotic beast cub. Soon, the second person came in, a girl with a high ponytail, who eagerly examined each cage. She quickly arrived at Bai Chen's cage, leaned over to take a closer look at him. What a cute little guy. How can a snow lion have a gem on its head? Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. This girl looked pretty good, and since she was ranked 2nd, she shouldn't be too far off. Such a poor little thing. Moreover, His contracted beast was already prepared. So how could he give up the one that was most suitable for him as arranged by his family to choose a problematic snow lion? Bai Chen was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and no longer held any fantasies. Was he just a worthless thing that couldn't be sold in the hands of a beast trader and would also be a nobody here? No, that's not true. Bai Chen had never lost confidence. He still remembered his father, one of the strongest of the beast clan, who was as imposing as a mountain. He had once told Bai Chen, "Chener, you are a gift from heaven to me. I believe you will take that step for me. And I believe you will be the one to unify the beast clan." With his father having such high expectations of him, how could he lose confidence? The strange disappearance of the Lion King and the power in his third brother Bai Ming's hands that clearly did not belong to the Lion King clan. It felt like a conspiracy. One that was either aimed at the Lion King, himself, or perhaps both. Regardless, he had to survive, become stronger, find the truth, seek revenge, and look for his father. Bai Chen silently made up his mind. As time passed, the iron cages in the room had emptied quite a bit, and there had been a few girls who stopped in front of Bai Chen's cage. After all, this fluffy little creature was quite appealing to most women. But at most, they only sighed at Bai Chen's cuteness and pity, some even teasing him, but Bai Chen ignored them. After all, no one really wanted to choose him. Just when Bai Chen was about to fall asleep, a soft and sweet voice came. "Hello there." Bai Chen lazily lifted his head to take a glance, and was taken aback. It was actually a little lowly. The little lowly had a delicate face with a hint of nervousness, and her big, watery eyes faintly showed a hint of purple. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the other beasts had been chosen? He turned his head to scan the room. Although many had been chosen, there were still other beasts left. So why would she choose him? The series of blows had already made Bai Chen a bit insecure. Seeing that Bai Chen did not respond, the little lowly said anxiously, "If you become my contracted beast, I will definitely treat you well." Bai Chen felt like laughing, not for any other reason, but because he found this little lowly quite cute. Thus, being someone who appreciated looks, Bai Chen no longer hesitated, slowly stood up, and approached the cage to lean against the iron bars and look at her. "Then I'll take that as your agreement, okay?" The little lowly instantly smiled brightly. Not knowing if she was naive or what, she reached her delicate little hand into the cage to pet Bai Chen's head without even having signed a contract yet. Bai Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed a bit foolish. If it were a cub of an exotic beast that harbored ill will towards humans, this little lowly's hand might be gone in an instant. However, Bai Chen thought to himself that being a bit foolish was fine. Fools are easier to deceive. So, he obediently leaned against the cage and let the little lowly pet his head. "Hee, look at you, so small and fluffy and white. I'll call you little Bai." The little lowly kept rubbing Bai Chen's head, looking very happy. "Stupid humans," Bai Chen silently scoffed. Chapter 4, Secondary Equal Contract. Bai Chen felt a surge of spiritual power. He did not resist, and activated his faint spiritual power to meet it, merging the two forces. Looking at the symbol, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. A soul contract. The strongest bond between a beast master and their contracted beast. Normally, it requires the willingness of both parties, summoned through a special incantation, and signed through mutual recognition of souls. However, contracts in this world are not limited to one type. In fact, there are many. For example, there are more common types like absolute equal contracts, where once signed, the lives and fortunes of both parties are completely bound together. If one party dies, the other will also be buried with them. Then there is the slave contract, where one party holds absolute initiative, and the death of the other party has no effect on them, and they can even directly determine the other's life or death. However, neither of these two types is what the beast masters in this world predominantly use. The mainstream contract used in this world, including what is taught in schools, is a type of secondary equal contract. It seems equal, but in reality, humans still hold the initiative. If a human dies, the beast will be buried with them. While if the beast dies, the human only suffers a mild backlash. In Bai Chen's view, this is just a way to have it both ways. It fits the human style perfectly. For instance, the symbol in front of Bai Chen represents a secondary equal contract. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, and suddenly, the gem on his forehead shot out a blue light that merged into the symbol. Instantly, the extremely complex hieroglyph changed slightly. But because it was inherently too complicated, the changes were only like modifying a few strokes, not very noticeable. However, this girl seemed to be quite innocent. Although she felt something was off, she didn't think much of it, and placed her hand on the symbol as well. The contract was successfully signed. It was still a secondary equal contract. But now the secondary party was no longer Bai Chen. Politely thanking the staff member, she happily left with Bai Chen in her arms. Duan Ziluo's home was not far from the school, located in a middle-class residential area on the 3rd floor, with over 100 square meters. "Little Bai, are you hungry?" Duan Ziluo took out a small blue ball that resembled jelly from a box and waved it in front of Bai Chen. Bai Chun's eyes brightened immediately. Although he didn't know what it was, he could sense the power contained within, and it happened to be the ice attribute that suited him best. He eat it. It was originally bought for you. This is a first-level nutritional beast food of the ice attribute. It's not cheap, but I promise not to treat you poorly. Duan Ziluo seemed to have seen the desire in Bai Chen's eyes, and she didn't tease him any longer, directly feeding the small ball into Bai Chen's mouth. The ball melted instantly, cool and refreshing, with only a faint hint of some fruit or vegetable aroma, not too strong. However, for Bai Chen, the taste was not important. What mattered was the energy contained within. Bai Chen could feel the subtle energy slowly merging into his body, gradually repairing the hidden injuries within him under his deliberate manipulation. But the energy contained in this small ball was merely a drop in the bucket for Bai Chen. But you can't eat too much of this. It will upset your stomach. Be good. At your current level, you can only eat one every 3 days. Bai Chen glanced at her and turned over in her arms. Ignoring her, Duan Ziluo didn't mind and asked after a while, "Little Bai, are you really a snow lion? Snow lion cubs don't seem to be this small. It feels like you're not." Bai Chen still ignored her. "Little Bai, I'll tell you. We have 2 days of rest, and then we'll start classes. You will have to train with me and become stronger together. Little Bai, why do you always look like you can't wake up?" Ziluo placed Bai Chen on the sofa, gave him a few instructions, and then went into the inner room alone. Bai Chen didn't hesitate and jumped directly from the sofa, pressing his fluffy right paw on the box and lowering his head to bite it with his still developing baby teeth. It was indeed a bit inconvenient without hands, but fortunately, this body was quite strong. After some struggle, the box was finally opened, albeit slightly deformed. Inside the box were 11 of those small blue balls. Bai Chen didn't examine them too much and quickly buried his head to swallow them one by one. Once all the small balls were in his stomach, Bai Chen soon felt a huge, restless energy gathering in his abdomen. Due to the sheer number, he couldn't absorb it autonomously at that moment. This was indeed dangerous for ordinary beast cubs and could even lead to death by overconsumption. However, Bai Chen was no ordinary cub. He quickly mobilized his internal energy to merge with it, slowly assimilating and absorbing it. Eventually, it completely transformed into his own energy, which he then used to heal his internal injuries. Chapter 5. Ziluo had just walked out of the bedroom when she saw the damaged box on the coffee table and Bai Chen lying beside it. She was immediately shocked, and the towel she was using to dry her hair fell. "Xiao Bai, what happened to you? Don't scare me." Bai Chen glanced at her and then laid his head down again. Having just absorbed a large amount of energy, he felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction and comfort. All he wanted now was to sleep. Ziluo was really a bit panicked. She didn't want such a cute little lion, whom she had just contracted, to die like this. However, after being jostled around, Bai Chen's head felt a bit dizzy and also angry. "Let go of me." Ziluo was stunned. "You little Bai, you can talk? Haven't you been to school? Don't you know that beast tamers and their beasts can communicate through the soul, via contract?" The teacher did mention it. "But it doesn't seem to be like this," Ziluo said, looking at Bai Chen with a strange expression. "Usually, it took at least a few months for a beast tamer and their beast to communicate without barriers. Of course, if the contracted beast was an adult. This process would be much quicker, even instantaneous, but cubs were different. Don't bother me, I want to sleep." Ziluo sat next to Bai Chen and hugged him. "No, not just this, you have to tell me the truth." "Shadow?" This puzzled Bai Chen. He was taken aback, realizing that this little girl had seen through his loneliness. From being a proud member of a happy family with limitless prospects to his father going missing, his mother likely gone, suffering various torments at the hands of beast traffickers, and being alone in an unfamiliar place. How could Bai Chen not feel lonely? Ziluo looked at Bai Chen and slowly said, "I was born into a fairly large family. Everything was fine at first. However, my parents had an accident and passed away. At first, my uncles and aunts were still kind and wanted to adopt me. But later, I found out they were all after my parents' inheritance. If it were just that, it would be fine, but they also wanted the only keepsake my mother left for me. I felt really helpless. I didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Sister Hongzhuang helped me. She gave me hope and took me away from that cold family. It's okay. Xiao Bai, I chose you because I didn't want you to experience that kind of loneliness, and you're really cute." Ziluo quickly composed herself and showed a bright smile again. "It's good that you're okay." Bai Chen hesitated for a moment. Although saying this felt a bit out of place, he thought it was necessary. "Have you ever thought that your sister might actually be taking advantage of you? After she tricked you away, wouldn't that inheritance belong to them? Silly. Being sold, and still helping people count money. If it weren't for the contract, I wouldn't want to bother with you." Bai Chen snorted unhappily. However, after thinking about it, he felt a bit sorry for this little girl. Although she seemed optimistic, he shouldn't strike her down further. So, Bai Chen thought for a moment and said, "First, congratulations. I don't know how much virtue you accumulated in your past life to choose me. This choice will definitely be the best one of your life. From now on, let me take care of you, poor girl." "Well, Before that, there's one thing I need to tell you, Bai Chen said, feeling a bit guilty. Do you have any money? Bai Chen felt like a jerk, just making vows to his girlfriend and then turning around to ask her for money. Isn't it natural for a beast tamer to raise their beast? So, it's only natural for you to raise me, right? Yes, Xiao Bai, what do you want to say? It's nothing. Just can you buy me some high-quality ice attribute resources? I need a large amount of energy. I can, but many things aren't easy to buy. And I don't have a lot of money on hand. It's fine. Just that kind will do. If the quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. But you can't eat too much of this kind of nutritional beast food at once. I have strong digestion. It's settled. Chapter 6 Ice Bodhi. Bai Chen immediately ran over on his short legs to greet Ziluo, who was returning home. After all, Bai Chen felt that his request was a bit excessive. But he didn't expect this girl to actually agree. Ziluo was sorting through the things she took out from the bag, while reminding him, I know. Just tell me which one is the highest level. I want to eat it now. Bai Chen also climbed onto the table. If you feed me that, I won't be 0 level for long. Hurry up. Bai Chen was a bit anxious. Let me think. How about you eat the others first? And wait until your level is higher to eat this ice bodhi? It won't spoil anyway. No, hurry up. Otherwise, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Oh, you little Bai, you've learned to threaten me. Just yesterday, you said you'd protect me in the future. That's different. I need a lot of energy to heal my internal injuries. Don't you want me to become stronger quickly? I'm your beast, after all. Ziluo sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything with you, but you have to promise me that you won't have any problems. I promise. However, after just chewing a couple of bites, the flesh of the ice bodhi was crushed, and the energy contained within burst forth. The energy contained in a third-tier spirit fruit was indeed powerful. Bai Chen couldn't help but shiver instinctively, considering that his own ice immunity was quite high. After a sudden chill, a sense of fullness followed. But that feeling was only momentary, quickly turning into a feeling of expansion. The energy from the ice bodhi was circulating throughout Bai Chen's body, and without effective control, he could indeed be overwhelmed. However, Bai Chen would never undertake such a risky endeavor, as long as it was ice attribute. He could even absorb it without limits to a certain extent. This was all thanks to the rule gem on Bai Chen's forehead. At this moment, the diamond-shaped gem flashed with a dim white light, and a cool breeze emanated from Bai Chen's body. Bai Chen opened his eyes. The assimilation of energy still required some time, but it no longer posed any threat. After silently estimating, he figured that if he had 10 more ice bodhis, it should be enough to restore him to his peak condition. Bai Chen nodded, saying that digesting the energy would take a while, but it wouldn't be long. I'll eat the others later, don't hide them. If I become stronger earlier, it'll be good to take you to enjoy good food. You little Bai, you've learned to paint big cakes. Ziluo laughed and hugged Bai Chen into her arms, snuggling up with him on the sofa. What does your class have to do with me? It's the Beast Tamer class. It's all about training our synergy, teaching me how to nurture you, and how to fight. Among other things. Oh, got it. Xiao Bai, you must study hard. There's the first test in a month, and I've heard the rewards are quite good. Rewards? No problem. Bai Chen's eyes instantly lit up. The next day, Duan Ziluo carried Bai Chen into Fengye City First Middle School. It was just past 7 o'clock, the time when students were arriving at school. Outside the campus, at the school gate, and inside the campus, students were everywhere accompanied by various types of beast companions. Among them, the number of beasts evolved from mammals was the most, ranging from cats and dogs to wolves and monkeys, and then to tigers, lions, gorillas, and brown bears. Most of them were not very large, as they were still mostly in their cub stage, but there were always exceptions. For example, there was a rhinoceros over 2 meters tall, with a boy sitting on its back, looking quite pleased with himself, perhaps thinking he was exceptionally impressive. And indeed, the rhinoceros he was riding attracted quite a few students' attention. Judging by his somewhat immature face, he should be a student of this year's beast contract. The common knowledge taught in school is that a student's first beast can usually only be a cub of a beast. Have you ever thought about the possibility that it might also be in its cub stage, just growing a bit too quickly? Didn't your school teach you about beasts? I've seen a beast that was over 10 meters tall right after birth. They did teach us, but with so many beasts, how could I possibly recognize them all? What kind of beast are you talking about that is that big? The Snow Ridge Giant. Adults are usually over 100 meters tall. There is such a beast? I haven't heard of it. There is. Bai Chen interrupted. The Snow Ridge Giant is an incredibly powerful species that lives in the far north. It's normal that most humans wouldn't know about them because they are a subordinate species of the Lion King. Once inside the campus, it was fortunate that the roads were wide enough to accommodate students walking alongside their various beasts. Many students were walking in groups, chatting excitedly. Until they entered a spacious gymnasium, they finally arrived at their class location for the day. Put your beasts at the back and let them stay quiet. Everyone stand properly. Chapter 7, Golden Spirit Bear. Behind the student formation were various beast companions, and Bai Chen was also left here. A total of 40 to 50 different beasts gathered together. especially since these students did not have strong control over their beasts. Expecting these creatures with different personalities to behave well together was somewhat wishful thinking. For example, right now, behind Bai Chen, there was a husky and a gorilla excitedly hugging each other. Anyone who didn't know might think they were up to something. In fact, the husky had just bitten the gorilla's remarkably perky rear, and the gorilla got angry and directly locked the husky's throat. A woo. The husky's shrill scream was truly heartbreaking to hear, and the beast group instantly became a bit excited, leading to several more beast fighting incidents. Bai Chen lay on the ground, feeling utterly helpless amidst the noise. Meanwhile, the robust teacher in front continued his lengthy speech, completely ignoring the commotion behind with the beasts. Many students appeared somewhat distracted, worried about their beasts, especially a handsome boy with glasses who was the owner of the husky. Zhang Chonghui, standing in front, saw all this but did not comment, continuing to speak. The relationship between beast tamers and their beasts should be one of mutual respect and equality. For you now, the most important thing is not how to cultivate your beasts or make them powerful. The first and most important step you need to take is to establish a good communication bridge with your beasts. The 2-day break I gave you was meant for you to get familiar with your beasts and try to bond. But it seems now that those 2 days should not have been given to you. I am somewhat disappointed in the results. Zhang Chonghui sighed lightly, waved his hand, and sternly commanded, Golden Spirit Bear. A 6-pointed starlight array appeared on the ground in front of Zhang Chonghui, and amidst the light, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a dark golden bear-like beast nearly 5 meters tall, and just its size brought an unparalleled sense of pressure to the students. Zhang Chonghui sneered and instructed, Golden Spirit, teach them how to behave. The enormous golden spirit bear nodded intelligently and slowly walked towards the group of beasts behind the students. Although its steps were slow, its terrifying height meant it reached the beast group in just a few steps. Bai Chen couldn't help but stand up, nervously staring at the golden spirit bear. So strong. This aura almost rivals that of the big idiot guarding the Lion King's palace. The big idiot is a Snow Ridge giant. And the last time Bai Chen saw its son, it was at the leader level. It seemed this bear was indeed very strong, belonging to the powerful group among the leader level. Thus, although Bai Chen was very nervous, he still stood firm, not showing any hostility or fear. However, at that moment, a woman with glasses walked over to Zhang Chonghui, and instantly, all the students became obedient and quiet. It was simply because this woman was their original classroom teacher, while Zhang Chonghui was the beast course teacher whom they had just met today. For most students, the classroom teacher naturally held more authority. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The homeroom teacher Su Qin politely greeted Zhang Chonghui. Su teacher, what are you talking about? You're not late at all. Upon seeing Su Qin, Zhang Chonghui immediately showed a warm smile. Su Qin nodded. These little ones will probably give you a lot of trouble in the future, Teacher Zhang. So please don't hold back. Train them hard. No need to go easy on me. Of course, you can rest assured. And just because you pass this doesn't mean you won't have to attend cultural classes. In a month, you'll still need to attend. And you will need to put in double the time and learn double the material. Being a beast tamer is not that easy. It's better to give up early than to risk your life later. Cultural classes are not without their prospects. Su Qin paused and then sternly asked, Did you hear that? The conversation split in two. While Su Qin was speaking, the golden spirit bear had already walked into the group of beasts. Under the powerful pressure of the golden spirit bear, many beasts were directly frightened into submission, collapsing on the ground, unable to even escape. Those who were causing trouble were now lying down, all behaving themselves. The only one still standing was Bai Chen, making him seem somewhat special. Bai Chen hesitated about whether he should lie down too. It wasn't that he was afraid, but it seemed inappropriate to be the only one doing something special. However, it seemed too late to lie down now, as the golden spirit bear had already fixed its gaze on Bai Chen, openly scrutinizing him. Facing the gaze of the golden spirit bear, Bai Chen inevitably felt a pressure, but since he had already been seen, there was no point in lying down anymore. He met the golden spirit bear's gaze head-on. A pair of blue eyes, not much larger than ordinary grapes, met a pair of dark yellow eyes the size of copper bells. At that moment, it was not a simple stare down. One felt a bit interested, while the other was unwilling to back down. To be honest, the golden spirit bear felt a bit interested but also somewhat displeased. Respecting the strong is an unwritten rule among beasts. Bai Chen was clearly overstepping the mark. While it was not necessary to lie down, one should at least not maintain direct eye contact like this. However, considering Bai Chen was still young and might not understand, the golden spirit bear did not hold it against him, especially since its master had given it orders. Thus, the golden spirit bear circled around Bai Chen and kicked the gorilla that had just locked the husky's throat. The husky instantly rejoiced, feeling that its revenge was finally taken. And at that moment, the imposing aura of the golden spirit bear no longer seemed frightening. The two harrier happily trotted over to the Jinpa bear, wanting to curry favor with this big shot. Then the Jinpa bear gave it a slap, sending it flying. After that, the Jinpa continued walking among the various beast tamers, occasionally flying or kicking a few beasts away. Bai Chen noticed that the beasts that were slapped away by the Jinpa bear seemed to have been making quite a ruckus just moments before. Moreover, the Jinpa bear clearly used a bit of finesse. Those beasts that were sent sprawling didn't seem to suffer any injuries. Chapter 8. Training dogs here? Over there. Go collect your beasts. You have one day to make them understand human speech, or else you can roll out with your beasts. Zhang Chonghui pointed at the group of beasts that had been kicked or slapped away by the Jinpa bear. There were quite a few beasts, but only about 10 remained in place. This was already a result of the Jinpa bear relaxing its standards. If it were based on those that hadn't moved at all, apart from Bai Chen, who was lying on the ground, there was only a turtle hiding in its shell left. Most of the remaining ones were not too rowdy. If there were no disturbances, perhaps they could have stayed quietly in one place. However, whether human or beast, there would always be a herd mentality, with so much commotion around. It wasn't so easy to remain aloof, and it was already commendable to maintain relative calm after being influenced. Although Su Qin had left, her residual powers still lingered. Not to mention the large Jinpa bear beside them eyeing them with ill intent. At this moment, no one dared to stick their neck out to provoke Zhang Chonghui's authority, and everyone lowered their heads to find their own beasts. Zhang Chonghui then pointed at Bai Chen's remaining beasts and said, "Others, bring your beasts and follow me." Ziluo, where did you find that little kitten? It's so cute, can I hold it? Duan Ziluo said hesitantly, but didn't your teacher Su teach you not to whisper in class? Or do you think it doesn't count as class if you're not in the classroom? I don't need your apology. You're just wasting your own time. If each of you wastes 1 minute, that's almost an hour for the whole class. Are we still going to have this lesson? Bai Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Different formulas, same taste. All right, I'm too lazy to say much to you. There are 58 of you in total, and only 11 barely pass. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. But don't think that just because I said you passed, you can be complacent. Many of you are just lucky, and you haven't even completed the first step. After Zhang Chonghui finished speaking, he waved his hand to the side, and the Jinpa bear, carrying a large box, walked over. After placing the box beside Zhang Chonghui, it silently stood to the side, bringing immense pressure to the students. Zhang Chonghui opened the box while saying, "Your first lesson today is how to control your beasts, how to take the dominant position, and how to cooperate with your beasts in battle. However, the last point is still too far for you. Your first and only lesson today is how to make your beasts wholeheartedly cooperate with you." Saying this, Zhang Chonghui took out a small ball from the box and casually threw it behind him. The Jinpa bear, standing to Zhang Chonghui's right, suddenly dropped to all fours, accelerating to take a few steps and catch the small ball with one of its paws, then threw it back to Zhang Chonghui. Zhang Chonghui caught the small ball and said, "This is your first lesson. Come up one by one to get a ball, and have your beasts retrieve it. Working on your tacit understanding." Teacher Zhang." At this moment, a slightly chubby boy raised his hand. "Say it," Zhang Chonghui nodded. The chubby boy helplessly pointed at the turtle the size of a basin beside his feet. I understand. Wait a moment. Does anyone else have questions? If not, we can start right away. You need to understand that what you need most now is time." Zhang Chonghui calmly scanned the 11 young boys and girls in front of him. Bai Chen was taken aback by this scene and then felt displeased. "Girl, tell him I'm not doing it. Isn't this just training dogs? Girl, let me tell you, although I'm your beast, you're not my master. We're at most equals." Zhang Chonghui frowned slightly and said, "Let the others start first, you speak." Duan Ziluo secretly glanced at Bai Chen in her arms and cautiously said, Teacher, your training goal is to let us and our beasts get in sync. To make the beasts listen to us, but my beast is very obedient, and I think I can skip this step." As Zhang Chonghui distributed small balls to the other students, he said, "If anyone else said this, I would scold them severely. But based on your beast's performance just now, I can give you a chance." Duan Ziluo hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, teacher. Don't be too happy yet. Also, can't your beast walk on its own? Look at who else is carrying theirs. Do you think you're raising a pet?" Bai Chen, who was standing on the ground, shot a displeased glance at Zhang Chonghui, thinking he was meddling. Zhang Chonghui didn't say anything further. He raised his hand and summoned his other beast, the silver scale dog, a giant dog with a shoulder height of 1.5 meters, covered in silver scales. Although he was somewhat puzzled by Bai Chen's species, Zhang Chonghui felt that Bai Chen would be a good candidate just based on this temperament. If it were someone else, Zhang Chonghui might not have this patience. Nowadays, kids always have high aspirations, but they don't realize the importance of the basics. They need to experience some hardships. Zhang Chonghui sighed inwardly. Chapter 9. This isn't scientific. Little Bai is so small, with baby teeth not fully grown. How could it possibly be a match for this big guy? Even if this guy stood still and let Little Bai bite, I'm afraid little Bai's baby teeth wouldn't break through its defenses. Zhang Chonghui smiled and said, "Want to refuse? Fine. You have to be down to earth and take it step by step. Don't think about flying before you learn to walk. Little girl, don't refuse. It just so happens that I haven't fought in a long time," Bai Chen communicated. Zhang Chonghui didn't rush. He was willing to give this special little lion some time. No problem. I could suppress this guy with a flip of my hand during my prime. Even if I haven't fully recovered now, if it's only 1/10 of my strength, that's not an issue. Bai Chen's words were not exaggerated at all. Although he had only reached the first level at his peak, the pride of the Beast clan was not something to be taken lightly. Fighting across levels was incredibly easy. Bai Chen had fought before in the Lion King Palace, but how much leeway his opponents gave him was unknown. Trust me, okay? If you can't even trust me, how are we supposed to get along in the future? Alright, let us do it this way, by the way. Tell him not to cheat on the promised 1/10 of strength. Teacher, okay, but you said 1/10 of strength, and if little Bai loses, please have your beast show mercy. I know, Zhang Chonghui nodded. But I have a question. Is this decision made by you or by your beast? Zhang Chonghui understood and smiled. Alright. No need to say more, let us begin. I will have it show mercy. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the other students, who sneaked glances over. Seeing that Zhang Chonghui didn't react, the bolder ones looked directly. Bai Chen and the silver scale dog stood facing each other several dozen meters apart. Both focused on each other. The silver scale dog wasn't taking it seriously. It knew Bai Chen's strength was that of a pup below the first level. If it weren't for its owner's order, it wouldn't even bother to glance. Bai Chen, however, seemed quite serious. He hadn't fought in a long time and was unsure if he had become rusty with his control over elements. Zhang Chonghui didn't give the two much time to confront each other and directly announced, "Begin." As Zhang Chonghui's words fell, the silver-scaled dog had not yet moved, and Bai Chen did not hesitate for a moment. In an instant, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the deep blue gem on his forehead emitted a faint blue glow. Zizi. Suddenly, for ice walls rose abruptly around the silver-scaled dog, completely enclosing it within. The ice walls quickly rose, soon exceeding 2 meters in height, and a thick layer of frost began to form above the walls, trapping the silver-scaled dog entirely within. Bang! Bang! Sounds of impact came from within the ice walls, causing them to tremble, but the frost continued to spread, making the walls even more solid. Bai Chen had already crouched down. It wasn't showing off, but his legs had gone weak. Creating such a large ice wall with the current total energy in his body was indeed a bit strenuous. Zhang Chonghui was stunned, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Duan Ziyuo was also dumbfounded, blinking her eyes adorably in disbelief. This was somewhat unscientific. The surrounding students erupted in an instant. What? This is impossible. Elemental power? How could her beast be only first tier? It can't be so fast. Is that beast really a snow lion? What's the big deal? Maybe it ate something with side effects. Zhang Chonghui was a bit confused. Under normal circumstances, a beast must reach the first tier to master elemental power, which is common knowledge. Yet, in Zhang Chonghui's eyes, Bai Chen's little lion clearly had not reached the first tier, both in breath and total energy. This is impossible. It's not scientific. Zhang Chonghui was a bit puzzled when he suddenly received a message from his own beast, the silver-scaled dog. Master, if I only have 1/10 of my strength, I can't break this ice wall. Zhang Chonghui thought for a moment and quietly instructed. Then use the strength that can break it. Just be careful not to injure that little lion too severely. Received. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. In its perception, the ice wall was suddenly about to give way. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the ice wall shattering, fragments of ice flew everywhere. And amidst the debris, a silver figure quickly rushed out, heading straight for Bai Chen. Damn it! Cheating! Bai Chen cursed inwardly, unaware that Zhang Chonghui had gone back on his word. The ice wall Bai Chen summoned was enough to trap 99 of first-tier beasts. With 1/10 of the silver-scaled dog's strength, it was absolutely impossible to break through. However, Bai Chen didn't have the time to condemn Zhang Chonghui for being so shameless. The silver-scaled dog was already charging at him. With this guy's weight, if it collided with his small frame, he would either die or be severely injured. He had to stop it. Bai Chen slowly retreated, revealing his milk teeth, letting out a low, childish roar. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead emitted an even fainter glow. Suddenly, sharp ice spikes erupted from the originally smooth floor of the training hall, blocking the path in front of the silver-scaled dog. Each ice spike was incredibly sharp, over a meter long, and more than a dozen appeared simultaneously, completely sealing off the path in front of the silver-scaled dog. Not only that, but at this point, Bai Chen had no intention of holding back. Sharp ice cones, the size of chopsticks, began to form around Bai Chen, and in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of them. Dozens of ice cones suddenly shot out, targeting the silver-scaled dog. Chapter 10, Compensation. But at that moment, the layer of silver scales on the silver-scaled dog began to emit a faint silver glow. It did not dodge at all, directly colliding with the thick ice spikes in front of it, and it showed no sign of evading the incoming ice cones either. The result was shards of ice flying everywhere. Not only did it not injure the silver-scaled dog, but not a single scale was knocked off. Then, with a few large strides, the silver-scaled dog quickly reached Bai Chen's side and halted abruptly to avoid crashing into him. Bai Chen had already fallen down, lying flat on the ground. Zhang Chonghui awkwardly pretended to reprimand the silver-scaled dog. I said you, Big Silver, weren't you supposed to go easy? The silver-scaled dog stuck out its tongue and shook its head innocently. I didn't even touch it. It fell by itself. Thus, Zhang Chonghui began to scold the silver-scaled dog. The silver-scaled dog lay on the ground, tongue out, not wanting to pay attention to Zhang Chonghui. I'm not dead, just a bit drained. I'll be fine after a rest. If there's something to eat, especially something packed with energy, I can recover immediately. Bai Chen was indeed just a bit exhausted. Summoning such a large ice wall, along with the subsequent ice spikes and cones, was not easy for a typical first-tier beast. Moreover, Bai Chen hadn't even reached the first tier yet. If it weren't for the gem's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this level. Duan Ziluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. All you know is eating. Every day, I'll let you eat your fill later. Didn't I tell you not to show off? Really? Teacher Zhang, it's fine. Then the two saw Bai Chen struggling to crawl in front of the silver-scaled dog. Roar. Bai Chen let out a low growl, trying to communicate with the silver-scaled dog. Beasts can communicate with each other, but generally not through language. It's through the spiritual power sensed in their roars. However, low-tier beasts usually find it difficult to achieve this kind of communication. Only Bai Chen, with his exceptional background, could master it quickly. Bai Chen was delighted, then suddenly slumped on the ground, weakly letting out a growl. Roar. I've been severely injured by you. If I'm not treated soon, I'll die. The silver-scaled dog was stunned, blinking its dog eyes in disbelief. Woof. When did I hit you? I didn't even touch you. Don't slander a good dog. Roar. It was you. We just fought, leading to my source energy being exhausted. I'm very close to death. Woof. How is that possible? Do you think I'm stupid? Roar. I don't care. Hurry up and compensate. If you hit someone, oh no, if you hit a beast, you must compensate. Woof. This is a competition, and besides, I have no money. Roar. You have no money, but your master does. Make him pay up quickly. During their exchange, Zhang Chonghui observed, your beast is quite extraordinary. Where did you get it? He stroked his chin, looking at Bai Chen with excitement, like an old lecher seeing a beautiful woman. It's just the beast assigned by the school. Teacher Zhang, is there something wrong? Wrong? It's not just wrong. It's a huge problem, Zhang Chonghui said with a smile. Ahem, not that kind of problem. Maybe I wasn't clear. Zhang Chonghui coughed awkwardly and then, with shining eyes, asked, has this beast been tested at the beast center? No, why? Should it go? No, it's not necessary. You just need to know that this beast has terrifying potential. It's common knowledge that both beasts and summoners can only use elemental power at the first tier. Do you think your beast has reached the first tier? Zhang Chonghui said softly. Oh right, then why can Xiao Bai use elemental power? I don't know. Zhang Chonghui shook his head, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a very low voice. There are some rumors. It's said that some top-tier races can master elemental power right from birth, or even know it instinctively, possessing bloodline inheritance. Zhang Chonghui shook his head. In any case, it is already your beast. Raise it well, and perhaps in a few decades, you will become the pillar for humanity against the beasts. Just then, the silver-scaled dog came to Zhang Chonghui's side, lowering its head, and Zhang Chonghui asked in confusion, what's wrong? Master, can you compensate that little lion some money for treatment? It's all my fault for causing it to be like this. Zhang Chonghui was stunned. What did that have to do with him? After Bai Chen's twisted reasoning and acting pitiful, the innocent silver-scaled dog felt a bit guilty. Girl, come hug me. Bai Chen commanded while lying on the ground. Xiao Bai, what did you say to him? Nothing much, just chatting casually. Oh, little white, why are you so powerful? You can use elemental power even before reaching the first rank. You're exceptionally talented, but you wouldn't understand if I told you. Just know that I'm strong. So don't underestimate me from now on. Serve me well, and I'll take you to enjoy good food and drink in the future. Bai Chen, feeling somewhat tired, closed his eyes. The energy consumption had been too thorough, and he was indeed a bit exhausted. Let him sleep. There's no rush. This little guy is quite clever. Zhang Chonghui chuckled. He then repeated what the silver-scaled dog had told him. I don't have money, but let this be my apology for breaking my promise. Chapter 11, We Are One. Duan Ziluo was holding Bai Chen, lying on the sofa, flipping through the tablet in her hand. The tablet displayed a collection of images and information about exotic beasts, which was also part of the curriculum for students in this world. Did that old scoundrel pay up? Little white, don't say that about Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is a good person. What nonsense. He is an adult, not honorable. Sneaking attacks, can't play fair, just a little spicy chicken. She then picked up a blue and white polyhedral gem-like object from beside her and waved it in front of Bai Chen. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned, then filled with great joy. A third-rank ice attribute crystal core? The so-called crystal core, also known as beast crystal, is the most important source of energy within exotic beasts. Akin to an internal elixir, this kind of crystal core can only be produced in the bodies of truly ranked exotic beasts, meaning at least first rank. Crystal cores are valuable, containing rich energy that can accelerate the advancement of beast tamers and even potentially lead to evolution. The type of nutritional beast food that Duan Ziluo bought initially contained crystal cores as one of its most important ingredients, but that was just a first-rank one. And it's unclear how many portions a single core could be divided into. Could this be? That's right, Teacher Zhang is very nice. Simply a living bodhisattva saving the suffering. Girl, hurry and give it to me. Duan Ziluo's face turned slightly red as she firmly grasped Bai Chen's two front limbs to keep him still. Don't move. Teacher Zhang specifically instructed me that you can't eat this directly. You can only have it by your side to slowly absorb the energy within. Normally, this is indeed the case. The energy contained in crystal cores is inherently violent, and directly swallowing a crystal core is extremely risky. Even when swallowing, it's usually cores that are of a lower rank than oneself. Exotic beasts that can safely consume and digest cores of the same rank are already exceedingly rare. And now, Bai Chen isn't even at first rank, while this crystal core is third rank, a 4-rank gap. Did you forget what I told you today? Trust me unconditionally. With this thing, I'm confident I can attempt to break through to first rank again. Alright, girl, give it to me. I won't die so easily. I still have many things to do. Little White, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I only have you now. I don't want to lose you again. Fine, I promise you. I'll eat other things first and slowly absorb this one. Bai Chen sighed inwardly. Perhaps he didn't need to be too anxious. At least he should wait until his internal injuries were fully healed before proceeding. Absorbing a third-rank crystal core while injured is indeed somewhat risky. Among all things containing energy, the energy in crystal cores is probably the most violent. After all, it originally belongs to other exotic beasts. Compared to this, the ice bodhi, a naturally spiritual plant, is like the difference between sugar water and arsenic. Then he went to grab the first-rank spiritual plant, ice crystal grapes, that had already been prepared on the coffee table, waving them in front of Bai Chen. Little White, are you hungry? What do you think? Bai Chen shot her a glare. Coming right up. Duan Ziluo held Bai Chen in one arm while bringing the crystal core close to him, but didn't dare to give it directly with her other hand. She mischievously fed him grapes. People say it's a pleasure to be drunk in the arms of a beauty. Lying directly in the arms of a beauty isn't too bad either, right? Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. After observing, it seemed this girl was quite reclusive. He hadn't seen her actively communicate with anyone at school, and at home, she was alone. Who would call her at this time? Duan Ziluo continued to hold Bai Chen, and when she saw the caller ID, her eyes brightened slightly as she answered the phone. Hello, Sister Hongzhuang. Oh, I've eaten already, Sister Hongzhuang. What have you been busy with lately? Hee, it's nothing. Sister Hongzhuang, are you very busy? What? But? It's nothing. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. They shouldn't cause trouble. I'll be careful. Alright, it's already very late. Sister Hongzhuang, you should rest early. Duan Ziluo forced a smile and then hung up the phone. Girl, what's the matter? Bai Chen asked. Duan Ziluo smiled and said, It's nothing, Little White. Do you still want to eat? If you're full, I'll give you a bath, and then we'll sleep. We have class tomorrow. In a sense, we are already one entity. Whether it's your troubles or my troubles, they have now become our troubles. If you think keeping things from me is a good thing, I can only say you're truly foolish. Although I don't expect you to be very smart. You can't be too hopeless. This time, Bai Chen didn't respond to her, letting her feel wronged. Sister Hongzhuang said that Qingxia transferred to Maple Leaf City and is in my school now. She said it seemed to be the wish of the elders in her family. They don't want me to become a beast tamer, so they sent Qingxia over. Who is Qingxia? Why did they send her over? Bai Chen tilted his head in confusion. The little girl still needs to be coaxed. Bai Chen sighed helplessly in his heart. Chapter 12. Seize the initiative. The next day, at school. Little White, why don't we just forget it? Shut up, just lead the way properly. If anyone bullies you, I'll stand up for you. Bai Chen showed his baby teeth, looking fierce. Duan Ziluo weakly said, but she hasn't bullied me yet. Think about it, that one do. Just lead the way properly, or I'll beat you too. What I mean is that no one else can bully you. Only I can bully you. Bai Chen nodded seriously. Stinky Little White. Bai Chen smiled, not taking it to heart. After talking all night with this girl, Bai Chen finally clarified the situation. Duan Ziluo was quite certain they wouldn't be that insane. Thus, after thinking all night, Bai Chen finally decided to seize the initiative. Little White. The training hall for Class 1 is just ahead. Duan Ziluo stopped. She still seemed a bit hesitant. Given her personality, she wouldn't have come here if it weren't for Bai Chen's insistence. No problem. I discovered that my energy absorption has sped up since the fight yesterday, so I can't miss this opportunity. Upon entering the training hall, a massive rhinoceros was lying on the ground, blocking most of the path. A boy was anxiously trying to communicate with the armored rhinoceros on the ground, but the rhinoceros completely ignored him. Which class are you from? Is there anything I can help you with? Duan Ziluo was startled by the suddenly appearing boy and instinctively took a step back. I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? By the way, I'm Zhang Hao. Nice to meet you. Can we be friends? Zhang Hao extended his hand. Duan Ziluo didn't reach out. She didn't like communicating with strangers, let alone making physical contact. Damn, at such a young age, not learning well. Trying to hit on girls, Bai Chen cursed inwardly. However, Zhang Hao might have been too excited, forgetting about the armored rhinoceros lying behind him. He then tripped and fell onto the armored rhinoceros. If that were all, it wouldn't have hurt much, but the armored rhinoceros, whether intentionally or unintentionally, rolled over. And Zhang Hao fell to the ground, stretching out a leg and kicking him several meters away. If the armored rhinoceros had been serious, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to withstand its kick. Do you know how much trouble I went through to buy you? How could you treat me like this? Zhang Hao angrily ran over to the armored rhinoceros and kicked its back heavily. Then Zhang Hao hopped on one foot, making strange noises, but the armored rhinoceros showed no reaction at all. The rhinoceros's previous kick didn't really hurt, but Zhang Hao's current kick almost made him feel like he was going to die from the pain. The term armored is not just for show. Its armor is dozens of times harder than ordinary metal. To dare to kick it with such force, Zhang Hao is truly brave. Forget it. Don't expect anything from this show-off. You should call for help yourself. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. This situation is not uncommon. Beast tamers often can't control their beasts, especially for inexperienced students, and this armored rhinoceros is inherently strong. With all these factors combined, it's not so simple for Zhang Hao to truly subdue this armored rhinoceros in a short time. The first lesson taught by the beast taming teachers at school is indeed very necessary and important, but Bai Chen naturally doesn't need it. The screams that followed were because Zhang Hao fell again, but this time it wasn't the armored rhinoceros. He was already struggling to maintain balance while holding one foot, so it was normal for him to fall when he got distracted. However, it was just adding insult to injury. With Zhang Hao's shout, everyone in the training hall immediately turned their attention to him. Although it wasn't class time yet, wanting to be an excellent beast tamer requires hard work and effort, so most students actually come in quite early. Zhang Hao's earlier antics had already attracted quite a few people to watch the spectacle, and now with his shout, everyone gathered around. Duan Ziluo naturally stopped in her tracks, looking at the dense crowd. She took a nervous step back. Just then, the crowd parted, and a pure and beautiful girl with a high ponytail stepped out. Qingxia is looking for you. Zhang Hao's voice, mixed with screams, was painful, but at that moment, despite the pain, a hint of relaxation appeared on his face. I fulfilled my promise as a man. Chapter 13, Raising the Stakes. Just stating the facts. Girl, why are you afraid? I'm here to back you up. Be a bit more arrogant. You can do it. The surrounding students immediately became interested. For them, nothing was more entertaining than battles between beasts. But you can't say that. Isn't the armored rhinoceros a dominant level beast? A student said, stifling laughter. Coming from a big family makes a difference, someone remarked, a bit sour, but it was also the truth. Leader level? Who gave her the courage? Are you sure it's leader level? A girl named Huang Shanshan asked. Of course, don't you believe my connections at school? Su Bo raised his head. What do you think you are? You dare challenge Qingxia? Duan Qingxia frowned slightly. She didn't really like Huang Shanshan, who kept getting close to her. But at this moment, she couldn't say anything. Girl, be a bit more arrogant. Don't be afraid. I'm here. If you want to change, I can give you time, but you can't stay like this forever. Today is the first step you're about to take towards change. Thank you, Xiaobai. Good girl. Just say whatever I say, okay? But. No buts, listen. All right. Duan Qingxiao frowned even deeper, but she also saw Huang Shanshan's usefulness. Although she found her a bit annoying, she was indeed helpful. If you're not convinced, you can let your beast join. In the end, Duan Ziluo didn't say what Bai Chen suggested, like what trash are you? Or don't interrupt when others are talking. So arrogant, some students complained. But right now, those self-proclaimed excellent boys mostly felt embarrassed to bully a girl. They were still too young, too concerned about their reputation, and their values weren't too distorted. Duan Qingxia narrowed her eyes slightly and pulled away Huang Shanshan, who was about to speak, and said softly, since you want a challenge, that is fine. But isn't just one match a bit boring? How about this? The loser should stop being a beast tamer and go back to studying cultural subjects. As soon as Duan Qingxia's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. The stakes were too high. It could even be said that they were betting on their future. Although this world still follows the basic principle of equality for everyone, everyone knows that the so-called equality only applies to ordinary people and low-level beast tamers. High-level beast tamers are a privileged class above equality. Most people have no complaints about this open and above-board privilege, as it is what they deserve. It is precisely this privilege above equality that drives countless students to aim to become beast tamers, as it is a path that can change their lives and social standing. And now, a single bet could determine their future? At this moment, Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground holding his foot and had just recovered a bit, anxiously shouted, "Ziluo, don't agree to her." Duan Qingxia was taken aback, frowning slightly. Before transferring here, her family had investigated most of the student's information. Duan Ziluo was also a bit confused, wondering who this person was and if she was familiar with him. Stay away from this brat in the future. Don't talk to him. Bai Chen felt inexplicably annoyed. No reason, and stop talking to her like that. All right. I can agree to you. If I lose, I'll directly withdraw from the Beast Tamer course at school, but if you lose, you don't have to withdraw. You just need to give me any 4th-tier ice-type spirit plant. Chapter 14. How is this possible? Spirit plant materials and exotic beasts are categorized in the same way, divided by tiers. The first 3 tiers are manageable, but reaching the 4th tier is a watershed moment. However, I can use it, and everything I have inside is part of the bet. Duan Qingxia raised her right hand, revealing a bracelet on her white wrist. The silver overall adorned with 3 green gemstones. A spatial device? Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Wait, this bet is not equal. If you lose, you only lose a spatial device, but if Ziluo loses, she loses her future. Zhang Hao was a bit anxious. Zhang Hao, what do you mean? What does this have to do with you? What does it matter to you? When people are talking, Dog Shun Ti interrupt. Zhang Hao's sarcasm was full force. Qinglin. Who? This is a Qinglin leopard, which has the potential of a dominant level beast and possesses wind attributes. Although a 0-tier Qinglin leopard is not yet able to control the wind element, its internal wind attribute can greatly enhance its speed, and it has strong melee capabilities. Without mastering elements, you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. It's no different from bullying a child. Ziluo, don't act impulsively. Zhang Hao shouted anxiously. Putting your warm face against someone else cold, but Huang Shanshan mocked. What did you say? Zhang Hao was immediately furious. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qinglin leopard crouched down slightly, preparing itself, and then its entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bai Chen squinted his eyes. This guy is a bit treacherous. He almost didn't react in time. The Qinglin leopard was incredibly fast. At first, Bai Chen was only about 30 to 40 meters away from it, and even though this Qinglin leopard was still a cub, it only took a few seconds to close the distance. However, since Bai Chen had reacted, that possibility was naturally eliminated. Bai Chen was very clear about his current situation. His body had not yet begun to develop, perhaps due to a special bloodline, so his growth cycle was very long. Coupled with the fact that his injuries had not fully healed, he currently had no advantage in close combat, but Bai Chen didn't need to engage in melee. Accompanied by ice elements since birth, it seemed as if they were his subjects. The subjects would naturally resolve all threats for their ruler. As the Qinglin leopard was now less than 10 meters away from Bai Chen, it could reach him within a second. Everyone present seemed to anticipate what would happen next. The Qinglin leopard would crash into that little lion, sending it flying. If nothing unexpected happened, its blood would stain its pure white fur. Because the speed of the Qinglin leopard showed no signs of slowing down, at such a speed, the thin little lion could very likely be directly killed upon impact. But an accident happened. With a thud, the Qinglin leopard actually fell just less than 10 meters in front of Bai Chen, and because it was moving too fast, the fall was heavy. Strangely, after falling, the Qinglin leopard slid directly to Bai Chen's feet. And then Bai Chen raised his right front paw and placed it on the Qinglin leopard. Throughout this process, the Qinglin leopard surprisingly made no attempt to resist. It merely raised its head in disbelief to look at Bai Chen. However, the neck it raised soon became stiff and oddly still, the expression in its eyes faded. And its mouth remained slightly open, yet there was no further change. How is this possible? Huang Shanshan exclaimed in shock. Moreover, judging from the overall performance of the Qinglin leopard, it definitely had the level of a 7-star. It should be noted that the contract beast had only been contracted for a few days, while most of the others beasts were still hovering around 3 or 4 stars. Yet now, in front of them, it was clear that the little lion had done nothing, and the Qinglin leopard had actually fallen? Fallen? What kind of joke is this? The Qinglin leopard fell? It's as absurd as a fish drowning in water. If it were just a fall, that would be one thing. But why is the Qinglin leopard's state so strange now? Being stepped on by that little lion, showing no struggle, not even any movement. And it seemed like there was no rising and falling in its chest. It was as if it had turned into a statue. Not only was Huang Shanshan stunned, but everyone watching this scene was also dumbfounded. This is unscientific. A leader-level potential instantly defeating a dominator-level potential? This is as ridiculous as a rabbit defeating a lion. If it were just an instant kill, that would be one thing. But the key is how it was killed. Why did the Qinglin leopard become like this? And no one had noticed anything unusual. Chapter 15, making a big deal. And this is definitely not a simple fall. At least the Qinglin leopard is currently not in danger of death. The sudden stiffness of the Qinglin leopard just now scared her. It looked just like a stiff corpse. It can't just give up like this, right? Qinglin, stand up. Qinglin, how are you? Fight back quickly. Very simply, the blood in its body has already completely frozen. No, although it can be killed, there is no need. With its body strength, it can maintain this state for over a day before it will truly die. Alright, tell her it's over, and then have it give you the wager. After several calls, the Qinglin leopard showed no response at all. And even the signal received through the contract communication was becoming weaker. Duan Ziluo said under Bai Chen's urging, if you don't accept, you can come try again. Those who don't accept can come together. Do you really think we are a class of nobody? Li Yun stepped forward and said coldly. Another person named Zhou Bo also stood up. Zhang Hao, someone insulted our class as a whole. What do you say we should do? Li Yun suddenly asked Zhang Hao. Moreover, Li Yun speculated that the iron-armored rhino was very likely close to first rank, otherwise, it wouldn't be so large. It can be said that if a real fight broke out, Zhang Hao's iron-armored rhino would be the strongest beast in the class. And it could even be said that all the other beasts combined might not be able to match up to the iron-armored rhino. The only problem is that precisely because the iron-armored rhino is too strong, Zhang Hao currently cannot control it at all. Li Yun continued, Zhang Hao, our class is a whole. Insulting one class is insulting everyone. It's insulting you. It's insulting your beast, the iron-armored rhino. Who knows? Zhang Hao seemed to hear nothing. Sitting on the iron-armored rhino with his legs hugged, looking like he was in great pain. Duan Qingxia's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately prepared to take off her bracelet. No matter what, she absolutely cannot just watch the Qinglin leopard die. You said you wanted to challenge all of us, right? We accepted the challenge. With these few people stepping forward, someone took the lead, and others began to come out with their beasts to show their stance. Soon more people hesitated and stepped out, even some smarter ones who were not so easily incited. But at this moment, as everyone stepped out, they had to step out. Li Yun had already invoked a sense of honor for the class, and most people had already been incited. If they didn't stand out, according to Li Yun, it would mean they didn't consider themselves part of the class, and they might be isolated by those who stepped forward. They had no choice. Perhaps not everyone thought of this, but more of it was a herd mentality, but the result was the same. All the people in the class, except for Zhang Hao. However, at this moment, Li Yun also didn't care about him, even if they forcibly brought him over. They still didn't know who the uncontrollable iron-armored rhino would attack later. Li Yun said with a hypocritical smile, we don't want to rely on our numbers to bully you, but you insulted our class first. If you are willing to apologize to each of us in order, this matter can end here. Chapter 16, Domain. Bai Chen smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Indeed smiling. This Li Yun is really shameless, distorting, guiding, and inciting, but I have to admit he is also a talent. Perhaps among adults. This wouldn't be a big deal. If it were adults, others wouldn't be so easily incited. But Li Yun should also be 14 years old, at 14. To control human nature to such an extent is quite clever, indeed a talent. Too bad it's used in the wrong place. The gem on his forehead flashed with a deep blue light. In an instant, everyone felt the temperature in the training hall rapidly drop, decreasing by nearly 10 degrees in just a few seconds. If there were anyone sensitive to elements or extraordinary beasts, they would notice that within the training hall, the ice elements in the air became extremely active. Meanwhile, all other elements were suppressed at that moment. The ice elements in the air seemed to be rejoicing. Free ice element molecules gathered and changed. Duan Ziluo was slightly taken aback. As if inspired, she stretched out her right hand, and a snowflake fell into her palm from who knows where. Hexagonal, the size of a fingernail, blue and white snowflake, complex and exquisite. Duan Ziluo felt no chill at all, not even aware of the temperature drop in the training hall. At this moment, snowflakes began to fall in other parts of the training hall as well. Flakes of snow danced like ice and snow fairies in the air, slowly drifting down. The students in Class 1 were not blind. They all noticed this illogical snowfall. Why is it snowing? Someone asked simply. It's spring now. Maple Leaf City has never had snow in spring, and this is indoors. A girl reached out her hand to catch a snowflake. But that snowflake strangely bypassed her palm and landed on her rabbit-like beast beside her. At first, she felt a little regretful. Didn't he think anything was wrong? And just shivered a bit because of the temperature drop. Many people were shivering. The temperature drop was too severe. But just then, a scream came. Ah! A female student was pointing in shock at her beast. A white canine beast, but at this moment, this beast was already sealed in a block of ice. Clearly, she was frightened by the abnormality of her beast. Seeing this scene, the girl instinctively looked at her rabbit beast, and she realized that her beast had also been sealed in ice. Her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the training hall became noisy. Why is my beast like this too? Where did the ice come from? De Huang, how are you? Don't scare me. Watching the scenes unfolding around him, Li Yun suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly turned his head to look. A beast that looked somewhat like a red hedgehog and somewhat like a pangolin was also quietly sealed in a large block of ice. Li Yun's pupils suddenly constricted. His fire armadillo was also affected. He knew that this was a lord-level potential beast of his, and it was a fire attribute. How could it be so easily sealed by ice? And he hadn't noticed anything at all. It was that little lion. Li Yun suddenly roared. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Bai Chen in the arena. How is this possible? How could it master elemental power? Zhou Bo said in disbelief. Domain. It's a domain. What? A domain? How is that possible? Domains only have a chance to awaken at the lord level, right? Li Yun said in disbelief. Duan Qingxiao was not wrong. Bai Chen indeed had a domain. Bai Chen had been accompanied by his domain since birth. Moreover, what Li Yun referred to as a lord-level awakening domain was not entirely accurate. To be precise, the lord level is just the level with the highest probability of awakening a domain and is also the level at which the domain's power can be fully unleashed. It is also possible to awaken before reaching the lord level, but the probability is very low and difficult. Even Bai Chen's biological father, the Lion King, awakened his domain at the elite level. Having a domain accompany one at birth, like Bai Chen, is extremely rare. The Lion King had even personally stated that he had never seen it before Bai Chen. The rarity of a domain is precisely due to its power, just like now. The battle had not yet begun, and it was already over, with these beast tamers having no power to fight back. There are many types of domains, and the differences in strength between different domains are very obvious, the only similarity being that each domain has endless potential. However, what truly determines strength is the owner of the domain. Bai Chen's use of the domain is actually quite forced, fortunately. His domain is not a conventional awakened domain, but a very special accompanying domain. It is a type of domain that does not require much energy and control to possess. An accompanying domain is like a shadow of the domain's owner. Wherever Bai Chen is, the domain is there. The only difference is that Bai Chen can decide whether the domain is hidden or visible. It is like a privilege granted to Bai Chen by heaven and earth. The area of the domain is like a small world completely controlled by Bai Chen. However, the functions it can currently exert are still very limited. Don't be fooled by the fact that Bai Chen froze dozens of beasts in just a few seconds. The key is that these beasts are very weak. And it was merely freezing, not the kind of freezing like the azure scale leopard. The difference between freezing and ice sealing is like heaven and earth. Ice sealing merely traps the beasts in ice. They still have a chance to break free from the ice. In contrast, after freezing the blood within the beasts, unless they possess extremely special abilities, they won't even have a chance to struggle. However, dealing with these beasts, ice sealing is already completely sufficient. Of course, if Bai Chen wanted to, freezing dozens of students would not be a problem. However, if he really did that, it would be a big deal. After all, students are not exotic beasts, and being frozen with an ordinary human's physical qualities might lead to death in just a few hours. Even a few minutes could lead to a severe cold. Bai Chen did not want to kill, and of course, the beasts did not intend to kill either. Since this is a school, it was possible that many people were already watching the show, although he did not know why they had not intervened. If he really wanted to kill, he would probably be subdued in an instant. However, scaring them was still acceptable. Suddenly, ice cages began to form out of thin air. Chapter 17, Zhang Changhuai and Wang Bo. Are you sure there won't be a problem? If someone really dies later, we won't be able to escape responsibility. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white shirt with an elegant demeanor was questioning the strong man beside him, his expression not looking good. Zhang Changhuai smiled dismissively. Wang Bo, what's the rush? If something really happens, do you think we can't stop a beast that is less than first tier? The Wang Bo mentioned by Zhang Changhuai was the teacher and person in charge of Class 1. Before the battle between Bai Chen and the azure scale leopard had even begun, Wang Bo had been the first to notice. However, he did not reveal himself. Instead, he directly called Zhang Changhuai over. Wang Bo and Zhang Changhuai had known each other for decades and were old friends, often engaging in banter and mutual teasing, making sarcasm a daily occurrence. In Wang Bo's view, this was another good opportunity to tease Zhang Changhuai. After all, the azure scale leopard and the snow lion had one with potential as a ruler and the other as a leader, with the azure scale leopard even at a higher level than the snow lion. In Wang Bo's eyes, the outcome was already obvious without needing a fight. Naturally, Wang Bo wanted to pull Zhang Changhuai in for some good-natured mockery. After all, it was one thing for your student to cause trouble, but if they hadn't even fought yet, who else would the teacher be laughed at if not you? The two were on the rooftop of the training hall, bantering while looking through a piece of the now ethereal floor at the situation inside the training hall. However, Wang Bo had always found it strange why Zhang Chonghuai was behaving so calmly, even sporting a faint smirk. This puzzled Wang Bo to the point where he lost interest in betting something with Zhang Chonghuai. But how could Zhang Chonghuai miss the opportunity to trap this guy? Under Zhang Chonghuai's provocation, Wang Bo couldn't help but bet with Zhang Chonghuai, wagering a third-tier beast crystal, which wasn't too expensive, just a little bet for fun. With their keen eyes, they could naturally see that as the azure scale leopard was running, a large amount of ice elements surged into its body, beginning to freeze its blood. This surprised Wang Bo. This was no longer something that could simply be done by mastering elemental power. It at least required a deep and skilled understanding of elemental power. If we categorize the mastery of elemental power into levels, from the initial stage, to proficient, to subtle, and then to the ultimate level, one would need to be at least at the subtle level or close to the ultimate level to achieve this. This is a real world, not some gamified world, and there are no skills. Under these circumstances, the mastery of elemental power becomes extremely important. The more proficient one is at elemental control, the more variations one can use, and if compared to a game, each variation could be considered a skill. If we compare the energy contained within an exotic beast to a piece of metal, then the level of elemental control represents the degree to which one can change the form of that metal. Those with low elemental control can at most change the general appearance of the metal, like changing it from a rectangular shape to a square or to a circle. Their attack would merely involve hitting someone with the metal. Those with high elemental control can even directly transform the metal into the shapes of weapons like knives, swords, and spears, under the same volume, which would cause more damage, a metal hit, or a weapon slash. It is even said that if one reaches a level of absolute control, the metal could even directly turn into firearms, while you are still hitting people with metal. Others are already firing a Gatling gun. The difference is like heaven and earth. Although this is just a metaphor, it is quite fitting. Generally, a mastery level of subtle is only achievable at the Lord level, and the ultimate level requires a ruler. The fact that Bai Chen could reach this level left Wang Bo and Zhang Chonghuai astounded. After their astonishment, under Zhang Chonghuai's mockery, Wang Bo obediently handed over a third-tier crystal core. However, the matter did not end there. Then came the second battle, Bai Chen against all the beasts. This time, Wang Bo felt that Bai Chen would definitely lose. With dozens of beasts, given the total energy Bai Chen could currently control, it was absolutely impossible to deal with them all. Not only Wang Bo, but Zhang Chonghuai also thought so. The difference in numbers was too great. Thus, Wang Bo proposed a second bet, a fourth-tier crystal core, which was no longer just a small bet for these two. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Chonghuai would not knowingly jump into a pit. Thus, Zhang Chonghuai agreed, and the result goes without saying, Zhang Chonghuai won again. But at this moment, even Wang Bo, who had lost, was no longer focused on the crystal core. Instead, he was incredulously staring at the snowflakes in the training hall, the blocks of ice sealing the beast, and the 4 ice cages. No matter how you looked at it, it was still hard to believe. Wang Bo showed a bitter smile. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he turned sharply to Zhang Chonghuai and gritted his teeth, saying, "You knew all along and deliberately set me up, didn't you?" "No. I only knew it had mastered elemental power. I had no idea its control over elements was close to that of a mustard seed. And I certainly didn't know it had a domain." Zhang Chonghuai shook his head helplessly. Although he had just pulled one over on Wang Bo and should have been laughing heartily at this moment, the shock in his heart was no less than Wang Bo's, and he had no mind to be happy at all. That little lion seemed to know its limits. Could it be that it discovered us? Wang Bo pushed up his glasses as he looked at the illusory floor. Bai Chen had only trapped a few people. There was no life-threatening danger in the short term. So Wang Bo was no longer anxious. As for suffering losses, which beast master hasn't he encountered setbacks on their growth journey? If you can't get through this little obstacle, how can you call yourself a beast master? The main issue was that he felt utterly embarrassed. Losing to a single classmate was a big deal, especially since they were both in the same grade. Elemental mastery, mustard seed, domain. Zhang Chonghuai murmured. It's only been a short time since the contract. It's impossible for it to be a post-contract change. Wang Bo understood this too and couldn't help but curse. Which fool was responsible for the files of the selected beasts? Leader level? This damn thing told me it was of leader level potential. Chapter 18, Accepting the Bet. Not just leader level. It's very likely exceeded the overlord level. At this moment, Zhang Chonghuai's expression was incredibly serious. He understood very well what it meant to exceed the overlord level. So, it seems that little lion can't possibly be a snow lion. Wang Bo pushed up his glasses, his brow furrowed as if he was deep in thought. No, I think. Wang Bo suddenly turned to look at Zhang Chonghuai. Don't you think this seems to have little to do with your student? Luck is a special kind of strength. Zhang Chonghuai smiled. But I think she is unworthy of that little lion. It's already contracted. Perhaps their SA way. Wangbo, I advise you not to mess around. You know the consequences. It's time to wrap things up. You should keep a good eye on your student in the future. Wangbo shook his head, casually tossing a red crystal core to Zhang Chonghuai before turning to leave. What are you trying to do? Restore my azure-scaled leopard. Let us go, and I'll give you the bracelet. Bai Chen shook his head, feeling a bit dazed. Every time they fought, he felt exhausted. This wasn't going to work. He had to get stronger quickly. The ice and snow began to smile. And the snowflakes floating in the air drifted away, directly dissipating. The ice sculptures on the ground began to melt, and the azure-scaled leopard's body gradually revived from its stiffness. As several ice cages melted and disappeared, the people inside them shivered uncomfortably. Among them, Huang Shanshan was the worst off, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, unable to speak. Her fair skin already turning a bit purple from the cold. Although only a few minutes had passed, under Bai Chen's deliberate care, she would definitely catch a severe cold and lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Soon, everything in the training hall returned to normal, except for the puddles of water that still emanated a cold aura on the ground. Was this naturally melted ice? Or was it because Bai Chen's level was too low? Otherwise, it wouldn't melt naturally at all. However, given Bai Chen's less than first-tier level, achieving this was already something to be proud of. Duan Ziluo quickly picked up Bai Chen, clearly noticing that the little guy was a bit drained. Duan Ziluo suddenly found it a bit strange. As a beast master, it seemed like she was not controlling the beast, but rather the beast was controlling her. Duan Ziluo quickly shook her head, dismissing this strange thought from her mind. It didn't have to be a matter of who controlled whom. Wait, Ziluo, wait. At that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly ran over. Bai Chen also raised its head to look at Zhang Hao. Just now, all the beasts had been frozen. But there was one exception, Zhang Hao's iron-armored rhinoceros. Mainly because Zhang Hao hadn't gotten involved, even if he wanted to. The iron-armored rhinoceros might not even pay him any mind. Fortunately, it was like that. Otherwise, with one more iron-armored rhinoceros, Bai Chen definitely wouldn't have had such an easy time today. The ice could not freeze everything. With the iron-armored rhinoceros's body strength, breaking through ordinary ice was incredibly easy. As for freezing the blood of the iron-armored rhinoceros like the azure-scaled leopard, that was not so simple. Just looking at the size difference between the two was obvious. Moreover, the iron-armored rhinoceros was a beast with a strong body and vigorous blood. So wanting to freeze its blood was unrealistic. Hey, can you leave a phone number? Zhang Hao grinned awkwardly. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked into the training hall. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's face, he scolded him with a stern expression. Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? Go clean up the water in the training hall right now. With Wang Bo's keen eyes, how could he not see that if the iron-armored rhinoceros joined this battle, the outcome would still be uncertain? The real strongest in the class was not the azure-scaled leopard, but Zhang Hao's iron-armored rhinoceros. It seemed he had to give this brat some special treatment to avoid losing face in the future. Huh, Teacher Wang, why is it me? Zhang Hao immediately made a. I want to target you. It's that simple. Do you have any objections? If you do, we can fight it out. It was surprising to hear such words from the seemingly gentle Wang Bo Ziluo. I will come looking for you. Bai Chen lay lazily, feeling Wang Bo's sharp gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses. It felt as if he wanted to see through him completely. Perhaps he had some special abilities. Therefore, Bai Chen didn't want to meet this person's gaze. You have no business here, leave. When they returned to Class 3's training hall, class had already started. The students were busy, mainly training their coordination with their beasts. Therefore, sometimes the commands of the beast master were very important. At least they couldn't be like Zhang Hao's iron-armored rhinoceros, which seemed to be raised like a lord. This was not because Bai Chen's intelligence was inferior to that of normal people. It was mainly about compatibility. If someone else were to be in charge, Bai Chen might also end up ignoring its beast master like the iron-armored rhinoceros. Just like what the teacher said when selecting beasts, besides potential and quality, compatibility with oneself was also incredibly important. Chapter 19, Elemental Material Shop. Not this. Soon, your heroic deeds today will spread throughout the entire school. Zhang Chonghuai smiled. A bit helplessly, yet somewhat bitterly. It's not a bad thing that our school produced a genius. It's just that some people will be envious and jealous. Is it really okay for a teacher to leave during class? Alright, you can take a look at what's in the bracelet first. You can ask me about anything you don't recognize, and I can help you estimate its value. Okay, thank you, teacher. However, the fact that she was without parents was probably true. In Maple Leaf City, she could be considered entirely alone. For such a girl with little social experience and no connections, buying things might be fine, but she could go to a regular mall. However, if she wanted to sell things, it would be easy to get scammed. So Zhang Chonghuai decided to lend a small hand, as it wouldn't take too much time anyway. Thus, Bai Chen took a short nap. When Bai Chen closed its eyes for a moment and opened them again, it had entered a shop. This shop seemed to be called the Elemental Material Shop, quite famous in Maple Leaf City, specializing in various elemental materials. Bai Chen looked around. The area was not small, and there were glass display cabinets all around. Zhang Chonghui was chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man who looked like the shop owner. Bai Chen still squinted, nudged its little head, and closed its eyes again. Mr. Zhang, the ice attribute materials are all over here. You can choose with your students first. Zhang Chonghui nodded, thanking Boss Wang. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, you're too polite, Boss Wang replied with a smile. At this moment, Bai Chen was completely awake. The air in this room was noticeably rich in ice elements due to the storage of ice attribute materials. In such an environment, Bai Chen felt very comfortable. How much money do we have? Bai Chen's gaze swept across the display cases. There were many items, including spirit plants, crystal cores, and materials that made Bai Chen's heart race, but they weren't cheap. Outside the display cases were introductions and prices for the corresponding materials. For example, in the display case to Bai Chen's left were some crystal cores. First tier Snow Rabbit Ice Attribute Crystal Core, 12,000. Second tier Snow Antelope Ice Attribute Crystal Core, 150,000. Third tier Snow Lion Ice Attribute Crystal Core, 188 million. There were only first to third tiers, but each tier had more than one core. Since they were crystal cores, the descriptions were relatively brief. The prices for crystal cores of the same level also varied significantly. For instance, first tier crystal cores range from the cheapest 12,000 to the most expensive 80,000. The price differences were mainly due to small level differences within the same large tier. In addition, different species of crystal cores could lead to drastically different prices. However, with Bai Chen's discernment, he could see that the crystal cores displayed here were mostly common goods. The price fluctuations were also relatively stable. Not only crystal cores, but other items were similar. First tier crystal cores, materials, and items were mostly in the thousands. Second tier in the hundreds of thousands, and third tier in the millions. The prices in this world were actually quite similar to those on Earth in Bai Chen's previous life for ordinary people, but once it came to beast taming, they became extremely expensive. Beast tamers were indeed not a profession that ordinary people could easily engage in. Changing one's fate through beast taming was not that simple. Without financial support, the growth rate of beasts could even be slower than that of wild exotic beasts. It's not bad. After all, he is just a junior. And it's probably because there are many materials prepared for the azure scale leopard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth so much money. Bai Chen nodded slightly. This was indeed an unexpected delight. No, it's your item now. She lost to you, so your item is mine. Don't hesitate. Carry me over there to take a look. Ziluo, do you need me to give you some advice? Zhang Chonghui asked. Cultivating beasts is also a science. Especially when funds are insufficient, one should maximize effects with minimal costs. Duan Ziluo said somewhat shyly, Thank you, Mr. Zhang, but Xiaobai wants to choose by himself. Chapter 20, Beast Space. Mr. Zhang is really a good person. What a good person. He's just investing in you. If you were an ordinary person, he would treat you like other students, not even casting a glance your way, unless he found you cute. Duan Ziluo's small face flushed slightly, and after a moment, she asked, Aren't I just an ordinary person? Are you really that silly, or just pretending? Bai Chen shot her a glance. The strength and talent I display are mine. I'm your beast, so my talent naturally counts for you. Otherwise, do you think I'm really that bored, stirring up trouble every day? I just fought with that silly dog yesterday, and today I'm fighting with so many beasts. That is only one reason. If it were just because of that, I wouldn't cause such a big scene and show my domain. Bai Chen's purpose was not that simple. Appropriately showcasing talent was indeed very necessary. But Bai Chen had already surpassed the realm of appropriateness and entered the realm of extraordinary talent. His control over elemental mustard level was even accompanied by a domain. Despite being below first tier, such talent, without being contracted, would only have the option of being contracted by a laboratory or waiting for a prominent individual's contract. But once contracted, it was different. After all, contracts were also supposed to be unbreakable. However, this was enough to attract some attention. Is there Ice Bodhi here too? Bai Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at a display case nearby. Duan Ziluo understood Bai Chen's meaning and walked over. Third tier ice attribute spirit plant, Ice Bodhi. Grows in places of extreme cold and snow. Gentle energy. Consuming it can accelerate beast development, increase foundation, repair hidden injuries, and nourish the body. Price, 5 million. Duan Ziluo's expression was somewhat off, a bit strange. Bai Chen noticed and asked what is wrong. Oh, Bai Chen immediately narrowed his eyes. Because of the official background, the quality of the items was guaranteed. Even if the prices were generally a bit higher than elsewhere, many people still chose to shop at Maple Leaf Mall. But this ghostly place was even more expensive than the overpriced Maple Leaf Mall. However, recalling Zhang Chonghui's mention of a 20% discount, it still turned out to be cheaper than Maple Leaf Mall, so Bai Chen didn't say anything. Let us look at other things. We'll talk when we VE picked out everything. This is definitely needed, Bai Chen communicated. With 2 million left, he could barely buy one third-tier item or several second-tier ones. It was better to take a look first. As Bai Chen assessed the items, he pondered. Suddenly, Bai Chen spotted something special. It was a blue gem, fashioned into a necklace style, placed in a box within the display case. Ice and snow gem can increase the concentration and activity of ice elements within a certain range. Price, 8 million. There was no tier. But Bai Chen knew this was a good item that could increase the concentration of ice elements and make them more active. In other words, this could accelerate the growth speed of ice attribute beasts and also provide considerable auxiliary effects during battles, increasing the power of ice elements to some extent. However, it was just too expensive, and such items provided benefits over a long period. What Bai Chen needed now were things that could provide significant short-term improvements. Forget it. I'll take 10 second-tier Ice Wolf crystal cores. After much deliberation, Bai Chen made his decision. It wasn't that there weren't better items. But the key issue was that he didn't have enough money. Moreover, among items of the same price, crystal cores contained the most energy. As for borrowing money from Zhang Chonghuai, Bai Chen was indifferent. After selecting the items, Boss Wang personally retrieved them from behind the display case. And there was no need to pay again. It was just 6 million. You have a good eye. This ice bodhi is a genuine wild ice bodhi. Not those inferior greenhouse-grown goods. Boss Wang opened the display case, covered the jade box, and took the box out. Duan Ziluo was momentarily stunned and then felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she had misunderstood Boss Wang. Then there was a round of pleasantries exchanged between Zhang Chonghuai and Boss Wang. Mr. Zhang, where are we going next? Raising his hand, a 6-pointed star array appeared. But this time no beasts emerged. The 6-pointed star array gathered in Zhang Chonghuai's hand like a halo. Since you no longer need to bond with the beasts, I'll teach you how to open the beast space first. With the beast space, you can be considered to have entered the path of a beast tamer. Bai Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, very displeased. Although he didn't quite understand what the beast space was, Bai Chen guessed it should be similar to a pokeball or something. Bai Chen didn't want to go to such a place. Zhang Chonghuai was taken aback, and Bai Chen was also momentarily stunned, but Bai Chen didn't say anything. After a pause, Zhang Chonghuai asked, Why don't you want to learn? Duan Ziluo smiled sweetly, because I think holding Xiaobai like this is quite nice, fluffy and soft, and not stuffy at all. Aren't you being ridiculous? Do you think you're raising a cat? Your Xiaobai will grow up to be a full-grown snow lion. At this point, Zhang Chonghuai paused. He originally wanted to say that an adult snow lion is a massive creature nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, so how would you hold it? But he suddenly remembered that this little lion was probably not a snow lion. Who knew how big it would grow, or if it would even grow at all? Chapter 21, Evil Fire Spirit. Zhang Chonghuai paused for a moment and changed his wording. The beast space has many benefits. It's very convenient, allowing you to summon your beast at any time. Moreover, you will definitely have other beasts in the future, right? How many can you even carry? In Zhang Chonghuai's view, Duan Ziluo's question was like asking why one needs to eat 3 meals a day. However, despite the helplessness, Zhang Chonghuai patiently explained, because beasts are not omnipotent. Some focus on defense, some on offense, and some even have supportive or healing roles. If the right beasts are paired together, it's like a well-coordinated team where their combined power can exceed the sum of their parts. And sometimes, if our main beast hits a bottleneck or has no hope of leveling up, we can't just give up, right? After all, the strength of a beast master is tied to their beasts, so we need a second or third beast to try and break through. All right, I've said so much. Do you understand? What? Go ahead and ask. This. Zhang Chonghuai was taken aback. The idea that beast masters and beasts are equal is a common saying everywhere. But Zhang Chonghuai knew very well that it couldn't be true equality. This saying is like saying everyone is equal. But are people really equal? Let alone the relationship between beasts and humans. If they were truly equal, where did the subordinate equality contract come from? How did it become mainstream worldwide? Hypocrisy. Like a beautiful lie crafted for children. Duan Ziluo did not urge him, seriously looking at him. I think there's nothing wrong with that statement. If there is equality, a beast can only have one beast master. So why can beast masters have many beasts? I think since it's unique, then both should be each other as unique. Zhang Chonghuai was slightly taken aback, wanting to refute, but not knowing how. Refuting is possible, but he must first refute the idea that beast masters and beasts are equal. However, Zhang Chonghuai was at least unwilling to refute that viewpoint at this moment. In Zhang Chonghuai's experience, without exception, no one had persisted until the end. But perhaps this girl really could? Perhaps it was such thoughts, such a willingness to believe fully, that made her worthy of this terrifyingly gifted little lion. All right, if you don't want to learn now, that is fine, but if you change your mind, you can tell me anytime. Zhang Chonghuai waved his hand, and the 6-pointed star array burst into light, revealing a strange little creature. This creature was peculiar, with a pair of black and red fleshy wings. A small tail behind it, fiery red skin, and a body roughly the size of a rabbit. Its overall structure was plump, resembling a small pig standing up, with a flame at the tip of its little tail. Although this creature looked very strange, from the moment it appeared, Bai Chen became alert. It was very strong. Possibly even stronger than that golden phantom bear. Zhang Chonghui reached out and boldly patted the creature's head, smiling. This is the evil fire spirit, the most skilled element master among my beasts. Since you don't want to learn about the beast space, let us directly start training for your beast. Although it's a different attribute, the techniques for mastering elements are largely similar. Evil fire spirit, say hello to this little guy, Zhang Chonghui said with a smile. The evil fire spirit flapped its little wings, curiously examining Bai Chen, and then a flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen merely narrowed his eyes slightly, and a white gas appeared in front of him to intercept the flame. This was ice mist, which contained countless tiny shards of ice. If Bai Chen's level were slightly higher, this ice mist could directly evolve into an ice storm. The white ice mist met the red flame, and immediately a wisp of blue smoke wafted away, with drops of cold water dripping to the ground. The flame then dissipated. And although the ice mist had thinned considerably, it did not completely disappear. Instead, it surged directly toward the evil fire spirit. However, the evil fire spirit merely waved its little wings, and the ice mist completely vanished. That is how it says hello. How about that? Isn't it a bit special? Zhang Chonghui laughed. Alright, Ziluo, let him down and let the evil fire spirit start training him. Duan Ziluo nodded, and then quietly asked. Little Bai, are you okay? I'm fine. What it said is correct. The competition between elements is indeed beneficial for me. Bai Chen would certainly not be arrogant enough to think that the previous test was an advantage for him, if he wasn't mistaken. This somewhat strange little creature was likely a terrifying beast close to the Lord level. It merely showed restraint in its approach, as the total energy it mobilized was even slightly less than Bai Chen's, allowing Bai Chen to gain some advantage. Now that the evil fire spirit saw Bai Chen jump to the ground, it flapped its little fleshy wings and descended, waving its plump little hand at Bai Chen. Bai Chen did not dare to be careless. His eyes narrowed, vigilantly watching this creature. Although this creature was small, the power contained within it was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, Bai Chen felt the air around him become a bit hot, but there were no flames directly manifesting. This was the evil fire spirit manipulating the fire elements in the air, not seeking to completely control and transform them into its attack, but rather keeping the fire elements in a standby state. Bai Chen took a small, furry paw and suddenly stepped forward. The air suddenly became cooler, but the heat did not dissipate. Thus, within this small area, a strange phenomenon emerged. The ice elements and fire elements seemed to be suppressing each other while trying to break free from each other's constraints. If someone approached this area, they would find it alternately cold and hot, even feeling one half of their body cold and the other half hot, which was quite strange. This was not a contest of energy, but rather a competition of the mastery of the wandering elements of heaven and earth. Chapter 22, A Calm Life. Soon, a clear look of surprise appeared on the evil fire spirit's plump little face. In the air, flickers of firelight began to appear, yet nothing related to the ice elements manifested. This did not mean that the evil fire spirit had the advantage. On the contrary, it was precisely because it could no longer suppress Bai Chen at the elemental level that it had to allow the elements to manifest to maintain a fragile balance. Natural elemental affinity? This little guy, Zhang Chonghui, watching from the side, narrowed his eyes and said softly. At this moment, Bai Chen also felt considerable pressure. After all, this creature had a significant level suppression over him. If it wanted to cheat and completely suppress him, it could do so easily. However, the evil fire spirit did not cheat. Although there were no established rules, both sides were fully aware of the situation. Not long after, flames suddenly erupted in the air, indicating that the evil fire spirit's fire elements had been pushed to their limits. The flames disappeared, and the evil fire spirit did not continue to entangle with Bai Chen over the control of the air's elements. The evil fire spirit seemed to be a bit interested. It directly flew in front of Bai Chen and waved its plump little hand. A large ball of flame appeared before it. Bai Chen was slightly taken aback, sensing that the evil fire spirit seemed to have no malice, so he did not move and waited to see what would happen. That large ball of flame suddenly began to shrink, going from half a person's height to quickly becoming the size of a basketball, and it continued to shrink further. Bai Chen watched this scene closely. He had to admit that this little guy piqued his interest. It was compressing the elements. A very dangerous practice. But if it could be mastered steadily, the range of its application would be extremely broad and very practical. The flame gradually shrank from the size of a basketball to that of an apple, and this compression was still ongoing. However, it appeared to become increasingly slow and difficult, and at times the flame would flicker violently, as if it might lose control at any moment. Finally, as time passed slowly, nearly half an hour later, the flame disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. A small red bead appeared in the chubby little hand of the evil fire spirit. It was a tiny bead, almost like a pearl, lying quietly in the hand of the evil fire spirit. But at that moment, Bai Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Was it condensed into a solid form using elemental power? No, it still hadn't truly become a solid. Instead, it was a bead that existed between the virtual and the real. A bead containing terrifying energy, occasionally flashing with a red stream-like glow on its surface. Bai Chen knew this indicated that the bead was unstable. Compressed to this degree, its explosive power would be absolutely terrifying. However, Bai Chen wasn't worried, as the evil fire spirit was right there. How could something it created possibly be uncontrollable? At the same time, Bai Chen understood the evil fire spirit's intention. A mist of ice formed in front of Bai Chen, and he began to attempt to compress the elements. Logically speaking, the ice element should be easier to compress than the fire element, as the ice element could potentially condense into a solid form. The cold ice formed from the ice element had fixed molecular gaps. If Bai Chen forcibly compressed it, the result would only be that the ice would be shattered, rather than forming a small ball like the evil fire spirit's creation. But it was precisely because of the failed attempt that Bai Chen's interest was piqued. Although he had an innate talent for controlling elements, as Zhang Chonghua would say, he had a natural affinity for elements. The techniques he mastered and the use of elements were actually quite limited. After all, Bai Chen hadn't been in this world for long, and these things required time. Following Bai Chen's failure, the evil fire spirit suddenly summoned another flame, which began to shrink again, but this time the process was much slower. Bai Chen understood the evil fire spirit's meaning, and instead of rushing to continue, he carefully watched the flame in front of the evil fire spirit. It seemed that the flame wasn't being externally compressed from within, but rather the flames appeared to be stacking upon each other. Bai Chen seemed to understand something. With his desire to learn ignited, Bai Chen became extremely focused, completely oblivious to the passage of time. A whole day passed without him realizing it. During the day, he went to school to learn from that evil fire spirit. Zhang Chonghuai's evil fire spirit had a level of control over elements that could only be described as meticulous. But its experience far surpassed Bai Chen's. Bai Chen was indeed able to learn a lot from it. Duan Ziluo also had her own courses to study, including various knowledge about beast taming, from training to beast evolution, and an encyclopedia of exotic beasts. In a class with so many people, there would always be a few who couldn't keep their mouths shut, even if an entire class couldn't defeat a little girl. Such an embarrassing thing would still be talked about. Ever since Bai Chen consumed the second ice body, his physical condition had improved significantly. After that, Bai Chen began to quietly digest the second-tier ice wolf crystal core every night. Given Bai Chen's digestion speed, 1 per day was almost no problem. And so, 10 peaceful days passed. Duan Ziluo was happily walking down the street, holding Bai Chen. Her school had no evening classes, which was good news, even for Bai Chen. After returning home, Duan Ziluo went to cook. Although she was young, having lived independently, she had long learned to take care of herself. But now she had to take care of Bai Chen as well. Bai Chen climbed onto the coffee table and opened a box. It was empty. Bai Chen silently jumped down, climbed up to the dining table, and rummaged through a few bags against the wall. They were all empty too. Bai Chen then searched other places, but found nothing. Finally, Bai Chen brought out a crystal core from the bedroom, the third-tier ice crystal core given by Zhang Chonghua. It was also the last one. Chapter 23, No Rations Left. This crystal core was nearly 1/3 smaller than when it was first obtained. Bai Chen didn't force it. He absorbed some energy when he had the chance, and combined with other crystal cores and materials, the results were quite good. However, now the Ice Wolf's crystal core was gone, and this crystal core had shrunk so much. Bai Chen was confident that swallowing it would pose no problems. 0 tier, 8 stars. A breakthrough to the first tier would present no bottlenecks for Bai Chen. He was certain of this. He even felt that perhaps in another 2 days he could reach 9 stars, and within a month, even without further energy supplementation, he could reach the first tier. If he swallowed this crystal core, it might allow him to break through directly from 8 stars to the first tier. What about after eating this crystal core? Who cares about that? Just eat it first. It seemed he had to find a way to earn money. Bai Chen shook his head, opened his mouth wide, and the crystal core wedged between his 2 baby teeth fell directly into his mouth. The gem on his forehead glimmered slightly, assisting Bai Chen with energy absorption. Compared to the beginning, Bai Chen's condition was now much better. This third-tier crystal core posed no threat to him. Soon, Bai Chen reopened his eyes, ran to the sofa, and used his little paw pads to turn on the tablet on the sofa. Bai Chen wasn't playing games on the tablet, after all. While his paw pads could barely slide, playing games was still too difficult. He opened an app with a complex beast character icon. Encyclopedia of common exotic beasts. Birds. terrestrial animals, reptiles, insects, aquatic creatures, plants, mechanical types, special categories. 8 categories summarized all the exotic beasts in this world, with a special category for all sorts of bizarre exotic beasts. It was still relatively rigorous. As for exotic beasts and tame beasts, they were essentially the same type of creature, just different names, mainly to distinguish whether they were contracted with humans. Tamed beasts are partners, while exotic beasts are enemies. The distinction is clear. Under the 8 major categories, there are various attributes to filter through, and then it can be specified to a certain type of beast. Bai Chen didn't filter, but viewed them in order, jumping to the last place he had watched. Terrestrial animals, non-attribute, canine, giant tooth hound. Not all exotic beasts have attributes. In fact, there are more non-attribute beasts than attribute ones. However, lacking attributes doesn't mean weakness. Some top-tier exotic beasts are also non-attribute. But their powerful physiques can crush all attributes. Bai Chen silently flipped through the pages. There were too many types of exotic beasts, bizarre and varied, and he was particularly interested in these. While looking at the tablet, he silently digested energy. Bai Chen remained at 8 stars, not breaking through because he chose not to use the energy from that crystal core to advance. Instead, he opted to let this massive energy completely heal the last hidden injuries. If there was no energy available in the future, he could take some time to break through. But healing injuries wasn't that simple. All right, Bai Chen agreed, jumped off the sofa, and ran to the dining room. Even if he wasn't human, it was fine. Duan Ziluo squatted down and picked up Bai Chen. On the table was a simple meal, a bowl of less than full white rice. A pair of chopsticks placed at the edge of the bowl, a small bowl of pickled vegetables, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a bowl of beef stew with potatoes. Why don't you eat first? I'm not hungry anyway. Sighing, Bai Chen opened his small mouth to catch a piece of beef, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. You eat too. The beef actually tasted pretty good, but Bai Chen didn't want to eat. Little Bai, you don't need to worry about this. There's still more. But there are no crystal cores left. If there aren't any, then forget it. I didn't expect them anyway. Girl, ask your teacher for a leave tomorrow. To earn money. Bai Chen raised his head, full of spirit. Earn money? How do we earn money? Leave the city, hunt exotic beasts. It's that simple. As long as you don't go too deep, there won't be much danger, and don't you trust my strength? Xiao Bai, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that places with exotic beasts are really dangerous, and you're still very young. So do you want me to eat beef every day? How am I supposed to grow up eating this stuff? No. In a few days there might not even be beef to eat. Do you want me to eat plain rice with you? My. Duan Zila's mood was extremely complicated at this moment, feeling guilty and conflicted. I can borrow some money from Sister Hongzhuang. No need for that. How about you ask your teacher tomorrow? Chapter 24, A More Reliable Way to Make Money. The next day at school, he was talking about you all, not just you. Duan Zilu weakly nodded. Teacher, I just wanted to ask, do you think it's feasible? Zhang Chonghuai shook his head without any hesitation. It's not that simple. If you need money, I can lend you some. This was already the second time Zhang Chonghuai offered to lend money. He wasn't a pushover. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. But once he opened his mouth, it meant he was genuinely willing to lend. Zhang Chonghuai furrowed his brow slightly. I don't even want interest from you. Why refuse so quickly? What you said about leaving the city to hunt exotic beasts for money is really unrealistic. It's not that there aren't strong exotic beasts around the city, but there are basically no exotic beasts at all. Even if there were, they have long been hunted clean, leaving only worthless ones. I hope you all think about it carefully. You have a future and shouldn't take risks at this time. To venture into the wild alone, at least you need to reach the elite level. There is some truth to that, but I have to make money. Otherwise, I don't want you eating plain rice every day. I'm telling you, eating only plain rice will make you ugly. Duan Zilu asked with a smile. Teacher, is there a way to make money without leaving the city? Zhang Chonghuai immediately showed a helpless smile. It depends on how much money you want to make. If it's just for living expenses, I have a friend whose library is short on part-time help. But a few thousand a month definitely won't be enough to raise your little lion. Hearing this, Duan Zila's expression dimmed slightly. Zhang Chonghuai frowned and thought for a while before slowly saying, It's said that being a beast tamer is a profitable profession, and that's not wrong. But you also have to deal with exotic beasts. If you don't deal with exotic beasts, there are only 2 options left, beast cultivator and battle arena. Zhang Chonghuai said, Becoming a beast cultivator requires certification, long-term study of systematic knowledge, and this path isn't suitable for you in a short time. So if you insist on making money yourself, then your only choice is the battle arena. Duan Zilu was slightly taken aback. She had heard a bit about the battle arena, but didn't understand it very well. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what the so-called battle arena was, he could glean some clues from the name. The battle arena, as the name implies, is where beasts fight each other, and the winner receives rewards. It's very simple, and the more victories, the higher the prize money, Zhang Chonghuai explained. Duan Zilu asked with some concern, Is there a guarantee for Xiaobai's safety? No, the audience loves to watch life and death battles, and such battles can largely avoid behind-the-scenes manipulation. However, the credibility of the battle arena is still guaranteed. Originally, you were too young and shouldn't be exposed to these things so early. But if you want to earn enough to raise Xiao Bai, there's no other way. At least in my view, this is much more reliable than going into the wild. At least in the battle arena, both sides' strengths are kept as consistent as possible, whereas in the wild, you never know if the next beast you encounter is at 0 level or a leader. Although there are precedents of students going to the battle arena to earn money and raise their beasts, this is indeed a way for commoners to obtain resources. You can take a look. I think this is definitely more reliable than hunting exotic beasts. Bai Chen felt that what Zhang Chonghui said made sense. This was much more reliable than going into the wild. After all, who knows what level of exotic beasts appear in the wild? Duan Zilla nodded. Teacher Zhang, we want to go to the battle arena to have a look, is that okay? Actually, the battle arena isn't as simple as you think. The battles in the arena are divided by levels, but the lowest isn't 0 level. The absence of a 0 level doesn't mean you can't participate. It just means that once you participate, you're defaulted to the lowest level of 1. In other words, once you participate, most of the opponent's Xiaobai encounters will be 1-level beasts, which could be 1-star or even 1-9-star. Xiaobai, it's okay. I have confidence. It's just 1 level, right? Bai Chen even lazily yawned. Duan Zilu felt like laughing, though she was worried inside. No, she was very worried. But at least Xiaobai was so confident. How could she restrict him in the name of worry? She should support him. Duan Zilu looked up at Zhang Chonghui and said seriously, Teacher, we want to give it a try? Chapter 25 The Battle Arena. It's a small matter. I sometimes go there to have fun too. Zhang Chonghui nodded. If there's nothing else, let's start today's lesson. Saying this, Zhang Chonghui summoned the evil fire spirit, which Bai Chen was already very familiar with. As soon as they met, it charged at Bai Chen with a big fireball. Bai Chen felt helpless. He didn't know who taught it to greet like this. Didn't they know this was quite annoying? If he could beat it, he would definitely give it a good thrashing. But there was nothing he could do. Bai Chen immediately summoned Ice Fog to defend. Let's just practice in the morning. In the afternoon, let this little guy rest up. Maybe we'll really go see some blood tonight. Okay, teacher. Duan Zilu felt a bit anxious, but wouldn't say it out loud at this moment. Time passed unknowingly. In the afternoon, the evil fire spirit indeed didn't spar with Bai Chen, only occasionally teasing him. Although it was considered leaving early, it wasn't a big issue. The Beast Tamer teacher had quite a lot of power at school. As for how much power, it still depended on one's own strength. This time, Zhang Chonghui didn't stop to hail a taxi, but went to the school parking lot to drive his own car out. It was an old pickup truck. The original green paint was already rusted, and there seemed to be some blood stains that couldn't be washed out in the cargo bed. Duan Zilu looked at this car in surprise. She initially thought this teacher Zhang was quite wealthy. Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance. The main thing is its durability. Besides, as a beast tamer, they generally run around in the wild. You can't expect me to drive a sports car into the wild, right? This thing is practical. Sometimes it can even haul some exotic beasts. However, her personality was like this. She really didn't know how to respond and was afraid of saying the wrong thing. So it was better to just remain silent. Not long after, the pickup stopped outside a small restaurant. Zhang Chonghui opened the car door and said, "We're at the restaurant. Let's eat before we go. This meal is on me. No need to be polite." The small restaurant wasn't big, but it was very clean, without any of the messiness of a fly-infested place. Bai Chen ate a lot during this meal and couldn't help but burp at the end, because this seemingly unremarkable small restaurant served dishes made from exotic beast meat. Compared to ordinary animal meat, exotic beast meat not only has a simple taste difference, but more importantly, it contains a lot of energy. After this meal, Bai Chen surprisingly reached 9 stars directly, and the next step was first level. He could only silently remember that he owed Zhang Chonghui another favor. Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? You need to conceal your identity. After all, this isn't an official organization. How do I conceal it? It's hard to explain clearly in such a short time. Although it is an underground organization, it actually has some official background. Whether your identity is hidden or not is not important. What matters is your identity as a student. At the very least, you can't openly tell others that you're a student and you're still too young. It wouldn't be good if it gets exposed. Zhang Chonghui said, "This is a mask shop. Go pick one. After all, you're not wearing a school uniform, so wearing a mask will do." Duan Ziluo nodded, holding Bai Chen as she chose a completely white mask that covered her entire face, without any decorations. Good choice, was Zhang Chonghui's assessment. And then he started the pickup truck. This time, they drove the pickup for quite a while, almost half an hour, and then stopped in front of a factory in the suburbs. When parking, Zhang Chonghui also put on a black fire mask and turned to explain, "After all, I'm a teacher. Coming to places like this doesn't look good." The factory appeared to be abandoned, but at the entrance, there were 2 serious-looking guards, each accompanied by a nearly human-sized black wolf dog. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. The second-level Black Wolf dog, although it didn't have attributes, was exceptionally fierce. Lord Blackfire? The guards clearly recognized Zhang Chonghuai. He nodded without explaining further. The guards didn't ask any more questions and let them pass. Inside the factory was a building that looked abandoned from the outside, but was brightly lit inside. There were people waiting at the front desk, and there were also 2 guards in the corridor leading further inside. Lord Blackfire, you can enter for free, said a hesitant female staff member at the front desk. Zhang Chonghuai nodded. I understand the rules. Just deduct a full ticket from my membership card. Soon, the front desk handed Zhang Chonghuai a metal badge. In the center was an arena for beast battles, with spectators' stands rising around it. The arena had a diameter of over 100 meters, with thousands of seats for spectators, and there were also some private boxes at the back, but the occupancy rate was not high at the moment. There were no high-level battles today, and it would be a while before the first one started, so there weren't many people. Duan Ziluo curiously asked, Teacher, I see they seem to respect you a lot. Why is that? Zhang Chonghuai casually replied, Strength. When you have strength, you can naturally gain respect anywhere. Especially since I am a second-level golden fighter here. Duan Ziluo asked curiously, second-level golden fighter? What does that mean? Chapter 26, Initial Prize Money. Zhang Chonghuai explained. Second level is easy to understand. After all, battles here are all at the same level. The number of levels isn't important. What matters is the title. Just like my title of Golden Fighter, the benefits are the same regardless of the level. Anyone who participates in beast battles can be called a fighter, and fighters are divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legend. Everyone starts as bronze. Winning 10 matches in a row promotes you to silver, and 20 matches promote you to gold. It's not that easy. Winning 10 matches in a row is no small feat if you really want to participate. You will understand. Telling you now is useless. Bai Chen silently observed the wide beast battle arena, which was not entirely flat, with the ground made of rock and dirt. There were many places still stained with dark red blood, and if one looked closely, they could even find some bits of flesh and bone. As more people took their seats, the time reached 6:30. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the arena via the loudspeaker. First, welcome everyone to the Beast Battle Arena. We hope you all have fun and enjoy the show. The first Beast Battle will start promptly at 7 o'clock, featuring a first-level Beast Battle. The participants are the Hound, who has won 5 consecutive matches, and the Armored Beast, who has won 6 consecutive matches. The betting lines are open. Members can place bets directly on their phones, while others can go to designated locations to place their bets. As the announcement was made, the electronic screen above the arena lit up with prominent words. Hound versus Armored Beast. Evil Wolf versus Steel Hedgehog. Odds. Hound 119. Armored Beast 117. The Hound and Armored Beast were just the code names for the Beast Tamers. Below were the beasts that would soon participate in the battle, along with the odds. There were also simple introductions, such as how many matches the Beast Tamers had won in a row and their best records, as well as some statistics on the beasts, their specific levels, and basic information. Interested in playing? Zhang Chonghuai asked with a smile. Not now, it's fine. I'll go down later and bet everything on myself, Bai Chen replied. I've thought it through. Let us arrange it now, or I'm afraid it'll be too late later. The order of the battles is already set, otherwise it would be a wasted trip today. Zhang Chonghuai frowned and asked, Are you sure you've thought it through? Going into the Beast Battle Arena will really see blood. And if your little white loses, I won't be able to help. In fact, the Beast Battle Arena isn't a place of extreme danger. Some well-off youths deliberately participate in battles to let their beasts see blood and accumulate combat experience. However, Zhang Chonghuai was quite confident in Bai Chen, so it was better to start early. I want to bring a junior to participate in the Beast Battle and register their information. Zhang Chonghuai said to the woman behind the window. Okay. Oh, you're a black firefighter. The beautiful staff member reacted immediately, quickly saluting and respectfully saying, You are a golden fighter and can waive the deposit for 3 fighter slots. You currently have 2 slots available. Would you like to use them? Use them. Zhang Chonghuai replied calmly. Okay, starting to register the new fighter's information. May I have the name? The staff member asked. Zhang Chonghuai whispered, Just pick any nickname. Sure. Not used yet. Please hand me your phone so I can download our Beast Battle Arena app for you. By the way, let me inform you that bronze fighters have no benefits. You must participate in at least 1 battle within a month, or your information will be deleted. This means that if you want to fight again, you'll have to start all over. Zhang Chonghuai seemed to know him. When they met, they exchanged polite conversation. And from the chat, Bai Chen learned that his name was Chen Ku, and he seemed to be one of the managers of this Beast Battle Arena. After a brief exchange, Zhang Chonghuai began to discuss serious matters. Bro, how about arranging a beast battle for this junior today? That's a small issue. I just need to know what level the beast battle is, Chen Ku said. First level, I just registered the information, a newbie. Okay, then it's no problem. At this point, Chen Ke suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Do you need any special care?" Zhang Chonghuai shook his head and smiled. "No need. Just arrange it as you see fit and explain the rules." Bai Chen heard what Chen Ku had just whispered. It seemed that Zhang Chonghuai's identity as a golden fighter was not ordinary. He thought he might have a chance to get one for himself someday. Your beast battle is the 4th match today, scheduled for around 8 or 9 o'clock. Let me explain the rules of our beast battle arena to you. For first-level beast battles, the initial prize money is 1,000. For example, if you win the 4th beast battle later, you'll get 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Is 1,000 yuan what Zhang Chonghuai meant by earning money? Zhang Chonghuai smiled silently, not showing any reaction, and quietly stood aside. Chen Ku also smiled and continued, "Think it's low? That's normal. Everyone thinks so. But this is just the initial prize money. Only the first match is this much. If you win the second match, it will become 2,000, and if you win the third match, it will become 4,000. For the fourth match, it'll be 8,000, and so on." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's pupils shrank. If it keeps doubling like this, and Zhang Chonghuai is a golden fighter, that would mean he has to win over 20 matches in a row. If it keeps going like this, how much would Zhang Chonghuai earn? Chapter 27, Odds. However, Bai Chen's fantasy was quickly shattered, because Chen Ku said, this doubling can only occur 10 times. Meaning if you continue to win consecutively, by the 11th match, you will have earned 1,024,000 yuan. However, after that, even if you continue to win, you will only keep getting 1,024,000 yuan, which is the maximum prize for a first-tier beast fight. If you lose once, regardless of which match it is, the prize will reset, and you will have to start over from the first match, with the prize also starting anew at 1,000. Bai Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was off, even though it seemed that the rewards were quite substantial after several doublings. The reality was that only one person out of at least 10 could truly obtain a substantial reward. If that were the case, there shouldn't be too many participants. Moreover, losing would grant a subsidy of 500 yuan, which is the same no matter which match you lose. And you can concede in matches before your first 5 consecutive wins. Additionally, regarding the fighters' levels and the number of beast fights, you are currently at bronze level. If you wish, you can participate in one beast fight every day, but you must participate in at least one fight per month. When matching opponents, besides being of the same tier, the difference in consecutive wins won't exceed 3 matches, and conditions will be adjusted to keep it as even as possible. These are the key points to note. Do you have any questions? If so, feel free to ask. Although he explained a lot, and this clearly wasn't Chen Ku's job scope, he showed no signs of impatience. Bai Chen had no further questions. Chen Ku's subsequent explanations made sense. There was a subsidy for losing, and the option to concede meant that there was no danger in beast fighting. As long as you have one first-tier beast, participating in beast fights every day, even if you keep losing, you could still earn 15,000 in a month. When calculated this way, it seemed like a decent income, though it would still be far from enough to cultivate a beast. However, the threshold for a first-tier beast is not low. Perhaps a 0-tier beast would suffice, but it should at least be close to first tier and not too weak. It could be said that the technological development in this world is somewhat similar to Bai Chen's original world. Bai Chen understood that this software had many functions. First, the software account is uniquely bound. After each beast fight, the prize money is directly sent to the account, and this software has no delay in withdrawing to the bank, allowing for immediate withdrawal. Then there are the standard procedures to participate in a beast fight. You should actually make an appointment in advance on the software and wait for the notification of your fight time. You might even be pushing someone unfortunate out of the way. The software also allows for direct betting and querying some information about fighters. However, the amount of information accessible depends on your permissions. White Lion, first-tier bronze fighter, 0 consecutive wins. Historical record, 0 wins, 0 losses. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Chonghuai stared thoughtfully at his phone. The screen displayed a fierce wolf dog and a steel hedgehog on either side, with odds below them, and something resembling a thermometer indicating the comparison of the betting amounts for both sides. It was clear that Zhang Chonghuai was struggling with which side to bet on. Bai Chen was observing closely. Currently, the odds for the wolf dog were 118, while the steel hedgehog was at 114. These odds represent the win-loss situation and are easy to understand. The minimum betting unit is 1,000. For example, if you bet 1,000 on the wolf dog and it wins, you would receive 1,800. If you bet on the steel hedgehog and it wins, you would get 1,400. If the bet loses, then it is naturally lost. Bai Chen remembered that these odds seemed different from the beginning. It appeared that the odds were not fixed and could change based on the amounts bet later. In addition to the simplest win-lose bet, there are actually other betting methods. For instance, betting on how many minutes the battle will last, with 1 minute having odds of 1, 3, 2 minutes at 1, 2, and for 3 to over 10 minutes, the odds are almost all around 1 point something. After 20 minutes, the odds increase again. It seems that, based on professional assessments, this battle is likely to conclude within 3 to 20 minutes. This betting on the duration is irrespective of winning or losing. There is also betting on how many minutes it takes to end the fight while fixing who wins. For example, betting that the wolf dog will win within 1 minute has odds of 110, which is currently the highest. Clearly, this is not realistic. Bai Chen thought about placing a bet, but since it was his first time, he didn't want to take the risk of betting on the duration with such high odds, which could easily lead to losing everything. He decided to just bet on who would win or lose. Currently, the time to close bets on the phone was only 2 minutes left. Bai Chen quickly recalled information about the wolf dog and the steel hedgehog in his mind. Clearly, the strength of both sides was not far apart. Otherwise, the odds wouldn't be so close, which is exactly what the beast fighting arena hoped to see. The current odds suggest that more people were betting on the steel hedgehog. Duan Ziluo seemed puzzled but still said, "Teacher Zhang, Xiaobai thinks the wolf dog has a greater chance of winning." Duan Ziluo glanced at Zhang Chonghuai's bet and was startled. If she saw correctly, it seemed to be 10 million. This software is quite intelligent. Knowing that large numbers are hard to count, it directly uses text units to replace them. So it should be unlikely to misread. Duan Ziluo instinctively thought of her own responsibility and didn't consider shifting the blame onto Bai Chen. Zhang Chonghuai was certainly a strong beast master, and being a beast fighting teacher, how could he not see who was more likely to win? Immediately, Bai Chen's perception of Zhang Chonghuai changed, becoming extremely vigilant. Chapter 28, Watching the Fight. The time officially reached 7 o'clock. The first beast fight of the day, featuring the wolf dog against the steel hedgehog, officially began. As the announcement echoed throughout the arena, the iron gates on both sides of the beast fighting arena slowly rose. The first to walk out from the darkness into the arena was a wolf dog, about the size of a calf. The wolf dog's gray fur looked quite messy, with patches of dark red blood clotted in some areas. Its crimson pupils, exposed canine teeth, and drool dripping from its mouth exuded a somewhat frenzied and bloody aura. Clearly, this was a very ferocious fighting dog. Although the wolf dog's racial potential is not high, it is an extremely fierce beast, and it is evidently a standout representative of its ferocity. Its owner is a professional fighter who trains it specifically for the characteristics of beast fights, deliberately amplifying its ferocity. On the other side, a black spherical creature slowly emerged. Compared to a normal hedgehog, it was much larger, if considering the height of its back spikes. It was already over 1 meter tall. Its spikes appeared quite peculiar. There were not many of them, seemingly only a few dozen at first glance. But each was incredibly thick, resembling steel spikes. This was the steel hedgehog, which had an additional metal attribute compared to the attribute-less wolf dog. The steel hedgehog spikes were evidently quite troublesome, while the wolf dog only had melee capabilities. This is precisely why more people were betting on the steel hedgehog. Duan Ziluo seemed puzzled, saying, "Xiaobai, they both seem to be first-tier 8 stars. Why do you think the wolf dog will win?" "Just teasing you, silly girl. Mainly, look at that big dog. It looks vicious, while that hedgehog seems timid. In a situation where their strengths are similar, I always think that the one willing to fight has a better chance." At this moment, in the beast fighting arena, the wolf dog and the steel hedgehog were positioned on opposite sides, 100 meters apart. Bang! The iron gates behind both sides slammed heavily to the ground. This signified that the battle had begun, and they had no retreat left. They had both achieved 5 and 6 consecutive wins respectively. This meant there was no room for relaxation. One side's death would be the conclusion, or at the very least, one side would be severely injured. The first-level beast intelligence is already quite high, and having lived alongside humans for many years, they are well aware of their current situation. The first to move was the evil wolf dog. It didn't rush straight at the steel hedgehog, but instead began to jog, not in a straight line, but weaving left and right. It slowly approached the steel hedgehog, observing it. Meanwhile, the steel hedgehog remained motionless, fully extending its steel spikes to protect itself completely. The evil wolf dog quickly stopped about 20 meters away from the steel hedgehog, continuing to observe. There is an unspoken rule in the arena. Confrontations cannot last too long, as the audience is not there to watch two beasts just staring at each other. They want to see exciting, intense, and bloody battles, and the moment when the outcome is revealed to see if they have won. Even if the beasts want to confront each other, they will be urged by their owners. However, this is an unspoken rule without a clear time limit. A certain amount of observation is still acceptable. As time passed second by second, some impatient audience members were clearly becoming restless. The evil wolf dog stood there, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the steel hedgehog. Whether it was due to pressure or its owner's urging, the steel hedgehog took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! A thick steel spike suddenly launched from the back of the steel hedgehog, incredibly fast, over half a meter long and as thick as several fingers. With such speed, no one would doubt its power. Very few first-level beasts could withstand this steel spike head-on. The moment the spike was launched, the evil wolf dog moved. Its taut muscles quickly engaged, and it swiftly leaped to the side. Because the evil wolf dog had not relaxed, it avoided the first steel spike. But at the same moment, 3 more steel spikes were launched. The 3 spikes targeted the left, right, and above, leaving no way to dodge. No, there was one way to avoid them. The evil wolf dog forcefully stopped its footsteps, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. The left and right spikes arrived first, but both flew past the sides of the evil wolf dog. One of the spikes on the right made contact with the evil wolf dog's body, leaving a deep gash. However, this brief injury would not significantly affect the evil wolf dog's combat effectiveness. Its battle instincts were keen. It stopped at a critical moment, allowing the spikes to pass by just close to its body. If it had continued to move, even slightly to the left or right, the spike would have pierced its body, and it would not have been so easy then. At this moment, the upper spike also arrived, just slightly delayed compared to the left and right ones. The evil wolf dog still did not move. The spike flew over its head, at least 30 to 40 centimeters away from its skull. Clearly, the steel hedgehog was making a prediction, and even the left and right spikes were intended to make the evil wolf dog jump. However, the evil wolf dog had already anticipated its prediction. After the 3 spikes, the evil wolf dog suddenly accelerated and lunged at the steel hedgehog. The steel hedgehog fired another spike. But the evil wolf dog was not truly losing its mind to attack the steel hedgehog. It was reacting very quickly and dodging. How clever. It's hard to tell if it was the Beastmaster's command or its own instincts. Bai Chen was somewhat amazed. She was already somewhat familiar with Bai Chen's abilities and had seen him use similar ice spikes. But Bai Chen's ice spikes could turn in midair. If the steel hedgehog could do that, it might have directly ended the battle with those spikes. Its control over elements was insufficient. The gold element was not easy to control, and its spikes were not purely condensed from the gold element. Those spikes seemed more like a part of its body. Although it had some elemental power, its control was minimal. Bai Chen's analysis was not unfounded. Perhaps its combat experience was not very rich, but it had a deep understanding of elemental control, especially the changes of various elements in the air. There was no way around it. It was a prodigy. Blessed by the heavens. Chapter 29 is about to begin. At this point, the steel hedgehog had launched over 10 spikes, each one missing and embedding into the ground, still present and not disappearing. The back of the steel hedgehog was clearly missing a chunk, indicating that such spikes could not recover quickly. By that time, the evil wolf dog would definitely pounce on the steel hedgehog and shred it to pieces. The steel hedgehog was clearly aware of this and dared not launch spikes recklessly. Even when the evil wolf dog provoked it from a distance, it restrained itself for the time being. The evil wolf dog was also not in great shape. It had multiple gashes on its body, clearly having narrowly avoided the steel hedgehog's spikes several times. However, superficial wounds were unlikely to affect the evil wolf dog's combat effectiveness. In fact, seeing its own blood would make the evil wolf dog even more ferocious, though it still lacked an opportunity to unleash that ferocity. Yet, the evil wolf dog was not truly that lucky. It had a blood hole in its left side, about the size of a baby's arm, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. The evil wolf dog had ultimately failed to dodge once, although it had barely avoided a vital area with the current amount of bleeding. Even a robust first-level beast would not last more than a few minutes. The evil wolf dog was clearly aware of this. From the moment it had bitten down on that steel spike, it had already prepared to fight desperately. Now was the time. Growl. With a low roar. The bloodlust in the evil wolf dog's eyes intensified. Suddenly, its limbs moved frantically, clearly reaching its maximum speed. This time, it was no longer feigning an attack. Its extreme speed left no room for it to slow down. The steel hedgehog hesitated, unsure if this time the evil wolf dog was genuinely attacking or just trying to exhaust its spikes. But that slight hesitation cost it the battle and its life. In a life-and-death struggle, one cannot hesitate. 30 meters was just a few large steps for the evil wolf dog, enough in 1 or 2 seconds. Roar. Another furious roar. And the steel hedgehog realized that this time, the evil wolf dog was serious. It hurriedly arched its back and launched nearly 10 steel spikes, aiming to deal with the evil wolf dog and win the battle, even if it used up its spikes. But hesitation leads to defeat. Close-range spikes were much easier to deal with, and their power was significantly reduced. Perhaps if the steel hedgehog had chosen not to launch spikes as the evil wolf dog approached, but instead used the spikes for defense, the outcome might have been different. But in reality, there are no what-ifs. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to fear. It's not a human dying. By the way, shouldn't you humans fear the death of your kind even more? At this point, only one beast remained standing in the arena, the evil wolf dog. In very poor condition, with several spikes still embedded in its body. Its right forelimb had been pierced by 2 spikes, and its jaw had been directly penetrated, leaving a horrific blood hole. But it was still standing, while its opponent, the steel hedgehog, lay on the ground. Its body was terribly mutilated. almost reduced to a pile of minced meat, with several spikes still protruding from the remnants. Even at the last moment, the steel hedgehog still had spikes on it, and they were present in every direction. Although they did not cover it completely, they were enough to defend against most attacks. Given the evil wolf dog's method of attack, it could only bite or swipe with its claws. The steel hedgehog thought the evil wolf dog would not dare to attack. However, it did not expect the evil wolf dog to charge directly at it, attacking despite being pierced all over. Although the steel hedgehog had steel in its name, that referred only to the spikes on its body beneath the spikes did not have strong defensive capabilities. Alright, dear audience. The first match of the beast battle has concluded, and the final winner is the evil wolf dog. Congratulations to those who bet on the evil wolf dog. The second match will start in 20 minutes. The next match features the black demon, who has won 7 consecutive matches against the falling leaves, who has also won 7 consecutive matches. Friends interested in betting can start placing their bets now. The betting will close before the match begins. On the other side, a nearly 2-meter-tall gorilla walked in, casually grabbing a large chunk of the steel hedgehog's dismembered body and pulling out some steel spikes from the ground before leaving. This gorilla is likely a tamer's beast used by the staff. After the battlefield needs to be cleaned up, and humans would be at risk and less efficient than a beast. However, the battlefield was not cleaned up thoroughly. There were still plenty of chunks of flesh and blood left behind. It's fine to spit it out, just don't spit it on yourself. You have good eyes. You really won, Zhang Chonghuai said with a smile. Let me share a bit of the winnings with you, after all. It was because of your little white that we won, Zhang Chonghuai said. No, it's fine, Zhang Chonghuai frowned, glanced at Bai Chen, and didn't insist. He nodded and focused on studying the betting for the second match. This time Bai Chen chose the black demon to win, and without hesitation. Zhang Chonghuai placed another 10 million. Then the black demon lost. Bai Chen was a bit puzzled. Logically, the black demon's beast shouldn't have lost. Zhang Chonghuai didn't care and casually placed a bet. The third match of the beast battle didn't last long either. To be precise, matches of this level generally don't take too long. It's a fight for survival, and typically the winner can be determined in about 10 to 20 minutes. In these 3 matches, 2 beasts died, and only the black demon's beast in the second match was severely injured but barely survived. Nevertheless, the fourth match of the beast battle was about to begin. This would be Bai Chen's first beast battle. Chapter 30, the first beast battle. Dear audience, the next match is the fourth of the day, featuring the newcomer White Lion against the currently 2-match winning streak of the Violent Tooth. The beast battle will start in 20 minutes, and audience members can start placing their bets. Zhang Chonghuai looked at the betting panel on his phone screen. The progress bars on both sides were quite low, indicating that not much money had been bet. It's normal. After all, it's a newcomer. And such battles typically serve as a spice. Without life and death crises, the range of controllable outcomes is too large. It's not surprising that not many people are betting. Well, thus, Zhang Chonghuai directly bet all the balance in his account on Bai Chen. This was a terrifying amount. What Bai Chen didn't know was that the initial prize for a second-tier beast battle was 10,000, although it could only be multiplied by 10 at most. But Zhang Chonghuai was a golden fighter, which meant he had at least won more than 20 matches in a row. Now Zhang Chonghuai had actually bet all this money on Bai Chen. This caused Bai Chen's initial odds of 121 to directly change to 111. Meanwhile, his opponent's odds changed from 117 to 1-2. Not everyone noticed this change in odds, but with so many people, some were surely keeping an eye on their phones. Watching the funding progress below, they instantly understood what had happened. A large sum of money was directly placed on this newcomer. Some hesitated for a moment and quietly followed suit. However, some others thought this was actually a trap, lowering the odds to make it seem like someone had inside information about a guaranteed win, thus luring the overly clever ones to follow. After all, everyone playing here has a lot of thoughts, and even a fool will become wise after spending enough time here. Nevertheless, the number of people betting this time was considerably more than usual for newcomers. It seemed to have become a bit more complicated, but complexity also represented interest in the eyes of many. Most of those who could come here to spend money were already wealthy and idle. When the betting closed, Bai Chen's odds were 112, and his opponent's odds were 119. Ahead was the beast fighting arena, and through the iron bars, Bai Chen could see some of the situation in the arena. It looked quite spacious, with yellow-brown rocks, surrounded by black walls nearly 5 meters high, followed by tiered spectator seating. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. If I lose this first match, how can I continue like this? Alright, don't worry. The fourth beast battle of the day officially begins. A beast walked out from the iron gate opposite Bai Chen, a gray rat. Although it was a rat, it was actually larger than Bai Chen. In the beast fighting arena, both sides would receive some basic information about each other. Violent Tooth Rat, first tier 5-star. Currently on a 2-match winning streak, with a historical record of 9 wins and 12 losses. The record seems a bit lacking. But Bai Chen didn't dare to let his guard down too much. After all, it was a seasoned beast that had participated in over 20 battles, and its level was significantly higher than his. Bang! The iron doors behind both sides slammed down simultaneously, marking the official start of the beast battle. The violent tooth rat let out a somewhat strange cry. Then, without any hesitation, skipped the step of confrontation and charged straight at Bai Chen. Speed is the specialty and advantage of the violent tooth rat. If one were to draw an analogy, the violent tooth rat is like an assassin among beasts, while Bai Chen, at this moment, is clearly a mage. After all, his body hasn't fully developed yet, and it appears that the violent tooth rat has quite an advantage over Bai Chen. After all, assassins are natural counters to mages. Moreover, with a significant level difference, Bai Chen's ice elemental abilities would find it difficult to invade the body of the violent tooth rat as effectively as they did with the azure-scaled leopard. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, ice spikes began to form around Bai Chen, shooting out rapidly. The entire process was incredibly quick, taking less than a second from formation to firing. Bai Chen's ice spikes were much smaller than the steel spikes of the steel hedgehog, only the size of chopsticks, but their speed was several times faster than the steel spikes. The violent tooth rat began to move when the distance between them was still nearly 100 meters. But the ice spikes were already closing in. The violent tooth rat's reactions and speed were indeed remarkable. It immediately changed direction and evaded to the side. It avoided the ice spikes, which then struck the ground, but quickly began to melt at a visible speed. Just from this one exchange, the violent tooth rat's evasion speed gave Bai Chen some judgment about its strength. It seemed like he didn't need to take it too seriously. Just as the violent tooth rat was about to launch another attack on Bai Chen, it saw more ice spikes coming in, each one cutting through the air with a chilling presence, directly targeting the violent tooth rat. The violent tooth rat immediately abandoned the idea of getting close to Bai Chen and began to clumsily dodge the incoming ice spikes. The speed and reaction of the violent tooth rat were quite impressive, and although it was not very large, evading was somewhat awkward. Ultimately, it was still not hit. Meanwhile, Bai Chen remained bored, standing in place, silently controlling the formation and launching the ice spikes. He simply fired them straight without changing their direction. If he had altered the direction of the ice spikes at a few critical moments, the violent tooth rat would have already been hit. However, Bai Chen felt it was unnecessary. This way of using the ice spikes, which only required firing without much attention, was easier, and he considered it practice for his aim. After all, creating ice spikes of this level didn't consume much of Bai Chen's energy. The key was that Bai Chen wanted to hold back. This was just the first beast battle, no need to expose too much. Just ice spikes alone were enough to deal with this high speed, high attack, low defense, and low health violent tooth rat. Although it seemed like Bai Chen hadn't hit anything for a long time, that was just because he wanted to play around. Otherwise, with a wide area attack, this violent tooth rat wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, an interesting scene appeared in the beast fighting arena. A small lion stood still, while ice spikes continuously formed and shot out around it, and a large rat dashed around frantically, dodging the ice spikes attacks. Chapter 31. Too easy. The violent tooth rat also considered trying to get closer to Bai Chen while dodging the ice spikes, as long as it got close enough. It was confident that Bai Chen would not be able to withstand even one of its attacks. But Bai Chen's ice spikes intentionally blocked the route in front of the savage tooth rat, with extremely tricky angles, leaving it no choice but to dodge to the sides or back, unless it was prepared to endure a few ice spikes piercing its body. But no. The savage tooth rat was well aware that its physical body couldn't compare to that of a fierce wolf dog. So the only option left was to exhaust Bai Chen's energy, preventing him from condensing ice spikes, and then it could easily end the battle. Elemental attacks consumed energy, and the savage tooth rat didn't believe that Bai Chen, who was at a lower level than itself, could maintain such an attack for long. Observers could clearly see that the current situation on the battlefield was a test of endurance. If the savage tooth rat was the first to exhaust its stamina and couldn't move anymore, it would naturally lose. But if Bai Chen exhausted his energy first, then he would be the one to lose. However, most people were still optimistic about the savage tooth rat. One was consuming stamina while the other consumed energy, and the inherent difference was quite significant. A low-level beast master wouldn't have much total energy. However, Zhang Chonghuai in the audience was completely unconcerned. Bai Chen practiced with his beast every day, and Zhang Chonghuai knew Bai Chen's strength well. This seemingly small creature seemed to have an endless supply of energy. But how could Zhang Chonghuai know that Bai Chen's energy wasn't endless? With his level, even if Bai Chen had purer energy than other beasts of the same level, the total amount couldn't be much more. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at this level. Bai Chen's energy wasn't unending. It was just that it recovered too quickly. While using it, he was also recovering, as if the energy of heaven and earth was pouring into him. If the consumption wasn't significant, it could even reach a balance. a balance between consumption and recovery. So sometimes it seemed as if Bai Chen had endless energy. Such is the favored child of heaven. Blatantly favored by the heavens. Bai Chen continued to control the ice spikes, compressing the savage tooth rat's dodging space, and the rat's situation was becoming increasingly dire. If this continued, in just a few more minutes, it would undoubtedly lose. Little Bai is indeed impressive. And Bai Chen now had only one thought. Moving targets were indeed different. But it would stop here. Suddenly, Bai Chen, who had previously been orderly condensing ice spikes and firing them one by one, now unexpectedly condensed dozens of them simultaneously, densely packed, hovering beside him. The ice spikes were formed within a second, and then dozens of them shot out at once. The range covered was immense. And this time the savage tooth rat had no way to evade. At this moment, the rat's body was noticeably heaving more violently. It was already feeling exhausted and was about to collapse. Unbeknownst to it, if Bai Chen wanted to, he could directly condense over 100 ice spikes to launch simultaneously, instantly making it lose the will to resist. However, Bai Chen felt it was unnecessary. As the ice spikes approached, the savage tooth rat tried its best to dodge to the side, but the speed and number of the ice spikes were too much. At least 10 ice spikes were unavoidable for the rat. Suddenly, the savage tooth rat sprang up. Its tail, which was over half a meter long, lashed out fiercely. Several ice spikes were directly shattered, and its large front teeth smashed through 2 more ice spikes. The most dangerous ones had been dealt with. There was still hope. But at that moment, an ice spike that should have grazed past it suddenly deviated slightly from its original trajectory. This slight deviation was fatal for the savage tooth rat, as the ice spike pierced directly into its body. That ice spike seemed to drain the savage tooth rat of all its strength instantly, causing it to drop to the ground like a rag doll. The other ice spikes melted away, but the one embedded in the savage tooth rat's body remained. However, despite being pierced, no blood flowed out. The blood that should have flowed was already frozen. After a few seconds, it was unclear whether the judge was in a daze or confirming that the savage tooth rat had lost its fighting ability. Before announcing through the loudspeaker, in today's 4th match, the White Lion wins. Congratulations to all those who bet on the White Lion. The 5th beast fight will start in 20 minutes. Everyone can begin placing bets. The iron door behind Bai Chen was raised again, and Bai Chen silently turned to leave. Too easy. Bai Chen shook his head. Such an easy battle provided him with no real training value. It was just the earlier scene that resembled whack-a-mole that piqued Bai Chen's interest, prompting him to play with the savage tooth rat for a while. No, it wasn't that. It was just frozen. In a few hours, it would be fine. Although I don't mind killing. It would be a bit too much to use deadly force in a battle that is akin to bullying a child. Hee, little Bai is really great, so obedient. And then happily hugged Bai Chen and left. However, as soon as they exited the preparation room, someone seemed to be waiting there. But now there was only Chen Ku. Zhang Chonghuai was not present. Duan Ziluo stopped in her tracks, feeling a bit nervous. Hello, Ms. White Lion. Chen Ku smiled and extended his hand, appearing to have no ill intent. Chen Ku gave a helpless smile. He was referring to the money Zhang Chonghuai had bet on Bai Chen. Under normal circumstances, it would have been fine. The Beast Fighting Arena is such a large organization, and they could afford to lose. The main issue was that this match was arranged by Chen Ku through backdoor means. It bypassed many steps, such as testing Bai Chen's strength, entering detailed information, and having professionals assess the odds. None of these were done, and if calculated, the loss of money would be entirely Chen Ku's responsibility. However, being in charge wasn't that simple. Such things had happened before, but they were all cases of those in charge lining their own pockets. The higher-ups of the Beast Fighting Arena would tolerate minor manipulations within a certain range. This time counted as Chen Ku using up a significant portion of his tolerance. At least for a short time, he couldn't line his pockets again. Chapter 32. Organization, Power. She had no idea what Zhang Chonghuai had done. Nor did she know that Zhang Chonghuai had set Chen Ku up. Chen Ku smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just a bit curious about your beast. Its level doesn't seem very high, yet its grasp of elements is so proficient. Clearly, Chen Ku wasn't here to hold anyone accountable. If he really wanted to pursue responsibility, he should go find Zhang Chonghuai. You're being modest. It's certainly because of your excellent training. An outstanding beast cannot exist without an excellent beast master. Is it called Little Bai? By the way, may I ask what level it is now? Chen Ku continued to smile. Just broke through to the 1st tier, and I brought her here for a long experience. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Blocking my junior? So he hurried over. Brother Heihua, you're being too harsh. How am I blocking your junior? We're just chatting. Chen Ku still wore a smiling face, showing no signs of unease. This matter, I admit, I did act a bit unreasonably. Didn't he consider it thoroughly? Consider it a favor from me. But you shouldn't have any designs on my junior. Brother, what are you talking about? What designs could I have? I'm just curious how a newly promoted 1st tier snow lion has such proficient elemental control and so much energy. And this little guy doesn't he quite resemble the snow lion you mentioned? Where have you seen a snow lion with a gem on its head? And if it's a snow lion, it should start developing at the first tier. It shouldn't be this small. When Chunku said this, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Zhang Chonghui laughed heartily. This snow lion is indeed a bit special. It could be considered a kind of mutation. You know that snow lions are beasts that balance physicality and elements. However, this one seems to have some defects. It appears to have some issues with physical development, but that is not entirely a bad thing. Correspondingly, its elemental aspects are much stronger. Is that so? Chunku raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsure whether to believe it. It sounded somewhat reasonable. But his intuition told him it wasn't that simple. What else could it be? All right, Brother Chun, it's getting late, and I should take my junior home. If all goes well, I'll come to bother you again tomorrow, so don't be too upset about today's incident. Ha ha ha, no need to mention it, no need to mention it. Is it really the snow lion? What is their relationship? Is there a chance to compete for it? Is it worth it? Chunku had many questions in his heart. And instead, he cast aside the fact that he was tricked today, a sum of money in exchange for a favor. Although the amount was enormous and unimaginable to an ordinary person, Chunku still felt it was worth it. Some things cannot be bought with money, like a second-tier golden warrior. If it were just a second-tier golden warrior, it wouldn't make Chunku feel this way. He didn't believe that Zhang Chonghui used a second-tier beastmaster in the arena necessarily meant he was a second-tier beastmaster himself. At the very least, he was an elite beastmaster, and it was even possible he was at the leader or lord level. The night in Maple Leaf City was not bustling. Although the population was over 1 million, there weren't many neon lights, and even the street lights weren't particularly bright. There weren't many people out at night, making the streets look somewhat desolate. A dilapidated pickup truck rattled down the road, as if it might fall apart at any moment. She was still quite curious about Bai Chen. Zhang Chonghui held the steering wheel with one hand and casually said, I was just joking. If I told that guy your little white hasn't he even reached the first tier, he would definitely cling to you. Why? Didn't you see that guy wanted to cling to you just now? If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have been sold and counting money for someone else. He wanted to absorb you. It seems he was about to speak just now, but seeing me here, he gave up. Duan Ziluo frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Chonghui explained. Speaking of this, I need to tell you what the arena really is. It's an organization, a profit-driven organization, and a force. The name of this organization is the arena. In short, it's a legitimate establishment, and not just in Maple Leaf City. There's a place like this in almost every city across the country. Such a large organization obviously needs manpower. They tried to recruit me back then, offering quite generous conditions, but I refused. Zhang Chonghui shook his head, too lazy to join, not wanting to get involved. However, if you want to rely on a force, the arena is indeed a good choice. The system of the arena seems pretty decent. At least there aren't many twists and turns. If you have strength and talent, you get resources as long as you join, and if you're willing to work hard, there are even more resources. Zhang Chonghui said, I didn't say that. I just interrupted you earlier because I was afraid you'd be deceived. Even if you join, don't rush into it. With your little white strength, as long as your luck isn't too bad, getting a first-tier silver warrior title shouldn't be too difficult. Even if you join, you should strive for better treatment. If you sell yourself, you need to get a good price. Moreover, joining could indeed have some benefits for you. I'm not from the arena, and I won't persuade you to join. I'm just analyzing it for you. Also, you're still a student, so focus on your studies. Don't be late for class tomorrow. If you want to participate in beast fighting again tomorrow, you can make an appointment later. Chapter 33, The Anomaly in the Forest of Fallen Leaves. Alright, you go to sleep. I'll keep watching. Bai Chen focused intently on the tablet. The more he looked at the encyclopedia of common anomalous beasts, the more he marveled at the wonders of this world. Undead, zombies, machines, plants, elements, various miraculous creatures, and scientifically impossible beings truly existed in this world. There seems to be a high-level anomalous beast appearing in the Forest of Fallen Leaves. There are anomalous beasts gathering near the Forest of Fallen Leaves, and the specific reason for this has not yet been determined. Citizens of Maple Leaf City are advised not to leave the city unless necessary. Listening to the voice on the television, Bai Chen's attention was immediately drawn in. On the screen, a middle-aged man with a serious expression sat on an independent sofa, while a rather beautiful female host sat across from him. It was a familiar scene, not much different from interviews Bai Chen had seen in his previous life. Of course, this is the purpose of my coming here. Changjiang nodded seriously. All right. The beautiful host smiled. Mr. He. The Forest of Fallen Leaves is less than 100 miles from Maple Leaf City. Do you think this recent movement of anomalous beasts will affect the stability of Maple Leaf City? No matter what those guys want to do. As long as I'm here, Maple Leaf City won't have any problems. Changjiang appeared very calm. Of course, we believe in Mr. He's strength. The host nodded in agreement with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, She continued, 3 months ago, Qingshi City was destroyed by a beast tide. Mr. He, do you think the recent movements of anomalous beasts in the Forest of Fallen Leaves have anything to do with that? This time, He Changjiang's expression became somewhat unsightly. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. I hope not. The host pressed on, Mr. He, are you implying that if it really is related to the beast tide in Qingshi City, then you're not confident in defending Maple Leaf City? The host was taken aback for a moment. Then a cold sweat broke out on her back as she realized that the person in front of her was not an ordinary guest. All right, it's getting late today. Let us end the interview here. He Changjiang stood up, clearly not wanting to stay any longer to endure this boring interview. However, looking at the camera, He Changjiang paused and slowly said, as long as I'm here, Maple Leaf City will be fine, so everyone doesn't need to worry. His seemingly calm demeanor actually provided reassurance. Dear viewers, I apologize, it's indeed getting late, and Mr. He may also be tired. So let us end today's interview here. Good night, everyone. With Mr. He around, I believe our Maple Leaf City will remain safe as always. The host quickly recovered and began her closing remarks. Duan Ziluo frowned slightly, seemingly worried about something, but when it came to Bai Chen's question, she explained. He is quite famous in Maple Leaf City, the city defense governor. City defense governor? What is that? Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. Wondering if it was a position or something else, it sounded so strange. It's responsible for the city's defense in Maple Leaf City, usually held by the strongest beast master in the city, with considerable power, on par with the mayor. I see. Bai Chen pondered. He wasn't very clear on the specific framework of human forces in this world, only knowing that many aspects resembled his previous life. But it seemed that due to the profession of Beastmaster, the distribution of power among human forces should be quite different. Do you know what level of Beastmaster he is? A city destroyed by a beast tide, similar in scale to Maple Leaf City. I've only heard about it, not too clear on the specifics. Alright, it's getting late, let us go to bed, we have class tomorrow. I've been tired for a long time. Duan Ziluo couldn't help but yawn again, turned off the TV, and hugged Bai Chen as they walked into the bedroom. Can you not hold me so tightly today? I'm not a plush toy. I need to breathe, Bai Chen said helplessly. This girl. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, then adjusted to a comfortable position as quietly as possible, using his paw to pull the blanket down a bit. It wasn't that he couldn't breathe, after all. How much strength could this girl have? Bai Chen was just casually saying it. However, judging from this girl's sleeping posture, Bai Chen felt she must have a lack of security, which is why she always liked to hug something while sleeping. A beast tide can break through a city? Anomalous beasts are gathering near Maple Leaf City? They wouldn't be thinking of attacking the city, would they? I mean, this means that this world isn't actually that safe, but now I'm a beast. If Maple Leaf City is also occupied by a beast tide, can I blend into the ranks of the anomalous beasts? No, wait. For the strange beasts, the only thing more detestable than humans is the beast tamers. After all, the beast tamers were once their own kind, but they betrayed their own kin. Traitors are always more hateful than enemies. Perhaps in the end, they would be torn apart even more. So, should they hope that Maple Leaf City doesn't run into problems? But they never intended to betray their kin. It wasn't like they had a choice. Otherwise, being a prince of the beast clan wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Who would want to be a beast tamer for humans if they had better options? But what do they count as now? Part of the human camp or the beast clan? Their parents were both from the beast clan, yet they had now become a beast tamer for humans. Forget it, they thought. As long as there isn't a beast tide attacking the city before I grow up, I will be grateful. This girl has really fallen asleep. Chapter 34, The Crisis in the Shadows. In a low-key yet luxurious office, a middle-aged man in formal attire stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the morning glow of the sunrise. The orange-red dawn spread across the clouds, dreamlike, offering a warm and peaceful feeling. However, the middle-aged man watching the sunrise frowned, showing no sign of being uplifted by the beautiful scenery. Governor, ever since we received news 2 days ago that Wang Jun was about to enter the area of the Falling Leaf Forest, there has been no further information. He Changjiang suddenly walked to the desk and slammed his palm down heavily, startling the young man beside him. It was clear that He Changjiang was in a bad mood. And rightfully so. Even though he was the governor of Maple Leaf City's defense, he didn't have many high-ranking beast tamers under him. And the number of true confidants was even fewer. Wang Jun was someone he trusted deeply, and he was also exceptionally capable. He Changjiang felt at ease assigning any task to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him on such an important mission. If only a few subordinates had died. Even if Wang Jun was among them, He Changjiang would certainly feel pained but wouldn't lose his composure. What truly unsettled him were the movements of the strange beasts in the Falling Leaf Forest. He was worried that it was a precursor to a beast tide. If it really was a beast tide, things would get troublesome. This matter could be serious or trivial, at the very least. They needed to know the scale of the beast tide. But now, The people sent to gather intelligence had disappeared. Governor, why don't we report and request support? If it really is a beast tide, Maple Leaf City might not be able to withstand it. The young man hesitated before speaking up. Do you think I haven't considered that? Reporting with no information will make the headquarters question my judgment. And do you think support is just something we can summon at will? Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. He Changjiang's fingers tapped repeatedly on the desk, clearly agitated. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered, send old Zhou to make a trip and contact all the elite civilian beast tamers within Maple Leaf City's range. We must prepare countermeasures in advance, and if necessary, we need to nip the beast tide in the bud. Yes. The young man saluted and left to convey the orders. Falling Leaf Forest, a very peculiar place, where a unique plant known as the falling leaf maple grows. The trunks of the falling leaf maple are straight, often exceeding 10 meters in height, and 30-meter ones are not uncommon. The uniqueness of the falling leaf maple comes from its leaves falling throughout the year, regardless of the season. There are always a few desolate leaves on the branches, but they never seem to fall completely. A few fall each day, and a few grow back. This is a tree that completely defies the natural growth patterns of plants, which is also where its name originates. The naturally fallen leaves from the falling leaf maple contain some energy, but it must be caught while they are falling. Once they hit the ground, the energy quickly dissipates. Moreover, the energy contained in these fallen leaves is not substantial. Even a single leaf does not qualify as a first-tier material. Additionally, there are almost no other plants in falling leaf forest, nor are there any valuable beast clans, making it of little worth to humans. Only some low-level hunters come to collect leaves to sell. Now, falling leaf forest has become a forbidden zone for humans. There are first-tier coyotes, second-tier gray wolves, elite-level bloodthirsty wolves, and even leader-level silver moon wolves. Not only wolf-type strange beasts, but also elite-level striped tigers, jungle leopards, and wild gorillas. In the wild, different species of strange beasts would either retreat or fight to the death upon encountering each other, with no possibility of peaceful coexistence. But now, regardless of the species, all strange beasts roam throughout falling leaf forest, seemingly searching for something. Even if different species encounter one another, they only roar and intimidate each other, never actually attacking. Although it cannot be considered true peaceful coexistence, they are all making an effort to restrain themselves. The emergence of this situation clearly indicates that a stronger beast tamer is restraining them. At this moment, in the central area of falling leaf forest, 3 beast tamers in combat uniforms were hiding behind a tall falling leaf maple. One of them, a beast tamer with a scarred face, had a plant resembling a sensitive plant growing in his hand. No, a young man with dark skin in his 30s shook his head. They Haven T failed to find us. It seems they are deliberately avoiding this place. Wang Jun, have you discovered something? Another person quickly asked. The scarred man's expression was somewhat grim, but he didn't refute it. Wang Jun was the captain of this mission, and more importantly, the scarred man knew that Wang Jun was smarter than he was. Wang Jun shook his head with a grim expression. Let us rest for a bit. We need to recover some stamina first. I have some guesses, but I sincerely hope I'm wrong. Wang Jun, I suddenly understand what you mean. The third person, named Zhang Chong, suddenly spoke up. What? The scarred man was slightly taken aback. Zhang Chong said, those guys Haven T failed to chase us. They Haven T lost track of us. They just don't dare to come here. Are you suggesting there are more dangerous strange beasts here? The scarred man finally realized. No, this is just a guess. There are still some things I Haven T figured out. Wang Jun pressed his lips together, trying to reassure his remaining 2 teammates. No. Look. Zhang Chong pointed in a direction. There stood a falling leaf maple, but compared to the other falling leaf maples, it appeared quite small. Only 2 or 3 meters high, yet its branches and leaves were lush. Each leaf looked like a piece of art carved from gold, resembling a golden tree at first glance. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, rustling the peculiar falling leaf maple, accompanied by faint sounds of metal clashing. A golden leaf was blown off and floated leisurely in the air. Chapter 35. Not checking the almanac before going out. Not good. Wang Jun suddenly exclaimed, be careful. The leaf in the air vanished in an instant. No, it didn't disappear. It was moving too fast for Wang Jun's naked eye to catch. In the same moment, a gigantic dog engulfed in flames appeared in front of Zhang Chong. It was his signature beast, the 7-star leader, the flame demon dog. The flames surged outward, instantly enveloping a large area in front of it. However, the flames seemed to have no effect. The golden leaf passed straight through the fire, flashing by the position of the flame demon dog's head. A massive, fierce dog head fell to the ground, its copper bell-sized eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The flame demon dog's enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, and the flames on it extinguished immediately. The flames represented its vitality. Their extinguishment meant it was dead. A single leaf had actually killed a 7-star leader-level beast. But the golden leaf did not stop. With a flash of golden light, Zhang Chang's head flew into the sky. Not only had a flame demon dog been killed, but the beast tamer had also been eliminated in an instant. Wang Jun and Scar's pupils contracted sharply, completely in disbelief. But the golden leaf seemed unwilling to give up. Although its speed slowed down a bit, it still headed straight for Scar. In an instant, a nearly 2-meter-tall mantis appeared in front of Scar, its sharp blade arms slicing out. Ding! A crisp and melodious metallic clash sounded. There was a momentary stalemate between the golden leaf and the blade arm, and then the golden leaf was sent flying back. The 8-star leader, the blade mantis. Scar's famed beast. Although it had temporarily repelled the golden leaf's attack, Scar dared not let down its guard. Knowing that it was only because Zhang Chang's fiery magic dog had already consumed most of its energy that it could seem to block it so easily. Damn it. Did I leave without checking the calendar? This is definitely a Lord-level beast. I can't believe there's a plant-type Lord-level monster in the falling leaf forest. Wang Jun, you go first. You must get the message out. I'll hold it off for you. Damn it. Remember to take good care of my wife and son. The blade mantis took a few steps forward, raising its 2 blade arms, ready to strike. Scar spat out a mouthful of saliva, raised his hand, and prepared to summon other beasts for a desperate fight. No, Wang Jun suddenly spoke up. No, I mean, it hasn't come to that. Wang Jun took 2 steps forward and stood next to Scar, pointing at the golden leaf maple. What do you mean? Scar paused for a moment. Aren't you curious? If it had attacked us at the speed it just did, it would have attacked us several times while you were talking, but it hasn't. And look behind it. Behind the tree branches. Wang Jun squinted, deep in thought. Scar frowned and looked. A faint trace appeared between the gaps in the yellow jacket tree's leaves. It was a very strange trace, like an ink mark on a scroll, but there was no scroll, and the ink mark seemed to be floating in the air. What is this thing? By the way, since this guy doesn't intend to attack us anymore, shouldn't we slip away? Scar lowered his voice. Wang Jun shook his head helplessly. Slip away? Where to? Did you forget about the beasts outside? We're already surrounded. It's just that they don't dare to come here. So what should we do? Scar's voice was very soft. Now that they knew the golden tree wouldn't attack for the time being, Scar naturally didn't dare to make too much noise to avoid attracting the golden tree's attention. Wait, maybe there will be a turning point. What if it attacks us again? With that level of attack, even we can't withstand it a few times. Then we'll just have to blame our bad luck. Fengya City First High School. Duan Ziluo and Zhang Changhuai had just walked out of the training hall when 2 people in black uniforms approached, seemingly waiting for them. City Defense Department? Is there something wrong? Zhang Changhuai raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing the uniforms they wore. A capable-looking woman with long hair said politely, "Hello, Teacher Zhang. I'm sorry to disturb you, but the governor has something to discuss with you. Please come with us." "What is it?" Zhang Changhuai frowned slightly. "I'm sorry. That's not for us to know. Please follow us, and you'll find out. I have something to do." Zhang Changhuai wanted to refuse. This matter was clearly more important. Jiang Yan, although polite, had an implicit tone of threat. According to the Beast Tamer Management Law, if a city is threatened or has potential threats, the city defense governor's orders must be unconditionally complied with by all beast tamers, regardless of whether they are on duty. Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. And there's a Beast Tamer Management Law? Why not have a Beast Management Law to handle those restless beasts outside the city? Zhang Changhuai squinted slightly. Is there a threat to Fengya City? If you're bringing up the Beast Tamer Management Law, you should also know the consequences of abusing power and falsely reporting threats against beast tamers, right? Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback, and her attitude became more respectful. Teacher Zhang, I certainly understand, but this matter is absolutely true, and it is indeed an order from the governor. I hope you will cooperate. Duan Ziluo immediately understood and said, Teacher Zhang, you go ahead. I can manage on my own. Be careful. Call me if you need anything. After Zhang Changhuai gave a few instructions, he finally left with them under Jiang Yan's repeated urging. Something feels off. Bai Chen thought thoughtfully. All right, Xiao Bai. What kind of meat do you want to eat? Anything's fine. Just buy whatever you like. Then beef it is. I heard lions seem to like beef. Who told you that? The beast world. Bai Chen smiled helplessly. This girl. Chapter 36. Another Lord-level beast. Ziluo, where are you going? Before Duan Ziluo could leave the school, a girl chased after her. Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this foolish woman, squinting his eyes. Lu Qingqing asked Ziluo, you pamper your little Bai so much. Aren't you hot holding him all the time? Duan Ziluo smiled sweetly. Not hot at all. It's actually quite cool. Not as cold as ice, just a very comfortable temperature. I think having Xiao Bai means I won't even need to turn on the air conditioning in summer. Then let's take turns holding him, okay? Saying this, Lu Qingqing picked up the little creature following her feet. A small fire-red fox, the scarlet flame fox, fire attribute. It's no wonder Lu Qingqing felt hot holding it. However, the cool feeling next to Bai Chen wasn't just because of the ice attribute. It was more about his control over temperature. If this scarlet flame fox became proficient in controlling elements, it could absorb the surrounding heat. And then Lu Qingqing wouldn't feel hot anymore, but rather cold. Alright, it's fine. By the way, what are you going to do? Can I go with you? Lu Qingqing quickly put the scarlet flame fox down, completely ignoring the little fox's aggrieved expression. Don't shake it too hard. Bai Chen's face was full of black lines. Beast Arena? Zilua, why are you going there? Lu Qingqing asked curiously. But Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Beast fighting? I want to go, Zilua. Can we go together? In the core area of the falling leaf forest, in a small clearing, a golden leaf maple tree, only 2 or 3 meters tall, was rooted there. The last glimpse of orange sunset was about to disappear, and a few cold stars were already hanging in the cool-toned sky. The sky was getting dark, but the tree with golden leaves still shone brightly, swaying and rustling. But there was no wind. At the edge of the clearing, 2 people were crouching beside a tall, normal golden leaf maple. One was a young man with dark skin and a strong build, and the other was a big man with a nasty scar on his face. It was Wang Jun and Scar, who were trapped here. How much longer do you think we have to squat here? Scar directly plopped down on the ground covered in fallen leaves. A whole day had passed. They had been trapped here for an entire day, unable to move forward or backward, only able to move within this small area. However, they had also grasped some of the golden leaf maple's attack patterns. As long as they didn't get too close and didn't make too much noise, it wouldn't attack. It depends on how long it takes for it to deal with its own situation, or whether the governor will send someone to help. Wang Jun said softly. What do you mean? Scar tossed Wang Jun a piece of compressed biscuit and took one for himself. Wang Jun took the biscuit, shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, the beasts surrounding us outside are clearly not affiliated with this golden tree, and since they dare to surround at least a lord-level golden tree, it means there are also beings among them that are of the same level as this golden tree. You mean there's another lord-level beast? Scar's movements froze instantly. Wang Jun nodded. Yes, the beasts outside are almost all carnivorous predators, and among the lords near our Fengye city, only the Grey Rock Lord's subordinates are all of this type of beast. This time, it's likely that it's the Grey Rock Lord. Wait, are you talking about that guy? Isn't its territory at least a few hundred kilometers away from here? How could it come here? It's obvious that there's something here that attracts it, even at the cost of opposing this powerful lord. A certain glimmer flashed in Wang Jun's eyes, and he already had some guesses. The Grey Rock Lord is a veteran lord, and there aren't many things that can attract it. Scarface suddenly brightened up. So are we possibly waiting for them to both suffer and then picking up the pieces? Let's take a nap. Anything can happen in a dream. Wang Jun shot him an annoyed glance. A lord-level fight is not a joke. Hee hee. Scarface chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and suddenly his expression changed. Wang Jun. Did you hear that sound? Caw. The previously vague sound quickly became clear. It was a loud and crisp eagle cry. Wang Jun's heart stirred, and he looked up to see a black shadow rapidly approaching from the horizon. It's Captain Zhou. We're saved. Scarface's eyes lit up. Wang Jun also felt a slight joy in his heart. If it's him, we might really be saved. A huge black eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters soared in, and a tall figure stood with hands behind his back on the eagle's back. The surrounding group of exotic beasts instantly became extremely noisy, with various roars and howls, and the beast tamers wielding elemental powers attacked the black eagle in the air. Hee hee. Some beasts dared to be reckless. Kill. A casual voice came from behind the black eagle, and immediately, countless wind blades condensed near the black eagle's wings, slashing down towards the ground. In an instant, tall maple trees were stripped of their branches, and blood splattered in the forest as exotic beasts were directly killed by the wind blades. The black eagle began to slow down and lower its altitude, seemingly having spotted Wang Jun and Scarface. A light laugh came from behind the black eagle. Heh, do I really have to come for such a trivial matter? The black eagle landed, and a figure leapt down from its back. Looking at the two in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. Where are the others? Chapter 37. It's quite strange. In the second beast fight, the opponent was a 4-star first-level black cat, and Bai Chen won easily, still using only ice spikes to resolve the battle. It's not that he didn't want to watch. If possible, Bai Chen still wanted to see it, especially since there was a second-level beast fight scheduled for today. But there was no way to watch. Thinking of this, Bai Chen wanted to curse. It was really a pain, as a fighter participating in the beast fight. If he wanted to watch other fights, he needed to buy another ticket. And the ticket price was not cheap. If he didn't buy a ticket, he could only wait in the preparation area for his own beast fight, then participate and leave after it ended. The tickets for the beast arena come in many types, including single, consecutive, and all-day tickets. Among them, single tickets are the cheapest, as the name suggests, allowing only one fight to be watched. After all, it's not good for this girl to lose face in front of her friends. Not all single tickets are 200. First-level beast fights are priced in hundreds. For a consecutive win or not winning consecutively, one fight costs 100. 2 consecutive wins 200, and so on. Anyway, Bai Chen finally realized how much of a scam this beast arena was and how much profit it made. It should be known that ticket sales are only a small part of the arena's income. The bulk comes from the bets. Winning 2 beast fights means 3,000 yuan. After deducting the ticket for Lu Qingqing and the money for groceries, there's just over 2,000 left. As long as he doesn't buy materials related to beast taming, the money is still quite sufficient. For such an intimate action, Bai Chen had long been calm. After all, he was just a lion now, still a young lion that had yet to fully develop. Do you have a history book? I want to take a look, Bai Chen suddenly said. Huh, a history book? What do you want that for? Besides, can you really read? I always thought you were looking at pictures on the tablet. Just taking a look. As for reading, I know some. Oh, and a geography book, let me see that too. Xiaobai, what are you looking at these for? And how do you know how to read? Don't you understand bloodline inheritance? Hurry up, stop asking so many questions. With no choice and not wanting to explain too much, Bai Chen could only act cute. All right, I'll go get it. You stay here obediently. Bai Chen obediently lay on the sofa, lost in thought. At first, he thought this world wasn't much different from his previous life, just with the addition of beast taming. But in the past 2 days, with all this talk about governors and beast tamers management laws, Bai Chen suddenly felt it was necessary to understand the framework of humanity in this world better. Although he was a lion, Bai Chen felt he couldn't be an uneducated lion. History, huh? Wow, that title has already piqued Bai Chen's interest. Xiaobai, let me tell you, because of that upheaval, only a few hundred years of recorded history exist. That's already quite good, Bai Chen nodded. Bai Chen was taken aback. You don't believe it? It's not that. It's just a bit strange. Haven't you seen photos of planets taken from space? Space? No. How could humans go to space? No astronauts. No satellites. Bai Chen was now a bit confused. The gap between this world and his imagination was getting bigger. No, if there are no satellites. How do you use your phones and TVs? Bai Chen was instantly stumped. He didn't actually understand much about these aspects. At most just knew some common knowledge. Don't worry. Let's take it one step at a time and sort it out carefully. Bai Chen gently exhaled. Duan Ziluo suddenly stood up and rushed over. My soup. Bai Chen quickly jumped off the sofa and followed, fearing that the kitchen would catch fire or that something would happen to this girl. Bai Chen controlled the ice element to freeze the water molecules in the thick smoke, and soon the smoke dissipated. Be careful, girl. Silly girl. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. I'm not secretly scolding you. I'm scolding you openly. Damn it, Xiaobai. Do you believe I won't let you eat later? Bai Chen chewed contentedly. As a lion, eating raw meat is quite reasonable, right? Bai Chen had nothing to complain about regarding this reason. Chapter 38 The Fallen Black Eagle. Stir-fried beef, grilled steak, pan-fried cod, stir-fried greens, and chicken soup with radish in a clay pot. The beast arena, Bai Chen silently calculated. It had already been 2 days, and if he could win another 9 days in a row, the prize money would double to over 1 million. And then he could afford to support this girl. Bai Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the beef in front of him. You should eat too. Being too thin doesn't look good. If someone didn't know, they would think you were underdeveloped. Stinky Xiaobai, if you say that again, I won't pay attention to you. In the end, you can't help but talk to me first. Wah. My big eagle, my black eagle, you died so tragically. You died so tragically. What will I do without you? My big eagle. Captain Zhou, it's fine if you're crying, but can you keep it down? Also, can you not say such ambiguous things? Wang Jun finally couldn't help but remind him. Let Captain Zhou cry for a bit. After all, the divine wind black eagle is dead. If I lost a lord-level beast, I would definitely cry worse than losing my own father. Scarface, leaning against a fallen red maple tree, smiled bitterly. Anyway, they were all waiting to die, so they might as well find some joy in their suffering. As there was already no hope. Hey, Captain Zhou, you can cry. Just try to keep the volume down. Don't disturb that golden tree. Or we're all done for, Wang Jun quietly reminded. Captain Zhou nodded, casually wiping his nose and tears, then suddenly hugged Wang Jun tightly, burying his head and sobbing softly. My black eagle, wah. Instantly, Wang Jun felt like killing someone. It was one thing for a grown man to cry. But why was he hugging him? Soon, Captain Zhou explained why he was hugging him. He needed a place to wipe his nose and tears. Although Wang Jun was a bit angry, thinking of their current situation, he suddenly felt no mood at all. 2-star Lord, Divine Wind Black Eagle, Captain Zhou's famous beast. Who would have thought it was actually defeated in an instant by such a tree? Just thinking about that scene made Wang Jun's heart race a bit faster. When Captain Zhou fell to the ground and realized that the tree was a terrifying exotic beast, without any hesitation, he confidently ordered his beast to attack. The Divine Wind Black Eagle launched a dense whirlwind of wind blades, and the golden tree seemed completely unprepared, directly losing a branch. Then, the golden tree began to tremble violently, and golden leaves fell like rain, turning the surroundings into a golden ocean. The divine winged black eagle was torn apart by countless golden leaves in one encounter, and now the feathered pieces of meat were still left there, although both were lord level. The divine winged black eagle had no power to fight back. Wang Jun had already begun to speculate that the golden ocean was likely the domain of the golden tree, a lord-level plant-type exotic beast that controlled a domain. It's worth noting that even the governor's famous beast had not yet mastered a domain. No wonder those exotic beasts dared not approach. Even with such a significant numerical advantage, they did not dare to come close. At this moment, Wang Jun felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Could they only wait to die here? With Captain Zhou trapped here, who else could come to save them? I might not make it to class today. If I don't come, remember to organize them to study hard and not to slack off. After all, you are the class representative. Then please keep an eye on them. I'll handle the beasts. This is a subtle influence, primarily an enhancement of confidence. Duan Ziluo currently has considerable prestige in Class 3, and of course, the main reason for this prestige is her strength. Duan Ziluo's little lion challenged everyone in Class 1 alone and actually won. Others might consider this a rumor, but the people in Class 3 were different, as Bai Chen trained and studied in the training hall every day. Elemental power, the only beast that mastered elemental power. Although most students wouldn't claim their eyesight was exceptional, just judging from the visual effects, Bai Chen was quite remarkable. Thus, no one caused trouble, and everyone obediently did what they were supposed to do. After nearly half a month of study, almost all students could coordinate quite well with their beasts. Most students had passed the initial adjustment period and had begun to learn about beast space and training their beasts. Research in this world shows that physical training is beneficial for the level growth of exotic beasts, but Bai Chen certainly did not need it. In addition to physical training, some had also begun combat training, such as a gorilla hitting a punching bag. Chapter 39, Reporting. These days, Bai Chen had clearly felt something was off, in many aspects, such as Zhang Changhuai seeming to have become very busy, often unavailable to come to school. The audience at the beast fighting arena noticeably decreased, and some rumors circulating in the school. Moreover, even if the beast tide attacked the city, there would be tall people to hold it up. So it shouldn't be Bai Chen's turn to step up now. Because Zhang Changhuai rarely came to school these days, Bai Chen naturally couldn't train with the evil fire spirit, leaving him with quite a bit of free time. So, more than anything, Bai Chen was getting to know this world, delving deeper into understanding it. He was shocked by what he discovered. Yes, it's an imperial system, which means there is still a royal presence. Besides, the area of this world is much larger than Bai Chen's hometown. Without specific data, Bai Chen was not entirely sure, but it was at least dozens or hundreds of times larger. This world still had the existence of other countries, but the information Bai Chen had access to was limited, so he didn't understand much. Secondly, due to the threat of exotic beasts in the wild, there are no small towns or villages. Everything is organized by cities, the smallest of which is at least the level of Maple Leaf City, with over 1 million people. Other countries probably follow a similar pattern. However, Bai Chen found it somewhat strange. It seemed that each city was like an isolated island. The exotic beasts living in the wild were like the sea between these islands. No, even more terrifying than the sea. It was precisely because of this uniqueness that the imperial administration had granted a significant degree of autonomy. Each city is governed by a mayor, a governor, and an inspector, forming a tripartite balance of power. Also, Bai Chen finally figured out how there could be internet and signals without satellites. It is said that the network and signals only exist within the city limits. Once outside this range, neither phones nor computers would have signals. Bai Chen speculated it should be a regional network, with telephone signals likely being relayed through signal stations within the city. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, there are exotic beasts everywhere outside. And even if base stations were built, they would be destroyed. It wouldn't make sense to have people guarding them all the time. There are also many other aspects that differ greatly from Bai Chen's hometown. In conclusion, Bai Chen realized that while things may seem similar, they are actually quite different. In a luxuriously decorated conference room, meeting after meeting, all they do is hold meetings. What good does it do for a bunch of people to sit here and talk nonsense? A muscular man sitting in the first seat on the right side of the rectangular mahogany conference table was tapping the table irritably. This man was none other than Zhang Changhuai, who had not been at school these days and was actually here. The person sitting at the head of the table, He Changjiang, looked very displeased, his brow furrowed, but he remained silent. Instead, the person sitting first on the left spoke up. Teacher Zhang, don't be so irritable. Aren't we discussing this? Zhang Changhuai responded with a cold smile. By the time you come up with a result, those people will have grass growing on their graves. I say we should just go directly to the falling leaf forest and deal with those exotic beasts one by one, said the man at the first seat on the left, shaking his head in disagreement. That's too reckless. Sometimes, differences in individual strength cannot be compensated for by numbers. Teacher Zhang, you should know this. Even Zhou Song fell in the falling leaf forest. No one can say how terrifying the exotic beasts there really are. By now, if nothing unexpected has happened, they should have already died. I think we should not be discussing how to rescue those people anymore, but rather how to ensure the safety of Maple Leaf City. In the second seat on the right, Wang Bo, Zhang Chonghui's subordinate, and also a teacher at the first high school, adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Chi-he, Inspector Chi. You aren't saying this out of fear of death, are you? What did you say? The man named Chi-he at the first seat on the left flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Wang Bo. Do you know what crime it is to slander an inspector directly under the Empire? Bang. He Tianhao, sitting at the head of the table, could no longer hold back and slammed the table with his palm. He slowly exhaled, wanting to scold everyone, but he knew he couldn't do that. After calming his emotions, he said, everyone, calm down. Inspector Chi, you know that Teacher Wang's brother is still in the falling leaf forest. It's inevitable for emotions to run high and for mistakes to be made. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. I'm not that petty. Chi-he snorted coldly. I'm not worried about my brother. He won't die so easily. Even if he really dies, that's his fate. Wang Bo adjusted his glasses nonchalantly and said with a light smile, what I want to say is, how many days has it been? 5 days. A full 5 days. Zhou Song has been missing for at least 3 or 4 days. And during this time, apart from the photos taken by drones from a distance, we haven't received any useful information. What are you all waiting for? Waiting for the beast tied together? Or waiting for some Lord-level exotic beast to complete its evolution? Celebrating its success with the lives of over 1 million people in Maple Leaf City? To be honest, I don't know how Maple Leaf City has held out for so long under your protection. After speaking, Wang Bo chuckled a few times, full of sarcasm, and then took a sip from the teacup beside him. The expressions of most people in the conference room were not good, including He Changjiang. Wang Bo was mocking them for their inaction. It should be noted that Zhou Song's beast was a flying beast, the only Lord-level flying beast in Maple Leaf City. Among the people present, it was not the strongest in combat power, but it was definitely the fastest at escaping. This was also the reason He Changjiang sent Zhou Song. He thought that even if the problem couldn't be solved, self-preservation was still an option. But who would have thought that Zhou Song would encounter an accident as well? Now, this situation was truly a dilemma for He Changjiang, with difficulties on all sides. The matter of the fallen leaf forest could not be ignored, after all. It was so close to Maple Leaf City. But what could be done about it? Use one's head to solve it? Chi-he provocatively said, Are you afraid, Teacher Wang? Wang Bo replied confidently, I'm the only heir of the Wang family. I can't let it end like this. Besides, I'm not your subordinate. You have no right to order me. Being afraid of death is just being afraid of death. What excuse is there? Chi-he mocked. Huh, Wang Bo replied coldly. All right. Stop talking, He Changjiang said helplessly. Report it, and see what the higher-ups say. Chapter 40, A Powerful Opponent. Xiao Bai, is today the 7th match? MHM, are you going to bet all your money on yourself again today? What else? After the 5th match, I can't concede. Losing means death. So I might as well take the money with me. Xiao Bai, you can't say that. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Duan Ziluo threatened with a fierce expression, raising her fist at Bai Chen. Don't worry, I won't let you lose money. Damn, you know that's not what I'm worried about. Xiao Bai, you have to be more careful. Duan Ziluo was no longer in the mood to joke with Bai Chen and earnestly reminded him. I know, don't worry. How could I just die like this? It's about to start. Put me down. I need to warm up. This is the prize money from yesterday. As for the previous one, I lost. That had nearly 10 times the odds. However, the opponent in the 6th match was not as easy to deal with as Bai Chen had imagined. One could even say it was tricky. It was a first-level 8-star fire lizard, with strong defense and also mastered fire elements that were somewhat restraining to Bai Chen. It was very powerful and definitely ranked among the top in first-level beast fights. Therefore, Bai Chen spent nearly 10 minutes exhausting its energy before defeating it. Although he won the beast fight, the bets naturally went down the drain. But Bai Chen felt that it was completely unnecessary to risk tens of thousands of dollars for this. The trump card was not something that could be shown to others casually, and if he performed too strongly, his odds would also drop later. So Bai Chen wisely chose to give up. Today's opponent was a first-level 9-star magma elephant turtle, which had won 7 consecutive matches with a historical record of 32 wins and 8 losses. Bai Chen's odds were 119, and the magma elephant turtle's odds were also 119. Upon seeing the opponent's information, Bai Chen immediately felt something was off. The opponent was very strong, which was normal. After observation, Bai Chen found that almost all the beasts with 5 consecutive wins were either late-stage first level, namely 8-star or 9-star. But if that was all, it would be fine. But why was it also fire type? And a fire type with strong defense at that? Fire type didn't necessarily mean it could restrain Bai Chen. After all, Bai Chen believed that there was no absolute restraining relationship between elements. But a fire type with strong defense was different. In the eyes of others, it was even more restraining. There was no need to let this naive girl worry. Today's third beast fight, Ms. White Lion Snow Lion vs. Fire Demon S Magma Elephant Turtle, now officially starting. As the broadcast echoed throughout the venue, the iron gate in front of Bai Chen rose, and he knew it was his turn to appear. Xiao Bai, be careful. MHM. And opposite Bai Chen, a giant slowly walked out. Its shell was not like a normal turtle, but rather resembled a miniature volcano on its back. With thick and long limbs, it really looked like an elephant's foot, standing nearly 3 meters tall. With a back that was 2 to 3 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters long. 2 thick columns of white steam erupted from the nostrils of the magma elephant turtle, heavy and persistent like a steam locomotive. The magma elephant turtle took a few slow steps forward, and the volcano on its back seemed to tilt slightly, causing some magma to spill out. Sizzling as it dripped onto the arena floor. Bai Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Facing this giant, his ice spikes would probably barely tickle it. Bang! The iron gates on both sides slammed down simultaneously, and the beast fight officially began. Without hesitation, Bai Chen summoned ice spikes beside him and rapidly fired them. The magma elephant turtle seemed to ignore them, continuing to move forward slowly until the ice spikes were nearly upon it. Then it suddenly retracted its neck and opened its large mouth like a snake. An orange-red flame was spewed out, with a wide coverage area. Nearly 10 ice spikes were instantly engulfed by the flames, melting and evaporating without leaving any trace. Is this the standard for the 7th match? Bai Chen silently cursed in his heart. This guy was definitely nearing the threshold of the 2nd level. It would be difficult to find a 1st-level beast stronger than this one among all the fighters in Maple Leaf City. However, since this guy was so strong, why was its previous record only 7 consecutive wins? Wait, Bai Chen seemed to understand something, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn beast fight arena, can't play fair. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat hit him, startling Bai Chen, who no longer dared to let his mind wander and quickly retreated. But a massive surge of flames was already rushing towards him. With his short legs, he definitely couldn't dodge. Ice wall, Bai Chen silently chanted. Instantly, the ice elements condensed wildly, and a thick ice wall shot up from the ground in front of Bai Chen, protecting him. But Bai Chen was still quickly running to the side, because the seemingly solid ice wall began to melt the moment it came into contact with the flames. The magma elephant turtle continued to spew flames while moving forward, and with each step of its thick limbs, a shallow footprint was left behind. Bang! The ice wall, already melted to a thin layer, was directly shattered by the body of the magma elephant turtle. Although its pace wasn't fast, its long legs meant that overall, its speed wasn't slow. Given the terrifying size of the magma elephant turtle, Bai Chen had no chance to resist once it got close. Bai Chen knew that he couldn't hold back too much in this match. This giant was indeed hard to deal with, and just one encounter made him feel its power. Moreover, Bai Chen had yet to find any obvious weaknesses. A bit of difficulty was fine. It could serve as my whetstone. After all, I find the constant crushing battles quite boring. With this thought, Bai Chen's expression turned serious, and he stopped complaining. No matter what, dealing with this guy was the most critical. The diamond-shaped gem on Bai Chen's forehead flashed brightly, and his gaze became heavy as he controlled the ice elements in the air. On the ground, thick ice pillars shot up from the ground, intricately covering the area in front of the magma elephant turtle, aiming to block its advance. But in front of the massive magma elephant turtle, those ice pillars seemed like they were made of paper. It walked through without any avoidance, shattering one ice pillar after another. Chapter 41, Memories of the Past. It really is tricky. Bai Chen squinted slightly, his eyelids trembling. This was because his mind was almost entirely focused on controlling the elements. In a short time, the arena had transformed into a different scene, with cold air and hot air intertwining and scattering, fragments of ice and flames flying everywhere. The ground near the magma elephant tortoise in the Colosseum has already formed a thick layer of ice. Bai Chen originally wanted to make the magma elephant tortoise slip. He remembered that once a turtle was flipped over, it would be very difficult for it to right itself, which might be a solution. However, reality told Bai Chen that he was thinking too simply. Even though the layer of ice on the ground was quite solid, it still gave way under the massive frame of the magma elephant tortoise, which was protected by fire elements, creating holes with each step. The ice pillars and spikes that continuously emerged from the ground only barely slowed down the magma elephant tortoise's speed and didn't cause it any substantial impact. As for the ice spikes that Bai Chen could summon at any time, they were even less noteworthy. At this moment, Bai Chen was on one side of the Colosseum, while the magma elephant tortoise was in the center, still trying to approach him, but Bai Chen would not give it that opportunity. The layer of ice that had just formed around the magma elephant tortoise had unknowingly spread to cover the entire Colosseum. However, this had little effect on the magma elephant tortoise, and Bai Chen knew this as well. The purpose of the ice layer was not to block the magma elephant tortoise. It was merely to allow Bai Chen to run a little faster, or rather, to slide. Since this was an ice layer that Bai Chen had condensed himself, it was incredibly smooth, allowing him to quickly glide without needing to take steps, thus increasing the distance between him and the magma elephant tortoise. As the favored child of ice, shouldn't his skating be too much to ask? Bai Chen thought to himself. The magma elephant tortoise stopped breathing fire and quickened its pace in an attempt to catch up with Bai Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps crushed the ice layer beneath it. Wherever it passed, both the ice layer on the ground and the ice pillars and spikes shattered into pieces. Bai Chen continued to glide on the ice surface. Even if some areas of the ice were damaged and cracked, or other ice fragments fell on it, he could instantly restore it to its original state. It seemed to have temporarily formed a balance. Although the Colosseum was only so large, it was circular. And with the advantage of gliding on the ice, the magma elephant tortoise could not catch up to Bai Chen. Moreover, Bai Chen's evasion did not cause much dissatisfaction among the spectators. On the contrary, many felt that the ticket was worth it. Whether it was the ice on the ground or the rising ice pillars or the crushed ice fragments, all of these created a visually stunning effect. Such large-scale use of elemental power was rare even in second-tier beast battles. In fact, due to the chaotic flying ice fragments, a transparent protective shield had already risen around the Colosseum, which was something that would normally only appear in second-tier battles. The audience was thoroughly entertained. But Bai Chen felt a bit distressed. The energy within him was already below 1/5, and he was nearing his limit. Bai Chen's energy recovers quickly. But considering how fiercely he was using it now, if it weren't for the fact that most of it was still dominated by the ice elements in the air, he wouldn't be able to achieve this level. Even another second-tier beast master couldn't create such a large-scale ice effect like Bai Chen did. He had to find a way to deal with this guy. Domain? No, that would be too conspicuous here. It was somewhat reckless to use it last time at school. But fortunately, it seemed to have been blurred over by Zhang Chonghuai. And here, no one would help him cover it up. Using it? No, even more no. I can't control the energy of that thing right now. I can only barely borrow it. What to do, what to do? Bai Chen began to feel anxious. His internal energy was dwindling, and the situation was getting worse. Suddenly, a scene appeared before Bai Chen's eyes. The world was a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes falling like goose feathers, and the piercing cold wind slicing through everything like a blade. In the distance, a vortex appeared in the sky, blurring everything in front of him. It was a tornado, an incredibly terrifying tornado, reaching up to the horizon, parting the dark clouds, and descending to the ground, shattering the ice plains. It was a snowstorm tornado that seemed destined to destroy the world, one of the most terrifying natural disasters of the far north. At that time, Bai Chen was even younger than he was now, and his small blue eyes were filled with obvious fear. Just then, a gentle voice came from the side. "Chener, don't be afraid." Bai Chen looked over and saw a man whose age was hard to discern. He had waist-length white hair, an extraordinarily handsome and nearly perfect face, deep blue eyes radiating warmth, and a hidden, thick authority. Bai Chen called out in a childish voice. In the lion tribe, this call meant father. "Chener, pay attention." The man, dressed in a vintage wide-sleeved white robe, stood with one hand behind his back and extended his right hand towards the terrifying snowstorm tornado, as if grasping it. Instantly, everything in front of him, whether it was ice or snow, or the cold wind, seemed to freeze, as if the scene had been paused. In the next moment, the terrifying snowstorm tornado seemed to be pulled by something, coming towards Bai Chen uncontrollably. But this time Bai Chen was no longer afraid. As the tornado had lost all of its might, seemingly devoid of its terrible kinetic energy, unable to affect anything around it, it approached quickly while its size shrank. Soon, it appeared in the man's hand, transformed into a miniature tornado, but it regained its energy and began to spin again in his hand. "Chener, I hope you understand that there is nothing you need to fear, because you are the ruler of ice and snow. You will step onto the staircase formed by immortal ice and enter your own era, and you will enter a new realm in endless glory." The man squatted beside Bai Chen, speaking softly, and quietly placed the hand holding the tornado on Bai Chen's head, then directly pressed the tornado into the gem on Bai Chen's forehead. At that time, Bai Chen did not notice his father's small action, nor did he fully comprehend what his father said. He only had one thought in his mind. "Old man, I know I'm a genius. Stop saying it every day." How annoying. However, at that time, Bai Chen still felt a bit intimidated by his father's unfathomable power and didn't he dare to say it out loud. The scene faded from Bai Chen's mind, and his eyes regained clarity. He was still in the middle of a fight. Why did he suddenly recall this? Had he been distracted for so long? Suddenly, Bai Chen's eyelids twitched. Chapter 42, Passive Skill, Thinking of Dad. How did I reach the first tier? No. How did I suddenly reach the first tier? Bai Chen found it hard to believe, but the energy within him had already recovered to its original state. And the energy points he was condensing were telling him, "That's right, you're not hallucinating. You have indeed reached the first tier. But Bai Chen still couldn't figure out how he had broken through. According to his estimates, it should have taken at least half a month. So why had he broken through now? And it was during a battle. Was it because he suddenly thought of his cheap old dad? So, thinking of dad allows for a breakthrough? Does that mean I've gained the passive skill? Thinking of dad? Bai Chen's thoughts were somewhat confused. But the sudden heat in front of him awakened him. He quickly shook his head, not daring to think further. Anyway, he should finish the fight first. While he was distracted, he had actually been gliding on the ice, dodging the magma elephant tortoise's attacks. It seemed that the magma elephant tortoise couldn't catch up to him, and, after noticing something strange, finally couldn't help but use elemental attacks again. In that case, let us see what differences my breakthrough brings. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. This time, instead of sliding to dodge the attack, an ice wall rose before him. The azure ice wall, like a massive blue crystal, had sharp angles and curves that seemed to be meticulously sculpted. Under the huge spotlight in the air, it shone brilliantly. A large mass of crimson flames surged towards the ice wall, the cool tones clashing with the warm hues. Drip. The ice was melting. Water droplets slowly falling to the ground. Yet the ice wall seemed to possess life, as it was growing. It was no longer, as at the beginning, quickly reduced to a thin layer by the flames. Now, the ice wall seemed to have reached a balance with the flames, and the speed of melting was outpaced by the growth of the ice. The magma turtle's smooth, snake-like face showed a clear expression of disbelief, hesitating for a moment. It did not stop spewing flames, but instead increased the output of the flames. The orange-red flames transformed into a deep crimson, and a noticeable heat wave emanated through the air as the tiny volcanic vent behind the magma turtle began to bubble, with more and more magma spilling out. Bai Chen squinted, feeling that the magma turtle's energy had suddenly increased significantly. However, it was still not easy to break through the first tier limit. Since that's the case, we are both first tier, why should I be afraid of you? Ice and snowstorm. Bai Chen silently chanted in his heart, quietly mobilizing elemental power to cooperate, while also opening a very tiny gap in the law gem. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through the arena, bringing with it a thin layer of mist. No, that wasn't mist. It was dense ice particles in the air. The wind changed, and under the guidance of the cold wind, the dense ice particles, perhaps it was their movement that stirred the cold wind. The ice wall disappeared unnoticed, but the flames spewed by the magma turtle still could not make any progress. Because in the place where the ice wall originally stood, there was now an ice and snow tornado. The ice and snow tornado was spinning, its speed gradually increasing, with blue-white ice particles swirling around. The flames of the magma turtle, under the assault of the ice and snow tornado, became like a candle flickering in the wind and rain, as if it would extinguish at any moment. The magma turtle could not help but take a step back, as the ice and snow tornado had already pounced towards it. But its retreat was too late. The volume of the ice and snowstorm grew larger and larger, the blue-white color almost directly enveloping half the arena. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the arena was covered by the ice and snowstorm, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the transparent protective shield surrounding the arena. The position of the magma turtle was right in the center of the storm, and at this moment, its form was completely obscured by the wind and snow. Meanwhile, Bai Chen on the field simply stretched lazily. After reaching the first tier, his elemental power had entered a new level. Moreover, this ice and snowstorm was not solely Bai Chen's own power. He had also borrowed a trace of the terrifying storm's power that his father had stored in his law gem. When Bai Chen remembered that his father had stuffed that storm into his law gem, many things became clear to him. Although he didn't know how it was done, that didn't matter. What mattered was that the storm was in a state of near solidification, but if Bai Chen wanted, he could completely release it. However, Bai Chen now understood how to use it. Having an extra trump card, even if it was inexplicably obtained, felt great. Bai Chen couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting, revealing his little milk teeth. But how powerful was this storm? It seemed Uncle Bai Pa had mentioned that if he encountered such a terrifying storm, he could only barely protect himself. Uncle Bai Pu was a king-level powerhouse. So did that mean everyone below king level was a little brother? He just didn't know if the power had diminished after being messed with by his cheap dad, and whether it could still be controlled after being released. While Bai Chen was lost in thought, the ice and snow storm gradually calmed down, the cold wind slowly dissipating, and the ice particles falling. Under Bai Chen's control, this process was accelerated, and soon, everything in the arena reappeared in the audience's view. The layer of cold ice on the ground had disappeared, and the ice particles were nowhere to be found. Everything seemed unchanged. The little white lion was still standing there. However, in the place that originally belonged to the magma turtle, a huge block of cold ice appeared. The blue-white ice was vaguely transparent, revealing the magma turtle trapped within. After a few seconds, a minute, it seemed to be confirming whether the magma turtle could break free from the ice. But during this time, it made no movements. Thus, the broadcast voice rang out. Lady White Lion wins. Duan Ziluo had been waiting for a long time, smiling as she picked up Bai Chen. Little Bai, you're amazing. At the same time, in the audience, many keen-eyed individuals in the VIP boxes began to sense something unusual. This little lion is strange, definitely strange. Go investigate it for me. In a VIP box, a figure sitting on a comfortable leather sofa instructed the attendant behind him. Chapter 43, The Sudden Selection. The privilege of a silver fighter. Finally, you can watch the beast fights without buying a ticket, but it's limited to oneself and only in the regular audience section. Since the 7th match with the Magma Turtle, the following battles, while the opponents were decent, were weaker compared to the Magma Turtle, naturally unable to stop Bai Chen. According to his statement, first-tier silver fighters are rare, and opponents are not easy to find. However, Bai Chen felt that this guy couldn't afford to lose. But it was fine, winning 10 consecutive matches, plus the betting winnings, he already had over 1 million. Buying a second-tier crystal core would be enough for Bai Chen to eat for several days. Zhang Chonghui was actually there and had gathered the students, seemingly waiting for others. Zhang Chonghui nodded. All right, just stand here. Once everyone is here, I have some announcements to make. Duan Ziluo obediently held Bai Chen, standing next to Zhang Chonghui. The other students' beast companions were on the other side, forming another formation. What could it be? Bai Chen thought silently. Not long after, before class time, all the students were gathered. Zhang Chonghui did not wait for the class time and directly said, Dear students, it has been 27 days since you joined the Beast Master training course. I told you at the beginning that there would be a test after a month. Now it is almost a month, so the test will officially begin today. However, this test is not just for your class, or even just for your grade, but for 5 Beast schools in Maple Leaf City together. Next, I will call out names, and those called will step forward. Zhang Chonghui looked around at everyone and directly read, You all step forward, the rest stay in place. Duan Ziluo, being next to Zhang Chonghui, did not need to move, while the others whose names were called quickly stepped out of the formation. There were a total of 7 people in Class 3, making up barely 1/8 of the total class size. You wait to the side first. I'll arrange the others and then talk to you about some serious matters. Zhang Chonghui said to those whose names were called. Zhang Chonghui then continued to the remaining students. The rest of you don't be discouraged. This is just a special test, not an official one. You will all participate in the official test, but today I might not have time to watch over you, so just wait. Really? Ziluo? Don't hide it from me, Lu Qingqing asked, somewhat incredulously. Ahem. At this moment, Fengbo coughed. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. He's telling you I'm here. Suddenly, Zhang Chonghui's voice came from behind Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was startled. All right, it's nothing. I have something to tell you. Zhang Chonghui smiled nonchalantly, not intending to blame Lu Qingqing. What is it, Teacher Zhang? Fengbo asked. Zhang Chonghui said, This test you are participating in is actually a selection process. I took a look, and there are a total of 128 people from 5 high schools in Maple Leaf City who meet the criteria. Now we need to select 5 individuals from these 128. The selection rules are very simple. Combat, elimination system. From 128 to 64, from 64 to 32. Until the final 5. The selection will start at 12:30 in the beast fighting arena of our school, and it should be completed within today. You can take the morning to rest and have an early lunch. Now you can go and have some free time. But make sure to gather at the beast fighting arena by noon. Don't be late. By the way, just a reminder, the rewards for the final 5 are very good, and you definitely won't want to miss out. Of course, if you are late, it will be considered as you forfeiting your participation. Teacher Zhang, can I ask a question? Fengbo raised his hand. Zhang Chonghui nodded and said, Go ahead. Fengbo asked, What will the final 5 do? Why is there a selection? Duan Ziluo also looked at Zhang Chonghui with curiosity. However, Zhang Chonghui shook his head. I can't tell you that. Only the final 5 will be qualified to know. All right. Are there any other questions? I have one. Fengbo raised his hand again. Go ahead. Zhang Chonghui nodded. Fengbo curiously asked, Why exactly 128 people? Is that a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. This is because someone chose that number for convenience and directly excluded the excess, Zhang Chonghui said with a helpless smile. Bai Chen felt that the person Zhang Chonghui mentioned was quite talented and wondered if he would have a chance to meet him. All right. The few of them responded and went to find their beasts. I suggest you can choose to let your Xiaobai surrender directly later. Chapter 44, Respect for Choices. Because it will be very dangerous, the final 5 will have to do something very dangerous. Zhang Chonghui nodded. It will indeed be very dangerous. But I can't tell you too much right now. Zhang Chonghui was very clear about the owner of those eyes. He understood what their talent meant. At least he believed he understood it well. Xiaobai, should we give up? After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Chonghui spoke again. Someone once said that flowers in a greenhouse can never become powerful beast tamers. This statement is not absolute, but I have to admit that there is some truth to it. I am your teacher, but I am only a teacher. So I do not have the right to make any decisions for you. I am just giving you advice, which I think is good advice. But what I think is good may not necessarily be good for you. Therefore, I respect your choice, whatever it may be. But similarly, you need to bear the consequences of your own choices. This time it is really dangerous and may cause you and Xiao Bai to lose your lives. Think carefully about it. After finishing, Zhang Chonghui turned to leave. He had many other things to attend to, and they were quite troublesome. It's okay, I will protect you. If it were before, Bai Chen might not have dared to say such things, but ever since he learned about the storm in his rule gem, his confidence had increased considerably. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with this guy's strength, no, with that little fox's strength, dreaming of getting one of those 5 spots is simply unrealistic. Zilua, what did you say? Lu Qingqing asked. Amid the 2 girls' chatter, they arrived at the library, which was quite empty since it was class time. In the Beast Tamer High School, the library allows beast companions to enter as long as they are not too large. Duan Ziyuo took a book titled Catalog of Rare Beasts, found a table to sit down, placed Bai Chen on the table, opened the book for him, and was then pulled aside by Lu Qingqing to whisper. Bai Chen gave Lu Qingqing an annoyed glance, and then focused on the book in front of him. Most of the rare beasts listed are from the 8 major categories. The special category, which inherently covers a wide range of species, subdivided into many types, such as soul types, death types, and parasitic types. Bai Chen read with great interest. He wanted to travel around this world and see the amazing species mentioned in these books. While reading, Lu Qingqing went to buy some grapes, and the 2 girls fed Bai Chen together. A certain poor little fox was overlooked by its ungrateful master. However, Bai Chen felt quite comfortable, reading while enjoying the fruits. Just before 11 o'clock, the 2 girls and their beasts went to the cafeteria to eat. As a Beast Tamer High School, there were naturally special foods for beasts. There were many varieties, from basic beast feed of all levels to various meats, fruits, and vegetables, including ordinary ones and those from spiritual plants and rare beasts, with different prices accordingly. Duan Zilluo was not a stingy person, resulting in a meal costing nearly 10,000 yuan. Bai Chen had no complaints about this. Although it was his hard-earned money, money could be earned again. At 12 o'clock sharp, they arrived at the school's beast fighting arena. As the name suggests, it is the place where beast companions battle. However, compared to the fighting arena, the beast fighting arena is more formal, with more rules, and at least it doesn't allow serious injuries to the beasts. The layout of the beast fighting arena is somewhat similar to that of a fighting arena, but there are still some differences. The surrounding audience seats are circular, and in front of the audience seats is an open space with some tables and chairs, resembling a judge's area, followed by an empty section leading to a stage. As the first high school in Maple Leaf City, various facilities are naturally the best among all high schools, including the beast fighting arena, which is also the largest. This is why the event is held here. However, compared to the fighting arena, it is still considerably smaller, to be precise, much smaller. When Duan Zilluo and Lu Qingqing entered the beast fighting arena, there were already many people inside. Students from other schools naturally arrived earlier. In addition to students, there were also many teachers, dozens of them, most of whom were sitting in the audience with their students, while some gathered near the judge's area, seemingly discussing something. Over 100 people, including teachers and others who seemed to be doing nothing, were close to 200, which is actually not a small number. The atmosphere in the beast fighting arena was somewhat noisy, but no one seemed to care. Until 12:20, not the 12:30 that Zhang Chonghui mentioned. Someone took the stage to speak. It was teacher Wang Bo from Class 1. Chapter 45, The Urgent Competition. Everyone, the rules are simple, and I won't waste time repeating them. Just don't deliberately harm your opponent's life, and there is no need to hold back, because I will be watching. You have only 10 minutes. You must finish within 10 minutes. If you don't finish, I will directly determine the winner. That's it. Now, I will call out the names, and those called will go on stage to start the first elimination match. He Tianhao, Li Ku. Bai Chen blinked in confusion. He felt a sense of being rushed onto the stage. No, it wasn't just being rushed. It felt even more urgent than that. This was very unusual. Not to mention a school test. Even battles in the fighting arena were not this unprofessional and hasty. At that moment, He Tianhao and Li Ku did not immediately react. Is it time for us to go on stage? No drawing lots. No opening remarks? Both were bewildered. The process fell off. Just a few seconds later, Wang Bo coldly urged, "Are you both deaf?" He Tianhao from Class 1, Li Ku from Class 4, you have 1 minute to get on stage. If you're not on stage, your qualification will be directly cancelled. Immediately, the two dared not hesitate any longer and quickly made their way from the audience, their beast companions following closely behind. The layout of the beast fighting arena had quite spacious seating arrangements, allowing beasts of not too large a size to accompany their tamers directly. In fact, it could be said that the system of the first high school was very friendly to beast tamers, not deliberately distinguishing between tamers and their beasts, treating almost everyone equally. Hurry up and get on stage. You all just watch from below. I don't need to say anything more. Wang Bo raised his hand to release a light array, and a black and white gibbon walked out from the brilliance. The gibbon was about the height of an average adult, with a black body and white on its head, limbs, and nearly 2-meter-long tail. The hands of the black and white gibbon were long, hanging just 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground, and oddly, it was holding a red wooden stick. The gibbon stepped onto the arena, standing silently in a corner with the stick, clearly responsible for the safety of both competitors. Is this a teacher's beast? And it has a weapon? Lu Qingqing asked curiously. At this moment, He Tianhao and Li Ke's beasts also entered the arena. He Tianhao's beast was a black juvenile tiger. Bai Chen had seen it before, as well as He Tianhao. Back then, the cub of the Howling Sky Tiger was about the same size as Bai Chen. But now Bai Chen was still that size, while the Howling Sky Tiger had grown to the size of a medium dog. What kind of hormones has this guy taken to grow so fast? Bai Chen secretly complained. Just then, a voice came from the side, saying that this Howling Sky Tiger had already reached the first tier 6 stars. Duan Ziluo, Lu Qingqing. And of course Bai Chen all turned to look at the source of the voice, where a boy with a side-swept fringe and a silly smile was walking over. Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? Lu Qingqing asked, crossing her arms and looking at him warily. Not much, just came to sit and chat with you guys. Zhang Hao awkwardly sat down in the empty seat next to Lu Qingqing. Keep your distance, don't think you can take advantage of me. Lu Qingqing shot Zhang Hao a fierce glare. I'm already far away from you, forget it. Zhang Hao decided to avoid confrontation with girls and quietly moved one seat away to sit down. By the way, Zhang Hao, you said the Howling Sky Tiger is first tier 5 stars? How could it be so fast? Lu Qingqing asked incredulously, as her Scarlet Flame Fox had barely just broken through to the first tier. Zhang Hao replied, what's so strange about it? Do you know who his father is? Lu Qingqing cooperatively asked, who? He Chanjiang, Governor He. With his background, do you think he lacks resources? Zhang Hao curled his lip, seemingly looking down on those who relied on their parents. I see, but it seems he has never boasted about his background, Lu Qingqing said. At that moment, Wang Bo's voice rang out again. He Tianhao advances, Li Ke is eliminated. Hurry down. The next match is He Long versus Wang Kai. In the brief moment of conversation, the battle had already ended, and only Bai Chen had been watching the arena closely enough to notice something. The Howling Sky Tiger merely let out a low growl. The sound wasn't too loud, but Li Ke's beast immediately collapsed in pain on the ground. Soundwave attack? I wonder if the ice cold can withstand it. Bai Chen pondered. Wow, this guy really is fierce. Zhang Hao was also surprised that the fight had ended so quickly, but he was merely surprised. Zhang Hao crossed his arms dismissively and said, Humph, but if I were up there, I could do it too. Zhang Hao was waiting for them to ask about his own beast level. After a while, he finally couldn't help but say, hey, aren't you curious about what level my beast is? Second tier? Lu Qingqing glanced at him and retorted. Not yet, it's not that fast. But it's already first tier 6 stars. Talking about levels restored Zhang Hao's confidence. Oh, Lu Qingqing nodded. Who's your dad? Lu Qingqing looked at Zhang Hao suspiciously. Zhang Hao scratched his head, somewhat reluctant to say. After all, he was determined to become the strongest beast master on his own. Forget it, say it or not. Lu Qingqing lightly huffed and turned her head away proudly. I'll tell you, Zhang Hao said helplessly, Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai? Lu Qingqing looked a bit confused. It sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Zhang Hao nodded helplessly. He really didn't want to say it. Once his identity as a rich second generation was exposed, how could he make friends? The friends Zhang Hao wanted were those who wouldn't be friends with him just because he was wealthy. However, Zhang Hao was clearly overthinking. Lu Qingqing merely gave him a surprised glance. I think we might not be able to eat on time tonight. Why? Because we definitely have to finish the matches first. Chapter 46, Going Through the Motions. Compared to the battles in the beast fighting arena, this felt like playing house. Bai Chen seemed to be bullying little kids. After that, Zhang Hao also took the stage, and his armored rhinoceros was in the designated preparation area because of its large size. Then Lu Qingqing also took the stage, which was somewhat unexpected for Bai Chen as she wasn't eliminated in the first round, having had a stroke of luck to last another round. After that, the students from class 3 were up, with only one eliminated. Bai Chen forgot who it was, but anyway, they were all eliminated, so remembering the names was pointless. The first round of elimination took 2 hours to finish. It seemed long, but it was actually quite fast, considering there were dozens of matches, and many of them had very obvious differences in strength. Bai Chen noticed that the matched opponents didn't seem to be randomly called out by Wang Bo. Most were clearly mismatched, one strong and one weak. This efficiency was indeed fast. As for fairness, Bai Chen thought it was okay. After all, if he was strong enough, it wouldn't matter how opponents were assigned. After the first round ended, everyone had fought at least once, and Bai Chen had a rough idea of the students' strengths. Most were at the level of the first match in the beast fighting arena, struggling to win consecutive matches, with about 10 or so barely managing to win 2 or 3 in a row. There were 3 others who could manage 4 or 5 consecutive wins. All from Class 1. They were Zhang Hao, with the armored rhinoceros, which was massive, incredibly strong, and had astonishing defense, with a terrifying impact. Among first-tier beasts. Apart from some special cases, most couldn't be significantly affected, and its level was the highest, first-tier 6 stars. Then there was He Tianhao, with the Howling Sky Tiger, who had not shown much yet, but its unique sound wave attack and first-tier 5-star level already said a lot, if nothing unexpected happened. This was the strongest level among the students, of course, excluding Bai Chen. Bai Chen felt there was no threat at all. The matches in the arena continued without pause. Wang Bo's voice, which seemed to be made of something special, remained loud even after shouting for a long time without a sip of water. Soon, the second round ended, and as Bai Chen expected, Lu Qingqing was eliminated, with 2 more from Class 3 gone. Returning to her seat, Lu Qingqing looked somewhat dejected. Lu Qingqing responded weakly. Actually, it was better for her to be eliminated. If something dangerous were to happen, her little fox wouldn't be able to protect her. And Bai Chen wouldn't necessarily be able to take care of 2 burdens. That was Bai Chen's view. Bai Chen didn't care much. He had a rough idea of everyone's strength and didn't need to watch those matches that felt like playing house anymore. Night fell, and the outside was completely dark. The eliminated students had left, and many teachers had also departed. But as Zhang Chonghui said, they needed to finalize the slots today. So the matches continued without stopping. His beast was a peregrine falcon, small in size, with white feathers and gray-black spots, named Light Feather Peregrine. Flying beasts indeed held an advantage in the competition, and the Light Feather Peregrine was not weak either, already at first-tier 4 stars. Although the azure scale leopard couldn't fly, its speed was not inferior to the Light Feather Peregrine, and it had mastered elemental power, often forcing the peregrine to flee with wind blades. However, with the advantage of flight, it wasn't so simple for the azure scale leopard to truly defeat it. This wasn't the first time he directly decided who advanced, if the battle dragged on for too long or one side had a clear disadvantage. Wang Bo would announce it directly to avoid wasting time. There are definitely students who are not convinced, especially those who are not from Wang Bo's class or from number 1 high school, but their teachers are here too, and since the teachers have no objections, it's naturally not their place to speak. Of course, among so many people, there are bound to be a few who are quite stubborn. In the afternoon, a student directly questioned Wang Bo's judgment and even tried to disrupt the order of the competition, only to be dragged away by his own teacher. You 4. Choose the 5th person, Luo Sherwin. He Bo, you 2 go first. Wang Bo said. The battle began, but Wang Bo did not watch. Instead, he said to the 4 who advanced smoothly, everyone else, come over. It seemed to be Wang Bo's deliberate arrangement, as the 4 had never encountered each other before. Duan Zilu was holding Bai Chen as they walked out of the audience area, while Lu Qingqing had already left. Aside from the remaining 8 students, there were also a few teachers, making the entire beast fighting arena feel quite empty. The 4 of them quickly stood in front of Wang Bo, maintaining some distance from each other. Wang Bo had no intention of speaking yet, seemingly waiting for the 5th person to arrive together. The 4 showed Wang Bo a degree of respect and did not speak voluntarily. Choosing one person among the 4 required 3 battles, which under normal circumstances would take at least an hour, but Wang Bo clearly did not want to give them that much time. Thus, just a few minutes later, the 5th person was determined to be Luo Sherwin. The others can leave now, including you, Wang Bo said, referring to the remaining teachers. The teachers, clearly familiar with Wang Bo, mostly smiled wryly and shook their heads before turning to leave. Bai Chen found it a bit strange. This selection process felt almost like a formality. What was the point of doing it this way? Was the significance merely to go through the motions? Bai Chen pondered. Soon, everyone else left, and the only ones remaining in the beast fighting arena were the 5 selected students and their beasts. There were also Wang Bo, Zhang Chonghui, and a middle-aged man with graying hair, who was the principal of number 1 high school, Sun Rue. He did not watch the boring competition and had only just arrived. Chapter 47. The reason. Try to ensure their safety. Sun Rue said to Wang Bo and Zhang Chonghui. We will. Wang Bo nodded. Children, you need to go to a place. Sun Rue looked at the 5 students with a kind gaze. There may be some dangers, but beast tamers should not avoid danger. You need to face it. Danger is not absolute, and what awaits you is not all danger, but also opportunities. In fact, you can see this as a hard-earned opportunity. You can hardly imagine the price that has been paid behind this seemingly playful competition to secure these 5 spots. Several students were somewhat confused, but did not speak up. Interrupting an elder was very impolite, and if that elder was the principal, they wouldn't dare to speak at all. All right. The specific matters will be explained to you by Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang. Lastly, children, I wish you a safe return. Sun Rue revealed a kind smile, nodded at Wang Bo and Zhang Chonghuai, then turned to leave. I know you have many questions. Follow us, and I will tell you, Wang Bo said. She also figured out why she lost that time. Due to elemental power, at that time, Bai Chen had already mastered the elements, while the Qinglin leopard had not. But now, the Qinglin leopard had mastered the elements, and its level had reached first tier 5 stars. It was a world apart from where it was a month ago. Bai Chen somewhat understood what the girl meant, as her emotions were clearly written on her face, but seeking revenge was not that simple. It was just that Bai Chen couldn't speak human language, otherwise, they would definitely exchange some banter now. There's no time to waste on you now. You'll have opportunities in the future, many opportunities, but not now, Wang Bo said calmly. Though his voice was flat, it seemed to leave no room for rebuttal. All right, let us all leave for now and talk on the way. Zhang Chonghuai waved his hand and patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder. How's your beast space coming along? Can you store this big guy? I'll give it a try. Zhang Hao said somewhat sheepishly. Do it quickly. I'll go drive over to pick you up. The others don't matter, but you're just too big. Zhang Chonghuai nodded and left first. Zhang Hao didn't notice that when the iron-armored rhino was about to act up as usual, a certain gibbon waved the stick in its hand. Wang Bo led a few people toward the exit of the beast fighting arena, saying as they walked, Do you all know about the situation in the Falling Leaves Forest? Duan Zilu shook her head. Aside from the news that night, there doesn't seem to be any related information. But hasn't it been over 10 days? Why bring this up now? Meanwhile, a thoughtful light flashed in He Tianhao's eyes. He seemed to know something. Duan Qingxia did not show obvious confusion, her gaze calm, as if she had anticipated this. Zhang Hao asked directly, Teacher Wang, what are you talking about? Wang Bo stopped on the road in the campus, waiting for Zhang Chonghuai to arrive with the car. He turned to look at the few of them and said, Over 10 days ago, a hunter team encountered a large number of strange beasts in the Falling Leaves Forest. You should all know a bit about what the Falling Leaves Forest is. The appearance of those strange beasts was very strange, as if they had suddenly appeared. After learning this news, Governor He immediately sent his subordinates to investigate. The Falling Leaves Forest is not far from Maple Leaf City, and with too many strange beasts gathering, it is indeed necessary to investigate, as this could threaten Maple Leaf City. After all, the precursor to a beast tide is the gathering of strange beasts. At this point, Wang Bo suddenly stopped, as Zhang Chonghuai had driven over, and it was not his old pickup truck, but a minibus. Get in. Wang Bo opened the door. Where are we going tomorrow? Zhang Hao asked. I'll explain on the way. No more nonsense now, get in. Wang Bo's expression was not as friendly when facing Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao pouted, wanting to say, you can't be this blatantly biased. However, he wisely kept it to himself and obediently got in the car. After Wang Bo got in, he did not take a seat but held onto the handrail, looking at the few of them and continuing. Things are about to get beyond our control. And then Governor He reported it, and 3 days ago, the higher-ups sent 2 people over, and we finally found out what happened. The small Falling Leaves Forest has gathered 3 Lord-level strange beasts, and it is also possible that there is a lone Lord hiding in the shadows. The 2 who came from above fought with those Lord-level strange beasts, with each side having wins and losses, so we chose to negotiate with those 2 Lord-level strange beasts. Wang Bo nodded. Yes, negotiation. You should have learned about that. Lord-level strange beasts are highly intelligent, and if they want, they can already learn human language. Both of those lords are very strong, and they have quite a few subordinates. We discussed it, and even with the 2 sent by the higher-ups, resolving those 2 lords would require an extremely heavy price. Moreover, there is also a very special lord that has always existed. It's not that we want to negotiate with the strange beasts, but given the current situation, this is indeed the best choice. Of course, during the negotiation, we learned some important information. Wang Bo said, for example, their purpose for coming to the Falling Leaves Forest, even if it means becoming enemies with other lords. Chapter 48, Space Rift. Wang Bo did not keep them in suspense or indulge in the bad habit of piquing others' curiosity, but instead said directly, a space rift. A rift emitting extremely pure energy. Near the rift, there is a Falling Leaves red maple. If our deduction is correct, it should have just been an ordinary Falling Leaves red maple. But now, it has become a lord, a very powerful lord, and under its hands, 3 other lords have already fallen. What? 3 lords? Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But others with extraordinary backgrounds are well aware of what a lord level means. The term lord itself explains a lot. It refers to the master of a territory. If one possesses a lord level beast, they can instantly step into high society in Maple Leaf City, becoming one of the few who hold significant power. Among them, He Tianhao knows more than others. The lord level beasts in Maple Leaf City definitely do not exceed 10. While it might be easy to determine the victor among those below lord level, it is much harder to determine life and death. He Tianhao understands that even his father's renowned beast has only killed 1 lord at most, And now this lord from the falling leaf forest has actually killed 3 lords? That's right, 3 lords. Zhou Song's divine wind black eagle, the green pine lord, and a previously unrecorded 3-star lord beast. Wang Bo nodded. Zhou uncle's divine wind black eagle? The green pine lord? He Tianhao squinted his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Although he had heard some rumors from his father and had a vague understanding, he did not realize that the lord who suddenly appeared in the falling leaf forest was so powerful. Zhou Song is a direct subordinate of He Tianhao's father, so He Tianhao knows a bit about that strong divine wind black eagle. The Green Pine Lord has been famous around Maple Leaf City for nearly a decade, controlling a territory of over 100 miles. Yet now he has fallen? He Tianhao couldn't help but doubt the truth of Wang Bo's words. Wang Bo said, "That's right. They all died at its hands. Currently, we refer to it as the Golden Leaf Lord, and besides it, there are the Grey Rock Lord and the Empty Feather Lord." The Grey Rock Lord? That old wolf. It is said that it has already reached the limit of a lord, right? He Tianhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Wang Bo nodded yes. We confirmed a few years ago that it was already a 9-star lord, and we also confirmed that its lifespan is limited. The Empty Feather Lord is also quite extraordinary. According to our information, it is a 7-star lord, but higher possibilities cannot be ruled out. Currently, the Grey Rock Lord and the Empty Feather Lord have temporarily formed an alliance, and we have also temporarily allied with them to deal with the Golden Leaf Lord. Duan Qingxiao frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, "Is the Golden Leaf Lord that strong? Do we need to cooperate with beasts to deal with it?" Wang Bo nodded. Although intelligence confirms that the Golden Leaf Lord is indeed lord level, its combat power is terrifyingly strong. You should understand that there are always some special existences. It's not just that they are invincible at the same level, they can even fight above their level easily. He Tianhao asked, "Teacher Wang, are you saying that currently the falling leaf forest has 3 forces, a tripartite stalemate? You can understand it that way?" Wang Bo nodded. "We, the Grey Rock and Empty Feather Lords who came from their respective territories, and the suddenly appeared powerful lord of the falling leaf forest." Others looked at Wang Bo with curiosity. Since Wang Bo has said so much about the falling leaf forest, the tasks they need to undertake are likely related to it. But with so many powerful existences gathering in the falling leaf forest, what can they, as first-level beast tamers, do to help? Wang Bo adjusted his glasses and sighed lightly. "We need you to enter that spatial rift." "What?" Zhang Hao suddenly exclaimed. "Teacher Wang, you're not sending us to our deaths, are you?" Duan Ziluo was also slightly startled and nervously hugged Bai Chen tighter. However, He Tianhao thought of more. His father must know about this, so he should be the one his father tacitly approved of among the 5. Since that's the case, there may be danger, but it definitely won't be a death sentence. Zhang Hao raised his hand. With a mournful face he said, "Teacher, can I withdraw? I still have billions in family assets waiting for me to inherit. What will happen to my dad if I die? I still want to be filial to him for a few more years. You want to withdraw? Are you sure?" Wang Bo pushed up his glasses and looked at Zhang Hao calmly. "Teacher YS, although we are considered outstanding among our peers, we probably don't rank highly in all of Maple Leaf City. Wouldn't it be safer to send stronger people?" Duan Qingxia asked this not because she didn't want to go, but because she genuinely felt this way. Wang Bo explained, "Because of the size of the spatial rift, we have already tested it. This rift is actually not very stable, and it cannot bear much energy below elite level. We have also tested with 12 beast tamers and dozens of beasts. Even second-tier existences below elite level may still face danger. There were a total of 18 second-tier existences, 5 of which were directly shattered upon entry, while the first-tier ones currently seem to be without any danger. Teacher, if that's the case, it's not worth us going. Even if 5 out of 18 died, that's less than a third probability, which isn't high. So why not send more people? That would be stronger than us taking risks, right?" He Tianhao narrowed his eyes. If Wang Bo's reasoning was insufficient to convince him, he would refuse without hesitation. He Tianhao believed his father would also have no objections because he had taught him, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall." Chapter 49, Mountain and Sea Academy. Bai Chen couldn't help but glance at He Tianhao, the person he once thought of following. His words were quite clear. He wanted to use lives to fill that spatial rift. In other words, he believed that the lives of those second-tier beast tamers were not as valuable as his own. This guy is a bit dark-hearted, but it seems to have some reason. Not everyone understood He Tianhao's point, but without exception, they were all killed by the Golden Leaf Lord at the moment they exited the spatial rift, and we couldn't react at all. After all, the spatial rift was right next to the Golden Leaf Lord. "So how did you send them in?" He Tianhao asked without hesitation. Wang Bo replied, "When we sent them in, we would have someone on our side restrain the Golden Leaf Lord to give them the opportunity to enter the spatial rift. However, later we found that the Golden Leaf Lord seemed to have intentionally let them in and did not allow them to leave when they came out. We even used more power, but we couldn't save them. But you don't need to worry before you enter. We will completely deal with the Golden Leaf Lord to ensure you have no worries. If we can't resolve it, then there's no need for you to go in. What is inside? What could turn an ordinary falling leaf red maple into such a terrifying lord? He Tianhao asked again. Unclear. We speculate that it might be a relic left by a beast clan powerhouse, and there may be many things that can strengthen your beasts. Wang Bo paused and smiled, saying, don't think of this as going to your deaths. This is actually an opportunity. Do you know how much it cost us to get 5 spots in the 5 Beast Tamer schools in Maple Leaf City? In fact, this matter originally had nothing to do with you, but the 2 who were sent to support were not supposed to come. They just happened to be nearby and were interested in this matter, so they came. It was they who proposed the idea of letting the younger generation enter for exploration. And of course, your father was the quickest to agree. The last sentence Wang Bo directed at He Tianhao. He Tianhao was slightly taken aback. His father agreed the fastest? What the heck? Wang Bo continued, because they are recruitment teachers from the Mountain and Sea Academy. They promised that the young generation who comes out alive would have the opportunity to take the entrance test for the Mountain and Sea Academy. The Mountain and Sea Academy. Luo Shiwen's pupils suddenly constricted. What? It's actually the Mountain and Sea Academy. He Tianhao couldn't help but lose his composure. Zhang Hao said blankly, that's a place my dad can't even get into with connections, even if he sold me. What is the Mountain and Sea Academy? Bai Chen asked with some confusion. Duan Ziluo whispered, the Shanghai Academy. That's the best school in our Great Qin. I don't know much, but I've heard that the system there is quite special. It's said that graduates are at least Beastmaster level. That's right. It's that Shanghai Academy where all the strong figures of Great Qin emerge. You can imagine how rare this opportunity is, right? Wang Bo adjusted his glasses, a hint of inexplicable regret in his eyes. Although this statement seemed a bit exaggerated, nonetheless. More than half of the strong figures in Great Qin have indeed studied at Shanghai Academy. But why is the assessment of Shanghai Academy so strange? It requires us to go to a spatial rift? Luo Shiwen was puzzled. The standards for selecting students at Shanghai Academy have never been fixed, He Tianhao explained. They just want to find truly talented students with good character. Various strange selection methods have been used before. What we are experiencing this time is actually not unusual. Wang Bo nodded. Indeed, the assessments of Shanghai Academy are quite strange, but this opportunity is truly precious. Not just you, there are 5 others from Maple Leaf City. And nearby cities have also sent some talents. He continued, also, if you are willing to participate, Maple Leaf City will provide each of you with 2 random Tier 3 items and a subsidy of 5 million. Alright, now tell me your decision. Do you want to represent our Maple Leaf City High School and venture into that spatial rift to seize this precious opportunity? As soon as Wang Bo finished speaking, 2 voices chimed in simultaneously, I'm willing. I'm also willing, even if there is real danger. A glimmer flashed in Luo Shiwen's eyes. With such an opportunity before him, if he gave it up, what was the point of being a Beastmaster? Xiao Bai, I will protect you. Very good. Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction. You can tell me the items you need now. They will be delivered to you tonight. It's good to enhance your strength a bit. What did you all decide? Zhang Chonghuai, the driver, asked. Duan Ziluo quietly asked, Xiao Bai, what do you want? 1 ice essence fruit, 1 ice bodhi, and convert the rest of the money into high-quality Tier 2 ice attribute crystals. Not long after, they arrived at a rather luxurious hotel. But the surrounding buildings were sparse, indicating they had reached the outskirts. Wang Bo arranged a room for each of the 5 and advised them to rest early, reminding them to get up early the next day before leaving. Chapter 50, Departure. Early the next morning, before dawn, with the stars and moon still in the sky, and the cicadas still chirping, the 5 of them boarded the minibus again. Setting off this early, it's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you want to kill me instead? Zhang Hao groaned weakly from his seat. This guy seemed to have quite a bad morning mood when they were about to depart. Everyone was present except Zhang Hao. Wang Bo personally went to wake him, and the others only heard a scream that echoed throughout the hotel. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Wang Bo calmly said, if you're tired, you can sleep a bit more on the bus, but don't shout. It will take nearly 2 hours to reach the Falling Leaves Forest. Oh, Zhang Hao weakly responded, not daring to shout again. Unsure how Wang Bo managed to make him so obedient. You didn't sleep last night when you had the chance. Now look at you, Bai Chen said helplessly. I couldn't sleep, I was a bit nervous. Duan Ziluo, as usual, picked up Bai Chen and rubbed her face against him, just like a cat. What is there to be nervous about? I'm actually quite curious about that Shanghai Academy. It feels quite comfortable, Bai Chen said, squinting his eyes contentedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen looked and was surprised to see a city wall made of unknown black rocks, stretching endlessly to the horizon. The wall was quite high, at least 30 to 40 meters. He wondered how it was built. Bai Chen truly didn't know that Maple Leaf City had a city wall. He was in the cargo compartment of a truck when he came, so how could he see it? The minibus driven by Zhang Chonghuai stopped in front of the closed city gate. 2 guards in black uniforms approached, accompanied by a large black wolfhound. Zhang Chonghuai extended an identification document from the car window, After the guard checked it, he immediately shouted, "Pass." The heavy double doors slowly opened, revealing a wide road beyond. And at that moment, a glimmer of morning sun broke through the distant horizon. The car restarted, driving onto that wide road leading toward the mountains and fields shrouded in night. "Do you want to take a nap, so you don't get sleepy later?" Bai Chen asked. "After we enter that spatial rift, I hope you can help each other and support one another, as you are all classmates. You will need to face dangers together, and if you encounter others, try to save them if possible." Wang Bo, in the passenger seat, reminded them. "Also, remember to be wary of people from other places. There won't be many final spots available, and some may resort to underhanded tactics." "What do you mean?" Zhang Hao asked. He Tianhao replied with a light laugh. "It means that if you fall into a pit, some people won't mind throwing a stone at you. And even if you don't fall, they won't hesitate to push you in. That is true. The spots at Shanghai Academy are worth that much effort. I might do the same, but only if there is not too much danger inside." As He Tianhao spoke, the other four looked at him with growing caution. He Tianhao, however, smiled unconcernedly. "Don't worry. After all, we're in this together. Even if someone does want to push someone down, it would be against others. The point of my words is to hope that we can unite. Even if we don't harm others, we at least need the ability to protect ourselves. Even without considering the others entering, it is still an unknown place with a high possibility of danger. I hope that any previous conflicts can be set aside. This opportunity is a life-changing chance for any of us. Those previous grievances are really not worth mentioning. I think what He Tianhao said makes sense. We should indeed unite once we enter," Luo Sherwin said. Zhang Hao suddenly clapped his hands, excitedly saying, "Look, if this were a game, we'd be a small team ready to tackle a dungeon. 2 assassins. It would be perfect if one of them were a healer." Bai Chen silently added in his heart. He Tianhao chuckled, indeed. Bai Chen glanced at He Tianhao. This guy was winning hearts, and the effect was quite good. He was indeed a talent. But not choosing me means he has poor eyesight. Duan Ziluo quickly hugged Bai Chen tightly, looking a bit nervous at her, while Bai Chen looked back at her with curiosity. Duan Qingxia also seemed hesitant. She twirled a strand of hair on her face. "Ziluo." Duan Ziluo was a bit taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out her hand for a brief handshake. Seeing this scene, He Tianhao smiled. "We're almost there." At this moment, Wang Bo in the front suddenly spoke and rolled down the passenger window, extending his right hand outside, where light began to glow in his palm. A black and white gibbon appeared outside the window, grabbing the roof and flipping onto the top of the car. "Everyone, get ready," Zhang Chonghuai said with a smile. "What preparation?" Zhang Hao instinctively asked. Zhang Chonghuai grinned. "Don't be scared to the point of wetting yourself." Just as everyone was puzzled, a beastly roar suddenly echoed from ahead. A woo. Chapter 51, The Beast Blocking the Way. No, it was not just one beastly roar. There were successive roars from various ferocious beasts. The people inside the car felt some bumps and looked out the window to see that the wide road had disappeared, and the car was now driving on a path created by many trampling feet. Ahead was a forest, a yellow forest, because there was only one type of tree in it, and the leaves of the red maple trees were yellow. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, and further away, many tall red maples had been broken and lay in disarray. However, deeper within the forest of fallen leaves, the trees remained dense, with rare yellow woods and occasional drifting leaves, filling the air with a beautiful atmosphere. But at that moment, the young boys and girls in the car had no mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene, because just ahead, beside those disordered fallen red maples, fierce beasts of various shapes were staring intently at the approaching car. Their gazes were like that of a tiger watching its prey. The phrase tiger's eye was most fitting at this moment. There were several meter-long colorful tigers, jungle leopards perched on branches, and an astonishing number of wolves of various appearances. Hundreds of fierce carnivorous beasts had gathered, their eager and malicious intentions clearly written on their faces. The few young boys and girls inside the car couldn't help but feel tense. Almost all of them were beasts above the second tier. Without Wang Bo and Zhang Chonghuai present, there was no doubt that Duan Ziluo and the others would be instantly torn apart by these beasts. As for the car, it had no defensive capabilities to speak of. It could only be considered a tin can, ready to be opened and consumed. Even if Bai Chen were there, it would be the same. Unless Bai Chen resorted to that storm, he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, as he had very little information about it. "Are you scared?" Zhang Chonghuai said with a mischievous smile, seemingly slowing down the car on purpose to scare them. In fact, Zhang Chonghuai wasn't that malicious. It was mainly because there was no road left, and to avoid a bumpy ride, he had to slow down. "Not scared. I, Zhang Hao, am not afraid of my dad, so why would I be afraid of these beasts?" Zhang Hao's voice trembled, yet he still tried to act tough. They were all subordinates of the Limestone Lord and had no reason to worry. Wang Bo's calm voice provided some comfort to the group. At this point, the car had approached the beasts, but they still blocked the way completely, preventing entry into the forest of fallen leaves. They had no choice but to stop the car. They couldn't crash into them, as the car would be the one to suffer given the size of these beasts. Zhang Chonghuai rolled down the window and shouted, "Get out of the way. Have you forgotten your lord's orders?" However, his commanding voice did not make them move aside. Instead, a coyote let out a low growl before attacking. In instinctive reflex, the coyote charged at the car, and suddenly, the other beasts seemed eager to join in. At that moment, a stick was thrown from the roof of the car, piercing through the coyote's front limb and pinning it to the ground. Blood flowed, and it let out a painful scream. Whether it was the blood or the scream, or perhaps both, the other beasts around became agitated, as if ready to attack at any moment. Howls and roars echoed, and several wolf-like beasts could no longer hold back and charged forward. "Do you want to break the contract?" Zhang Chonghuai said coldly. At this moment, the group inside the car felt some movement on the roof. Wang Bo's gibbon jumped down from the roof and stood in front of the car. Roar. Just then, a low growl sounded, though it was not loud. It was incredibly powerful, directly overshadowing the noisy beast pack. It slowly moved forward, approaching the pinned coyote. Despite being nailed to the ground and having a ruined leg, the coyote still looked at the group inside the car with a cruel, bloodthirsty gaze. However, as soon as the colorful tiger arrived, the coyote immediately wilted, lying on the ground and letting out a few submissive whines. The massive, colorful tiger didn't even glance at the coyote. It was looking at the group in the car and the gibbon in front of the car. "Does your limestone lord want to start a war with us first?" Zhang Chonghuai said coldly. It extended its massive paw and directly slapped down on the coyote. Its paw was nearly the size of the coyote's body, and this slap clearly showed no mercy. The coyote was instantly flattened, dead beyond any doubt. The colorful tiger grabbed the coyote's corpse, pulling out the stick as well, and tossed it towards the gibbon in front of the car. "Beasts are just beasts," Zhang Chonghuai muttered under his breath. Wang Bo said, "If we didn't have some strength, that tiger wouldn't have come out. The other beasts would really attack. Even if the limestone lord apologized afterward, what would it matter? This is precisely why we need to escort you." He Tianhao spoke up. "Can I ask what your agreement with the limestone lord is? What happens after resolving the gold leaf lord?" Currently, Bai Chen pondered. It seemed that this so-called agreement might not be implemented so easily. The gibbon outside pulled out the stick and jumped back on top of the car. Zhang Chonghuai restarted the vehicle, driving around the coyote's corpse and continuing forward. Duan Ziluo held Bai Chen tightly, feeling somewhat nervous, as outside the car, those beasts were still watching them with malicious intent. Moreover, the path cleared by the beasts was not wide, perhaps just a layer of car window away. If they attacked, this minibus would be torn apart in an instant. Zhang Chonghuai cheerfully said. After driving for a short while, he stopped the car because there was no road ahead. "Kids, get out of the car and walk. Don't be too scared, and don't stray from the group." Chapter 52. Intrigues. After everyone got out, the car was left behind. Wang Bo and Zhang Chonghuai took positions at the front and sides, while the gibbon stayed at the back of the group. The path cleared by the beasts was less than 5 meters wide, with fierce beasts on both sides, their bloodthirsty eyes and slightly open mouths dripping with saliva. To them, humans were the most delicious food, and there was also the inherent racial hatred. Enjoying a tasty meal while reveling in revenge was precisely why these beasts liked to attack humans so much. But at this moment, they had to suppress their instinctive desires, which was very difficult. It was like an old pervert who hadn't touched a woman in 10 years suddenly faced with several stunning beauties posing in front of him. Who could withstand that? But they had to endure. If they dared to cross the line, their lord would kill them first. Walking on such a special path was even more nerve-wracking than crossing a single log bridge over a cliff. After all, the cliff outside wouldn't pull you down, but here, the beasts on both sides could pounce at any moment. "Girl, do you want to choke me to death?" "No blame. I just want to tell you that you don't need to be scared. At least when I'm by your side, you'll never need to be scared." Wang Bo reassured. "Keep close, don't provoke them. They won't attack unless provoked, and even if they dare to attack, it would only be a death sentence." "Okay," Zhang Hao replied, quickly following behind Wang Bo, almost sticking to him. Wang Bo's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to toss this coward to the beasts, but suppressed the impulse. After walking for a few minutes, the beasts finally disappeared from both sides ahead. Those few minutes were much more thrilling than riding a roller coaster, and the group's hearts finally relaxed a bit. Ahead were tall red maples, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. "Xiaobai, look, isn't it beautiful?" "Yeah, it's beautiful." Suddenly, 2 people dressed in black uniforms approached, similar to those Wang Chun had seen at the city gate, but with some subtle differences. They might be the official beast tamers under the governor. As they got closer, the older of the 2 smiled and said, "Teacher Wang, Teacher Zhang, you're here so soon. We were just about to go outside to meet you. Those beasts didn't trouble you, did they?" The person chuckled and said, "Hee hee. Teacher Wang, don't be angry. It's our oversight today, we're a bit late." Teacher Wang, let us head in first. Everyone else is already here and just waiting for you. Go explain to the governor, He Tianhao. Remember to tell your dad to check on his subordinates later. After Wang Bo finished speaking, he led a few people around the two and continued walking inside. Normally, there should be someone outside to greet us. After all, even if we reached a cooperation with the Greystone Lord, the beasts under its command might not be able to control their primal instincts. So it's necessary to be cautious. You naive girl, you're lucky to have run into me. Otherwise, you might have been sold off and had to pay someone else. According to Wang Bo, this time it was for the enrollment of the Shanghai Academy, and they were also here to resolve issues. It's not just us, there are people from other cities as well. The person just now said everyone else is already here, which means we are the only ones delayed outside the Fallen Leaves Forest. If I'm not mistaken, the enrollment teachers from the Shanghai Academy here should have significant power, possibly determining the final results based on personal preference. And since everyone else is here while we are late, do you think those two teachers will have an opinion about the tardy ones? Who knows how it might affect the subsequent slots? There are too many factors involved. It seems the problem lies with He Changjiang's subordinates. You, little girl, should not learn this kind of scheming. It's better to be simple-minded. In the end, Bai Chen sighed helplessly. It seems that the slots at the Shanghai Academy are even more important than he imagined, and since that is the case, he should strive for them as much as possible. Before long, the view ahead suddenly opened up to a large clearing. From the numerous tree stumps and filled in large holes on the ground, it was evident that this clearing was man-made. With beast tamers present, creating a clearing in the woods is incredibly easy. Several large tents were set up in the clearing, and some staff in uniforms were moving about. A big bearded man saw the group and quickly walked over, saying, Teacher Wang, Teacher Zhang, why did you take so long to arrive? Li, we encountered some unexpected delays on the way. Let us not talk about that now. Where are they? Hurry and take us there, Wang Bo replied. Uncle Li, where is my father? He Tianhao asked. He clearly recognized this person, who was one of his father's confidants, Li Zhao, highly trusted by He Changjiang. The governor is ahead, and there is no time to discuss this now. Come with me quickly, Li Zhao waved his hand, signaling them to hurry along. Then quickly walked towards the clearing. He Tianhao also knew the urgency of the matter and kept quiet, following along with the others. Soon, Li Zhao stopped in front of a large tent and said, You can go in here. All right. Wang Bo nodded, lifted the tent flap, and led a few people inside. As soon as they entered, a sharp voice rang out. Is this little Wang? I almost didn't recognize you after so many years. Yes, it should be little Wang. Another voice echoed. Looks like you all have plenty of free time. Wang Bo calmly adjusted his glasses. Zhang Chonghuai, however, directly shouted, What dog is barking here? Chapter 53. All present. Old Zhang, I told you to change that temper of yours. You always shout for no reason. It's a disgrace for a teacher, said a middle-aged man inside the tent, who appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and glasses. Bai Chen quietly observed the situation inside the tent. Apart from his group, there were 4 other groups, each consisting of 2 teachers and several students around their teens. 2 of the groups had 5 students each, while the other 2 had 6 and 4 students respectively. It seemed that the 2 so-called Shanghai Academy teachers were not present here. Hee. Is this how you treat your guests? Truly arrogant, said the man who spoke first, a thin middle-aged man, while the one beside him, who had just responded, was somewhat plump. Wang Bo coldly replied, Zhao Shu, Wang Fu, since you know you're on our territory, you should behave yourself. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, all the people from Shantong City might be wiped out. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere inside the tent suddenly became tense. Behind Zhao Shu and Wang Fu from Shantong City were 5 students, and Su Sanha also had 5 students behind him. The other 2 groups with 6 and 4 students remained silent. Showing basic respect to the other party on their territory is not just politeness, but a survival rule. Zhao Shu and Wang Fu were not ignorant of this basic principle, but there had long been grievances between them, so what was the point of offering insincere respect now? Zhao Shu squinted his eyes and stopped speaking. Just then, the tent flap was pulled open again, and a cold, arrogant voice came in. Is everyone here? Everyone looked over to see a young man in his 20s, who could barely be described as slightly handsome, but had a very strong air of arrogance on his face. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Shu quickly stepped forward, revealing a flattering expression, bowing and nodding. Yun He, from the Shanghai Academy. Wang Bo quietly explained to the few people behind him. He asked from the Shanghai Academy. So young? This doubt arose in everyone's mind. They had already learned that the 2 people from the Shanghai Academy were Lord-level beast tamers, and in Maple Leaf City, all Lord-level beast tamers were middle-aged individuals over 40. To become a Lord-level beast tamer at 40 in Maple Leaf City is already considered young. Yet this Yun He, looking just over 20, is already a Lord-level beast tamer? No wonder he is so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be so. Forget it, we'll deal with other matters later. Let us first resolve the issue at hand. Yunhee walked to the center of the tent and scanned the crowd. His attention was entirely focused on the noticeably younger students, completely ignoring the teachers. I don't know if you're ready or not. Let me be clear. If you die, it's a pointless death. Joining the Shanghai Academy isn't that simple. You can still withdraw now if you want. No one spoke, and these young students didn't know what to say to this extraordinary figure. Even if you're lucky enough to survive, all you get is a chance to test. It doesn't mean you'll directly enter the Shanghai Academy. You need to understand the difference. Don't say later that we at the Shanghai Academy don't keep our word. I think it's quite good for you to stay in your small hometown as a sheltered genius. It's better than losing your life. And even if you're lucky enough to go to the Shanghai Academy, you'll still be at the bottom. As he spoke, Yunhee's expression was filled with mockery and disdain. Many faces turned sour, and some zealous youths gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, but none dared to retort. At that moment, the tent was lifted once more, and a staff member walked in. He first bowed in greeting, and then said, "Lord Yun, the governor is asking for you to discuss matters." After a pause, seemingly worried that the governor's name wouldn't impress Lord Yun, he added, "Also, Lord Qian has arrived. Is that so? Let us go then. How are my proposals being reviewed?" Yunhee spoke to himself as he walked outside. "I don't know. I'm just a messenger," the staff member said, his attitude very humble, as if he understood that this Lord Yun was not easy to deal with. "Well, I didn't expect you to know." Yunhee didn't lower himself to make it difficult for him, and simply exited the tent. Behind the clearing were a few sparse red maple trees, seemingly intentionally left uncut. However, there were no tree stumps in the clearing, clearly not artificially created. In the middle of the rear of the clearing stood a less than 2-meter tall, lush golden-leaved red maple. At that moment, a few people were already standing beside those sparse red maples. The governor of Maple Leaf City, also the strongest, He Changjiang, the deputy governor of Maple Leaf City. He Changjiang's deputy, and also a lord-level beastmaster, Bao Kuahai, stood alongside a middle-aged man dressed in white casual attire, looking to be in his 30s with a somewhat square face. All three were lord-level beastmasters. Less than 100 meters to their right, a gaunt black-furred old wolf lay on a rock. The old wolf's head drooped directly onto the rock, appearing lethargic, teetering on the brink of death. Beside this old wolf stood a vibrant striped tiger over 10 meters long, the same one that Wang Bo and his group had just encountered. At this moment, the striped tiger stood straight beside the old wolf, resembling a loyal guard. Not only was there this striped tiger, but also a python as thick as a water tank, a live leopard, a honey pot covered in bone armor, and lastly, the most peculiar one, a black wolf with 3 heads. Except for the seemingly sickly old wolf, the other 5 exotic beasts exuded a terrifying aura. However, these 5 fearsome beasts were currently protecting the seemingly ordinary old wolf. The group quickly nodded. At this moment, who would dare provoke those terrifying creatures? The teams from the other 4 cities were arranged similarly, with one teacher stepping forward while another remained with the group. A black and white hawk had appeared, unbeknownst to them, between He Changjiang's 9 people and the Lord of Grey Rock, perched on a branch of a fallen red maple tree. It was only the size of a normal eagle, not even a meter high while standing on the branch. Yet its eagle eyes held a proud demeanor that seemed to disdain everything. Suddenly, a chorus of dense bird calls filled the sky, as a vast number of birds of various species circled above. The Sky Feather Lord had also arrived. Zhang Chonghui whispered. Chapter 54, Lord of Grey Rock. The 2 forces, humans and exotic beasts, appeared to be coexisting peacefully at this moment, as their goal was to deal with another exotic beast. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This was the beast race, willing to collaborate with humans to harm their own kind to achieve their goals. Bai Chen shook his head, dismissing this somewhat inappropriate thought. At least it shouldn't be entertained now. How are you considering my proposal? Yunhee asked with a smile, his tone unreserved and playful. This might not be appropriate. He Changjiang hesitated to refuse. He did not want to offend this important figure from the Mountain and Sea Academy, who was also exceptionally talented. However, Yunhee's demands were excessive and childish. Oh, what do you mean by that? The smile on Yunhee's face instantly faded, his eyes narrowing. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly stopped, looking at the middle-aged man in white. Brother Qian, what do you think? The man referred to as Brother Qian by Yun, he also came from the Mountain and Sea Academy, named Qianhua, who had joined the academy more than a decade before Yunhee. Inappropriate. Your proposal is indeed not suitable. Qianhua slowly shook his head. Immediately, Yunhee's expression turned sour, his eyes narrowing, his demeanor darkening as he pondered something but chose not to speak further. However, it is not absolutely impossible. Qianhua added with a slight smirk. Oh, Brother Qian, do you have any advice? Yunhee instantly regained his smile, though it felt somewhat forced. Qianhua said, you want to subdue that golden tree to become your beast. But you should also be aware of how strong that golden tree is and how heavy the loss would be for Governor He. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Brother, Yun He cupped his fists in gratitude and then smiled at He Changjiang, saying, Governor He, if you are willing to assist me in subduing this golden tree, I am willing to compensate for all your losses. He Changjiang was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit swayed. Maple Leaf City had already lost dozens of beast masters in this battle. This was a crippling blow for Maple Leaf City, and if someone was truly willing to compensate for that loss, allowing the subjugation of the golden tree might not be out of the question. However, He Changjiang still felt some concern. Could such a powerful golden tree really be subdued? Killing an exotic beast and capturing it alive were two completely different challenges. What if there were greater casualties during the live capture, or if some unexpected incident occurred? He Changjiang was suddenly at a loss for what decision to make. At this moment, the others wisely chose not to speak. The two individuals from the Mountain and Sea Academy had already surpassed them in status. Only He Changjiang, as the head of Maple Leaf City, had the qualification to negotiate with them. But upon hearing this, Bai Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Is it really appropriate for you to discuss capturing your own kind in front of the two lords? Moreover, such a powerful kind, those two lords might allow their kind to be killed because that would reduce one strong competitor for themselves. But they would absolutely not permit their kind to be captured. They knew very well that ultimately, humans were the greatest enemies of exotic beasts. How could they sit back and watch their enemy grow stronger? Or even help their enemy grow stronger? After all, according to the agreement, they were supposed to deal with the golden tree together. As Bai Chen had anticipated, a hoarse voice, like wood scraping against wood, suddenly rang out. Humans, is it really appropriate for you to discuss this in front of me? He Changjiang, Yun He, and the others immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. The massive striped tiger slowly stepped back, allowing the old wolf on the rock to be fully revealed to everyone. The old wolf was small, only the size of a normal gray wolf. Gaunt and with some patches of gray-black fur already fallen out, it was clearly an old wolf nearing the end of its life. However, this seemingly frail old wolf was one of the most terrifying legends of Maple Leaf City, the Lord of Grey Rock. Among the various lords around Maple Leaf City, he was the oldest and had the widest territory. It was rumored that the royal family once sent 3 Lord-level beast masters to hunt down the Lord of Grey Rock, who completely blocked the trade route between two cities. After that, the royal family sent someone again, but this time it was not for hunting, but for negotiation. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. The Lord of Grey Rock would relinquish a trade route within his territory. In return, each time a merchant caravan passed through, they had to provide blood and food, with no specific quantity stipulated, but it had to satisfy the Lord of Grey Rock. After the negotiations, the bounty on the Lord of Grey Rock skyrocketed several times, even subtly exceeding the limit for Lord-level bounties. But that was nearly 10 years ago, and during this time, many had tried to claim that bounty, yet none had returned from the Lord of Grey Rock's territory. The Lord of Grey Rock's status in Maple Leaf City had even evolved to that of a bogeyman to scare children. For example, a mother might say to her child, "If you don't behave, the Lord of Grey Rock will come and take you away." However, if the Lord of Grey Rock heard such a statement, he would likely want to eliminate the person who spread that rumor. "Your Excellency, I mean no offense. I was just excited at the prospect of a hunt." Yun He was calm, but still showed sufficient respect to the Lord of Grey Rock. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. He bowed to the Lord of Grey Rock and said, "Your Excellency, according to our agreement, we are to deal with the golden tree together. But it does not specify that it must be killed or subdued. Of course, I would never dare to play any word games with Your Excellency. What I mean is, if Your Excellency is willing to help me subdue this golden tree, I am willing to offer a price that will absolutely satisfy you." "Oh, a price that will absolutely satisfy me? Do you know that I am already quite dissatisfied with wasting my time here with you?" The old wolf on the rock narrowed its eyes, yawned, and let its head droop back onto the rock. Suddenly, the massive striped tiger charged to the side, its enormous body instantly crashing through several tall, fallen red maple trees. He Changjiang, Yun He, and several others instantly became alert, and some even had glowing lights in their hands, ready to summon their beasts at any moment. At this moment, everyone realized that the trees just knocked down by the colorful tiger had perfectly blocked the sunlight. Now that the trees were down, the morning sun shone down on the rocks surrounding that old wolf, bathing it in sunlight. It turned out that there was no immediate conflict. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The reason they had confidence in dealing with the golden tree was largely due to the agreement of the Grey Rock Lord to cooperate. If the Grey Rock Lord were to betray them and join forces with the golden tree, it was likely that no one here would leave alive. However, they believed that the Grey Rock Lord would not ally with the golden tree. Chapter 55 Negotiation. Yun He slowly exhaled, calming the tension in his heart, and said slowly, "My lord, if you are willing to agree to my proposal, I am willing to offer 2 dragon blood fruits as compensation. Dragon blood fruits. Upon hearing this, He Tianhao beside him was shocked. The dragon blood fruit was an extremely rare heavenly treasure, at least a 5th-tier item in terms of rank. The most critical aspect was that it was not used to enhance strength. Its main function was to strengthen the bloodlines and physiques of extraordinary beasts, achieving a certain degree of cleansing effect. In a sense, it could even extend the lifespan of extraordinary beasts. And clearly, lifespan was the Grey Rock Lord's Achilles heel. Although the Grey Rock Lord was immensely powerful, everyone knew its time was limited. It had shown signs of aging over a decade ago, and had survived for another 10 years. Even if it could hold on, it must be nearing its limit. Yunhe clearly recognized this and proposed this condition. However, the Grey Rock Lord resting on the rock did not lift its head, still hanging low, squinting its eyes as if enjoying the sunbathe. Human, do you think I am easily manipulated? The hoarse voice echoed again, although the old wolf did not move. The 5 terrifying extraordinary beasts, the Grey Rock Lord's 5 war generals, had all turned to face Yunhe, ready to strike. In the jungle behind them, shadows of extraordinary beasts flickered. Suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down Yunhe's forehead. He did not expect to have made things worse. Although lifespan was the Grey Rock Lord's weakness, it was also its taboo. Anyone trying to use lifespan to threaten the Grey Rock Lord would certainly find themselves dead before it. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. It seemed that before they had even begun to deal with the real enemy, this already fragile alliance was about to turn into an internal conflict. The black and white eagle had disappeared from the branch at some point. It had not left, but merely changed positions to one closer to the old wolf, indicating the stance of the Sky Feather Lord. Everyone became nervous, and many looked at Yunhe with some resentment. What the hell are you doing? Why provoke the Grey Rock Lord? If Yunhe were not from the Mountain and Sea Academy, someone might have even cursed his ancestors at this moment. Some might directly subdue Yunhe and present him to the Grey Rock Lord as an apology. Don't be afraid. I am here. That old dog can't turn the tide. Duan Ziluo stifled a laugh, but dared not laugh out loud, only giving Bai Chen an angry glare. At this moment, Yunhe was already covered in cold sweat because the Grey Rock Lord had actually lifted its head, opened its eyes, and was staring directly at him. There was no obvious killing intent, no sharp gaze, just a pair of murky eyes. However, those murky eyes brought Yunhe immense psychological pressure. When he had not yet become a beast master, the city was breached by a beast tide, and extraordinary beasts rushed into the city to slaughter. A terrifying giant beast had locked onto Yunhe when he was still a child. At that time, Yunhe felt utterly helpless, watching as the giant beast approached him bit by bit, feeling like an ant watching a giant foot come down upon it. There was no room to fight back, not even to escape. But that giant beast shifted its target and abandoned Yunhe because a woman threw a stone at it from the other side. That woman was Yunhe's mother. In that moment, Yunhe deeply understood the gap between himself and the Grey Rock Lord, even though they were both at the Lord level. But this gap at the same level felt even more despairing. After a long time, Yunhe spoke, his tone becoming more respectful. Even though the words felt like cutting flesh from his heart, he had no choice but to say, "My lord, please forgive my impudence. I am willing to offer another sky blue vine, as long as you are willing to accept." Upon hearing this, even Qianhua beside Yunhe was shocked, while the others did not react much because they had no idea what the sky blue vine was. The sky blue vine, named for its ability to reach the sky, was a heavenly treasure that could increase the probability of a Lord-level breakthrough, extremely precious. In fact, from a certain perspective, it exceeded the value of an extraordinary beast at the Lord level. However, considering that the golden tree was not an ordinary Lord-level beast, if Yunhe could use one sky blue vine to make the golden tree his beast, it would not be a loss. Moreover, the key was the current situation. If Yunhe could not provide something satisfactory to the old wolf, whether a fight would break out first was uncertain. Once Yunhe spoke, the old wolf lowered its eyelids again, letting its head droop back onto the rock. "You have sky blue vines? If you do, I can agree. Time has already been wasted enough." Although the old wolf's head hung low on the rock, its eyes did not close again, and its mood was not so calm. It was very clear about its situation. The dragon blood fruit was effective for it. But the effect was weak because it had consumed too many heavenly treasures that could extend life. It knew its days were numbered, and the only way out was to break through, but breaking through was not that simple. However, if it had the sky blue vine, coupled with that spatial rift, perhaps it could regain its former glory, and at that time, it would no longer be the Grey Rock Lord, but the Grey Rock Overlord. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light appeared in the old wolf's murky eyes. "Of course, I swear in the name of the Mountain and Sea Academy that if the Grey Rock Lord helps me subdue the golden tree, I will give you the sky blue vine," Yunhe said. "No, give it to me now, then I will help you, and those 2 dragon blood fruits." "That is the condition you just proposed," the old wolf's hoarse voice echoed again. Yunhe's expression immediately turned ugly. This old dog was quite greedy. However, gritting his teeth, Yunhee said, I can give you the dragon blood fruits first, but the sky blue vine is not with me. It is something my teacher prepared for my breakthrough to the overlord level. You should know how precious it is, and I dare not carry it with me. As long as you help me subdue the golden tree, I will go and fetch it and personally deliver it to you. The old wolf raised its head again, its expression seemingly saying, Do you think I am foolish? Yunhee gritted his teeth, took out 2 red, apple-sized fruits, and threw them to the old wolf, saying, What I said is true. This is my sincerity. The 2 red fruits were caught by the tail of the giant python without any damage and placed in front of the old wolf. The old wolf glanced at them and directly lowered its head to pick one up, chewing on it. The fruit was juicy, but it was crimson like blood. Since it's like this, let us first take down the golden tree, but the golden tree must be in my possession. Once you bring the sky blue vine, we will exchange. All right. Yunhee's face was very grim, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as he could contract the golden tree, then it wouldn't be a loss. Everyone had witnessed the power of the golden tree. Chapter 56 War. Bai Chen felt inexplicably disappointed. He didn't know whether he was disappointed that the Grey Rock Lord had compromised so easily or disappointed that Yunhee, as a member of the Mountain and Sea Academy, was being so cautious in the face of an extraordinary beast. No matter whether viewed from the perspective of beasts or humans, it should be disappointing. Yunhee said, Since that's the case, let's start quickly. There are many things to deal with after solving the golden tree. Like an old man on the verge of decay, moving slowly. As if he might fall at any moment, it ultimately stood up. Yunhee looked at Hechanjiang, who nodded and instructed the 5 teachers from different cities behind him. Everyone, summon your beasts and get ready to act. As the governor of Maple Leaf City, it was only natural for Hechanjiang to be the person in charge of this operation. However, due to Yunhee and Qianhua's extraordinary status, Hechanjiang had no choice but to seek their opinions at every turn. Just then, a sharp voice, like that of a child in the midst of a voice change, rang out. Grey Rock, what foolishness are you committing? You actually agreed to such a request from humans. You're short-sighted and ignorant. It was the black and white hawk, the Lord of Empty Wings, perched on a branch not far from Grey Rock. Hearing this, Bai Chen felt a sense of relief from his beastly side, realizing that not all exotic beasts were so foolish. If you want to die, keep shouting. I don't need anyone or any beast to teach me how to act. To survive, everything that stands in my way must die. The hoarse voice was like a death curse, sending chills down one's spine. This was the warning from the old wolf, signifying the determination of the Lord of Grey Rock. Instantly, the Lord of Empty Wings, also a lord, felt a chill run through him, his body stiffening, afraid to say more. Though both were lords, the difference between them was not something to be discussed lightly. Humans, let's begin. I don't want to waste any more time. The old wolf spoke, and the armored honey pot behind him leaped out, moving forward but not getting too close to the golden tree. It was waiting for the humans to send someone to act, as had been agreed upon beforehand. Both sides had to contribute, and no one could take advantage of the situation. Hechanjiang spoke up, Wangbo. In the context of Maple Leaf City, it was natural for a person from Maple Leaf City to take the lead. He Tianhao suddenly asked, Teacher Zhang, what level is Teacher Wang's beast? Others turned to Zhang Chonghuai with curiosity. Zhang Chonghuai smiled helplessly, shaking his head. That guy, he's 1 step ahead of me, a lord level. What? Zhang Hao was taken aback. Teacher Wang is actually a lord level beast master? He Tianhao remarked, it's not surprising. In a city, aside from the city defense force, the strongest beings are usually found in families and schools, and Maple Leaf City doesn't have any major families. Zhang Chonghuai nodded. In this battle, only those at the lord level have the capital to participate. The Golden Tree's attacks are too fierce. Even a peak leader can't last long. And anyone below lord level is just asking for death. The Lord of Grey Rock was quite different. Not only did he have the armored honey pot, but the other 4 warriors were also all at the lord level. Otherwise, why would we be so wary of the Lord of Grey Rock? Under normal circumstances, a lord level wouldn't have subordinates of the same rank, but according to our estimates, these 5 warriors probably followed the Lord of Grey Rock before reaching the lord level, and later, with his help, gradually broke through to that level. To be honest, this is quite rare, even among lords of the same race. If a subordinate has the potential to break through, they are either killed or expelled from their territory after breaking through. The reasoning is simple. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. However, the Lord of Grey Rock did not do this, which only leads to one explanation. He is completely unconcerned about the loyalty of his subordinates. Furthermore, for so long, the 5 warriors beside the Lord of Grey Rock have remained as such, with no news of anyone betraying him. Even though the Lord of Grey Rock has grown so old, in the world of exotic beasts, there aren't so many emotions. There's no such thing as gratitude and retribution, only the survival of the fittest. The only explanation is that even though the Lord of Grey Rock is nearing decay, his strength remains terrifying. I even suspect that if a real fight broke out, the Lord of Grey Rock alone could defeat the Golden Tree. But he wouldn't do so because intense combat would greatly impact his already limited lifespan. After Zhang Chenghuai's words, the others finally gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of the Lord of Grey Rock. Even Bai Chen couldn't help but admire him a little, developing a certain fondness for the Lord of Grey Rock, not for any other reason but for his demeanor. As long as I live, even if you are at the Lord level, even if there are 5 of you, you will only have to obediently lower your tails before me. This kind of demeanor had a sense of as long as I live, you will forever be the prince. Of course, Bai Chen scoffed at Zhang Chenghuai's statement that exotic beasts have no emotions, but he couldn't speak up at the moment and was too lazy to argue. Just then, Bai Chen suddenly turned over, focusing intently on the front as the battle began. Golden leaves, like those cast from gold, flew rapidly through the air, resembling brilliant butterflies but hiding a heavy killing intent. The long-armed gibbon swung its stick, intercepting the incoming golden leaves, and it was unclear what material the stick was made of, as the golden leaves capable of killing a leader couldn't cut through it. Meanwhile, the exotic beast known as the armored honeypot, as revealed by Zhang Chenghuai, displayed even more ferocity. It had only just broken through the size of a wolf dog, its body covered with a layer of gray-white armor, which at this moment became even thicker, truly resembling a suit of armor. It ran quickly toward the main body of the golden tree, with golden leaves slicing across its armored body, leaving deep scars. Yet it seemed to feel nothing at all, continuing to run with all its might. At this time, the 3-headed black wolf beside the Lord of Grey Rock also moved forward, both of its heads growling in unison, stopping about 100 meters away from the golden tree. A freezing windstorm and a flame erupted from the massive mouths of its 2 heads. It was actually a rare dual-type exotic beast. No, the middle head hadn't yet acted. It was very likely a triple type. Soon after, the giant python beside the old wolf also moved, and the jungle leopard appeared beside the golden tree without anyone noticing. Only the colorful tiger remained, like a loyal guard, standing beside the old wolf. Chapter 57, Night Falls. After the warriors beside the Lord of Grey Rock took action, He Changjiang did not hesitate and immediately called for others to act. The deputy governor of Maple Leaf City, Bao Kuahai, summoned a giant volcanic tortoise. Seeing this tortoise, Bai Chen was taken aback. It looked similar to the magma tortoise he encountered last time in the beast fighting arena, but this one was much larger. Almost a colossal creature, standing nearly 10 meters tall, with a volcano on its back that looked just like a real small volcano. When this giant appeared, it completely blocked the view ahead, but fortunately, it quickly moved aside. The teachers from the other 4 cities who had come to support also summoned their own beasts. A gorilla about 4 to 5 meters tall, a tiger with wings, a golden eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, and a deer with antlers resembling jade appeared. The leaders from the other 4 cities were all Lord-level beast masters. If they weren't at the Lord level, they wouldn't even qualify to participate. The 4 distinct beasts launched their attacks as soon as they appeared. Yin He also summoned his own beast, a peculiar creature that was entirely blue, over 10 meters long, resembling both a python and a dragon, with a single horn on its head and wings on its back. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. It was ice type, and a very strong one at that. Zhang Chenghuai turned his head and quietly explained, 6-star Lord Ice Sea Dragon Python, an extremely powerful exotic beast. It is said to have 2 different dragon bloodlines flowing within it, yet with the same attribute. No wonder it's from the Shanghai Academy. He Tianhao sighed softly. The Ice Sea Dragon Python flapped its blue flesh wings behind it, lifting its body into the air and lowering its head towards the golden tree. A blue beam shooting out from its horn. The speed of the beam was so fast that it was hard to discern with the naked eye, but still, dense golden leaves intercepted it. At this moment, various attacks were simultaneously launched from all directions towards the golden tree, like a raging storm. Among the humans, only He Changjiang and Xianhua remained idle. Everyone else qualified to participate had taken action. As the person in charge of this operation, He Changjiang could not easily back down. Xianhua was recognized as the strongest among them, meant to be used as a final trump card, while also needing to guard against the 2 lords, Huiyin and Kongyu, who had yet to make a move. Both lords had their own pride. How could they easily join the fray? The surrounding golden leaves of the golden tree were swirling in the air. The scene resembled autumn, with leaves gradually falling. However, within these seemingly beautiful leaves lurked a deadly crisis. Countless attacks were intercepted by the golden leaves. But there was one exception. The beam from the Ice Sea Dragon Python seemed to be taken seriously by the golden tree, which directly placed dozens of leaves in the path of the beam. However, it proved ineffective. The moment the golden leaves touched the beam, they seemed to lose all power. For a brief moment, they froze in the air, then crumbled into ice shards. With no obstruction, The beam struck directly against the trunk of the golden tree. Instantly, a layer of frost spread across the trunk at a visible speed. The surrounding golden leaves all exhibited a stiffening condition. Moments later, they seemed to lose their momentum and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the attacks from other beasts and beast tamers came again. The armored honeypot climbed up the golden tree, its small claws completely covered by bone armor, resembling a pair of gloves. It grabbed a branch and twisted it with all its might, breaking it. Seeing this, the other beasts and beast tamers showed no hesitation, sweeping a stick towards the golden tree, knocking down countless golden leaves. The fallen leaves from the great python had formed a small puddle, completely submerging the trunk of the golden tree. However, the fire attribute beasts wisely chose to hold back at this moment. Everyone in the back was stunned. Was it resolved so easily? Was this the golden tree that made them feel threatened? Were they even willing to ally with the beasts? But at this moment, to be safe, Yunhe had immediately instructed the IC Dragon Python to use this move. The effect was surprisingly good. Yunhe couldn't help but doubt if the golden tree was really that strong. Would it be a loss to exchange it for the Qing Tian vine? While thinking this, Yunhe suddenly noticed that, without warning, the golden tree had been stripped bare by the beasts, its branches broken in half. And even that great gorilla seemed to want to uproot the golden tree. This scene made Yunhe's eyelids twitch. He had already paid the deposit. How could he let them kill the golden tree like this? Hey, be careful. Don't be too heavy-handed. Just subdue it, got it? Just subdue it. Yunhe couldn't help but shout anxiously. But at that moment, a gray rock lord standing silently on a rock suddenly vanished. No, it didn't disappear, it retreated, instantly moving back nearly 100 meters, but the speed was so fast it was hard to perceive. Run fast. However, she didn't immediately take off running. Instead, she shouted to Zhang Chonghuai, Teacher Zhang, run. What? Zhang Chonghuai was momentarily taken aback, but at that moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A dark streak extended behind the golden tree, and the golden leaves that had just fallen to the ground returned to the air. Golden beams flickered around the golden tree. Blood splattered everywhere. The first to fall was the great gorilla, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, a fountain of blood erupting from its neck. At this moment, Zhang Chonghuai finally reacted. He dared not look any longer, quickly turning around and slapping He Tianhao and Zhang Hao beside him, shouting angrily, run. This shout from Zhang Chonghuai woke up all those who had been in a daze. Everyone began to flee backward. Several team leaders from different cities even abandoned their beast companions, turning to run. Some people were spitting blood as they ran because their beasts had already died. But it was already too late. The dark streak behind the golden tree suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire area in darkness. The sky seemed to turn black. Chapter 58, Unknown Place. When Bai Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate mountainous area. It seemed to be on a small hill, with a dense jungle below in the distance. Bai Chen did not take much time to observe and quickly scanned the area. Not far away, there lay an old wolf, alongside a massive striped tiger. Closer by, Zhang Chonghuai and others were present, while He Changjiang and Yunhe were in another direction. Just then, a familiar voice came, and a pair of hands embraced Bai Chen. Xiao Bai, how are you? I'm fine, how about you? Bai Chen felt relieved. At this moment, the other people and beasts also began to wake up, instinctively leaning towards those they were familiar with. This should be the place the spatial rift led to. The originally unstable rift might have completely collapsed due to some unknown reason, directly sucking a large area of space into the chaotic flow of space. Bai Chen's father had taught him some knowledge about spatial matters. What Bai Chen didn't mention was that normally, even powerful beasts would be shredded to pieces if they entered a chaotic flow of space. But now, that had not happened. Instead, everyone appeared almost unscathed. This was unreasonable unless the chaotic flow of space just now was under the control of some existence. But if it was indeed under someone's control, how powerful must that existence be to command such a vast chaotic flow of space? Bai Chen had no certainty in his heart. Perhaps they were not on the same level as his father, but why would such a being bring these small fry over? Or was it just a coincidence? Good luck? No one got hurt. It's hard to say. Bai Chen shook his head. Duan Ziluo lowered her head in some guilt. Xiao Bai, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my delay. No, it's not your fault. That old wolf ran so fast that it couldn't escape being sucked in. It's not something you could just run away from. Bai Chen looked in one direction. The old wolf had already stood up, surveying the surroundings, and beside it were the massive striped tiger, 3 black wolves, an armored honey badger, and a black and white hawk. The Konyu Lord. As for the great python and the jungle leopard, they were likely killed the moment the golden tree exploded. Thus, the legend that had been passed down for decades, of the Huiyan Lord and its 5 battle generals, would probably become 3 battle generals in the future. On the human side, the remaining few Lord-level beast tamers included only He Changjiang, Yunhe, Wang Bo, Zhao Shu, and Su Sanha. The students, however, had suffered little to no casualties because those who had been injured were due to the Golden Tree's explosion, not the chaotic flow of space. The human casualties were evidently more severe. Among those still alive, Zhao Shu looked as pale as a ghost, with blood at the corner of his mouth. His beast had died. What about Qianhua? He Changjiang asked incredulously. Could he be dead? How is that possible? He is the strongest among us. Damn it. He is not that easy to kill. He must have run away. Yun He's expression was grim, looking worse than if his own father had died. His resentment towards Qianhua completely unmasked. He Changjiang hesitated for a moment and did not intervene in the matter between Qianhua and Yunhe. As long as the people from the Shanghai Academy did not die on his territory, that was enough. He changed the topic. It should be the place that the spatial rift leads to. Yunhe said coldly. But didn't they say that this rift cannot be accessed by elites and above? He Changjiang asked. What changes have occurred? Who can say for sure? Yunhe shook his head. In a bad mood. He didn't want to say too much. Not taking his anger out on He Changjiang was already a form of restraint. At this moment, the leaders of several small teams had already counted their numbers and gathered with their students around He Changjiang and Yunhe in a strange place. Gathering with familiar people is a human instinct. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the side. Humans, do you have anything to say about your current situation? Yunhe did not want to speak, so it would have to be He Changjiang. My lord, we are completely unprepared and did not anticipate this. But aren't you in pursuit of something that might exist in this space? Although we don't know why we came here, and everything here is unknown, exploring ourselves is much more reassuring than sending subordinates. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. Even if there are some dangers, I believe it will be worth it. That's right. I think so too. Perhaps our agreement can continue. Humans, we have made some discoveries. Do you want to go see? Discoveries? What discoveries? He Changjiang squinted his eyes. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the sky. There is a palace over there. A black and white falcon soared in the sky. The Lord of the Sky, Feather, had made a discovery. Wait, it seems you have overlooked something. Yunhe suddenly spoke up. What about the Golden Tree? I believe everyone has seen just how powerful the force it unleashed at the last moment was. You can't still be fantasizing that the Golden Tree is dead, can you? What do you want to say? The Lord of the Grey Rock looked at Yunhe. I know the location of the Golden Tree. It is also here. The only threat here is the Golden Tree, and we should deal with it first. Don't you think the palace would be more interesting? A palace appearing in a place like this? The Lord of the Grey Rock tilted his head and retorted. No, the Golden Tree is more important. Don't you want the Azure Sky Vine? At this moment, Yunhe unexpectedly showed a rare tough attitude in front of the Lord of the Grey Rock. As for the palace, Yunhe hesitated slightly and looked at the students. Let them go. Let them explore. That's too dangerous. He Tianhao quickly retorted. After all, his son was among them. Yunhe looked at He Changjiang, his attitude very firm. Did you forget that the original plan was for them to come in? If you want to join the Shanghai Academy, you can't even dare to take risks? Then you'd better stop dreaming. Finally, Yunhe whispered a sentence with an ambiguous meaning. Chapter 59, Parting Ways. Ahead was a dense jungle. It was no longer a special jungle like the Forest of Fallen Leaves, but rather a true primitive forest that had never been trodden by humans, with shrubs, wild grasses, and large trees interwoven and growing wildly together. However, apart from that, there were no other people. Those powerful individuals had all gone with Yunhe to find that golden tree. And the student teams from other cities did not join the few from Maple Leaf City. It was a kind of competition, but more of a distrust. No one had any objections. Being with familiar people was fine. At least they didn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Duan Qingxiao frowned and said, Ziluo, can you please not be so withdrawn? You can talk directly to us. There's no need to ask your beast for everything. That little thing can't understand anything. He Tianhao said, all right, enough of that. We need to hurry to that palace. I believe none of you want to give up the opportunity to enter the Shanghai Academy. Right? Now we need to cooperate and trust each other. Any danger can arise in this unfamiliar place, so I hope everyone can help each other. He Tianhao spoke sincerely and did not have an annoying commanding tone. It must be said that, as expected of the governor's son, he was already beginning to show leadership qualities at such a young age. So do we just head straight into the jungle? Luo Shirwing asked. He Tianhao thought for a moment and nodded. That's the only way. We saw it from that hill just now. This jungle stretches endlessly. If we take a detour, we don't know how long it will take, and it's easy to lose our direction. We can only follow the path pointed out by the Lord of the Sky Feather. And we must try to get ahead of others. Even if it's not easy to walk, we have to endure. Beast tamers can't avoid hardship. But we didn't see any palace just now. That scruffy bird isn't leading us into a trap, is it? Zhang Hao pouted. He Tianhao hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to remind Zhang Hao without offending him. Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly. I'm not stupid. I didn't scold it in front of it. Anyway, it can't hear me right now. Besides, am I not just speaking the truth? Who among you saw the palace just now? Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It must be too far away. Falcons have vision more than 10 times that of humans, let alone a lord. With the pride of a lord. Its words should not be false. All right, everyone pay attention, stop talking, let's prepare to set off. No matter how difficult it is to walk, we have to go. Especially since we have our beasts. He Tianhao smiled, and then looked at Zhang Hao. The others also reacted. Yeah, this guy's beast is so big and tough. It's perfect for clearing the way. You're all looking at me like that, and I'm a bit nervous. Zhang Hao showed a dry smile. Summon your beast. You've kept it locked up for so long. It should be let out for some fresh air. He Tianhao said. Zhang Hao helplessly replied. It's not that I don't want to summon it. That guy has a bit of a temper. Every time I lock it up, it makes a fuss when it comes out. I'm afraid that no one will be able to control it, and it will only cause us trouble. He Tianhao couldn't help but smile. He had heard of the legends about Zhang Hao. While others had beasts, this guy had a beast that controlled him. Don't worry. I've also heard about your beast. It seems to be quite a bully. If it dares to act up later, our beasts can team up to beat it up. Exactly. We have 4 of us. We can definitely subdue your beast. Besides, we really shouldn't waste too much time. We need to hurry. Luo Shirwing echoed. All right. Zhang Hao reluctantly pouted and raised his right hand, a light shining in his hand, and a light array appeared on the ground. Soon, the light dissipated, and a massive rhinoceros appeared before everyone. Its back was already over 2 meters high, and the horns on its head were nearly a meter long, covered in a layer of armor-like horn. It was a true behemoth. Compared to Zhang Hao's iron-armored rhinoceros, the other few people's beasts seemed like small fry. Yet this gigantic iron-armored rhinoceros was only at the first stage, just entering its growth phase. Upon seeing the iron-armored rhinoceros, Zhang Hao immediately showed a flattering smile. Iron brother. Long time no see. I missed you so much. Then the iron-armored rhinoceros swatted Zhang Hao away with its tail, sending him tumbling to the ground. The other 4 immediately became tense. Although they had heard about it, they had never seen a beast that acted up as soon as it came out. The howling sky tiger and the azure-scaled leopard stepped forward, while the light feather falcon was already circling above the iron-armored rhinoceros. In such an unknown place, any danger could appear at any moment, and Bai Chen did not want to leave an unstable factor beside him. The iron-armored rhinoceros looked down at the howling sky tiger and the azure-scaled leopard, then disdainfully raised its head and looked at the light feather falcon above. It was even more dismissive. Such a small size, you're not even worthy to scratch my itch. The armored rhinoceros has a rather peculiar perception. Whoever is larger is the boss and stronger. This statement is certainly not absolute and doesn't make much sense. But the armored rhinoceros species holds on to this strange idea. At this moment, Zhang Hao, who had been flung aside, finally regained his composure and hurried over. In fact, the armored rhinoceros wasn't being too rough. If it had really gone all out, Zhang Hao would have died countless times by now. It seemed more like a form of dark humor, as this beast seemed to enjoy bullying its master. Chapter 60, Entering the Forest. Iron brother, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to lock you inside on purpose. Zhang Hao, panting, ran to the armored rhinoceros, gently stroking its neck and awkwardly comforting it. The armored rhinoceros slightly turned its head and glanced at Zhang Hao. It opened its mouth as if considering something, but it held back and didn't immediately agree. Upon hearing the term little treasury, the armored rhinoceros's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, it strutted proudly into the jungle. Let's go. Zhang Hao waved to the others and quickly followed the armored rhinoceros. You're so filial. Does your dad know? Luo Shiwen couldn't help but tease. He Tianhao's mouth twitched slightly. But due to his personality, he wouldn't easily say anything that might offend someone, even if the chance was small. Duan Ziluo covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, as she held Bai Chen and lightly followed a little behind the others. The armored rhinoceros walked ahead with a normal leisurely pace. Yet the others had to quicken their steps to keep up, with the armored rhinoceros clearing the way. The few of them found it much easier to navigate through the bushes and weeds, which were flattened in an instant as it passed. Even the occasional fallen or brushed-aside branches were dealt with by the agile azure-scale leopard. Zhang Hao, can you slow your armored rhinoceros down a bit? He Tianhao suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hao replied, why? Didn't you say you wanted to hurry? Isn't it better to be fast? He Tianhao frowned slightly and said seriously, because this is a jungle we have no intel on. Even if we need to be quick, it should be under the premise of safety. That's right. I think He Tianhao makes a lot of sense, Luo Shiwen chimed in, hesitating for a moment. He seemed afraid others might think he was trying to curry favor with He Tianhao, so he explained, I just observed that there are signs of insect activity nearby. Since there are ordinary creatures, there will definitely be exotic beasts as well, and we don't know what level they are, so we must be cautious. All right. Zhang Hao shrugged helplessly and went to plead with his iron brother. He Tianhao said, Luo Shiwen, let your beast circle above us. If there's any movement around, notify us immediately. Okay. He Tianhao also knew some information about Bai Chen, suspecting it was a mutated snow lion. It seemed to be a benign mutation, where its body had become weak and no longer grew, like a dwarf, exchanging this cost for powerful elemental attack capabilities. By now, many were convinced of this. Of course, Bai Chen still didn't know this, or it would have jumped up and cursed, "You're the dwarf, your whole family is dwarfs." In fact, a significant part of why many believe this was due to Bai Chen's growth rate, just like how He Tianhao was also quite convinced now. Because Bai Chen looked exactly the same as when he last saw it during the beast selection, showing no signs of growth whatsoever. Exotic beasts usually grow quickly. For example, He Tianhao's howling tiger was about the same size as Bai Chen back then, but now it was already the size of a medium dog. Zhang Hao's armored rhinoceros had grown by several hundred pounds. Now, He Tianhao seemed to have confirmed this, but he didn't show it. He just said, "You can hold it." As He Tianhao said, "You're a mage, right? Mages just need to output damage from a distance under the protection of their teammates." He knew that this little lion had a strong talent for elemental manipulation, but from past experiences, such physically weakened mutations, even if strong in some aspects, were hard to live long. What is wrong with this person? Why is he sighing at me for no reason? This was Bai Chen's only thought at the moment. There were some unknown purple flowers growing densely on a bush, looking beautiful. Duan Ziluo couldn't help but get a little closer. Suddenly, the others became alert, and the howling tiger also came over, while the light feather falcon circled nearby. "Quick, get out of the way." Suddenly, Zhang Hao's shout came from behind the group. A heavy thudding sound echoed, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Instantly, everyone understood that the armored rhinoceros was charging over, and they quickly scattered. Fortunately, the armored rhinoceros's target was not them but the bush with the exotic beast. The massive armored rhinoceros charged straight into the bush, clearing a large space as it did so, and then with a flick of its head, it swept its horn. A whole clump of bushes was cleared away, and then everyone finally saw the so-called exotic beast. It was a gray little rabbit, holding 2 wild fruits in its arms, looking stunned and standing there in shock. The wild fruits fell to the ground. He Tianhao shook his head helplessly and said, a 0-level gray rabbit. No threat. Let's not harm it. You've already demolished its home." "I didn't mean to." Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 61, a little something off. "Iron brother, let it go. Let us move on. Bullying such a little thing doesn't suit your majestic aura," Zhao Hao awkwardly advised. The armored rhinoceros glanced at Zhang Hao, then at the little rabbit in front of it, and extended its front leg, gently poking the little rabbit, which toppled over. The armored rhinoceros then lowered its head and ate the wild fruits, chewing a few times before seeming to find them unappetizing and spitting out the remains. "Let us go?" He Tianhao smiled helplessly. "Little rabbit, don't be afraid, this is for you." Those crystal grapes weren't considered spirit plants, but they should be a variety with a bit of spiritual energy. That bit of energy was barely useful for beast tamers, but the key was that they were delicious. Many wealthy individuals among humans also liked to buy such fruits, so they weren't cheap at all, nearly approaching the lowest price of a first-level material per pound. "I'm not that petty. In fact, that big dumb cow isn't bad. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. If it were another exotic beast, that little rabbit would have already been eaten. That big dumb cow is just a bit cheap, liking to bully beasts and people." Bai Chen smirked slightly. Deciding not to say anything more, being kind was also good. The group continued walking for a while, not encountering any decent exotic beasts. Just some small animals that weren't even first level. There were little birds and swallows, and they passed a small creek where there were quite a few frogs. From a distance, they spotted some poisonous frogs that didn't look too friendly. So, they wisely chose to take a detour. Fortunately, the creek wasn't crossing the jungle, but was vertical. So they just needed to keep their distance. After walking for nearly an hour, at He Tianhao's suggestion, they stopped to rest for a while. Although beast tamers would receive some feedback from their contracted beasts that enhanced their physique, the extent of this enhancement wasn't significant. For these first-level youths, this boost was barely noticeable. Thankfully, there were also exercises on the body qualities of beast tamers in school. However, after walking for an hour, everyone clearly felt fatigued and decided it was time to rest to avoid exhaustion when facing any dangers. Duan Ziluo was sitting on a small chair, feeding Bai Chen grapes. As for where the chair came from, it was from the storage space. "The weather is really nice." Zhang Hao lay back on a lounge chair, shaking it, when suddenly he sat up again and waved his hand, causing a small round table to appear. "Hey everyone, want some juice?" On the small table were 2 glass teapots filled with freshly squeezed juice, an ice bucket with chunks of ice, and several glass cups. "How big is your storage space?" "Really?" Luo Shiwans couldn't help but exclaim, then walked over to pour himself a cup of juice without hesitation. "Hee, it's not that big. By the way, do you all want to have hot pot?" Zhang Hao said with a smile. "Hot pot." Luo Shiwan's eyes lit up. "That's right." Zhang Hao nodded proudly, then waved his hand again, and a hot pot table with a soup pot appeared in front of him. He continued to take out soup base, ingredients, and various hot pot dishes, looking like he really wanted to enjoy a hot pot meal before setting off. Luo Shiwen seemed to be a loyal supporter of hot pot, quickly helping out. This guy is more prepared than for a vacation, Luo Shiwen chuckled. Come on, we've been walking for so long. Any danger should have already appeared, right? Why wait until now? Don't worry, come on, let's eat hot pot, and then continue. I'm starving, Zhang Hao said cheerfully as he added water to boil the soup base. He Tianhao walked over, frowned, and looked somewhat serious. Oh, what's wrong? Zhang Hao asked cautiously. He Tianhao looked at Zhang Hao and said earnestly, can you add more spice? Zhang Hao readily agreed. No problem, I've got a 9-grid pot. I'll get you 2 super spicy ones. Cough cough, Luo Shiwen's accidentally choked. He Tianhao laughed. It's not messing around, it's really time to eat. Since we have hot pot, you wouldn't want to gnaw on that dry food, right? Duan Qingxia frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, don't you all find something off? What's off? He Tianhao quickly asked. No mosquitoes? The group thought carefully and seemed to realize that there really were none. The outside world was already at the end of spring and the beginning of summer. Mosquitoes had long been active, not to mention in a jungle where there should be many. Maybe there just aren't any mosquitoes here. No mosquitoes is actually a good thing. Zhang Hao shrugged dismissively. The others might have noticed, but they wouldn't pay too much attention to it. It was indeed an easily overlooked issue. Sometimes it wouldn't be neglected. But when it's absent, no one would intentionally think about why it's missing. Chapter 62. The old ones have arrived. Come on, don't be so paranoid. It's just that there are no bugs. Isn't it better without those annoying things? Hurry up, cook what you like. I brought plenty of stuff. Zhang Hao said dismissively as the pot was already boiling, and he was using a ladle to cook beef. He Tianhao's brows were furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. Suddenly, the crouching Zevenu stood up, looking alert at the nearby jungle, letting out a low growl. He Tianhao's expression changed immediately. There's a beast. Everyone be careful. Damn. Can't even eat hot pot in peace, Zhang Hao greeted warmly. Then he quickly packed up the hot pot table. He didn't want the things he worked hard to bring to be ruined by a beast. Luo Shiwen's light feather falcon stood on his shoulder, vigilantly staring in that direction. Bai Chen was also watching. He sensed a strong aura, a gut feeling. Even the armored rhinoceros, which had been dozing on the ground, raised its head. The bushes over there began to tremble slightly, causing everyone to tense up. They knew a beast was coming. Then they saw a small gray rabbit hopping out. This little rabbit moved strangely, standing on its hind legs, cradling a bunch of grapes that were already mostly gone. When Zhang Hao saw this little rabbit, he was speechless. Is it just a rabbit? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? This is the second time. I'm really fed up. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Right. Someone hurry and catch it. Having rabbit meat for the hot pot base would be nice. Before Zhang Hao's words could finish, sounds of movement came from the surrounding grass and bushes. One by one, gray and white rabbits emerged, all standing on their hind legs, hopping about. However, not all rabbits were as small as that little gray one. Most were nearly a meter tall, and those over a meter were quite common. There were many rabbits. In just a few seconds, hundreds surrounded the group from all directions. This was a group of beasts, almost all above the first rank. He Tianhao's face immediately turned grim. Even ordinary first-rank rabbits were not something regular people could handle, let alone so many, and there might be higher-ranked ones among them. As if to confirm He Tianhao's thoughts, a massive gray rabbit emerged behind the dazed little gray rabbit. It was not hopping but walking on 2 legs, towering over 2 meters, with exaggerated muscles all over its body. It's a leader-level overlord rabbit, He Tianhao exclaimed, feeling a tightness in his chest. A leader-level beast was absolutely invincible for them right now, not to mention the many first and second-rank rabbits around. If it really attacked, this leader-level overlord rabbit alone could kill everyone. We're done for, was the only thought on everyone's mind. Meanwhile, the little gray rabbit pointed at them while tilting its head towards the overlord rabbit, as if reporting to a parent. This is really bullying the small. Bringing in the big, Bai Chen silently complained. Even though they knew the power gap was vast, they couldn't just give up resistance. At least they had to try. He Tianhao and Luo Shiwen's were already prepared. Being able to come here meant their temperament wasn't too bad, and they had long anticipated possible scenarios. Then it took a step forward. Others felt a tension in their hearts, unsure whether to take the initiative, but in that moment of hesitation, the overlord rabbit had already vanished. No, not vanished, it was just too fast. Suddenly, a scream came from behind the group. Ah, it was Zhang Hao. The overlord rabbit had circled around him and grabbed him up, but hadn't made any further moves yet. This meant Zhang Hao's scream was just from the shock. The armored rhinoceros, seeing Zhang Hao being caught, rushed over. Although it usually liked to bully Zhang Hao, it still had an instinct to protect its master. The charge of the large armored rhinoceros was quite terrifying. However, the overlord rabbit merely glanced at it, then kicked it aside, throwing Zhang Hao out. The Overlord Rabbit's kick hit the side of the armored rhinoceros. The two had a noticeable size difference, but the much larger armored rhinoceros was directly flipped over, sliding more than 10 meters on the ground. Following that, the Overlord Rabbit leaped again, stomping on the armored rhinoceros, which had just tried to stand up, pinning it down firmly. It then unleashed 2 punches right on the armored rhinoceros's big face. Meanwhile, the thrown Zhang Hao was caught by an elite Overlord Rabbit. And then several other Overlord Rabbits came out, each grabbing one of Zhang Hao's limbs and lifting him up. Help! Damn it! Help! Zhang Hao struggled desperately. But with his human strength, how could he possibly break free from the grip of 4 elite Overlord Rabbits? Luo Shiwans wanted to command his beast to act, but was stopped by He Tianhao. Duan Ziluo also said anxiously, Xiaobai, what should we do? It's fine. No need to panic. I've completely figured it out. Bai Chen was not worried at all. Instead, he was eagerly watching the armored rhinoceros getting beaten up. Bai Chen explained, if that leader-level Overlord Rabbit wanted to kill the armored rhinoceros, it wouldn't take this long at all. Don't be fooled by the armored rhinoceros's tough skin and thick flesh. It's still a leader-level creature. For a leader-level being to kill a first-tier creature is as easy as stepping on an ant. But it hasn't done so, which means it just wants to beat up the armored rhinoceros to vent its anger for that little rabbit. It might even be the little rabbit's father. At this point, Bai Chen felt a bit envious, remembering his own father. Others have parents to help them when they're bullied. But even in the darkest moments of his life, oh no, his lion life, his father wasn't around. He didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Chapter 63, The Ferocious Rabbit. He Tianhao noticed this too and stopped Luo Shiwen. Since the Overlord Rabbits weren't planning to attack them, why would they go over there? Were they looking for death? It seemed these Overlord Rabbits hadn't developed a killing intent yet. He didn't want his group to provoke them and end up regretting it later. Right now, the armored rhinoceros was just getting beaten up. It wasn't a big deal, considering its tough skin and thick flesh. After all, it had brought this upon itself by bullying a little rabbit. It was one thing to steal the little rabbit's wild fruit, but it also chewed a few bites and spat them out in front of it. Who could tolerate that? You couldn't blame the little rabbit for calling its parents. The more He Tianhao thought about it, the more he felt it was reasonable. This guy deserved to be beaten. Thus, He Tianhao watched the scene unfold with a sense of justified enjoyment. Help! Brothers, sisters. Zhang Hao was still struggling desperately and calling for help. However, the 4 elite Overlord Rabbits hadn't yet started to attack. They simply brought him in front of the little gray rabbit and threw Zhang Hao to the ground, pinning his limbs down. Then the little gray rabbit hopped onto Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao immediately struggled wildly, but with his limbs firmly pinned down. He could only move his head, which was of no help at all. Zhang Hao, calm down, He Tianhao suddenly said. Brother, help, big brother, brother, save me. Dear father, dear ancestors, help me, I don't want to die. Zhang Hao's head was still swinging wildly, occasionally opening his mouth as if he wanted to bite the little gray rabbit when it hopped over. However, despite being small, the little gray rabbit was very agile, and Zhang Hao never succeeded. They won't kill you. Just behave, He Tianhao said with some concern. Not because he was worried about Zhang Hao, but because he was worried that if Zhang Hao really bit the little rabbit, those Overlord Rabbits would get enraged, and it would be a disaster. Overlord Rabbits weren't particularly rare, but they weren't very common either. They were a representative species among rabbits, and their characteristics had been studied. Overlord Rabbits are attributeless, pure physical creatures, but that doesn't mean they're weak. On the contrary, Overlord Rabbits are one of the strongest species among rabbits because they have a passive ability, red eyes. Normally, an Overlord Rabbit's eyes are black, but they can turn red, usually when they're angry. When their eyes turn red, their combat power increases geometrically, and they become fearless and much more aggressive. This is a terrifying creature, at least for the young boys and girls present. Calm, big brother. How can you expect me to calm down? You try being pinned down by a few rabbits. He Tianhao said seriously. Zhang Hao, you must calm down. They won't kill you. At most, they'll just beat you up, but if you hurt that little rabbit, it would be another story. The little gray rabbit was not much bigger than an ordinary rabbit and was clearly a young one. How much strength could it have? Moreover, it hadn't turned red-eyed yet. Oh my god, Zhang Hao groaned helplessly. Then he stopped struggling, laid his head on the ground, tilted it, and pursed his lips, looking like a disgraced young lady. Hurry up and get it over with. What's wrong? Before Zhang Hao could finish his sentence, he was stepped on the jaw by the little rabbit, causing him to bite his own cheek. Zhang Hao cast a very aggrieved glance at the endlessly playful little rabbit, then sighed helplessly at the sky. Can you guys stop looking at me? It's so embarrassing. All right. Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly raised his head to look at the hopping little rabbit, but as soon as he lifted his head, it was stepped down again. The little rabbit seemed to treat Zhang Hao like a trampoline. The more it played, the more fun it found, forgetting that it had come for revenge. Although Zhang Hao had been stepped on so many times that his face was starting to swell, he still showed a flattering smile. Brother Rabbit, can you let this little brother off just this once? I know I was wrong. Really, I was really wrong. If you keep playing, I'm going to be ruined. Duan Ziluo and the others silently turned their heads, all feeling like they wanted to say they didn't know this person. However, Zhang Hao wasn't the only one getting beaten. The armored rhinoceros was also suffering. The leader-level Overlord Rabbit was directly riding on the armored rhinoceros and beating it up. At first, the armored rhinoceros let out a low, angry roar, but after struggling several times to no avail and getting beaten harder, its cries became much lower, and it seemed to be cowering. Even without understanding rhinoceros language, one could guess the obvious plea for mercy. However, the Overlord Rabbit ignored it and seemed unsatisfied. It stood up again, grabbed one of the armored rhinoceros's legs, swung it around, and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground, and a thin layer of dust was kicked up. Fortunately, the armored rhinoceros had a strong physique. If it were an ordinary animal, this blow would have at least cost it half its life. The armored rhinoceros's large, bell-like eyes also showed clear signs of fear. It tried to struggle, kicking its 4 sturdy legs wildly, but was grabbed again and swung, immediately becoming obedient. Then the Overlord Rabbit grabbed it and slammed it down, first on the left, then on the right, and soon the ground was completely unrecognizable. Duan Ziluo watched in horror, feeling that it was so brutal. Why could such a cute creature as a rabbit be so vicious? At this moment, it was unclear whether the little gray rabbit had gotten tired from jumping or if Zhang Hao's pleas for mercy had worked. But the little gray rabbit just stood on Zhang Hao's stomach and didn't step on his face anymore. After a few more slams, the armored rhinoceros had completely given up struggling, its body limp, looking as if it had been thoroughly played with. The Overlord Rabbit stopped its actions and looked toward the little gray rabbit, seemingly asking for its opinion. When the Overlord Rabbit passed by, the group didn't dare to breathe at all. Chapter 64, A Rabbit That Knows How to Share. Fortunately, soon the two rabbits' exchange seemed to have ended, and the little gray rabbit hopped over to the group. The Overlord Rabbit remained in place, crossing its arms, its gaze fixed on the group, a blatant threat. Thus, the group still dared not move, standing stiffly, with He Tianhao barely managing to force a smile at the little gray rabbit. Duan Ziluo seemed to understand the little gray rabbit's intention. She wasn't afraid of it, but she was afraid of the big Overlord Rabbit. The little gray rabbit blinked its big eyes and nodded. Bai Chen also curiously watched the little creature. The little gray rabbit shook its head, persistently raising its little paw. Duan Ziluo smiled helplessly, then took the grapes and patted the little gray rabbit's head. Little guy, sharing is a virtue, but bullying others is wrong. That armored rhinoceros just bullied you, and it has already received its due lesson. But can you let it go for now? It's just a human. It can't withstand your rough play. She pointed at Zhang Hao, who was still pinned down by the 4 Overlord Rabbits. The little gray rabbit turned its head to take a look, chirped twice, and then the Overlord Rabbit nodded. The 4 elite Overlord Rabbits immediately released Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao hurriedly tried to get up, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground again. Hey, Overlord Rabbit, nearby kindly helped him up. Zhang Hao quickly said, Thank you, I can do it myself. Then he rushed to the side and hugged a tree, throwing up. After being stomped on so many times, the discomfort was unbearable. Duan Ziluo smiled helplessly, instinctively wanting to feed grapes to Bai Chen, but hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate since the little gray rabbit was meant for her. What if it upset the little gray rabbit? Right now, it could be said that their lives were in the hands of this small rabbit. This was a rabbit that understood sharing, even though what it shared was something given to it by others. Bai Chen thought this way and didn't hesitate, directly stretching out his head to eat the grape. He also waved a little paw. The little gray rabbit was taken aback, then hugged the grape, squinting its eyes as if smiling. Duan Ziluo swallowed the grape without spitting out the skin, then patted the little gray rabbit's head. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a bunch of crystal grapes and handed them to the little gray rabbit. The little gray rabbit was momentarily stunned, its eyes squinting into a slit, seemingly very happy, holding the bunch of grapes with its little paws. But it placed the complete bunch of grapes on the ground and raised its right paw. On the little gray rabbit's paw, there was unexpectedly a small object resembling a seed, very tiny, even smaller than the grape, somewhat shriveled, with deep grooves and complex patterns, making it hard to tell what kind of seed it was. Duan Ziluo smiled helplessly, then took the seed and curiously examined it in her hand. Little guy? What is this? The little gray rabbit first placed the half bunch of grapes on the ground, then used its 2 short paws to gesture. Duan Ziluo blinked her big eyes innocently. Who can understand this? Duan Ziluo quietly asked Bai Chen, Little Bai, do you understand? No, it's a rabbit. I'm a lion. How could I possibly understand? Well, it's not like it's speaking, it's gesturing. I haven't learned sign language. How could I understand? Even if I had learned, I probably still wouldn't get it. I suspect this little guy is just gesturing randomly. Or perhaps its meaning is that if this seed is planted, it will grow into a big round fruit? Bai Chen barely understood the little rabbit's last digging motion on the ground. Ah, I see. Well, no matter what it is, since it's a gift from you, I will take good care of it. Duan Ziluo decided not to think too much and smiled, then patted the little gray rabbit's head. The little gray rabbit seemed very happy too, also squinting and smiling. After a while, the little gray rabbit picked up the half bunch of grapes from the ground again, but it couldn't take the other bunch. The big and small rabbits started communicating again. Soon, the overlord rabbit suddenly snatched the 2 bunches of grapes, seeming a bit angry, pointing at the little gray rabbit and saying something. The little gray rabbit stubbornly tilted its head. Duan Ziluo shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Zhang Hao felt better after throwing up for a while, and then hurriedly ran to find the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros was still lying on the ground, motionless. Zhang Hao was startled and quickly quickened his pace, directly leaping onto the armored rhinoceros. Iron brother, how are you? Don't die? What'll I do if you die? But the 2 bunches of grapes were still in the overlord rabbit's hands. Chapter 65. A few bunches of grapes have bought you off. Duan Ziluo looked over and saw that the rabbits had made way. She didn't notice much and crouched down to pat the little gray rabbit's head, then asked, "Can we go now?" The little gray rabbit nodded, then shook its head, extending its 2 little paws. It pointed to the left side of the path that the rabbits had cleared. Then its little paws began to gesture, first flailing about, opening its mouth to try to look fierce. Although it looked quite cute on a little rabbit, one could still discern some meaning. Next, the little rabbit hugged itself, pretending to shiver. Bai Chen extended a little paw, wanting to give a thumbs up to praise the little rabbit. He understood this time, but unfortunately, a lion's thumb is very small, so Bai Chen could only wave his paw. The little rabbit also waved its paw back, squinting its eyes and smiling. Bai Chen nodded, accurately saying he understood. It was just a guess, and he couldn't guarantee it was 100 accurate. Its meaning should be that there is a very fierce monster in that direction, so we need to be careful when we leave. Then he drew across towards Luo Sherwing. Luo Sherwing's heart tightened. He thought, I can't be this unlucky, right? Tianhao quickly grabbed Luo Sherwing's arm to comfort him. The surrounding rabbits were silent, and this action did not indicate an attack. How would I know? Do you really think I'm a sign language expert? Bai Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Duan Ziluo smiled, and didn't he insist on clarifying the meaning? She rubbed the little gray rabbit's head and stood up. We should go. At this moment, Duan Ziluo understood something and uncertainly asked, Is this very important? The little gray rabbit quickly nodded. Duan Ziluo frowned in distress. But we don't know what you mean. The little gray rabbit seemed a bit anxious, first repeating the clawing gesture, then pointing at the strongest overlord rabbit. Pausing for a moment, then pointing at 4 rabbits and drawing a cross on the last one. Bai Chen's mind flashed, and he seemed to understand. Its meaning was that there are 4 very fierce monsters. The 4th one is a bit problematic, or uncertain if there's a 4th one. Duan Ziluo thought for a moment, and it really seemed like that, so she quickly asked, Little guy, do you mean there are 4 very fierce monsters? The 4th one is uncertain? The little gray rabbit quickly nodded, then gestured 4 different heights, each one taller than the last. The little gray rabbit nodded eagerly. Duan Ziluo crouched down to pat the little gray rabbit's head. Thank you. This information is very important to us. Then she took out a bunch of crystal grapes and handed them to the little gray rabbit, which quickly hugged them. The little gray rabbit nodded. Duan Ziluo turned to the others. We can go now. Immediately, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Hao, who was still lying on the armored rhinoceros crying. After such a long time, the armored rhinoceros hadn't moved at all, and Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse from crying. He was genuinely sad, although he sometimes got bullied by this big rhinoceros. Their essay saying that hitting is affection and scolding is love. After such a long time together, Zhang Hao had grown fond of this big fellow that always accompanied him. Even his father was not as present as the armored rhinoceros. He was always busy, very busy, constantly busy. The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the sadder he became, crying heart-wrenchingly. But just then, the armored rhinoceros suddenly stood up, directly throwing Zhang Hao off and rushing towards the path cleared by the rabbits. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and Zhang Hao dazedly climbed up from the ground. Tianhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He suddenly understood why Zhang Hao's beast was an armored rhinoceros. It's like they belonged to the same family. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment before reacting and quickly chased after. Iron brother, wait for me, don't run around. Tianhao observed and saw that although the surrounding rabbits hadn't left, no one was stopping Zhang Hao, who had already run out, and said, All right, let us go too. They must be scared after getting beaten. Tianhao shook his head helplessly and said, All right, everyone, let's leave. Be careful and try not to disturb them too much. When Duan Ziluo stopped, everyone else also halted, not daring to move. The little gray rabbit nodded and then shook its head. Duan Ziluo patted the little gray rabbit's head and said, "We should go now." "Is it because we didn't say goodbye?" "Then, little one, goodbye. We really have to leave." "Was the argument with that big tyrant rabbit just now because of this? Did a few bunches of grapes buy you off? Are you kidding me?" "No, that's impossible." Bai Chen quickly glanced over at the tyrant rabbit, which was still standing there, just looking in this direction. That gaze was like that of parents reluctant to see their child leave, but it wasn't entirely reluctance. There was also expectation and blessing. This is unscientific. Chapter 66, Speculation. This is indeed unscientific. In Bai Chen's view, this was simply impossible. If he were in his father's shoes, how could he allow himself to become someone else's beast master? But now the tyrant rabbit was actually tacitly allowing it, and this was a complete stranger. A more appropriate analogy would be that a child from a family encounters a stranger, and then the stranger gives the child some candy. The child eats the candy, finds it delicious, and thinks the stranger is nice. Then the child insists on going with the stranger. This is already quite unbelievable. But what is even more unbelievable is that the child's parents actually agreed. They just stood by and watched their child leave with someone else. This is impossible. Unless the parents felt they couldn't afford to raise the child and entrusted the child to a better family. But that is not the case here. The little gray rabbit's father was clearly the leader of a group. How could he not be able to afford to raise it? Moreover, even if he were to entrust it to a better family, it couldn't be so hasty, at the very least. He would have to investigate the family's background and the owner's character. How could this be possible? Could it be that the thinking of beasts is different from that of humans? Bai Chen couldn't be sure, at least when he thought of his own father. It seemed there wasn't much difference from humans. But the tyrant rabbit was different. Perhaps it was simply a matter of different thoughts? Or perhaps, returning to the original hypothesis, under what circumstances would a father allow his child to go with someone else, especially a stranger? Suddenly, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. A flash of insight passing through. There seemed to be a possibility, a real one. Bai Chen had a guess in his heart, but didn't voice it. Just silently watching. "Little one, we have to go. You can't follow us. You should be with your family. If you leave with us, you will regret it. By then, it will be too late, and your parents, relatives, and friends will all be very sad. Little one, you are so naive. You can be easily deceived. Let me tell you, don't trust others easily. Just because I gave you grapes doesn't mean I'm a good person. Bad people can disguise themselves. Oh, come on. We've only just met. What is there to be reluctant about? Are you willing to part with your parents? Little one, stay obedient. Listen to your parents at home. And don't run around alone. What if you encounter a fierce beast?" Throughout this process, Bai Chen never expressed any opinions, just staring blankly, lost in thought. This time, the little gray rabbit did not follow but instead hugged the grapes tightly. The leader-level tyrant rabbit, the little gray rabbit's father, silently walked to the little gray rabbit's side, squatted down, gently shook his head, and placed a hand on the little gray rabbit's head, seemingly comforting it. Just then, the rabbit group behind them suddenly parted, creating a path. A rabbit nearly 2 meters tall, with a somewhat hunched back, leaned on a cane and slowly walked over. This was an elderly rabbit, showing clear signs of old age, and behind it followed 2 robust tyrant rabbits, similar to the little gray rabbit's father. The elderly rabbit approached the little gray rabbit and its father, shaking its head. Perhaps the timing wasn't right yet. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. It was the elderly rabbit. It actually spoke human language. This meant it was at least a lord-level existence. But there wasn't much time left. Another voice sounded. One completely different from the old rabbits, filled with a strong, masculine tone. It was the little gray rabbit's father. He could speak, but had never revealed it before. He was hiding his strength. He was not the leader level that he Tianhao thought. The little gray rabbit's father turned to look at the elderly rabbit, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Father, we are ready, but little gray doesn't deserve this. All right, no more talking. I told you there will be opportunities, we just need to wait." The elderly rabbit shook its head and sighed helplessly. "My heavens, you finally made it." After Duan Ziluo and the others walked out of the rabbit group's encirclement, they didn't walk far before they saw an armored rhinoceros and Zhang Hao under a big tree. Upon seeing them, Zhang Hao hurriedly approached. "Hee. How could I run away? I was just waiting for you." Zhang Hao chuckled, his bruised face looking quite comical. Her personality was like that. She would worry about those she knew, and even about strangers who were injured. "It's fine. What can happen to me? With my physique, it would be nothing even if I got hit a couple more times." Zhang Hao proudly flexed his not-so-muscular biceps, but paired with his bruised face. It looked even more ridiculous. Duan Ziluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, feeling less worried. "All right, we should keep moving. We've wasted a lot of time already. This incident has reminded us that there are quite a few strange beasts here, and their levels aren't low. We need to be more careful from now on," He Tianhao said. Duan Ziluo and the others had no objections, but Zhang Hao interjected again. "By the way, aren't you guys hungry? How about we eat hot pot before leaving?" He Tianhao helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head. With you like this, how can you still think about eating hot pot? I don't know whether to say you're carefree or what. Hee, forget about it then. I've rested enough. Zhang Hao didn't mind and patted the armored rhinoceros, which immediately stood up. The once proud armored rhinoceros now seemed much more subdued after taking a beating, appearing somewhat timid, even when walking in front. It no longer had that imposing demeanor. Instead, it looked cautious, suspicious, and timid. This time, Zhang Hao stayed close to the armored rhinoceros, supporting its back, seemingly providing comfort and support. Say, He Tianhao was slightly taken aback. Like this? He Tianhao nodded, raised an eyebrow in thought, and said, then let us try to avoid some areas. Okay. The others had no objections. It seemed that unknowingly, they had all accepted He Tianhao as the leader. This was a difficult-to-define inherent charm and leadership quality. Chapter 67, Snakes and Insects. After walking for so long and sweating, it's normal to feel hot, right? Luo Sherwin said. Indeed, it has been a long time. Let's take a break and eat something. He Tianhao glanced at the sky and said, this time, Zhang Hao, don't mention hot pot. Just eat something light to fill your stomach. All right, Zhang Hao weakly agreed. After being beaten and walking for almost an hour, he was already exhausted. However, the two girls didn't suggest resting, and he thought to himself that as a man, how could he say he needed to rest? Thus, he stubbornly held on for so long. Zhang Hao took out some chairs and handed them to everyone, then pulled out some fruits and jerky and other fast food. This really is a wealthy person. All the fruits are spirit fruits, specially cultivated for human consumption, which have many benefits and taste excellent. The meat is not ordinary animal meat, but rather the flesh of those specially bred exotic beasts that are known for their excellent taste and ability to strengthen the body, promote circulation, and balance yin and yang. Since they are all companions, there was nothing to refuse, especially given the difficulty of resisting the temptation of delicious food. Shu Tan and Zhang Hao were lounging on the only recliner, one hand holding a large meat pie and the other a cup of grape juice. Taking a bite of meat followed by a sip of juice was indeed comforting. The others watched this scene with a bit of helplessness, but said nothing, as they knew that one cannot refuse food. Each was busy eating. Duanzi fed Bai Chen a cherry, but Bai Chen did not respond. Little Bai? Bai Chen shook his head. No, I'm not that stingy, just thinking about something. What are you thinking about? You wouldn't understand if I told you. Bai Chen swallowed the cherry in one bite, slowly chewing and savoring the sweet juice flowing in his mouth. He unceremoniously bit into it. Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed, and everyone looked over to see Zhang Hao, who had slapped his own face, which was already a mix of green and purple. Zhang Hao, what stimulated you to self-harm? Luo Shuwen asked with a laugh. I wasn't stimulated. Didn't you say there were no bugs? What is this? Zhang Hao raised his left hand, revealing a squashed mosquito with some blood on it. Lying there, he must not have noticed it at first. There are definitely mosquitoes in the jungle. You probably just got lucky and didn't encounter any. Or maybe you're just unlucky. Luo Shuwen chuckled as he continued munching on the dried meat, admitting that Zhang Hao's snacks were quite tasty. Hey, be careful, I'm eating. Luo Shuwen quickly got up from the chair. Duanzi sniffed the air and confirmed that there was only a faint fragrance, without any pungent smell. Bai Chen was speechless, wondering what they thought of him. Hey, Ziluo, I want some of that. Give me a bit. This thing itches so much. Zhang Hao came running over, scratching his face. How could I refuse? Zhang Hao cheerfully accepted. A flurry of sprays followed, which he then shared with He Tianhao and Luo Shuwen, who did not refuse. Bai Chen frowned slightly, wondering why he couldn't sense anything. Ever since breaking through to the first level, Bai Chen had gained a new ability based on his strong control over elements. But now, he couldn't sense anything, which meant it could only be a cold-blooded creature. The confrontation did not last long, as Luo Shuwen's light feather falcon suddenly flew towards the bushes. Blades of wind gathered, scattering the bushes, and it flew inside. Soon, the light feather falcon emerged, holding a nearly 1 meter long red venomous snake. The Qiyang venomous snake. It turned out to be this creature, over 50 centimeters long, classified as a first-level beast, and this one was close to a meter, likely a first-level 4-star or 5-star. He Tianhao recognized the venomous snake captured by the light feather falcon at a glance. Zhang Hao patted Luo Shuwen on the shoulder. Wow, Luo Shuwen, you're impressive. Catching a first-level 4 or 5-star exotic beast in one go. Luo Shuwen smiled and said, it's just a snake. My light feather falcon has a natural advantage over it. And it has a habit of eating live snakes, so it's used to catching them. Eating live snakes? He Tianhao looked at Luo Shuwen in surprise. This was a tough guy, willing to train a beast of such ferocity, typically seen only in experienced beast tamers. Luo Shuwen nodded. Just right, my falcon caught this one. It has its lunch now. You guys don't need this venomous snake. How about I give you its crystal core later? No, that's unnecessary. You caught it, so it's yours. I'm pondering a question. He Tianhao shook his head, frowning in thought. There are snakes here? I thought there weren't, Zhang Hao said. Isn't it normal to have snakes in the jungle? Luo Shuwen retorted. It's just luck. Even if there are snakes in the jungle, they can't be everywhere. It's a probability issue, Luo Shuwen shrugged nonchalantly. Listening to them, Bai Chen fell into deep thought, as did He Tianhao. Chapter 68, Insect Chirping. After pondering for a long time, He Tianhao vaguely discovered something, but always lacked the most critical clue. The various clues in his mind were difficult to form a complete line. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his doubts and looked at the sky before speaking to the others. Everyone, let's take a break, and then we'll continue our journey. After about an hour, we'll find a place to set up camp and rest for the night. Okay, everyone agreed. As for why they didn't travel through the night, it was because they were still human, not made of iron, and they were just a group of young boys and girls. After eating and resting for more than 10 minutes, the group set off again. Bai Chen knew he was being used as a cooling device, but what could he do? He needed to cool down anyway, so he might as well let her benefit from it. Most of the snakes they encountered had become the light feather falcon's meals. This also allowed them to witness the fierce side of the seemingly small falcon. Fortunately, they had not encountered any particularly powerful exotic beasts, perhaps due to the guidance of the little gray rabbit. After another hour, He Tianhao stopped and looked around. This was a clearing in the woods, with surrounding trees that were not very tall, a relatively rare open space in the jungle. Let's rest here for the night. We can continue our journey tomorrow, He Tianhao said. What time is it? Zhang Hao casually asked. Let's take a break. Everyone is tired, He Tianhao replied. Sure, I wholeheartedly agree. By the way, since it's nighttime, how about we have hot pot? That wouldn't be too much to ask, Zhang Hao said cheerfully, still nostalgic for his hot pot. All right. Since Zi Luo is so concerned about me, I'll eat the clear broth, Zhang Hao said with a grin. Duan Zi rolled her eyes in exasperation but didn't respond. All right. It's still early to discuss dinner. Let's set up the tents first. Zhang Hao, you should have some, right? He Tianhao asked. What? How did you know I have some? Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. I wouldn't be surprised even if you brought a chain supermarket. He Tianhao shook his head helplessly. No supermarket. But I have shelves and fridges from the supermarket. Do you want them? Zhang Hao said with a mischievous grin. Awesome. Luo Shuwen gave him a thumbs up. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Let's first solve the accommodation issue. If the tents you brought are big enough, 2 will do. The 2 girls can stay together. And us 3 boys will stay together, He Tianhao said. I don't want to sleep with you 2 big men, Zhang Hao pouted. Then who do you want to sleep with? Luo Shuwen asked. Zhang Hao's eyes twinkled as he said, I'll sleep alone. I brought enough tents. He Tianhao calmly said. If possible, no one actually wants to sleep with anyone else, but the jungle at night is very dangerous. For safety's sake, it's better to have someone nearby for support, and we need to take turns keeping watch at night. All right, as Zhang Hao put it. How could girls do such rough work? No, don't. Suddenly, while busy setting up the tent, Zhang Hao looked up and said, I brought a lamp. So don't go collecting firewood. I'm almost dying of heat here. If you start a fire, you'll roast me alive. Bai Chen suddenly felt that having Zhang Hao around was actually not bad. This guy was prepared for everything, like a treasure chest. And one couldn't help but wonder how large his storage space was. The temperature was indeed a bit high. At this time, it should be dusk. But it felt hotter than midday. I remember when we first entered, the temperature was quite comfortable. Suddenly, Bai Chen looked up to see that the sky was darkening. But it was not normal. It wasn't just the sun setting and the earth falling into darkness. It was as if a curtain was being drawn, obscuring the light bit by bit. Wait, if this is an artificial space or a beast-made space, where did the sun come from? This space seems more complicated than I initially imagined. While Bai Chen was lost in thought, the tent was already set up. Since it was too dark, several portable lights were also brought out, and the hot pot table was set up by Zhang Hao again. It seems that, under the current circumstances, no one can stop him from eating hot pot. After resting for a while, the group finally fulfilled Zhang Hao's wish and had a hot pot meal together. After eating and drinking to their fill, they sat chatting, and with the beast companions watching over, they didn't need to be overly cautious. He Tianhao nodded and said, If it weren't for the grapes you left in front of that little rabbit the first time, we might have been in danger. That's only right. I just want to say that it's not enough to express my gratitude, Zi Luo. In the future, if there's anywhere you need help, just ask. I, Zhang Hao, wouldn't hesitate. He Tianhao smiled, but said nothing. Luo Sherwin provided the answer. Because of your big mouth, you might end your life today. Damn. Zhang Hao greeted someone kindly. Bai Chen found their casual chatter noisy and automatically tuned it out. In his ears, he only heard the chirping of insects. Buzz buzz. Cicadas, cicadas, cicadas. Zzzz. The sounds rose and fell, endlessly. Chapter 69, Prelude to the Night. The jungle at night is never quiet. It is noisy and lively. For some reason, Bai Chen thought of a description, a bustling summer night. You go to sleep. I'll stay outside tonight. It might not be very peaceful, but you don't need to worry too much. I'll keep watch. Bai Chen gazed far into the depths of the jungle, where he sensed something was there, though he didn't know what. If I'm not mistaken, we've already avoided the most dangerous area. Don't worry, go to sleep. He urged the others to go into the tent and sleep. They shouldn't come out unless necessary. Aren't you going to keep watch? I will. Along with that big dumb bull, the female leopard, the mixed feathered bird, and the barking tiger. Duanzi Luo paused for a moment, then realized that Bai Chen had given nicknames to the other beasts. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, then lightly smacked Bai Chen twice, saying, "Can you not give them silly nicknames? The nicknames I gave suit their characteristics. It makes them easier to remember." Bai Chen smiled a bit, thinking he was quite the naming genius. "All right, go to sleep. Let the others sleep well too," Bai Chen urged again. "No way." Bai Chen just shook his head, still looking into the depths of the jungle. "By the way, leave me 2 crystal cores. Xiao Bai, remember to be careful. It's quite normal to have beasts keep watch. Even if beast tamers keep watch, they wouldn't be very effective. It's mostly up to the beasts. But it gives a sense of participation." The area was already tidied up, with only a few portable lights stuck in the ground and a few chairs outside the tent. This is easy. Some extremely faint sounds began to echo on the ground. It was a layer of very thin yet solid ice. Soon, that thin layer of ice began to grow rapidly, as if it had a life of its own. The coldness of the ice wall was restrained, not making one feel cold. Instead, it felt refreshing, and snakes and insects could not enter, as the ground was frozen by Bai Chen. After all, if he was not mistaken, the biggest enemy tonight would be snakes and insects. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment and randomly summoned 3 ice walls to protect the tent as well. After finishing, Bai Chen glanced at the 3 crystal cores beside him, picked one up, put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed. It was crunchy. Just then, a low growl came. Grr. It was the howling tiger. Watching Bai Chen on the chair with vigilance, the threat in its growl was obvious. "What are you barking at?" Bai Chen turned his head to take a look. Although the Baitian tiger didn't fully understand, it sensed the obvious insult in Bai Chen's tone and growled even louder. "Barking tiger, I told you this name isn't wrong," Bai Chen said, curling his lips, then glanced at the other beasts. "What are you looking at, mixed feathered bird? If you glare at me again, do you believe I'll pluck your feathers? And that big dumb bull, don't think I didn't see you snickering. Do you believe I'll knock your teeth out, along with that horn of yours? Female leopard, are you still holding a grudge? Come on, come get your revenge. This time I'll pluck all your scales." You say, what scales does a leopard have? Under Bai Chen's provocation, the howling tiger's low growl became somewhat ear-piercing, and the green-scaled leopard turned to face Bai Chen, its muscles tense and ready to pounce. The light-feathered falcon had already begun to circle low in the air. Only the iron-armored rhino remained standing to the side, even taking 2 steps back, as if to say, "You guys fight your own battles. It has nothing to do with me." Bai Chen shook his head, not feeling nervous, and casually picked up the other 2 crystal cores, chewing on them as well. As he chewed, making a crisp sound, Bai Chen said, "I'm not targeting anyone. Oh no, I'm not targeting any beast. I'm saying that all of you here are trash. Come on, let us all go at it, just so you know who should really be the boss." Bai Chen shook his neck, stood up from the chair, and stared at the beasts. To guard against external threats, you must first stabilize the internal situation. It's a simple principle, Bai Chen understands and thinks it's necessary. Duan Xingxia suddenly opened her eyes. The temperature dropped. "It wants to challenge all of our beasts." The green-scaled leopard said he was very arrogant. "Maybe you should stop it. After all, it's your beast." After sitting and thinking for a long time, she finally lay down. Chapter 70. It's a blessing for you to be my little brother. At the same time, in another tent. Hoo. This damn guy is sleeping so soundly. How are we supposed to sleep? Luo Sherwin said, his face filled with helplessness mixed with impatience and anger. "Let him sleep. Later, we'll wear earplugs. He has had a pretty bad day too," He Tianhao said, only smiling helplessly. "Yeah." He Tianhao supported his chin, thinking carefully, and soon said, "Sleep." Then he really lay down and took out earplugs, apparently intending to put them in. Hey, what are you doing?" Luo Sherwin quickly pulled He Tianhao back. "Sleeping, what else?" He Tianhao said matter-of-factly. "But what about outside? What could be happening outside? Did you notice the temperature drop just now? It should be that little lion making moves. We can't go out." He Tianhao had already laid down, his hands behind his head, clearly unconcerned. "It's strange, but it seems a bit interesting," He Tianhao murmured thoughtfully. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Sherwin couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. That little lion doesn't seem to want to fight. It wants to be the boss. No, it's not about being the boss. It wants the other beasts to cooperate with it. And its attitude is very firm. If that's the case, to avoid conflict, the best way is to go along with it and let them cooperate. It seems it has seen something. No, how is that possible? Are you saying a lion is smarter than me? He Tianhao's voice grew quieter, and he couldn't help but question his life more and more. Meanwhile, Luo Sherwin was even more doubtful of life. What kind of nonsense was this? But after thinking for a moment, he finally decided to trust He Tianhao. Although they hadn't known each other for long, He Tianhao's stable impression had already deeply embedded itself in Luo Sherwin's mind. Hey, I've been provoking you guys for so long, and you can still hold back? You all R&T turtles transformed, are you? Bai Chen was a bit confused. After all this time, having thrown out a barrage of trash talk, these guys still held back. Hey, you guys can't understand human language, can you? No. You can't understand beast language either, can you? It's scary how uneducated you are. Bai Chen shook his head and was ready to take action directly. Since you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll go first. Who cares about so much? I'll just beat everyone up one by one, and once they behave, we'll talk. But just then, the light-feathered peregrine falcon that had been circling in the air flew down and landed on the back of a chair, opening its mouth towards Bai Chen. Cuckoo. But it wasn't just a sound. There was also a mental fluctuation. Little milk lion, don't be too arrogant. We just don't want to bully you, not because we're afraid of you. Mixed feather bird. What did you call your grandpa? Bai Chen was a bit angry. No, not little milk lion, but milk-drinking lion. The light-feathered peregrine falcon tilted its head and squawked. Damn. Bai Chen instantly exploded in anger, and several ice spikes formed at his side, shooting towards the light-feathered peregrine falcon. The light-feathered peregrine falcon waved its right wing, and several invisible wind blades slashed at the ice spikes. However, the result of their contact was not as the light-feathered peregrine falcon had anticipated. Instead of canceling each other out, the ice spikes pierced through the wind blades, shattering them. The ice spikes continued to advance towards the light-feathered peregrine falcon, which quickly waved out several more wind blades, while simultaneously taking to the air. But the momentum of those ice spikes felt unbeatable, shattering the wind blades again, directly targeting the light-feathered peregrine falcon. Even though the light-feathered peregrine falcon had already flown into the sky, it still couldn't shake off those ice spikes, which seemed to track it closely, sticking right behind it. Roar. Suddenly, a deep growl sounded. Although it was low, it felt deafening. Under the attack of the invisible sound wave, the ice spikes were directly shredded into ice chips, flying everywhere. Bai Chen's ears hurt a bit, and he couldn't help but shake his head, looking at the howling tiger. What are you barking about? In the air behind Bai Chen, a bit of fine ice dust had already gathered. The howling tiger narrowed its eyes, suppressing its anger, and growled, Stop making trouble. My master said that you don't want to fight. You just want us to cooperate with you temporarily. I can do that, as long as you don't be too arrogant. Goodness, barking dog tiger, so you can speak beast language. Bai Chen was instantly interested. Communication was good. As for being angry, it was just an act by Bai Chen. Otherwise, he couldn't just mock someone for no reason and then take the initiative to strike. I just said not to be too arrogant. The howling tiger bared its teeth in threat. Perhaps we should team up to teach it a lesson. It's just a little milk lion. The Qinglin leopard stepped forward, standing beside the howling tiger. You guys don't look like you want to cooperate at all. It seems we still have to fight before you'll behave. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. Sometimes, taking action was more effective than talking. There's no need for that. We're just cooperating with you, not your little brothers. Just don't be too arrogant, and I will follow my master's orders. The howling tiger growled calmly. Actually, being my little brother is a blessing for you. Bai Chen sincerely believed this. That's right, big brother. Being your little brother is my blessing. Big brother. Since you've accepted me as your little brother, from now on, I will be your beast. The iron-armored rhinoceros suddenly rushed over, making a cautious approach, then directly knelt half down in front of the chair where Bai Chen stood. Bai Chen was taken aback, blinking. Big dumb bull, what are you doing? Big brother. I'm here to worship you. Isn't this called paying respects? The iron-armored rhinoceros blinked its large eyes, which were almost as big as half of Bai Chen's body. Not only was Bai Chen stunned, but the other beasts were also a bit confused. What was going on? Goodness. How long have I been saying I would take you as my little brother? Bai Chen blinked innocently. Big brother, didn't you just say that? I have admired you for a long time. Your majestic body has long been deeply imprinted in my heart. Wait, who taught you to say that? Big brother. These are all my heartfelt thoughts. To be honest, I learned it while watching TV with that silly guy. Silly guy? Bai Chen paused for a moment, then realized that the iron-armored rhinoceros was likely talking about Zhang Hao. Instantly, Bai Chen's mind was in disarray. What the hell was this? After a pause, Bai Chen organized his thoughts and looked seriously at the iron-armored rhinoceros. Do you really want to be my little brother? Big brother. The iron-armored rhinoceros nodded vigorously without any hesitation, its massive head almost bumping into Bai Chen. Okay, but I need to give you a test. Bai Chen looked at the howling tiger with ill intentions. Chapter 71, The Suddenly Arriving Summer Night. You're quite good at flattery. It seems calling you a big dumb bull was a bit unfair. Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. Hee, call me whatever you want, big brother. The iron-armored rhinoceros chuckled. Don't call me big brother yet. I haven't agreed. Didn't I just say I'd give you a test? Very simple. Teach that barking dog tiger a lesson for me. Bai Chen raised his chin. Okay. The iron-armored rhinoceros agreed without hesitation, then adjusted its direction, lowering its head towards the howling tiger. The howling tiger immediately fell to chill and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Big dumb bull, don't act recklessly. Big dumb bull is what you call it. Buzz. The iron-armored rhinoceros was instantly enraged and charged towards the howling tiger. Big dumb bull, don't come over. The howling tiger was backing away uncontrollably. If this big guy really crashes into me, I won't die but will be crippled. Barking dog tiger, die? The iron-armored rhinoceros screeched, speeding up towards the howling tiger. If you come over again, I'll make a move. The howling tiger was genuinely angry. When had it ever been bullied like this? Big dumb bull, are you really dumb or just pretending? It wants to use your strength against us. The Qinglan leopard was a bit anxious and then looked at the light-feathered peregrine falcon in the sky. Mixed feather bird, help me stop this big dumb bull. Who are you calling mixed feather bird? Female leopard, a female leopard with long scales. The light-feathered peregrine falcon already disliked the Qinglan leopard, and now, provoked even more. It exploded in anger. Are you looking for death? The Qinglan leopard was also furious. Do you really think I lost to you last time because I couldn't beat you? The light-feathered peregrine falcon directly sent a wind blade towards the Qinglan leopard. Bai Chen watched the scene in front of him, blinking in confusion. In fact, Bai Chen never intended for them to fight among themselves. He hoped they would team up so he could directly defeat the 4 of them head-on and make them submit. But now, suddenly, the howling tiger, which had been circling and avoiding the iron-armored rhinoceros, changed its expression and became extremely serious. In the air, avoiding the wind blades shot by the Qinglan leopard and countering with wind blades of its own, the light-feathered peregrine falcon also froze in its actions. Bai Chen suddenly noticed a problem. The sound of insects seemed to have stopped at some point. No, it hadn't stopped. It was just that the nearby insect sounds had disappeared, while faint insect sounds still came from afar, and there seemed to be many more rustling sounds around. Bai Chen looked up. There was a round moon in the sky, but it looked very fake, like a light bulb. To put it in appraisal terms, that was a glance and it's fake. Big dumb bull, come here, stop chasing the barking dog tiger. And you, that female leopard, mixed feather bird. If you two cause trouble again, be prepared to sleep in the cold ice. Bai Chen was a bit anxious. You've noticed too. My master said you seem to know something. The howling tiger was the first to reach Bai Chen's side. What did you hear? Bai Chen asked. The sound of snakes crawling, many, very dense. The howling tiger gazed into the depths of the jungle. Big brother, didn't you say you wanted to teach that barking dog tiger a lesson? The iron-armored rhinoceros also came over. Why haven't you taught it a lesson for so long? Bai Chen shot a disgruntled glance at this seemingly simple-minded guy. Hee. Isn't it because this guy runs too fast? The iron-armored rhinoceros chuckled. The howling tiger gave the iron-armored rhinoceros a glance. You're obviously slacking off. Don't be fooled by this guy's thick eyebrows and big eyes. It might have more cunning thoughts than anyone. Big brother, you must not believe the barking tiger. It is trying to stir up trouble between us. Big brother, I will prove it to you right now. The armored rhinoceros suddenly became anxious. Its hind hooves wildly stomping on the ground, and the horn on its nose aimed straight at the howling tiger. I felt that cold, ominous aura. The light-feathered falcon flew to a chair back near Bai Chen. It must be the stench, but it seems you still quite enjoy eating. The green-scaled leopard also approached stealthily. I don't care how you two dislike each other, but don't cause trouble right now. Otherwise, I will deal with you first. Bai Chen merely cast a cold glance at them. The armored rhinoceros continued to stomp its strong hind hooves on the ground, and 2 streams of breath billowed from its nostrils, but it didn't charge forward. Save it. Your big brother has long understood your character. He won't advise you. The howling tiger didn't move at all, clearly calculating that the armored rhinoceros wouldn't charge. The armored rhinoceros stopped its stomping reluctantly and cautiously looked at Bai Chen. Big brother, I only heard your command. It's no longer important. Prepare for battle. If you mess up again, I'll have rhino meat for supper. Although Bai Chen was curious whether the armored rhinoceros had sensed something extraordinary about him, that was clearly not the most important issue right now. In the surrounding jungle, there were dense rustling sounds coming from all directions, which were already quite obvious. Even Bai Chen could hear them. Bai Chen, the howling tiger, the green-scaled leopard, the light-feathered falcon, and the armored rhinoceros all looked solemnly at the dark jungle. Such a commotion could not be caused by a small number of creatures. Suddenly, the howling tiger's upright ear flaps quivered slightly. Bai Chen noticed this and asked, what's wrong? I heard human screams. Far away, I can only vaguely hear some. When real emergencies occurred, the howling tiger showed itself to be quite reliable, reminiscent of its master, He Tianhao. It might be other teams that had bad luck. It seemed they had to go through a trial here. Bai Chen sighed softly. They're coming. The first to notice the commotion was still the howling tiger. From dozens of meters away in the grass, a large green snake slithered out. The light-feathered falcon instinctively wanted to rush forward upon seeing the large snake, but halfway through, it abruptly halted, because more snakes burst out from all around, red, green, white, purple, even pink ones. You could find any color you liked. They varied in size. Some as thick as a basin, while others were only the size of chopsticks. There were too many. In just one glance, nearly 100 snakes had emerged. Muddy feathered bird, you're the expert in dealing with this. Hurry up. The armored rhinoceros quietly stepped back half a step. If it had charged forward just now, having eaten snakes all its life, it might have been eaten by the snakes. You two useless ones. The green-scaled leopard snorted as it condensed wind blades. Now you know why I wanted to subdue you? I was afraid you would drop the ball at a critical moment. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, glancing at the fake full moon in the sky and then at the approaching snake swarm. Is this summer night? Chapter 72. I am very disappointed in you. Roar. The howling tiger suddenly let out a low roar toward the densest part of the snake swarm. Instantly, a thunderclap exploded in the air, and within a nearly 10-meter diameter circular area, it was as if a powerful grenade had been detonated. Most of the snakes within the range were blown to bits, with many reduced to a bloody mess, leaving a ground of rotten flesh. However, those at the edge of the explosion, whose bodies were severed, still dragged their broken bodies forward. Barking tiger, keep barking, make them die. The armored rhinoceros urged hastily while quietly stepping back again. This big fellow seemed a bit afraid of snakes. But it made sense. Anyone would be scared if they were surrounded by so many snakes. Even the light-feathered falcon, which eats live snakes daily, looked frightened. If someone had a phobia of clusters, they might even wet themselves in fear. I heard rhinoceros meat is quite delicious. Bai Chen glanced at this seemingly useless big guy. Save me some later. I like the thigh meat, it's chewy. The howling tiger chimed in, then roared twice in succession. Boom boom. Like two thunderclaps, the killing area expanded again like two grenades. But after roaring twice, the howling tiger shook its head and stuck out its tongue. I can't continuously use this sound bomb attack too much right now. Damn. Bai Chen had just said that with this grenade launcher, tonight should not be a problem. Who knew this guy wouldn't last long? Bai Chen felt pleased. The green-scaled leopard was using the wind element it mastered, condensing wind blades to slash at the snake swarm. The wind blades cut into the snakes like invisible sharp blades. Many poisonous snakes were directly split in two, but some snakes, even when struck by the wind blades, only had a few scales shredded. Even more surprisingly, some that were hit left no marks on their scales at all. These were mid to late stage first-tier snakes, unlike the second-tier ones. The light-feathered falcon, not waiting for Bai Chen to mention roasted bird meat, didn't dare to move forward but also summoned wind blades from the back to strike at the snake swarm. The light-feathered falcon felt a strange fear in such a scene. Countless snakes, fearlessly charging, many with half their bodies or in bloody states. If it were to be compared, it would be like a person who eats pork suddenly faced with countless pigs charging at them. If it were just that, it would be fine. But if those pigs also had half their bodies or pieces of pork, such a scene would be no less than a horror movie. This made it hard not to think of retribution. The snake eater ultimately falling into the mouth of a snake. Fear is not exclusive to humans. Any intelligent creature possesses it, just to varying degrees. Roar. The howling tiger only rested for a moment before letting out another roar. But this time it did not have the explosive effect of the sound bomb. It was as if an unseen tide suddenly surged forward, pushing the snakes back. Barking tiger, what are you doing? Bai Chen looked at it in confusion. If you don't act soon, they will approach. We cannot let them get close. There are too many. Using my sound wave will be very strained. The howling tiger coldly glanced at Bai Chen. Why aren't you acting? Bai Chen tilted his head. Have you considered the possibility that I'm actually waiting for them to get closer? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you ask? You didn't think of coordinating with us? No, I'm just too disappointed in your performance. Bai Chen shook his head, paused, and continued. I can handle most of them. But there should be some high-tier snakes among them. I need you all. If their numbers are not too many, I can engage them closely. The green-scaled leopard stepped closer to Bai Chen. I can too, said the howling tiger. Bai Chen looked at the two of them, nodded, and then glanced at the armored rhinoceros. Big dumb ox, you better not play dead again. I'm going to have rhino meat for dinner tonight. Big brother, it's not that I want to play dead. I can't spit fire or anything. You can't let me rush in directly, right? The armored rhinoceros put on a pitiful expression. Actually, you could rush out directly. Your effectiveness might be better than ours. You could trample a large area, and your armor isn't something ordinary snakes can bite through. The howling tiger looked at the big guy with some helplessness. But what if there are second-tier snakes? Those guys are all poisonous. I don't want to die so early. I haven't fulfilled my filial duty to my big brother yet. Facing the howling tiger, the armored rhinoceros appeared quite justified, its horn bobbing, unsure if it was a threat or showing off. Here they come again, the green-scaled leopard reminded. Just now, the howling tiger's sound wave pushed all the snakes back dozens of meters, But during this brief exchange among the beast tamers, they were coming back. Numerous slender snakes move at an astonishing speed, and they are now less than 20 meters away from Bai Chen's chair. Here we go. Bai Chen jumped off the chair and took 2 slow steps forward. The Shoutian tiger hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed Bai Chen's side. Its master, He Tianhao, had instructed it to protect the little lion if any accidents occurred, as the little lion was physically weak. The fact that Bai Chen managed to jump off the chair without falling surprised the Shoutian tiger, but it attributed it to luck. Big brother, let me protect you. The iron-armored rhino quickly moved to follow Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen was already too lazy to pay attention to it, as he was fully focused on harnessing the power of the rule gem on his forehead. A faint light flickered from the gem, like a candle struggling in the wind and rain. Only the Shoutian tiger next to Bai Chen noticed this weak light and felt an inexplicable chill. Not only it, but the Qinglin leopard and the light-feathered falcon also shivered directly. The wind had risen. The cold wind was bone-chilling. In an instant, an unknown wind, carrying a piercing coldness, swept through. The faint cold stars could be seen in the wind. In the next moment, the stronger Shoutian tiger and iron-armored rhino also shivered. As the cold wind passed, the various snakes on the ground suddenly froze in place. Not that they couldn't move, but they became stiff. The closest venomous snake was now less than 10 meters away from Bai Chen. At this distance, agile snakes could even launch themselves directly at him. But just as they were about to launch an attack, their bodies became rigid. Soon, a thick layer of frost began to form on those stiff bodies. The cold wind continued to blow. The wind was merely a medium, and the real danger lay in the cold stars within it. Meanwhile, the iron-armored rhino behind Bai Chen was staring blankly at him. It seemed to sense a shadow behind Bai Chen in the invisible cold wind. Just like that time before, a towering shadow, as if it could hardly be contained by the heavens and earth. Chapter 73, The Passage of Cold Wind. The cold wind continued to blow, as if it could penetrate everything, bringing endless coldness to the beasts. Even though it wasn't the primary target of the cold wind, the weaker light-feathered falcon and Qinglin leopard were already feeling a shiver run through them. The gem on Bai Chen's forehead still emitted a faint glow, and at that moment, Bai Chen's eyes seemed a bit dazed. He instinctively controlled the cold wind, directing it toward the snakes. Just then, the long strips of cold ice on the ground that had sealed the snakes began to change. Cracks appeared on the surface of the frost, not just in one instance, but almost all the ice showed signs of cracking. The Shoutian tiger was suddenly alarmed and quickly called out, "Get ready, they're coming out. The snakes that were frozen must be very weak. We must take this opportunity to eliminate them as much as possible." At the same time, the Shoutian tiger also breathed a sigh of relief. It was normal for Bai Chen to freeze over 100 beasts in an instant. It was already impressive enough. Even if most were of low rank, they couldn't be frozen for too long, as if crushed. Freezing them for a few moments was already quite good. If they were truly eliminated like this, how strong would this little lion be? Following the Shoutian tiger's call, the other beast tamers also prepared themselves. Soon, the first block of frost completely shattered, but the beast tamers were stunned. Because no snakes emerged, the snakes frozen within had shattered along with the ice into dozens of pieces. After the first block of frost broke, the second and third blocks soon followed, and more frost shattered. Just like the first block, the snakes that had been frozen shattered into many fragments. Now, these snakes completely lost any chance of revival. While they might have had a chance if still encased in ice, how could they possibly come back to life after being shattered into so many pieces? This meant that those cracks were not signs of the snakes breaking free, but rather Bai Chen's intention. He did not want to control these snakes, but to eliminate them directly. The Shoutian tiger looked at Bai Chen in astonishment. How could this be possible? These were over 100 snakes, almost all of them first tier. Although most had just reached the first tier, they were still on par with its own beasts. One move to eliminate over 100 of the same tier? What a joke. How could that be possible? Just now, it had fired 3 sound bombs, which seemed powerful. But the actual number of snakes killed was barely over 10, all of them unfortunate souls at the explosion's center. Most were merely injured. Given the snake's strong vitality, a certain level of injury wouldn't significantly affect their combat power. But now, they had been directly rendered incapable of movement. The Shoutian tiger felt a bit dazed. But at that moment, the Qinglin leopard issued a warning. A live snake is coming out. Indeed, not every snake in the last block of ice had shattered with it. At that moment, a large piece of frost broke, revealing a python as thick as a person's face. The movements of this large python seemed somewhat sluggish, a result of the unique physiology of snakes. The Shoutian tiger overlooked a very important factor, the relationship of restraint. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, even for snake-type beasts. Aside from a few exceptions, most remain cold-blooded. Bai Chen's ice attribute was a natural nemesis for cold-blooded creatures. If it were another species, Bai Chen wouldn't have been able to eliminate so many so easily. The remaining unbroken frost contained living snakes, all at the late first tier, and even some second tier ones. Bai Chen was strenuously controlling the cold wind, not only directing it at the snakes in front, but also at the ice walls on all sides. With such a large area to cover, Bai Chen found it somewhat challenging and was already having difficulty dividing any energy to deal with other powerful snake beasts. Don't rush. Fall back a bit and fight from the ice walls to protect our master. The Xiaotian tiger blocked the advancing Qinglin leopard. After the Xiaotian tiger's explanation, the Qinglin leopard had no objections. I can handle most of them and also protect the ice walls. What you need to do is eliminate those higher tier beings as much as possible. Bai Chen continued to control the cold wind, which was a fusion technique produced between Bai Chen's domain and the ice storm from the rule gem. It was easier to control than the ice storm and had a relatively lower consumption. Although using the domain would consume even less, Bai Chen chose not to. If he did, the iron-armored rhino and Xiaotian tiger would also be significantly affected. Big brother, can you create another ice wall for us to hide behind? Look, those snakes are not attacking the ice wall. The iron-armored rhino quickly ran up to Bai Chen. The iron-armored rhino referred to the snakes behind them, which had directly bypassed the ice wall and charged toward Bai Chen and his beasts instead. They were not attacking the ice wall. In fact, they seemed to be avoiding it, as snakes inherently dislike the cold. You big fool, there's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. Do you know what that means? Bai Chen was truly at his wit's end with this guy, so big in size, yet so cowardly. But it could also be that the beating it received today had really left a psychological shadow on it. Not to mention, if we hide, how long can we stay hidden? Right now, they are not attacking the ice wall simply because we are out here drawing their fire. If we hide too, they will definitely attack. At that time, do you want your beast to die first, and then you go bury it? Bai Chen shot a cold glance at the iron-armored rhino, and then closed his eyes again. With his eyes closed, Bai Chen found it easier to concentrate and control the cold wind, imagining himself as a gust of wind, with the cold stars in the wind representing his eyes. The fragmented ice ahead had begun to gradually melt, and the blood of the dismembered snakes was also starting to flow out. Behind him, the jungle was littered with broken ice, and snakes were continuously emerging, seemingly with a clear target. Similarly, Bai Chen was also focused. The cold wind penetrated everywhere, freezing the snakes in its path, and after a few seconds, the ice began to crack. They would either die or break free from the ice. Bai Chen was filtering out the threats. He would deal with the vast majority of the minor enemies, leaving the tougher ones for the other beast tamers. Bai Chen was not a deity. Managing such a large area was already his limit. It was time for us to take action, coordinating while they were still disoriented. Before Xiaotian tiger could finish speaking, a sharp eagle cry rang out, and the light-winged falcon had already begun to soar into the sky, then accelerated and dove directly toward the snake horde. It was unclear whether it was the smell of blood that stimulated it or if the number of snakes had decreased significantly. Regardless, it had overcome its fear. Food was food, no matter how much there was, and the worst that could happen was that the bird would eat too much. Chapter 74, Alliance Against the Enemy. The light-winged falcon had its sights set on a venomous snake measuring nearly a meter in length. Although this snake was not large, it was peculiar, with circular patterns of two colors, red and green. It was a second-tier dual venom snake, possessing both fire and wood toxins, making it extremely troublesome. This type of venomous snake belonged to a broader category known as the 5-element poison snakes, ranging from 1st to 5th tier. They possessed from 1 to 5 different types of toxins. The intertwining of these toxins made it very difficult to deal with if one got infected, and legend said that once it reached the 6th tier, it could transform into a poisonous dragon. The 5 poison snake family was already considered a superior race among snake-like beasts, and this was just a 2nd-tier one. However, the light-winged falcon was only a 1st-tier creature. Despite having some racial suppression, bloodlines were more important in the realm of beasts. The light-winged falcon's race could not be said to have any advantage over the 5 poison snake race. At this moment, the light-winged falcon had actually targeted such a creature, causing concern among the other beast tamers. But it was too late to dissuade it, as the light-winged falcon had already dived toward the dual venom snake. Meanwhile, the first awakened black python was closing in, approaching 2nd tier, or possibly already 2nd tier. Who would take it on? Xiaotian tiger glanced at the azure scale leopard and the iron-armored rhino. It wasn't that Xiaotian tiger did not want to engage. It was waiting for someone stronger. I'll go, the azure scale leopard responded, leaping out and quickly charging toward the black python, unleashing wind blades along the way. The 5 snakes under 2nd tier are yours, Xiaotian tiger said, glancing at the iron-armored rhino. You think you're something, barking dog tiger? Why should I listen to you? The iron-armored rhino protested immediately. Why does it get to face one, while I have to deal with 5? Get moving, or I'll have ice-cold rhino meat for dinner. Bai Chen suddenly roared. All right, big brother. The iron-armored rhino trembled and dashed to the left, toward the 5 diverse beasts emerging from the ice. At the same time, the iron-armored rhino silently lamented that it should have charged out first. That female leopard was indeed cunning. Shoutian Tiger glanced at the endless stream of beast snakes pouring out from the jungle. Most of those snakes were frozen as soon as they emerged, quickly shattering and losing their threat. How much longer can you hold out? Shoutian Tiger looked at Bai Chen with a serious expression, fully aware that the current balance of the situation relied entirely on Bai Chen's cold wind. If Bai Chen hadn't dealt with most of the beast snakes, the situation could have already collapsed. Once these beast snakes got close, even Shoutian Tiger would not dare to be careless, as they were poisonous. If so many beast snakes really got close, even the iron-armored rhino's armor might not hold up longer than you think, as long as you don't screw up. To be honest, Bai Chen was also anxious. He could withstand it. But what about these guys? Who knew if they could handle it? It should be noted that creatures that could break free from the cold ice had to be at least late first tier, while these guys were only mid-tier. In first tier, there are 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars are early tier, 4 to 6 are mid-tier, and 7 to 9 are late tier. The terminology may differ, but the gaps in strength were significant. As for that ice and snowstorm, Bai Chen would absolutely not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had only known these guys for a short time, and it was impossible to use his trump card for them. Are you sure? Don't force yourself. If it really doesn't work, you can consider what that big dumb ox said. My master said they might disperse during the day. Shoutian Tiger wasn't entirely reassured about Bai Chen, just as Bai Chen wasn't about them. It was perfectly normal, aside from oneself. No one or beast would easily trust another completely. Suddenly, Bai Chen grew extremely serious. Believe it or not, your opponent is here, and you must resolve it quickly, otherwise, I really won't be able to hold on much longer. In a position off to the side, a fire-red giant python emerged from the jungle. The fire-red giant python was as thick as a wash basin and over 10 meters long. Oddly, it had 2 feathers on its head that looked like they were burning with flames. Fire feather snake. Shoutian Tiger couldn't help but grow serious. The fire feather snake was considered a high-level race among snakes. The classification of high-level races is simple, whether or not there is potential for a Lord-level breakthrough without extraordinary encounters. It was still second tier. Barking dog tiger, hurry up. Bai Chen urged impatiently. The fire feather snake had not rushed forward after emerging from the jungle. Instead, it was spewing flames at the sky from the edge of the jungle. It was countering the cold wind, and in that direction, Bai Chen's controlled cold wind was already having difficulty reaching the ground, with other snakes advancing beside the fire feather snake. If this continued, the beast snakes from one direction would be enough to overwhelm Shoutian Tiger and the other beasts. Little Milk Lion, I'm not Barking Dog Tiger, I'm Shoutian Tiger. You can call me by the name my master gave me, Shoutian. Shoutian Tiger gave Bai Chen a deep look and then no longer hesitated, lowering its limbs and staring at the fire feather snake with ferocity. If you can take it down, I'll call you Shoutian. Bai Chen rolled his eyes, inwardly mocking how humans came up with names. Shoutian Tiger was named Shoutian, Azure Scale Leopard was named Azure Scale, Lightwing Falcon was named Lightwing. Iron Armored Rhino was named Iron Bro or Old Iron. It was ridiculous. These naming skills were awful, and he was even worse off, being called Little White. Out of respect, I'll also call you by your name, Little White. What the hell? Who told you my name was Little White? At that moment, the fire feather snake suddenly stiffened, and the flames it had been spitting out stopped. It was Shoutian Tiger's low roar. Bai Chen had to admit that this thing was quite shameless, using sound wave attacks that were hard to defend against. Caught off guard. Even though the fire feather snake was at a higher level than Shoutian Tiger, it was still caught and froze in place. Bai Chen seized this opportunity. As soon as the flames dissipated, the cold wind howled down, covering the beast snakes with cold stars. One by one, the beast snakes were frozen, including the fire feather snake. Although this level of freezing wouldn't have a significant effect on it, it was still beneficial to hinder it for a moment. Bai Chen controlled more cold stars to cover the layer of ice on the fire feather snake, trying to freeze it for as long as possible. If left unchecked and allowed Shoutian Tiger to face it alone, Shoutian Tiger's chances of winning were very slim, given the level difference. Chapter 75, So-Called Potential. Moo. An angry roar sounded, and Bai Chen instinctively looked over. The iron-armored rhino was indeed struggling to face 5 exotic beast snakes on its own. At this moment, a large portion of its back armor had been corroded, likely due to the corrosive toxin of one of the exotic beast snakes. However, it was precisely because of the injury that the iron-armored rhino was completely enraged. When a bull gets stubborn, it truly becomes unyielding. The same could be said for the rhino. In its fury, it seemed capable of unleashing even greater strength. The iron-armored rhino first stomped down on a brightly colored snake, then lowered its head, piercing through a black snake with its horn. At that moment, another cobra spat venom, clearly indicating that the decay on the rhino's back was caused by it. This time, The iron-armored rhino didn't panic and dodge like before. It had already proved it couldn't escape, as the decay on its back was the best evidence. Now, the iron-armored rhino was madly trampling the brightly colored snake beneath it, as if wanting to turn it into mush. The black snake that was pierced by the rhino's horn attempted to bite the iron-armored rhino's eye, but the rhino was wildly shaking its head. The black snake was repeatedly slammed down, a tactic reminiscent of when the iron-armored rhino took blows during the day. Meanwhile, the fire feather snake had also broken free from the ice, its entire body now engulfed in flames, with the ice that once trapped it long melted away. The approaching howling tiger abruptly halted and roared at the fire feather snake. However, the fire feather snake, having been hit once, was already on guard and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a large fireball. Yet, the flames were halted midair. As if something invisible was blocking their advance, it was the howling tiger's sonic attack. Bai Chen quickly assessed the other two battles. The azure-scaled leopard was faring well against the black water python, which hadn't even reached the second tier, as felines naturally held an advantage over snakes. And the azure-scaled leopardess lineage was already impressive. However, Bai Chen was somewhat surprised by the situation with the light feather falcon. That mixed feather bird was still alive? It wasn't that Bai Chen wished for its demise, but under normal circumstances, it should have died. It was like a bare-handed human charging at a striped tiger. After a minute, even without seeing the outcome, anyone would think he should be dead. The light feather falcon should have been in that situation, but it was still alive. Among the 5 exotic beasts, the light feather falcon was indeed the weakest, and Bai Chen believed this to be true. After all, there was a racial gap. According to human classifications, the howling tiger and the other two had overlord level potential, while the light feather falcon was merely at the lord level. Of course, potential was unpredictable. In Bai Chen's view, the way humans categorized potential had some issues. It wasn't inaccurate. Except for himself, the rest was quite accurate, but it was inflated. The so-called overlord level potential merely indicated that there was this potential, a slight possibility, rather than being set in stone. It's like everyone has the potential to become the world's richest person, but how low is that possibility? General potential should at least be viewed 2 tiers lower. For instance, overlord level potential typically means stabilizing to lord level after adulthood. With effort and a bit of luck, the chances of reaching lord level were high. As for the real overlord level, the chances were minuscule. What Bai Chen didn't know was that the potential classified by humans was not a lower limit. More accurately, it referred to an upper limit. Nevertheless, even so, the so-called overlord level potential was already valuable for beast cubs, as it didn't require reaching overlord status to be considered a powerful entity. At this moment, the light feather falcon was not only alive, but had also inflicted several wounds on the double poison snake. It was clear that the marks were left by the falcon's beak, while other places bore the marks of its sharp claws. The light feather falcon was not in great condition either. Many feathers had already fallen from its wings, and one of its legs hung limply, swollen and purplish. The light feather falcon was poisoned. With the double poison snake's terrifying toxicity, even beasts of the same tier would succumb within minutes. The light feather falcon's level was even lower than that of the double poison snake, and although hawk and falcon types had some resistance to snake venom, the situation would not improve much. However, Bai Chen could do little at this moment, as snakes seemed to pour endlessly from the jungle. In a short time, Bai Chen had already dealt with hundreds of poisonous snakes. Had they not been resolved promptly, the situation would have spiraled out of control. Now, apart from controlling the cold wind to deal with the minions, Bai Chen also needed to assist the howling tiger in influencing the fire feather snake as much as possible. After all, that creature was currently the strongest of the exotic beast snakes, and if left unchecked, its flames would greatly affect Bai Chen's cold wind. This summer night was truly fierce. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel worried. If he guessed correctly, tonight was not the most dangerous situation. There would be even more peril ahead. But if it was already this difficult now, what would happen later? Bai Chen felt somewhat anxious. From the moment everyone was drawn in, the situation had been developing in an unexpected direction. Just then, a sharp eagle cry rang out, and Bai Chen instinctively looked over. The light feather falcon, which had just landed, saw its scattered feathers gather back around it, swirling in its vicinity. Bai Chen sensed an unusual element within his perception range, and its characteristics were quite evident. It was light and formless, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent, and at times as sharp as a blade. It was the wind element. A large amount of wind element was gathering around the light feather falcon, stirring restlessly. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. This was a sign of a breakthrough. But isn't breaking through in battle a privilege of the protagonist? Could this guy be the protagonist? No, he had also broken through during battle. And his breakthrough was at a much higher tier. Clearly, he was the protagonist. Yes, that's right. While Bai Chen was lost in thought, the light feather falcon had already transformed into a streak of light, merging into the wind and launching itself at the double poison snake. The double poison snake quickly raised its head, spitting out two different colored venoms from its fangs. It knew that if it tried to dodge, it couldn't match the speed of the light feather falcon, so it could only resist head-on. The two streams of venom, however, did not travel far because the wind blew them off course. Then, the streak of light descended. The light feather falcon's sharp claws gripped the double poison snake's vital point, and without hesitation, it lowered its head and pecked down. A layer of wind element enveloped its already sharp beak, and the double poison snake was not known for its defense. The result was predictable. The red and green snake head was directly severed. The severed head on the ground still instinctively opened and closed, with faint venom oozing from its hollow fangs. Chapter 76, Howling Tiger. The light feather falcon triumphantly stood on the headless corpse of the double poison snake, letting out a resounding eagle cry. I am the great emperor, here to suppress all foes. Bai Chen silently provided a line for the light feather falcon in his heart. The light feather falcon cooperated well, its cry echoing for a long time. Suddenly, the light feather falcon collapsed straight to the ground. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing that it seemed to be poisoned. Damn, showing off at the cost of its life. Bai Chen cursed inwardly and was about to control the cold wind to blow toward the light feather falcon. He needed to freeze this guy first. Perhaps there was still hope for it later. After all, it had done a good deed by taking down a second-tier exotic beast snake. However, just as Bai Chen's cold wind was about to reach it, the light feather falcon seemed to sense the chill and suddenly shivered. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided not to control the cold wind to blow it away. The light-feathered peregrine falcon wriggled on the ground a few times. Yes, a bird was wriggling on the ground, and then it struggled to lift its head. Immediately after, it pecked quickly at the headless snake corpse on the ground. Soon, it seemed to have unearthed something from the snake's body and swallowed it. Can snake gall really detoxify? Bai Chen was momentarily stunned, then watched as the light-feathered peregrine falcon fell down again, this time without any movement. This silly bird didn't swallow the poison sac, did it? Bai Chen was shocked. However, he had no time to pay attention to it now, as the surrounding bizarre beasts and snakes had become stronger. At first, most of those bizarre beasts and snakes were barely first tier, and some hadn't even reached the first tier, but now, almost all had become first tier 2 or 3 stars. Don't underestimate the slight increase in strength. With this base here, even a small increase in strength would significantly increase Bai Chen's pressure. At this point, Bai Chen had no energy left to freeze the light-feathered peregrine falcon again, so he could only leave that silly bird to fend for itself. Meanwhile, the armored rhinoceros had almost dealt with the 5 poisonous snakes, and it had to be said that such large creatures with strong defenses really had an advantage, especially in the lower tiers. On the other side, the green-scaled leopard had been circling for a long time, and the black water python had already accumulated quite a few wounds, while the green-scaled leopard, taking advantage of its speed, had yet to be touched by the black water python. It seemed to be handling things with ease, but Bai Chen knew that the green-scaled leopard was dancing on the edge of a knife. The black water python could make countless mistakes, but if the green-scaled leopard made even one mistake, it might be gone. Although the green-scaled leopard had a body covered in scales, leopards were not known for their defensive capabilities, and the scales on the green-scaled leopard could only be considered better than nothing. However, as long as it was careful and given some time, the green-scaled leopard still had a chance to deal with the black water python. The real danger was on the side of the howling tiger, as that fire-feathered snake was truly fierce. Fortunately, the howling tiger's speed was not slow either, and with Bai Chen's help, it had not been engulfed by the flames. But that fire-feathered snake had already severely impacted Bai Chen's control over the cold wind in that direction. Bizarre beasts and snakes had gathered around the fire-feathered snake, and they were not rushing forward, but waiting for the fire-feathered snake to completely disperse the deadly cold wind. How about it, howling tiger, can you do it or not? Bai Chen finally couldn't help but urge. If this continued, they would be buried in snake bellies tonight. Then, the howling tiger retracted its exposed fangs, its gaze heavy, and stared straight at the fire-feathered snake. The fire-feathered snake would not give the howling tiger much time to prepare. It immediately changed direction and spewed flames again. But this time, the howling tiger did not dodge. Instead, it took a deep breath and slowly opened its mouth. A low rumbling roar emerged from the howling tiger's throat, growing increasingly intense until it quickly transformed into a furious roar. Roar? What kind of roar was that? Like thunder ringing in the ears. A sound that seemed to have a tangible presence. The flames were blown away, the cold wind was pushed back, and the wild grass on the ground had to bow its head, while the distant trees moved aside. The ice wall developed several fine cracks. But at this moment, Bai Chen could no longer care about anything else. He felt a bit dazed, his mind blank. This howling tiger was definitely doing it on purpose. This was Bai Chen's first thought after regaining consciousness. and then he noticed the cracks on the ice wall and hurriedly manipulated the ice elements to repair it. Then he regained control over the cold wind. At this moment, Bai Chen discovered that the bizarre beasts and snakes near the fire-feathered snake had all died with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. The flames on the fire-feathered snake had already extinguished, and the howling tiger was biting down on the thick 7-inch section of the fire-feathered snake. Blood was flowing out, not just from the 7-inch part, but there were also faint traces of blood from the fire-feathered snake's 7 orifices. The fire-feathered snake's body was still twitching instinctively, but it was already dead. The twitching was just due to the special nerve structure of snakes. From the 2 feathers behind its neck that had lost their luster, it could be confirmed that it was dead. The fire-feathered snake, which had just been so arrogant, had died just like that. But upon reflection, it made sense. The howling tiger's final roar was so terrifying, let alone the fire-feathered snake, which had faced all the impact directly. Moreover, the black water python was also stunned by that roar, and the green-scaled leopard took this opportunity to directly bite through its neck. Furthermore, the final roar echoed far and wide, reaching the surrounding jungle. No one knew just how extensive the damage range of the howling tiger's roar was. But at this moment, there were no more bizarre beasts and snakes appearing from all directions. The howling tiger released the fire-feathered snake, shook its head, and swayed towards Bai Chen. Impressive, Bai Chen sincerely praised. If it weren't for the lack of a thumb, Bai Chen would have wanted to give the howling tiger a thumbs up. This guy's final move had startled Bai Chen. He had to admit that he had underestimated this creature before. Call me Howling Sky. The howling tiger calmly walked in front of Bai Chen and gazed deeply at him. Bai Chen blinked, about to speak. Bang! With a soft sound, the howling tiger collapsed to the ground, its eyes tightly closed. Bai Chen was stunned for a moment, only to notice that there were many traces of blood in the howling tiger's mouth, which might not be from the fire-feathered snake, but rather from the howling tiger itself. This guy, why did he have to put on a show before collapsing? Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, unsure of what to do next. Should he freeze it first? At this time, the armored rhinoceros also came trotting over excitedly, its back covered in corroded armor, pockmarked, and in some places revealing flesh that had already turned black. However, the armored rhinoceros seemed quite happy and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, is it all over?" Chapter 77, Cautious Black Python. The position of the round moon had changed. Although it looked fake, it was trying its best to mimic the real moon, moving slowly through the sky like the real moon. But judging by the current position of the round moon, the night was still not half over. Since it was a summer night, and the night was still not half over, how could it just end like this? Bai Chen glanced at the approaching armored rhinoceros and green-scaled leopard, then looked at the light-feathered peregrine falcon lying beside the 2 poisonous snakes not far away, as well as the howling tiger that had collapsed in front of him. It was probably not going to end so easily. Bai Chen's mood was not light. The moonlight was not yet halfway through, but his side had already suffered more than half of its casualties. That silly bird and the howling tiger still didn't know if they were dead or alive. What should he do about them? Should he inform their master? The howling tiger should have used its racial heritage move, Howling Sky. Using this move was a significant burden even for an adult howling tiger. And it was only first tier now. Using it would likely backfire severely. The light-feathered peregrine falcon was almost out of breath. The poison from the 2 poisonous snakes was very complex. Even if it had eaten the gallbladder and crystal core of the 2 poisonous snakes, that poison couldn't be resolved just like that. The green-scaled leopard seemed to know quite a bit, and like Bai Chen, it was also a diligent beast master. The green-scaled leopard asked again, "What should we do now?" It turned out that the silly bird hadn't eaten the poison sac. Bai Chen had almost wronged it and nearly changed its nickname. Bai Chen ignored the green-scaled leopard, looked at the wounds on the armored rhinoceros's back, and instructed, "Don't move." Then, stray ice elements began to cover the armored rhinoceros's back, and ice began to gradually condense on the armored rhinoceros's back. Soon, the wounds on the armored rhinoceros were completely frozen. Woo! The armored rhinoceros let out a strange cry. Bai Chen glanced at it, too lazy to pay it any mind, and looked at the collapsed howling tiger. What should he do about this? After hesitating for a moment, he placed a paw on the howling tiger's body, and soon, a layer of cold ice completely encased the howling tiger. After finishing this, Bai Chen also casually froze the light-feathered peregrine falcon. At least after freezing, everything was still maintained at the moment before the freezing. While Bai Chen was still contemplating what to do next, a sudden warning signal rang out in his heart. A strong premonition that felt like life-threatening danger could strike at any moment. Instantly, the brilliance of the gem on Bai Chen's forehead retracted, condensing into an extremely tiny point. A massive commotion erupted in the jungle. The sound of trees being smashed and the friction against the ground could be heard. A big creature was coming. Bai Chen squinted slightly, taking a deep breath, hoping it wouldn't be too big. The azure-scaled leopard silently stepped forward, standing beside Bai Chen. knowing that there was no retreat unless it was prepared to leave its master behind to wait for death. But once its master died, it would only be able to accompany him in death. The iron-armored rhino quietly moved behind Bai Chen, thinking that if the sky were to fall, at least a tall person would be there to hold it up. Anyway, it wouldn't be its turn. Bai Chen was too lazy to pay it any mind, only deciding that if he survived this time, he would have to eat some rhino meat. Finally, several trees at the edge of the clearing were smashed apart, revealing a colossal creature. Its head was larger than a water tank, incredibly smooth, with black scales the size of wash basins. This was a giant python, a snake thicker than a water tank and at least dozens of meters long. In front of this behemoth, even the iron-armored rhino seemed to shrink down to a snack that could be swallowed in one bite. A leader-level creature. Bai Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This creature's aura showed no signs of concealment, radiating a powerful leader-level pressure that made Bai Chen's breathing grow slightly heavier. There's no way to fight it. We can't possibly be its match. The azure-scaled leopard seemed to instantly lose its will to resist. It wasn't its fault. The gap was too huge. The difference between a rank 1 and a leader was greater than that between a baby and an adult. How could they fight? Bai Chen also didn't expect such a massive creature to appear. Could it be that the fierce beast the little gray rabbit mentioned was this one? At this moment, the black giant python, after bursting out of the jungle, did not attack immediately, but instead looked around at the snake corpses scattered on the ground. It found it hard to believe. How could this be? With so many subordinates, how could they have been killed by these few little creatures in front of it? Could there be a stronger presence hiding in the shadows? Were these little creatures trying to lure it in? Upon thinking of this, the black giant python's body tensed up, nervously scanning its surroundings. Where was that stronger creature? Was it stronger than itself? Since it dared to lure it, it must be stronger. Should it run away? Would it die if it stayed here? The black giant python started to panic, really panicking. What was this creature going crazy about? Bai Chen watched as the giant creature cautiously surveyed its surroundings, as if it were a thief. Bai Chen never would have thought that such a gigantic creature would be as cautious as the iron-armored rhino. It did not attack. Should we leave and call our master? The azure-scaled leopard suggested at that moment. Bai Chen hesitated. He was also feeling a bit of retreat. Although he felt that there probably wasn't a safe place in the jungle at night, it was unlikely that there would be a leader-level creature everywhere. But just then, the black giant python seemed to feel it might be overthinking, hesitating for a moment, then backing away slightly before opening its massive, gaping mouth towards Bai Chen and the others. Suddenly, a stream of black water spewed forth from its gaping maw, sweeping towards Bai Chen and the others. Seeing the black water, Bai Chen didn't dare to be careless and quickly summoned an ice wall to block it. But the ice wall was shattered in an instant by the water flow. Bai Chen hurriedly summoned more ice walls to defend, but the effect was minimal. The water that should have been harmless surged out from the black giant python's mouth, filled with terrifying destructive power. This was the absolute suppression between levels. Even Bai Chen had almost no ability to fight back. The water flow was already closing in. A strong sense of threat washed over him. With no other options, Bai Chen's expression darkened, and for the first time, the gem on his forehead emitted a birthing light. Under the blue-white glow, the terrifying water flow suddenly froze in midair, the water solidifying. The next moment, the frozen water came crashing down to the ground, shattering into pieces of black ice. The azure-scaled leopard beside Bai Chen and the iron-armored rhino behind him both felt a bone-chilling cold and couldn't help but shiver together. Bai Chen's eyes, at this moment, were as still as ice. The black giant python, without a hint of hesitation, turned and fled, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye, quickly vanishing without a trace of sound. Chapter 78. The Suddenly Appearing Lord. The azure-scaled leopard and iron-armored rhino were both dumbfounded. Why did this giant creature suddenly run away? Meanwhile, Bai Chen's state was quite special. He felt very cold, not just physically, but also a chilling sensation on a mental level. It felt as if his consciousness was about to freeze. Everything seemed a bit blurry, but there was a strangely clear state of awareness, as if he was watching his own body and everything around him from an indescribable third perspective. However, this clarity was uncontrollable, as if he were watching an immersive movie from an invested viewpoint. Gradually, it felt as though everything was becoming unimportant, as if he had lost the emotional waves. Damn it! A flicker of rationality in Bai Chen's heart cursed inwardly. It was this inner anger that gradually restored some emotional turbulence, allowing him to break free from that peculiar perspective. That was close. After regaining his composure, Bai Chen stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with lingering fear. At the last critical moment, Bai Chen had refrained from unleashing that storm, opting instead to borrow the pure power of the laws. Even if it was just a crack opened, a faint and almost imperceptible force of the laws, it was still beyond Bai Chen's control. He had experienced such a state once before, when he was chased by enemies in the far north, and he had barely tapped into it. He called this state law erosion. Attempting to touch the laws with insufficient strength would only result in being eroded by the laws and ultimately assimilated. Fortunately, this time the duration of use was very short, and with prior experience, he managed to break free from that state quickly. It appeared very dangerous. But Bai Chen was well aware that this danger was something others couldn't even hope to experience. Typically, using the laws only allowed his energy to be tinged with the power of the laws, and the power would increase several times with almost no danger. Such good fortune was rare to find, but trying to directly use the true power of the laws like this inevitably came with danger. He wondered when he would truly master it. Bai Chen understood that although this power was above him, he was still far from truly mastering it. Big brother, are you okay? The iron-armored rhino rushed to Bai Chen's side. I'm fine. Bai Chen shook his head, slowly getting up and silently calling upon the ice element to wash away the dust that had clung to him when he fell. Little lion, what kind of power did you just use? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. This was a real voice, a human voice. Just now, Bai Chen and the other beasts had communicated using their respective roars, which contained spiritual fluctuations that allowed them to understand each other's meanings. This method of communication indeed existed among beast tamers. Compared to actual speech, it wasn't much of a hassle. However, apart from their beast masters, humans could hardly comprehend such spiritual fluctuations. Bai Chen was startled by the sound and quickly looked towards the direction it came from, as did the iron-armored rhinoceros and the azure-scaled leopard. The sound was coming from near the block of ice that had trapped the light feather falcon. To be precise, it was right on that block of ice, where a black and white hawk, only the size of a normal eagle, was standing. No one noticed when it had appeared. If it hadn't spoken, even Bai Chen wouldn't have realized it was there. Lord Kongyu, the azure-scaled leopard exclaimed instinctively. The iron-armored rhinoceros hurriedly took 2 steps back and hid behind Bai Chen. Upon recognizing Lord Kongyu, Bai Chen quickly scanned the other directions, but only Lord Kongyu was present. The others, such as Lord Huayan, Yun He, He Changjiang, and Wang Bo, were all absent. What happened? Why was Lord Kongyu alone here? Did something happen to the others? And only Lord Kongyu managed to escape? Or had they parted ways due to some disagreement? What was Lord Kongyu's purpose in coming here? Was it goodwill or malice? Did it see something just now? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Bai Chen's mind. But before Bai Chen could think too much, Lord Kongyu spoke again. Little lion, I'm asking you a question. Bai Chen then realized that the escape of the black giant python was not due to his use of the power of the rules. At the level of the black giant python, it couldn't possibly know what the power of the rules was. It was likely that it had panicked and fled upon discovering Lord Kongyu. And the almost invincible black giant python could only flee in a panic when faced with Lord Kongyu. So how could Bai Chen dare to be careless? What Bai Chen said was not a lie. In fact, it was the truth, merely concealing some extremely important information that Bai Chen didn't believe Lord Kongyu could perceive. Lord Kongyu couldn't possibly have a deep understanding of the power of the rules. It might not even know of its existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a lord. As Bai Chen expected, Lord Kongyu tilted its head slightly, pondered for a moment, and nodded, seemingly not harboring any suspicion. Then, Lord Kongyu looked deeply at Bai Chen and said, "What a pity. Never mind. It's not important. Little lion, unseal your ice." Lord, are you referring to the poison light feather falcon? It's seriously poisoned. If you unseal the ice, it will likely die within minutes. Bai Chen did not act immediately. I have no ill intentions. If I did, even in my current state, you would already be dead. After Lord Kongyu said this, Bai Chen suddenly noticed something amiss. The issue was with Lord Kongyu's body. The feathers on Lord Kongyu's body were growing strangely, with a clear division down the center. One half black and the other half white. However, now it seemed that the 2 sides of Lord Kongyu's body were not perfectly symmetrical, especially the dividing line in the middle, which appeared to have some distance between it. But this guess was too bold. So bold that Bai Chen himself found it hard to believe. He couldn't help but ask, Lord Kongyu, what is this? As you can see, I am dying. Lord Kongyu said, casting a calm glance at Bai Chen. Chapter 79. The Lord's Legacy. What? Both the azure-scaled leopard and the iron-armored rhinoceros were taken aback. They hadn't noticed anything. Even if there was something off, they wouldn't think in that direction. In their fixed impressions, lords were extremely powerful beings. How could they easily fall? And besides, Lord Kongyu was still speaking well. So how could it be dying? Lord Kongyu, what exactly happened to you? Where are the others? Bai Chen hurriedly asked. Feeling anxious. If so many lords had fallen together, Bai Chen had to reassess the danger of this place. Humans, that human deceived us, Lord Kongyu said, its gaze filled with deep and evident resentment. What? Bai Chen was shocked. Humans? It seemed that Lord Kongyu was referring to someone who had been with them. But why? Why would someone harm familiar beings in such a place filled with unknown dangers? Even if they were alien beasts, they shouldn't resort to self-destruction in the face of unknown dangers. Never mind, Life and death are not trivial matters, Lord Kongyu said, shaking its head with disinterest. All right, unseal its binding. Although I am about to fall, I must leave some traces in this world to feel at ease. You mean? Bai Chen's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the light feather falcon in the ice. This foolish bird had such good luck? I will leave my legacy. Originally, your potential is higher, but unfortunately, you are not of the feather clan. Here, besides it, I have no other choice. Lord Kongyu was looking at the light feather falcon in the ice, which was indeed its only option. This is its fortune, but Lord, I really want to know what happened to you, and how are the others? Can you tell us first? Bai Chen didn't rush to unseal the ice. Not out of jealousy for this lucky bird. The legacy of a lord was not enough to make Bai Chen particularly excited. Moreover, even Lord Kongyu said that its legacy required someone from the feather clan, otherwise, it wouldn't be for the light feather falcon. Bai Chen could see that Lord Kongyu was currently holding on by a thread, so he hoped that this thread could last a little longer. A trap. As for the others, I don't know. I have no idea who else is alive. Lord Kongyu's pitch-black pupils revealed a clear look of lingering fear. Lord Kongyu, could you elaborate? Bai Chen asked, feeling somewhat helpless. That old wolf shouldn't be so easily killed. Just as Lord Kongyu was about to say something, suddenly, its body stiffened, and a line of blood slowly appeared at the center of its body. Quick, unseal the ice. I can't hold on much longer. This time, Bai Chen didn't hesitate. The ice instantly melted away, and Lord Kongyu spread its wings, hovering in the air. Finally, Lord Kongyu looked deeply at Bai Chen one last time. You have a secret. But unfortunately, I discovered it too late. If you encounter that old wolf, do not expose yourself. It is not as gentle as I am. After all, we are all beast clans. I don't know if what I did has any meaning. I don't know if you can survive. But I hope it can help you. As Lord Kongyu's voice fell, the block of ice beneath it completely melted, revealing the light feather falcon, which lay on the ground like a dead chicken. Lord Kongyu looked down at the light feather falcon and then deeply at Bai Chen. Two feathers broke free from Lord Kongyu's wings and flew towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen did not dodge. The feathers flew at a moderate speed, and he sensed no threat. Soon, one black and one white feather landed on the ground in front of Bai Chen. Although I cannot pass on my legacy to you, these two feathers are yours. The white one is the feather of breaking void, and the black one is the feather of restricting void. As the name suggests, if you want to leave here, you need to find the weak points in the space here, and then use the feather of breaking void. I wish you good luck. Also, be careful of the trees. There are 3. No. For here. No. At this point, Lord Kongyu's voice abruptly stopped, and its body began to tremble, as if it might collapse at any moment. Screech. Suddenly, Lord Kongyu raised its head and let out a piercing eagle cry towards the round moon. In the midst of this enduring, high-pitched eagle cry, Lord Kongyu's body suddenly split in two, with a smooth incision in the middle, blood flowing out. This kind of wound reminded Bai Chen of the golden leaves of the golden tree. Could it be related? Lord Kongyu's body, split in two, naturally fell, perfectly covering the light feather falcon on the ground. It completely obscured the light feather falcon. And soon Bai Chen noticed that the two halves of Lord Kongyu's body did not seem to be bleeding at all. There was clearly blood just a moment ago, but now it has disappeared. Bai Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the two feathers, one black and one white, on the ground, lost in thought. It seems that the empty feather lord possesses an extremely rare spatial attribute, which explains how it managed to escape. It is said that the empty feather lord became famous not long ago and is a very young lord. Youth combined with such a rare spatial attribute represents infinite possibilities and potential. However, it is unexpected that it would fall here. Even though Bai Chen had no prior interactions with the empty feather lord, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The sharp eagle cry instilled a primal fear in the iron-armored rhino and the blue-scaled leopard. But for some reason, Bai Chen was unaffected. It wasn't until the eagle cry ended for a while that the iron-armored rhino regained some composure and stepped forward to ask, "Big brother, what's going on?" As you can see, it has died. A generation of lords has fallen here, and it chose to leave its legacy to the light feather falcon. The light in Bai Chen's eyes dimmed slightly, as if mourning for the empty feather lord. Did that mixed feather bird have such good luck? The iron-armored rhino exclaimed in awe and envy. Perhaps the last eagle cry of the empty feather lord was not just a reluctance to end its own life, but also a protection for Bai Chen and the others. That eagle cry contained the aura representative of a lord's level. Even though the empty feather lord has now fallen, its residual power would not dissipate so quickly. It seems the night could be spent safely. Bai Chen glanced at the round moon and then at the two feathers on the ground in front of him. Ignoring them, he directly laid down on the ground, squinting his eyes, feeling a bit tired. "Big brother, are you okay?" The iron-armored rhino asked anxiously. "Don't make noise, or be ready for rhino meat. There shouldn't be any danger tonight. I need to rest. Call me if anything happens." "Big brother, what about that mixed feather bird and the barking tiger?" Don't give them silly nicknames. The light feather falcon should be fine. It just needs some time. As for the howling sky, Bai Chen paused, suddenly sensing a disturbance coming from the ice sealing the howling sky tiger. It seems it won't die. Chapter 80. The most handsome of feather insects. Bang, bang. A series of crisp sounds came from the block of ice sealing the howling sky tiger, and cracks appeared on the ice. Soon, the ice suddenly exploded, scattering small shards everywhere. A black figure stood up from the ice and couldn't help but shiver. Why did you freeze me? Facing the howling sky tiger's question, Bai Chen helplessly lifted his head. If I wasn't afraid you'd die, do you think I would want to? I'm not that easy to kill. You almost froze me to death. No way, don't worry. I'm quite careful when I do this. What do you call it? No delay preservation. What happened next? The howling sky tiger didn't dwell on it too much. It knew Bai Chen meant no harm, and having just broken free from the ice, it was still quite weak. So the howling sky tiger lay down, resting its head on its forearm, and closed its eyes. It's nothing serious. If you want to hear stories, go find the iron-armored rhino. I don't want to talk right now. I just want to take a nap. I just heard an eagle cry. It was that cry that woke me up, and then I broke free from the ice. I heard from the blue-scaled leopard that your move is a racial heritage level ability. Howling sky? The blue-scaled leopard said you should be seriously injured. Thank you, but don't freeze me randomly next time. Haha. Hearing this, Bai Chen laughed. Genius, really just haha. However, Bai Chen was too lazy to refute and closed his eyes again. The howling sky tiger remained silent. It was not only physically weak, but its throat also hurt from calling out, so it tried to avoid speaking as much as possible. Just now, it had only held back to avoid letting Bai Chen notice. That night, the latter half was indeed very peaceful. Not only snakes, but even the sound of insects seemed to fade away. Even if it was just residual power, it was enough to ensure a peaceful night. As for the light feather falcon, it was covered by the two corpses of the empty feather lord. By the latter half of the night, those two corpses completely enveloped the light feather falcon's body, like it had turned into a large cocoon. Until the first rays of sunlight fell on the earth in the morning, the cocoon made of feathers and remains broke open. Caw! The loud eagle cry rang out with the rising sun. Although it was not as terrifying and oppressive as the empty feather lord's eagle cry, it was clear and powerful. Equally loud, like the morning sun just rising in the sky. It's still early. There are still all kinds of possibilities. What else with the barking early in the morning? Are you trying to steal the barking tiger's nickname? The iron-armored rhino raised its head in dissatisfaction. Bai Chen and the howling sky tiger were also awakened by the noise. Bai Chen glanced at the iron-armored rhino and suddenly realized that this guy had the potential for a sharp tongue. Cowardly and sharp-tongued. What a combination. Isn't this just the standard for a sycophant? However, Bai Chen ignored it and looked at the light feather falcon. He had never seen such a legacy before. And the way the empty feather lord passed on this legacy seemed quite unusual. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel curious. He saw the current light feather falcon standing on the now shattered cocoon, letting out a long cry to the sky, as if celebrating its rebirth or bidding farewell to the empty feather lord. At this moment, the light feather falcon's appearance had also undergone slight changes, standing. It was only about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, and its feathers were now entirely white, but with some black spots scattered throughout. Sea eagle. Bai Chen thought of a type of bird he had heard of in his past life. Among the 360 feather insects, the most handsome is the sea eagle. Furthermore, Bai Chen noticed carefully that at the tips of the light feather falcon's wings, there were one pure black and one pure white feather among the many feathers. The cocoon formed by the two pieces of the empty feather lord's body had now become extremely shriveled, and the feathers on it had completely lost their luster. The blood also seemed to have vanished. Now, even the corpse was gone. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Inexplicably, he had developed some fondness for this lord he had little contact with. Perhaps it was because of its help, scaring away that giant python and leaving him two feathers, along with a warning. Silly bird, have you called enough? The iron-armored rhino said impatiently. The light feather falcon ignored it. How do you feel? Are you okay? The blue-scaled leopard expressed concern. However, the light feather falcon still did not respond. That melodious and lingering eagle cry finally stopped after a few minutes. Bai Chen didn't rush to ask anything because he could see the sadness in the light feather falcon's eyes. The light feather falcon silently lowered its head and picked up one feather from the cocoon on the ground. Then, it began to dig in the ground with its sharp eagle claws. A few beast tamers were somewhat confused, but only Bai Chen thought of something. This so-called legacy was a combination of memory inheritance and blood exchange. Memory inheritance would allow the light feather falcon to master many abilities more quickly, and blood exchange not only replaced the toxic blood, but also likely caused the light feather falcon's bloodline to undergo a certain degree of transformation. In this case, the light feather falcon had indeed gained a lot from this experience. With Bai Chen's reminder, the beast tamers refrained from disturbing the light feather falcon and did not help. They just quietly observed from the side. After nearly an hour, the light feather falcon finally dug out a sufficiently wide hole in the ground, and its once sharp eagle claws were nearly worn down. But this didn't affect anything. After digging the hole, the light feather falcon placed the feather it had been holding in its mouth into the hole. Then, it went to the already tattered cocoon, picked up a feather, and placed it in the pit. It wasn't that the light feather falcon didn't want to pick up more, but the cocoon had become extremely fragile, falling apart at the slightest touch. Are we just going to waste time here with it? After waiting for a long time, the howling sky tiger finally became a bit impatient. This is called being thoughtful. If the empty feather lord saw this scene, he would also feel comforted. Bai Chen said irritably, but he is already dead and cannot see it. The Shoutian tiger did not take it seriously. Forget it. Then you go call your master and get ready to set off. Bai Chen shook his head, letting the ice walls outside the tent start to melt. The once confident Shoutian tiger now couldn't help but feel a bit worried and confused about the unknown ahead. What's there to be scared of? I'm here to support you, and now we have this guy. Bai Chen said this while looking at the light feather falcon. Indeed, it was obvious that the light feather falcon had become much stronger, perhaps already the strongest among the several beastmasters, the essence of a lord-level alien beast. Even if it couldn't fully absorb it, it wouldn't be able to digest it quickly, but just a small part of it, for a first-level beastmaster. That was a world-changing transformation. If it weren't for the light feather falcon becoming stronger, would Bai Chen wait so patiently for it? Does time really have no value? Chapter 81, Approaching Autumn. A group of people set off again with their respective beastmasters. The iron-armored beast was still leading the way. The azure-scaled leopard was active around several people, while the Shoutian tiger appeared somewhat tired following He Tianhao. The light feather falcon was soaring nearby, and its master, Luo Sherwin, had a silly smile on his face. The changes in the light feather falcon were significant, all good changes, which Luo Sherwin naturally felt. Although he didn't know why, it didn't stop him from being very happy. Regarding what happened last night, Bai Chen and a few beastmasters discussed it briefly and didn't say much. They only simply mentioned encountering some alien snake beasts. As for the matter regarding the empty feather lord, not a word was mentioned. If it were spoken, these young boys and girls would probably collapse immediately. If even He Changjiang and the others encountered unexpected events, how could these young, inexperienced boys and girls have the confidence to survive in this unfamiliar place? They set off around 8 o'clock, and the morning jungle was somewhat damp, with dew on the wild grass, shrubs, and tree branches. However, besides the dew, the morning jungle was exceptionally fresh, and the morning breeze carried a hint of autumn chill. But perhaps due to the many alien snakes that died last night or something else, this morning, the jungle seemed very calm. Soon, Bai Chen fell into a dream. Dreams are hard to remember clearly, but generally, there is a rough impression. However, this time, Bai Chen's impression was very vague. He only remembered that he seemed to have dreamt of his father, who seemed to have said something to him. But many of the details were unclear. He could only faintly recall some words. Old friends are like fallen leaves in the wind, gradually withering. Ambition is high, but it's hard to achieve. Yet, it is worthy of respect. If possible, lend a hand. After a while, Bai Chen completely woke up and realized that something was off. Duan Ziluo and the others had already stopped, and the atmosphere had grown tense. Other beastmasters were also cautiously surveying their surroundings, as if on guard against something. What's wrong, girl? Is there something going on? Why didn't you call me? Bai Chen lazily turned over. The leaves have turned yellow? It seems to be gradually changing. Why is this happening? Luo Sherwin asked. They had just noticed that the leaves were starting to turn yellow. They hadn't paid attention earlier due to the small number of yellow leaves. What does it matter if they are yellow? Maybe it has something to do with the fallen leaves forest outside. Why think so much? Are you still going or not? Zhang Hao's heart was still as big as ever. Duan Ziluo continued chatting with Bai Chen. She took out 2 feathers, one black and one white, from her pocket. Since they originally contained spatial power, if they were stored in space, it could cause an accident. Where did this come from? Fell from the sky. I didn't think you were stupid. You just are. Bai Chen wasn't afraid of this girl. You little brat, do you believe I'll hit you? Would you dare? Of course I would. I don't believe it. Suddenly, He Tianhao looked at everyone and said gravely, Everyone, I have made a discovery. He Tianhao paused, then said, If I'm not mistaken, it should be close to autumn. What are you talking about? Isn't it just late spring and early summer outside? Zhang Hao retorted dismissively. Bai Chen had been staring at He Tianhao. This guy might really have noticed something, indeed a good seedling, and he was smart. It's a pity his vision was a bit lacking. He actually missed me back then. After He Tianhao waited for everyone to stop speaking, he continued, No, it's not that we are about to reach autumn, but rather that we are close to autumn. To be precise, we are about to enter autumn. When he said the last sentence, He Tianhao looked ahead. In his words and gaze, it seemed that the front was autumn. Entering autumn? What does that mean? Old He, can you say something everyone can understand? Zhang Hao pouted. This jungle, from the outside to the inside, has some areas representing spring, summer, and autumn, He Tianhao explained calmly. Remember when we first entered the forest? There were no insects, and the temperature was quite suitable because we were in spring at that time. And then, unconsciously, we actually entered summer. Snakes and insects started to appear, and the temperature became hot. I felt something was off before, but unfortunately, I lacked clues. Fortunately, I finally figured it out. Now, we are probably about to transition from summer to autumn. He Tianhao's eyes held some worry as he looked ahead. There's nothing impossible. Is there anything in this world that is absolutely impossible? Don't forget where we are now. This is no longer our original world. Duan Qingxiao rebutted Zhang Hao's words, clearly agreeing with He Tianhao's viewpoint. Chapter 82, No Retreat. Remember the alien beasts we encountered yesterday? Within the Spring Range. Aside from the Dominator Rabbit group, we hardly encountered any threatening alien beasts. And during the summer nights, you saw the snake corpses everywhere this morning, right? You should be able to imagine what our beast masters experienced last night. The danger is increasing. I think if we enter the autumn range, we might encounter situations even more dangerous than last night. Saying this, He Tianhao glanced worriedly at the somewhat wilted Xiaodian tiger. He knew more about what happened last night than the others. So, does that mean there will be a winter? Luo Sherwin asked. Autumn hunting. If we continue forward, we will experience autumn hunting, rather than a certain alien beast group. Autumn hunting? He Tianhao was taken aback. What does autumn hunting mean? Zhang Hao asked. Duan Ziluo shook her head again. I'm not sure about what Xiaobai said either. He Tianhao quickly said, Xiaobai, your beast? Does it know anything? Can you ask it again? Let it tell everything it knows. The others waited silently, while He Tianhao continued to think. As for the meaning of autumn hunting, Xiaobai said it is as the name implies, but we are merely the targets of the autumn hunt. Then he squatted next to the Xiaodian tiger and took out a black pill from a small jade bottle, wanting to feed it to the Xiaodian tiger. However, the Xiaodian tiger unexpectedly resisted a bit, seemingly unwilling to eat. But He Tianhao was very persistent, and the two of them remained in a stalemate. The others looked at each other. What should we do now? This question was eventually asked by Luo Sherwin. Not long after some stalemate, He Tianhao finally fed the pill into the Xiaodian tiger's mouth, then stood up and looked at everyone, saying, they went to find that golden tree. We are unclear about their location. Do you remember that little hill we encountered back then? Besides that little hill, the surroundings were all jungle. I suspect that the forests around are actually the same. Zhang Hao was taken aback. What do you mean? He Tianhao shook his head. Just some guesses, not certain yet. But the only thing we can be sure of is that we have no way out. Perhaps that palace is the key to leaving here. Duan Qingxia said. Since that's the case, let's set off. He Tianhao was not in a hurry. Some things can't be rushed. Rather than rushing to do something, it's more reliable to prepare first. The others had no objections to this and rested in place. No, that's not necessary. Without you, we wouldn't be able to communicate. We still need you to convey some things. Why do you know the term autumn hunt? After the autumn hunt, what comes in winter? He Tianhao asked Bai Chen. Bai Chen gave him a disdainful glance. Stupid human. He Tianhao was slightly taken aback. He actually saw disdain and mockery in the eyes of this little lion. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and then asked, what did it say? Duan Ziluo paused, modified some of Bai Chen's unkind words, and then said, Little Bai said that this autumn hunt is his guess. As for what comes next, he is not clear about it. At least we have to wait until we enter the autumn range and see some clues to deduce it. Is that okay? Well then, He Tianhao nodded. Revealing a friendly smile, little guy, remember to tell me if you have any thoughts. That smile is so greasy and disgusting. Girl, let him get away from me quickly. Bai Chen suppressed the thought of throwing an ice spike at He Tianhao's face. He Tianhao didn't linger, said hello, and went to find the Xiaodian tiger. At this moment, the light feather falcon flew to Bai Chen's side and called out to him, Gu. The translated meaning is, thank you. Thank you for what? Bai Chen was taken aback. You froze me, and your use of cold wind gave me great inspiration. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through and kill the double poison snake. It's a small matter, but hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Being able to learn from you is also your skill. How do you feel now? Good. Unprecedentedly good. By the way, if you say that, does it mean you really couldn't communicate in this way before? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone so long without communicating. Later, it was just because I scolded you, and you understood and learned? Gah. The light feather falcon glared fiercely at Bai Chen and then flew to the side, not wanting to pay attention to him. These guys really know how to steal skills. It seems I was wrong to scold them back then. Chapter 83, Stepping In. After resting for a while, the group ate some food and fed their respective beasts some energy-containing food. Then at exactly 10 o'clock, the group set off again. The target was the autumn in the forest, stepping onto the path leading to autumn. This time, the atmosphere on the road was much heavier. And even Zhang Hao had lost his mood for casual chatting and laughter. The beasts were also extremely alert, as if afraid that a terrifying beast would suddenly jump out from somewhere. It's worth mentioning that the Xiaodian tiger seemed to be in much better spirits. As the group went deeper, the autumn colors became more pronounced. At some point, the ground had already accumulated some withered yellow leaves. The trees in sight had all turned completely yellow. Autumn did not arrive quietly. Instead, they were stepping deeper into autumn with each step. Suddenly, the iron-armored rhino stopped, and the azure-scaled leopard let out a threatening low growl at the front. The light feather falcon circling in the low sky also issued a warning cry. A few low growls came from ahead. The iron-armored rhino was startled and quickly took a few steps back, revealing the beasts that had appeared ahead. A few wolf-like beasts, larger than normal lions and tigers, with gray fur, were now slightly opening their large mouths, drooling. Forest wolves, judging by their size. They were probably at the second tier. He Tianhao's expression was extremely serious. Should we run? Zhang Hao asked weakly. Run? Do you think we can outrun them? He Tianhao shot Zhang Hao a glare. Just then, the few forest wolves charged towards the group. It seemed that in just a brief moment, they had confirmed that these people were not a threat. Since autumn won't last long, fierce beasts must find enough food to survive the winter. So the beasts in autumn are particularly ferocious. There were a total of 3 forest wolves, and they moved quickly, even though they were large. They had long been accustomed to moving through the jungle. However, at the very moment they charged, Bai Chen did not hesitate at all and summoned ice elements. The ice elements drifting in the air immediately became dense and quickly combined. Ice walls appeared in the gaps between the trees, blocking the path of the 3 forest wolves. But this could not stop their determination. The wolves' charge showed no signs of slowing down. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud sounds rang out as the ice walls were shattered, and the 3 forest wolves burst through the shards of ice. The ice walls failed to stop them, but they did hinder their momentum at that moment. They did not continue charging immediately, but shook their heads violently. Even with the wolves' tough heads and tails, such a collision would definitely leave them a bit dazed. If they hadn't reached the second tier, this impact would have resulted in at least a concussion. Bai Chen did not expect to stop them with just a few ice walls. After all, this was only the first wave of beasts encountered upon entering the range of autumn. But this was the autumn hunt. Bai Chen delaying this moment was crucial. The light feather falcon dove without hesitation at one of the forest wolves, while the azure-scaled leopard and the Shaodian tiger also charged out. Then there was the iron-armored rhino, which instinctively wanted to hide behind Bai Chen. Then it heard Bai Chen's threat. If you fail me again, no one can save you. You will die first. Bai Chen looked earnestly at the iron-armored rhino. The iron-armored rhino shivered and quickly laughed awkwardly. Big brother. What do you mean by that? I'm just trying to protect you. Since you don't need me, I'll go. After saying that, the iron-armored rhino dared not hesitate any longer and charged forward. Relying solely on those 4 guys to deal with the 3 forest wolves seemed unrealistic, especially since the main combat force, the Shaodian tiger, had not fully recovered. Although Bai Chen was still at the back, he was also controlling the elemental powers to assist them, launching harassment attacks on the forest wolves. However, to Bai Chen's surprise, in just a moment, the light feather falcon's left claw had already acquired a bloody, messy object. It was one of the forest wolf's eyeballs. At that moment, the forest wolf that had its eye gouged out instantly went into a frenzied state. It wanted to chase after the light feather falcon, but the falcon was flying in the sky, and there was no way it could catch up. It only managed to break a few trees before giving up. Then, the remaining eyeball of the wolf revealed an incredibly mad and resentful light. In an instant, it locked onto the iron-armored rhino, which had just moved forward and was the largest in size. Without any hesitation or delay, that forest wolf charged towards the iron-armored rhino. The iron-armored rhino was taken aback and instinctively felt its legs weaken, wanting to run away. After all, a fierce, bloodstained, large gray wolf charging at it was indeed a bit intimidating. However, recalling Bai Chen's previous threat, the iron-armored rhino forced itself to suppress the impulse to flee, steeled its heart, and charged headlong at the forest wolf. At this moment, the green-scaled leopard and the howling sky tiger had also become entangled with a forest wolf. The green-scaled leopard was doing well. After all, the jungle was its home turf. Even though it was at a lower level than the forest wolf, it appeared more agile than the forest wolf at this moment. With its speed advantage, the jungle wolf couldn't do anything to it for a while. However, the situation was dangerous for the howling sky tiger, as it had already engaged in a fierce bite with the forest wolf. It seemed that it truly couldn't use sonic attacks for the time being, as it was facing a creature of a higher level and larger size than itself. Bai Chen was well aware that the howling sky tiger was in the most perilous situation, so his focus was almost entirely on it. Bai Chen understood that when dealing with second-tier exotic beasts, except for some that had ridiculously low defenses, most of them couldn't be harmed by his ice spikes and ice cones. Therefore, he didn't plan to attack. Instead, he aimed to influence the battle. He controlled the ice elements to gather around the forest wolf, ready to solidify into ice when needed. For example, Just as the forest wolf was about to open its mouth to bite the howling sky tiger, the ice elements surged into its mouth, quickly solidifying into a large block of ice. Of course, the forest wolf could crush the ice with its biting force, but that would take time. And even half a second or a second was extremely important in battle. At this moment, the iron-armored rhino and the forest wolf were about to collide. The forest wolf regained some sense and thought to itself, why isn't this guy running? According to the forest wolf's understanding, it was customary for prey to flee when faced with an attack. It should be the one chasing from behind to attack the prey's back. But now, the forest wolf was a bit confused. This was one of the few times it encountered prey that was genuinely prepared to collide with it. Moreover, the key was that this creature had such a long horn. The forest wolf felt a bit flustered, wondering how it could collide with such a creature. Even though it was a second-tier beast, it didn't have horns. Did it have to charge with its head? Unbeknownst to it, the iron-armored rhino was also a bit panicked. After all, it was facing a creature of a higher level than itself, and even without horns, it was uncertain whether it could win a collision. But the distance had already closed in. After the forest wolf regained its senses and realized it might not be able to overpower this creature, it was too late to change direction, and there was no time to use the usual tactics of flanking larger prey. Thus, the two collided. Boom. A muffled sound accompanied by the tearing of fabric echoed. The muffled sound was from their collision, while the tearing sound was from the rhino horn piercing into the forest wolf's body. The long, curved rhino horn completely penetrated the forest wolf's body, entering from its chest and protruding from its back. The iron-armored rhino was momentarily stunned. It hadn't expected such a great effect. But it forgot that the forest wolf was not dead yet. Indeed, even though its body was completely pierced, the forest wolf was still alive, and on the contrary, the severe injury had fully awakened its ferocity. At this moment, its rationality was cast aside. It only wanted to kill the iron-armored rhino. Its wolf claws swung madly, leaving several bloody marks on the iron-armored rhino's face. It even wanted to get closer to the iron-armored rhino to bite it. Even though the rhino horn was still embedded in its body, it seemed to have forgotten the pain, moving closer to the iron-armored rhino, causing the horn to dig even deeper into itself. Normally, the iron-armored rhino should have panicked, but the stinging pain and the warm blood flowing down ignited its stubborn temper. It had been holding in a lot of anger with no place to vent it. Now, the iron-armored rhino no longer wished to endure. Although this creature was second tier, it didn't seem very strong. Thus, the iron-armored rhino charged forward, pushing against the forest wolf's body, but the forest wolf was no pushover. Its level advantage gave it a slight edge and strength. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Just then, the light-feathered falcon suddenly dove down from the sky, attacking from behind the forest wolf, which was completely unprepared. The light-feathered falcon's sharp claws pierced into the forest wolf's ears. The left claw sank deep into the forest wolf's brain. The forest wolf's body went rigid for a moment before it helplessly slumped down, hanging directly on the iron-armored rhino's horn. The light-feathered falcon showed no hesitation, casually discarding the mangled mass of red and white flesh it had caught, soaring back into the sky, keeping a close watch on the other two forest wolves, looking for opportunities. The iron-armored rhino, now surprisingly reliable, quickly shook off the forest wolf's corpse from its horn and rushed towards the howling sky tiger's position. The odds were now 5-2. Both the light-feathered falcon and the iron-armored rhino's performances were somewhat beyond Bai Chen's expectations, especially the light-feathered falcon, which was truly impressive now. The iron-armored rhino went to help the howling sky tiger, while the light-feathered falcon chose to assist the green-scaled leopard. With the addition of both, the battle quickly began to tilt in their favor. Not long after, the light-feathered falcon found another opportunity and directly overturned the skull of the remaining forest wolf. With another kill, only one forest wolf remained, and it was starting to show signs of retreat. Even the most bloodthirsty beast will feel fear when it knows there is no hope. But it was too late. The four beasts had surrounded it, and Bai Chen didn't even need to intervene anymore. However, he chose to continue influencing it with ice to resolve the battle quickly. He feared encountering other exotic beasts if they lingered too long in one place. Iron Brother, go for it. Take it down. Zhang Hao exclaimed enthusiastically as he watched the battle ahead, unable to help stepping forward to cheer for the iron-armored rhino. Bai Chen shot a glance at this guy, and suddenly, his pupils constricted as he felt the chill of the ice spreading and changing direction, enveloping Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao suddenly shivered, thinking, what the hell? But at that moment, a foul wind surged from the thicket behind Zhang Hao. Ice suddenly rose, forming a wall behind him. As a beast resembling a mix between a cat and a tiger, with fiery red fur and the size of a large dog, pounced out of the jungle. Instead of crashing into the ice wall like the forest wolf, it skillfully halted just in front of the suddenly appeared ice wall, then nimbly retreated, keeping a distance of over 10 meters while observing the group. Seeing that Zhang Hao was still frozen in place, He Tianhao couldn't help but shout, "Zhang Hao, what are you dawdling for? Run!" Huh. Zhang Hao finally reacted, immediately sprinting over to join the others. The other beasts ahead also noticed the situation behind them, exchanging glances. And everything was understood without words. The iron-armored rhino, howling sky tiger, and green-scaled leopard all retreated to their owners' sides. The remaining forest wolf was left to the light-feathered falcon. The fiery lynx did not attack. It merely cast a deep glance at the group before turning and disappearing into the jungle. He Tianhao warned, "Be careful. It might not have truly left. It could be hiding in the shadows, waiting for us to let our guard down. This is ridiculous. When was it near me? I didn't even notice," Zhang Hao said, patting his chest, still feeling apprehensive. He Tianhao advised, "Don't stray too far from everyone, and don't get too far from your beasts. Compared to exotic beasts, our bodies are too fragile." At this moment, the last forest wolf, seeing the other beasts retreat, attempted to flee. The light-feathered falcon did not attack immediately. It thought it could escape, but little did it know that its fate was already sealed the moment it turned to run. The light-feather falcon waited for the forest wolf to turn around, and, in an instant, it dove down. After inheriting the legacy of the Sky Feather Lord, the light feather falcon's speed had increased several levels, perfectly exemplifying what it meant to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. A flash of white lightning streaked through the air, creating a spray of blood, and when the light feather falcon reappeared, it was already standing on the corpse of the last forest wolf. Chapter 85, The Cry for Help. He Tianhao carefully examined the light feather falcon standing on the corpse of the forest wolf, but still voiced his doubts. Luo Sherwin smiled. Perhaps it could no longer be called the light feather falcon. It had evolved, and now it was more appropriate to call it the sea eagle. Is that so? He Tianhao pondered, but did not press further. After thinking for a moment, He Tianhao looked at everyone and said, "All right, let us continue moving." "Sigh, how much longer do we have to walk?" Zhang Hao complained helplessly, but it was merely a complaint, and he did not slow his pace, following the others. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a second wave of exotic beasts, a pack of wild dogs, numbering in the dozens. Fortunately, they were not as strong as the 3 forest wolves, with no second-tier beasts among them. It took nearly half an hour to deal with this pack of wild dogs. Not because they wanted to wipe them out, but if possible, He Tianhao would have definitely chosen to bypass them. However, these exotic beasts were unwilling to let any living creature in their sight escape, and once they realized they couldn't win, how could the ones they provoked let them off so easily? As they continued deeper, hours passed, and the group encountered numerous exotic beasts along the way. Some were strong, some weak, with the weakest being around first-tier 8 or 9 stars, and they were gregarious. However, the gregarious exotic beasts posed little threat to them, especially with Bai Chen, who was a bane to such minor foes. Bai Chen often let the others take action while he chose to observe, to avoid any hidden exotic beasts ambushing them. It turned out Bai Chen's judgment was correct. Since entering the autumn range, there had been an increase in cunning exotic beasts. Not every one of these beasts could be dealt with easily. When they encountered a brown bear, the group wisely chose to turn and run. Fortunately, the bear seemed not to be hungry, as it was dozing under a tree and did not pursue them. That was the only elite-level exotic beast they encountered after walking for so long. The ground was already covered with fallen leaves, and many trees had shed most of their leaves. With such autumn scenery, it was normally not far from winter, He Tianhao remarked. "How long is not far? You've said it countless times. If we keep going, we'll either be eaten by exotic beasts or our legs will give out first," Zhang Hao complained again. He Tianhao hesitated briefly before saying, 2 hours, I think. If there are no delays, we should be able to exit the autumn range in 2 hours. Duan Ziluo suddenly spoke. We haven't reached the most dangerous moment yet. The deeper into autumn we go, the fewer exotic beasts there might be. But they will definitely be stronger and crazier. He Tianhao nodded, clearly having anticipated this. The exotic beasts we've encountered so far have already been tough for our beast tamers to handle. If we go further, in 2 hours, we might encounter not just elite level, but possibly even leader level beasts. And as you said, after autumn comes winter. How terrifying will the winter beasts be? Zhang Hao seemed irritated, but the others did not respond. Although Zhang Hao's words were somewhat harsh, they rang true. Everyone felt a degree of confusion and anxiety. The deeper they went, the stronger the exotic beasts became, and this was an undeniable fact. At their current position, their beast tamers were already struggling to cope. Continuing deeper felt like walking towards death, inching closer to demise. But besides going deeper, they had no other options. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Just then, the ears of the howling sky tiger suddenly twitched, and it quickly turned to look in a certain direction. Soon, He Tianhao stopped in his tracks and looked at the others. The howling sky tiger says someone is calling for help. What do you think? Calling for help? Everyone was taken aback. Was there really someone crying for help in this place? The group, along with their other beasts, ceased their conversations and began to listen carefully. Help! Indeed, faint cries drifted from afar, but they were too distant to be clear. Could it be one of the other teams from other cities? Luo Sherwin suggested. He Tianhao nodded. It's possible, very likely, so we need to consider whether we should go rescue them. Bai Chen even felt that during the summer nights. The people from other teams should have perished by now, especially since they had no one like him in their team. But now, there was actually a cry for help? Were the other teams lucky or exceptionally strong, or were they not from other teams at all? Duan Qingxia said coldly, I think this is an opportunity. Their loud cries will surely attract more exotic beasts, and we should take this chance to speed up our progress and go deeper. At the very least, we should get closer to see the situation. I also don't want anything bad to happen to everyone, but we can observe from a safe distance. If we can help, we will. If it's too dangerous, we'll leave. Let us go take a look, or we can get a bit closer. I'll let the Sea Eagle scout ahead, suggested Luo Sherwin. He Tianhao glanced at everyone and nodded. Since 3 people had expressed their opinions, the minority should obey the majority. Let us go take a look. Duan Qingxiao frowned, but did not say anything further. Chapter 86, The Substitute for Death. With a decision made, the group did not hesitate and hurried towards the source of the voice. It was to the left front and did not completely deviate from the path. They were just walking a bit longer, which might have been a significant reason why some agreed. The group moved quickly, jogging along, and soon, as they got closer, the cries for help became clearer. Suddenly, when they had run about halfway to the estimated distance of the voice, the cries for help disappeared, replaced by a horrific scream, a long and piercing wail. Soon, the scream faded, and the cries for help vanished, as if everything had returned to silence, with only the distant sound of beast roars echoing. He Tianhao suddenly halted, and the others quickly stopped as well, his gaze sweeping over them. They must be dead already. I don't think there's any need for us to take a look now. Even if we get closer, it's likely to put us in danger. Duan Qingxia stated directly what He Tianhao felt, but couldn't say outright, and after saying this, she gave He Tianhao a disdainful look. The other 3 hesitated. But just then, the howling sky tiger's ears began twitching again, and He Tianhao quickly said, 2 creatures are running towards us rapidly, one in front and one behind. The one behind seems to be chasing the one in front. Duan Qingxia said, humans can't possibly outrun exotic beasts. I think we should hide quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. He Tianhao, who had been watching the depths of the jungle, suddenly shouted, I'm afraid it's too late. Get ready. Immediately, the others did not hesitate and called their beasts to prepare. The iron-clad rhino was at the front, with several young men and women behind it, while the Qinglin leopard and the howling sky tiger stood on either side, and the sea eagle circled low above their heads. Before long, the jungle ahead suddenly parted. Yes, it was parting, not being smashed open. The trees seemed to have their own consciousness as they bent down on either side. Making way, a moose dashed out quickly, with a person riding on its back. The moose was quite large, with antlers that were long and branched, resembling 2 small trees. And its antlers were green, an incredibly tender shade of green, almost as if water could drip from them, akin to jade. Given the size of this moose and its massive antlers, it should not have been suitable for running through the forest. No, that's not right. Moose aren't suited for running in the first place. However, extraordinary beasts cannot be judged by common sense. It seemed to possess the ability to make trees actively avoid it, so it had not been hindered by its enormous antlers. Upon seeing the man for the first time, Bai Chen's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. It was him. It wasn't that Bai Xiu was particularly familiar with him, but he was one of those who had attacked the golden tree, seemingly named Su Sanha, and his moose was a lord-level existence. But now, a lord was actually fleeing in panic, and the only explanation was that the pursuer was also a lord. Otherwise, even a weakened lord would not be something a low-level extraordinary beast would dare to offend. Quick, hide, run, He Tianhao exclaimed urgently. But at the same time, Su Sanha, riding the moose, shouted, don't be afraid, no need to run, help me deal with that guy behind. The others didn't react immediately and didn't think deeply about it. The moose was fast, and in just a few seconds, it had dashed beside He Tianhao and the others, but it didn't slow down at all as it passed by them. They only felt a gust of wind rush past, and in the blink of an eye, the moose was already quite far away. Only a voice remained. By the time the others reacted, the moose had disappeared from behind them. They were all stunned. What was going on? Damn, this bastard took us for scapegoats. Bai Chen was the first to react, an uncontrollable anger rising within him. They had come to help, but were treated as cannon fodder. Who wouldn't be angry in such a situation? Girl, hide well, go to the side with the others, and run if things go wrong later. Running is pointless now, so we can only fight to the death. At this moment, the trees that had split apart when the moose emerged began to close in together, even tighter than before. It wasn't just the trees, The already withered vines and wild grasses seemed to regain vitality, growing rapidly and intertwining between the trees. Clearly, this was the moose's ability to control plants. It was clearing a path ahead while blocking the pursuer behind. Perhaps it was this ability that allowed it to survive. However, just trees alone, even with the moose's influence making them tougher, could not possibly trap the pursuer behind. Otherwise, Susanha wouldn't have been running in such a hurry. At this moment, the others also reacted. He Tianhao's face turned grim. We've been set up. Split up and run. Whoever can survive, survive, He Tianhao said without hesitation. Obviously, he had also realized that whoever was chasing the moose was evidently of the same level or even stronger, and Lord-level beings were absolutely unbeatable for them at this point. But it was too late to say this now. In an instant, everyone and their extraordinary beasts felt a chill. Everyone, get ready to fight for your lives. Any trump cards you have, use them now, Bai Chen said to the other beast tamers. Big brother, I believe in you. You're invincible. The iron-armored rhino shivered and quietly moved closer to Bai Chen. This time, Bai Chen didn't have time to scold the big dumb cow. If they couldn't survive this ordeal, everything would be meaningless. Bai Chen quietly stepped forward a few steps, moving to the front of the group and stopping. What trump cards could the other extraordinary beasts have? In a critical moment, they would still have to rely on themselves. Though he was somewhat reluctant to part with that storm. But reluctance wouldn't change anything. Boom. The trees that had gathered together, the intertwined grass and wood, turned to dust in an instant, and the nearby trees were suddenly empty. A terrifying, extraordinary beast stepped out. Chapter 87. Know yourself? When Bai Chen saw the extraordinary beast, he froze for a moment. No, he froze several times. Because it was a lion. If it were just a lion, that would be fine. There are quite a few types of lion-like extraordinary beasts. The reason they hadn't encountered one before was simply that the terrain here wasn't suitable for lion-type extraordinary beasts to thrive. Now that they encountered one, it wasn't a big deal. But the key was that it was not just any lion. It was a massive male lion, nearly 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long, with snow white fur all over its body. This white male lion had a very thick mane, especially around the chest area, where the mane formed an irregular oval shape, as if wrapped in a scarf. Well, if it were just a white lion, that would be fine, as the number of white lions among lions isn't negligible, although not as many as those with normal yellow fur. They are still more common than those with red, green, black, or purple fur. But the key was that this guy was of the ice attribute. Indeed, Bai Chen sensed a very distinct ice attribute, because they had already been frozen first, then exploded apart like shattering ice. An ice attribute white lion. How coincidental. Bai Chen was a bit dazed. The other humans were also somewhat dazed, not because of the sudden appearance of the lion's appearance, but because they had been frozen. The moment the white male lion appeared before everyone, the temperature began to drop rapidly. In an instant, it felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, but the nature of the trembling was strange, as their bodies were almost frozen stiff. Gulp, Lord level, Blizzard Lion. He Tianhao stuttered out the name of the incoming beast. And that gulping sound was due to He Tianhao's teeth chattering uncontrollably. It seemed not only their bodies were instantly frozen stiff, but even their consciousness was somewhat blurred. Duan Zilu's fair little face instantly showed signs of turning purple. Not only the few humans, but also the extraordinary beasts were in dire straits. The Heidonking, which had evolved from the light feather falcon, should have been among the first-tier extraordinary beasts, but at this moment, its situation was the worst. A layer of frost had formed on its feathers, and its dark round eyes appeared somewhat dazed as it lay on the ground. As for why it was lying on the ground, it was because the moment the blizzard lion appeared, the Heidonking seemed to have been instantly frozen and fell to the ground. The Qinglin leopard felt as if its entire body's blood had frozen again. But this time the situation was worse. It was still conscious, which made it even more terrified, feeling itself gradually freezing and unable to move. The Shoutian tiger and iron-armored rhino were in almost the same state as the Qinglin leopard, seemingly completely frozen stiff. At this moment, the difference in physical quality and size seemed to have no effect. This was the suppression of absolute strength, even without striking a blow, just with a glance. Everyone and their beasts, aside from Bai Chen, instantly lost their ability to resist. No, not just resistance. They even lost the qualification to escape. Although it was unclear why this lord had not yet made a move, Bai Chen was certain he wouldn't act first. What if he thought Bai Chen looked like him and spared him? Who could say for sure? Upon contact, Bai Chen realized that the ice elements here were extremely active and dense. Even the other elements aside from ice had been completely suppressed, and the remaining ice elements were entirely under the control of this appearing lord. In other words, at this moment, Bai Chen had almost lost control over the elements, as the ice elements were entirely under the control of the blizzard lion. Currently, Bai Chen could only mobilize the energy within his body. and even that was greatly suppressed by the domain. Bai Chen confirmed that this was indeed a domain. The Blizzard Lion possessed a domain, and he and his companions had completely been swept into it. This meant that within this domain, all elemental powers, except for energies that could contend with it, would lose their effectiveness. Normally, this included Bai Chen himself, as the suppression of absolute power rendered everything else seemingly unimportant. However, Bai Chen was not without options. He noticed a faint glow from the gem on his forehead, and in an instant, all the ice elements that were previously under the control of the Blizzard Lion began to abandon it, as if they had found their true master. Many ice elements instinctively broke free from the Blizzard Lion's grasp and came under Bai Chen's command. This was a risky move, as it could easily provoke the Lord. But Bai Chen had no choice. That girl's constitution was not very good, and if she remained frozen for too long, she might not die from the cold. But she would develop some issues. However, even though Bai Chen managed to get some ice elements to switch sides, it was only a few around him. Most ice elements remained under the control of the Lord. Under the suppression of the domain, the range Bai Chen could influence was too small. At this moment, Bai Chen noticed something was off. The Blizzard Lion, not far ahead, had been unusually still for a long time. Even when choosing prey, it should have made a decision by now. Yet, it stood there, staring at him with its large, dark eyes, seemingly transfixed. Bai Chen even sensed a tremor in its gaze. There was no obvious malice or hostility, just a sort of disbelief. Bai Chen found it hard to understand. Although it was still a bit cold, it was within a normal range, not the kind of unbearable cold that made physical movement difficult. Bai Chen felt as if he could read something from its eyes. Did it recognize him? Chapter 88, The Blizzard Clan. What's going on? After recovering a bit, Luo Sherwin quietly poked He Tianhao's arm. Are we going to die here? Zhang Hao said with a mournful face. No. He Tianhao sensed something. The Lord didn't seem to have any intention to attack. Damn it, it hasn't attacked yet. But I was almost killed just now, Zhang Hao cursed. That's because we were too weak, but that's not important. Look, that little lion seems to recognize the Lord. He Tianhao was somewhat surprised, but he trusted his judgment. And the eye contact between the two was already quite obvious. Could it be its dad? They look so alike, and they are both ice attributes. Zhang Hao grinned with a mischievous smile. Damn it, your dad looks like that. Bai Chen heard and cursed silently. But he didn't have time to deal with that guy at the moment. Bai Chen hesitated about whether to attempt communication with the Lord. But just then, the tremors in the Blizzard Lion's eyes diminished, as if it had confirmed something. It then charged directly towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen was startled and quickly mobilized his energy. The gem on his forehead began to glow. The faint light quickly became brilliant, and it seemed to split in the center, a chill spreading outwards. A breeze seemed ready to sweep out from the small gem at any moment. A wind that, though weak, seemed to carry the essence of destruction and the power to freeze the world, one of the most terrifying disasters from the far north. And now, it was about to descend here. The breeze dispersed the chill and brought a chill that was not Bai Chen's, but one that belonged exclusively to it. A chill that was about to destroy everything. The rushing Blizzard Lion was startled as well, and then it anxiously called out in a human voice. Your Highness, please spare me. Bai Chen was taken aback. Was it calling him? But even in the Lion King's palace, he couldn't be a prince, just a royal. Though favored and pampered, the position of the crown prince was still vacant. Perhaps under normal circumstances, it would indeed belong to Bai Chen in the future, but now, normal development was impossible. However, despite his confusion, Bai Chen confirmed that this creature very likely recognized him. Perhaps it truly had no malice. The Blizzard Lion seemed to realize its behavior was inappropriate and quickly slowed down, cautiously approaching Bai Chen. Your Highness, it really is you. The Blizzard Lion's large, dark eyes were misted over. The others were just as bewildered, confused by what was happening. Stop. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I might not be able to control it. If you come from the far north, then you should know its terror. Bai Chen did not let his guard down. In fact, he became even more vigilant. Knowing him did not mean it had no malice. If it knew he was alive, his third brother would probably never sleep well again. It would likely do whatever it took to kill him. At your service? The Blizzard Lion quickly stopped about 20 meters in front of Bai Chen. This was already a very dangerous distance, not to mention a lord level. Even an elite level could instantly cross this distance to attack. But the Blizzard Lion had no ulterior motives. After stopping, it knelt on the ground before Bai Chen. Its voice choked with emotion as it said, I am a subordinate of the Blizzard King, a member of the Blizzard clan, 13th generation, and I have met your highness. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. He had some impression of the Blizzard King. The Blizzard King seemed to be one of his father's trusted kings. And after his father left the far north, it appeared that this Blizzard King had been guarding the far north in his father's stead. However, Bai Chen was very young at that time and hadn't paid much attention to these matters. He was not very clear about it, as the attack came too suddenly. Besides his third brother, he had no idea who else was involved, what others were doing, or what had happened to his father's trusted aides. Bai Chen knew nothing. But now, encountering a member of the Blizzard King's subordinates? In this place? Bai Chen was somewhat puzzled and couldn't make sense of it. After hesitating, Bai Chen tentatively asked, "Do you know about the incident in the Lion King's palace?" As soon as he said this, the Blizzard Lion's emotions seemed to spiral out of control. Such a large lion lay on the ground, tears streaming down its face. It sobbed, "I only know that the third prince committed treason, colluded with outsiders, and intended to rebel. I only regret that I could not die for your highness back then. They are still around." Bai Chen did not want too many people to know about his background. The others were even more bewildered. From their perspective, they could only hear what the Blizzard Lion was saying, while they could not understand Bai Chen's words. To them, it seemed as if the Blizzard Lion was talking to itself, performing a one-man show. Zhang Hao, who was somewhat oblivious, couldn't help but say, "What is this guy going on about?" As soon as he said this, He Tianhao really wanted to give him a slap. He Tianhao regretted not silencing him earlier. What a good person, and yet he has to run his mouth. Even if this Blizzard Lion was truly going off the rails, was that something he could mock? Did he not understand the situation? This is a Lord-level existence. Whether my group can survive now depends entirely on the mood of this Blizzard Lion. You, on the other hand, keep provoking it from time to time. At this moment, He Tianhao even had the thought of killing Zhang Hao. He secretly felt that if he could survive this ordeal, he wouldn't care about offending anyone. First, he would slap Zhang Hao twice. Humans. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, the Blizzard Lion suddenly raised its head and looked at Zhang Hao and the others, as if it had just noticed them. Although there were still tears in its eyes, the coldness in its gaze was already very evident, and it slowly stood up. Chapter 89, Loyal Minister? Sit down, Bai Chen suddenly shouted. The Blizzard Lion trembled and immediately lay back down on the ground. Yes, Bai Chen was a bit surprised. He was just testing it. But he didn't expect this guy to be so obedient. Could it really be a die-hard follower of his father? Better to be cautious than to make a mistake. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Chen questioned again. What do you want to do? Did I tell you to stand? The Blizzard Lion quickly lowered its head to the ground, saying, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Bai Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. Didn't they say that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken? Even if it was a die-hard follower of his father was already gone, so why would it be so respectful, even fearful, towards him? It should be known that this guy's strength was almost overwhelming for him. Could it be pretending? Waiting for him to let his guard down? Bai Chen couldn't help but be suspicious. If this guy really was his third brother's follower and he trusted it, he might not even know how he died. Seeing this scene, He Tianhao asked in a daze, what is going on now? Duan Qingxia squinted her eyes slightly and said softly, I heard that some high-level exotic beast races have actually formed powers that rival ours, and the hierarchy among them is even stricter than in our human world. How is that possible? Aren't exotic beasts all about strength? Zhang Hao casually denied. No, it's not absolutely about strength. For example, if the Greystone Lord has offspring, would the generals under the Greystone Lord dare to harm its offspring? So the Greystone Lord has a son? How come I didn't know? Zhang Hao said. However, Luo Sherwin understood what He Tianhao meant and said, it's probably like that. He Tianhao confirmed softly, but what he didn't say was, what level of exotic beast could be a subordinate of a Lord-level existence? Moreover, the Blizzard Lion actually called him Your Highness. What level of exotic beast's offspring is worthy of being called Your Highness? He Tianhao was unclear, although he was very intelligent. He was born in a small place like Maple Leaf City, and his vision was inevitably limited. But the only thing he could be sure of was that the offspring of a Lord-level exotic beast absolutely did not qualify, and even a dominant level probably didn't qualify. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He remembered seeing this little lion when he was selecting his beast. He was ranked first, and if he wanted, he could choose anyone. Perhaps this little lion was a better choice than the Howling Sky Tiger, especially if it was indeed a cub of a being above the dominant level. The more he thought, the more regretful He Tianhao became, feeling as if his intestines were turning green with regret. At this time, Bai Chen was unaware of He Tianhao's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely mock him, saying, You're blind. However, aside from mocking, Bai Chen would also feel that this guy was really smart and had keen observation skills. Compared to his little sister and the others who were slow to realize, He Tianhao was simply the brains of the group. Meanwhile, Bai Chen was still pondering whether to trust this guy. He was on the verge of losing control. Keeping this storm on the verge of release was already a technical task, and now it had been delayed for so long. It was simply life-threatening. But now Bai Chen could neither release it nor hold it back. If he released it, oh no, he would have no trump card left. What if this guy was truly loyal and he accidentally killed a loyal minister? But if he said not to release it, what if this guy really had ulterior motives? Even if he released this storm quickly, it would still require reaction time. And if a Lord-level being attacked a first-tier one, that first-tier unfortunate soul would have no chance to react at all. The Blizzard Lion raised its head without hesitation, staring directly into Bai Chen's eyes. There was still some mist in its eyes, but the determination was evident. I will always be loyal to the Blizzard King. And the Blizzard King is absolutely loyal to the Supreme Lion Emperor. My Blizzard clan is absolutely loyal to the Lion Emperor, even if the Lion Emperor is gone. I will remain absolutely loyal to your highness. Bai Chen was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he said, wait for me. This guy is a bit disobedient right now, and Bai Chen's control was becoming quite difficult. Suddenly, a flash of light passed over the gem on Bai Chen's forehead, and then the light retracted, showing no further signs. During this process, the Blizzard Lion remained calmly lying on the ground. Then suddenly, the light on Bai Chen's forehead flashed again, and then completely disappeared. Bai Chen looked at the Blizzard Lion. He had many questions he wanted to ask, and had a lot of doubts in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Chen did not rush to ask about the Lion Emperor, but instead asked, how did you end up here? At your command. The Blizzard Lion quickly replied. The Blizzard Lion also watched as Bai Chen walked towards those humans. A familiar face. It won't harm us. It's fine. You don't need to worry. Those days in the Lion Emperor's palace, and that sudden attack, they died protecting themselves. Chapter 90. Cannot speak. If you are willing, you can choose not to, but you will find out sooner or later. Is that so? He Tianhao nodded thoughtfully. You better be careful. We will wait for you over here. By the way, if possible, it would be best to ask if there is a way to leave here or everything related to that palace. He Tianhao added. What is going on? Luo Sherwin whispered to He Tianhao. It's hard to say, but it seems that this Blizzard Lion really won the attack. He Tianhao just shook his head. Fellow villagers meet, and their eyes are filled with tears. What a huge misunderstanding. Luo Sherwin relaxed a lot, and even felt like joking. Let us stop talking and move back a bit. He Tianhao said. I remember the current trend is fellow villagers meeting each other and stabbing each other in the back. Zhang Hao stretched and yawned. His nerves were always the toughest. When others said there was no danger, he wouldn't doubt it at all. He Tianhao suddenly looked at Zhang Hao with a gloomy expression. Do you think you are funny? Am I not? Zhang Hao blinked and threw a flirtatious glance at He Tianhao. Damn. He Tianhao cursed silently in his heart and stopped paying attention to Zhang Hao, leading the Howling Sky Tiger to move back. Several beasts had already recovered for a while, and when the Blizzard Lion recognized Bai Chen, it had withdrawn its aura. She also did not dare to get too close to this big guy. The only reason she could get this close was that Bai Chen had given her a lot of security. Duan Ziluo inevitably felt a bit nervous, but she did not make any movement, just silently held Bai Chen tighter and forced a smile. Hello. Because this was Bai Chen's personal matter, as a subordinate, she should listen, observe, and act more, and absolutely not ask too many questions. How did you recognize me? I have no impression of you at all. Have we met before? Bai Chen asked, lowering his eyelids. Hearing this, Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. The Ice Frost King, named Bai Pe, was given the surname by the Lion Emperor and was the Lion Emperor's absolute confidant. One of the beasts that had the best relationship with Bai Chen. Bai Chen called him Uncle Pe, but if nothing unexpected happened, he was already dead. Even though Bai Chen was a bit dazed, the Blizzard Lion continued to speak. I'm not sure about that gem alone, but sensing your highness's control over the elements and being able to directly transform the elements I command, I have already confirmed that it must be you, your highness. You are the natural ruler of ice and snow. Aside from you, it is absolutely impossible for anyone of a lower level than mine to achieve this. As he spoke further, a fervent light flashed in the eyes of the Blizzard Lion, like a fan encountering their long-awaited idol. Bai Chen remained indifferent and after a moment said, You said you were captured. By whom? Why were you captured? Compared to those distant past events, Bai Chen felt that everything in front of him was more important. The Blizzard Lion hesitated for the first time. Don't want to say? Or is it inconvenient to say? Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the Blizzard Lion suddenly turned its head warily, surveying its surroundings as if there were hidden dangers lurking nearby. Finally, the Blizzard Lion looked at Bai Chen and said seriously, I cannot say. Bai Chen nodded, not doubting that the Blizzard Lion was hiding something, as he already had some speculations in his heart. Are you trapped here? Bai Chen asked. Yes, your highness. The Blizzard Lion nodded quickly. Do you know that palace? This time, the Blizzard Lion did not speak, only nodded, as if it represented some kind of taboo that could not be spoken. What are your plans next? Without any hesitation, the Blizzard Lion said, I wish to follow your highness, serving you closely. Is that so? Bai Chen pondered. This guy simply wants to be my bodyguard. If that's really the case, it would definitely be a good thing, even though this guy is not even up to the standards of guarding the Lion King's palace. However, at least he is a lord-level being. If I bring him to Maple Leaf City, he could walk around with swagger. But there is a prerequisite. First, we must leave here, and I must take him with me. Regardless, having this guy by my side should make things much safer, even if we are still here. What else do you know? Why did you chase that person just now? Have you seen anyone else? Bai Chen did not rush to agree, but continued to ask for more information. That human disturbed my rest. If your highness knows him, I am willing to accept punishment and apologize. No, next time you see him, beat him to death. You can swallow him whole if you want. Just thinking about that guy made Bai Chen angry. Fortunately, he met this guy this time. If it had been someone unknown, it would have been a real struggle. If it had been someone else, he would definitely have been directly taken advantage of, with no room to resist against the Blizzard Lion. Chapter 91. Not Yet Winter. He Tianhao and the others silently watched this scene from a distance that was not too far, but they could no longer hear their conversation, only watching. A girl, holding a small lion that looked like a cat, stood in front of a giant creature, which obediently lay on the ground. It was quite an interesting picture. But if one understood the strength of that giant, it would be hard to believe. Soon, the conversation on Bai Chen's side was nearing its end. Now, Bai Chen had only one thing left to say, and it was the most important matter. Your name is Pa, right? Yes, Your Highness. A very nice name. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Am I still Your Highness now? You should be able to see that I have become her beast. At once, the Blizzard Lion froze for a moment. This news was somewhat difficult for it to accept. But soon, the Blizzard Lion lowered its head again. Your Highness, you will always be my Highness. Even if you have become a beast, to me, they are no different from human slaves. You are still young and still need the service of slaves. Don't say that again. Yes, the standing Blizzard Lion was over 3 meters tall. And as it continued to approach, the others couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Is that so? He Tianhao felt a bit surprised, but did not show it too much. After hesitating, he asked, Ziluo, can I talk to this lord? Human, what do you want to say? The Blizzard Lion suddenly looked at He Tianhao. This lord, He Tianhao quickly performed a fist salute, not daring to show any disrespect. Even though this Blizzard Lion had just behaved quite obediently, but he knew well that this was still a lord, and this lord's obedience was not directed at him. I have a few questions. I wonder if it is convenient for the lord. Considering Your Highness, go ahead. The Blizzard Lion did not mind, and did not show obvious hostility. He Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly asked, Lord, do you have a way to leave here? What? He Tianhao was slightly taken aback. Bai Chen was also surprised, but something seemed to flash in his mind. As if the truth was one step closer to him. Not yet winter, the Blizzard Lion repeated. He Tianhao was somewhat puzzled, but quickly organized his emotions, and asked again, Lord, do you know that palace? Can you take us there? Take us there. Even if it's a bit dangerous, we must go. My intuition tells me that all the secrets are there, and the hope of leaving is also there, Bai Chen suddenly said. The Blizzard Lion paused for a moment, hesitating as if it was very unwilling to go to that palace. But after repeated hesitation, it finally nodded. As you command, Your Highness. The group set off again. But the leader of the team was no longer the armored rhinoceros, but that giant Blizzard Lion. The few people followed closely behind with their beasts. And the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. They all tried to avoid communication with each other. After all, it was a strange beast, uncontrollable. And no one knew if they might inadvertently provoke that giant creature. However, there are always some who are not afraid of death, just like this team has one. I don't know either. Duan Ziluo shook her head. So why does it call this little lion Your Highness? Zhang Hao continued to ask stubbornly. Threat, a blatant threat. Zhang Hao felt a bone-chilling coldness coming from behind, as if it were penetrating his bones, but he still managed to put on a sheepish smile. I'm telling you. Don't mess around. I'm on good terms with Your Highness. If you dare to bully me, I'll let it teach you a lesson. Suddenly, the Blizzard Lion's expression stiffened. Seeming to be in a bit of a dilemma, Zhang Hao noticed this and immediately became smug, saying, I'm telling you. Big guy, be polite to me from now on. I'm Your Highness's brother. I'm not familiar with him. Besides Ziluo, I don't know anyone else, especially this guy. If you provoke him, just let him teach you a lesson. Just leave a breath. Bai Chen suddenly yawned and said, Yes, Your Highness. The Blizzard Lion responded with a smile on its large lion face, then slowly took a step forward. Zhang Hao suddenly felt something was off. Ziluo, what did it say? Duan Ziluo chuckled and said, Xiao Bai said he is not familiar with you, and let it teach you a lesson. Because she knew Xiao Bai wouldn't really go overboard, she wasn't worried. Come on, you can't do this. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll call for help. Zhang Hao immediately got nervous. The Blizzard Lion seemed to be intentionally teasing Zhang Hao, taking slow steps forward. Ziluo, let your Xiao Bai spare Zhang Hao this time. Just let it go. You know how Zhang Hao is. He's just a bit silly and has no bad intentions. In the end, it was He Tianhao who spoke up helplessly, and the target he was looking for was very critical. He didn't directly say anything to Bai Chen or the Blizzard Lion. Human, remember, do not leak any information about Your Highness, or you will all die a miserable death. The others were stunned for a moment, intimidated by the Blizzard Lion's aura. Then, Zhang Hao glared fiercely at He Tianhao. Hey, you said who is silly? He Tianhao shook his head helplessly, too lazy to pay him any mind. Chapter 92, The Hidden Secret. With the Blizzard Lion leading the way, the journey was incredibly quiet. There wasn't even a trace of any exotic beasts. The blizzard lion showed no signs of restraining its aura, and its lord-level pressure spread throughout the jungle before they even got close. As long as those exotic beasts weren't completely foolish, they would understand what this aura meant. Before the blizzard lion could approach, those exotic beasts had already fled far away. Along the way, Bai Chen looked at the blizzard lion in confusion. Is there really no other lord-level presence here? You're releasing your aura so recklessly? Indeed. While the blizzard lion's display of aura could scare off most beasts below the lord level, if there were any lord-level beings around, they would see this as a provocation. Do you think you're a crab? Walking sideways? Bai Chen teased. But in his heart, he was silently pondering the new term guardian that had appeared in the mouth of the blizzard lion. The meaning of this term isn't hard to understand. It refers to a being that protects something in autumn. But why does autumn need protection? However, Bai Chen didn't ask, merely contemplating. While He Tianhao was also deep in thought, his intuition telling him that this was very important information. The journey remained calm, with no encounters with any exotic beasts. Only the autumn wind rustled the leaves from the branches. As they ventured deeper, the autumn colors grew richer, and before they knew it, the trees around them began to thin out, leaving them bare. After walking a bit further, even fallen leaves disappeared from the ground, leaving only endless black soil. Before them was a vast emptiness, occasionally interrupted by one or two stark, lifeless trees emerging from the black soil. Unbeknownst to them, autumn had vanished. The autumn wind was gone, and here, there was no wind, no grass, and even the occasional trees seemed like mere remnants. The sky had also inexplicably turned gray, and even the sun seemed to have disappeared. The group couldn't help but stop, staring blankly at everything before them. Even Bai Chen couldn't help but ask, "What is this place?" After a moment of silence, Bai Chen asked, "Where's the palace? Where is it?" "In the center of this peculiar area," which was also the center of this space. "Then let's continue. We should see it, regardless." Bai Chen made a decision, or rather, reaffirmed their goal. The blizzard lion gazed into the depths of the black land and nodded after a moment. "Yes. Lord, I have a question." He Tianhao caught up and suddenly asked. "When we arrived, we were on a small hill surrounded by jungle. At that time, someone among us saw that palace, which is why we entered the jungle from that direction. I thought that hill was the center of this space because the surrounding jungle represents spring. But Lord, do you mean that it's just an edge? Two centers?" He Tianhao was taken aback. Bai Chen, who hadn't noticed this earlier, now realized that it wasn't impossible, even though it seemed absurd. 2 points, with the surrounding order being spring, summer, autumn, winter, and winter, autumn, summer, spring. Spring wraps around one point in a circular manner, while the non-existent winter wraps around another point in a circular manner. Normally, the sequential circular arrangement of spring, summer, autumn, winter, and winter, autumn, summer, spring would not be achievable. But now, what seems impossible is the reality here. The master of this space has reached a terrifying level of control over spatial power, manipulating space at will, even playing with it. If he says he was captured, could he be the master of this space? If he is truly that powerful, why bother capturing such a small fry? What could his purpose be? Or has the true creator of this space already fallen? Just whose hands has this space fallen into? Then what is the purpose? Capturing and bringing us in. From what I've seen, that person seems to have a strong grasp of this place. The 4 seasons, the palace. The non-existent winter, the 4 seasons. Bai Chen thought silently, his mind racing. His intuition told him that this space hid a significant secret, and the key to that secret lay in that palace, or perhaps in this non-existent winter. At that moment, the blizzard lion, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. At the same time, the Shoutian tiger in the group twitched its ears. Soon, He Tianhao looked at everyone and said, "There's a battle ahead, a very strong battle." At that moment, the blizzard lion spoke. "It's a lord-level presence. There are humans. They are quite lucky." "What?" Bai Chen, lost in his thoughts, looked up in confusion. "There's a battle ahead." He Tianhao said, "It might be my father. Should we go take a look?" Bai Chen asked, "Do you know what they encountered?" Bai Chen understood the blizzard lion's implication. It was likely the exotic beasts that had also been captured along with it. How strong are they? After all, even among lords, there are disparities in strength. And it is one of the 9 subordinate races under the Lion Emperor. In the end, the blizzard lion added, "They are all ice type." Oh, Bai Chen's eyes narrowed. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and he suddenly began to understand their purpose. "Let's go take a look." Bai Chen made the decision. Chapter 93, The Ice Region. Ice grew like trees, wildly expanding, like a long dragon of ice cutting through the sky, like red ribbons dancing in the air, like a storm obscuring the sun. Massive ice spikes shot up from the ground, branching out in countless directions, with numerous ice formations suspended in the air, each taking a different shape. Ahead lay a world of ice, where figures stood amidst the frost. At every moment, ice shattered, while countless new formations coalesced. Such a grand and spectacular battle was rare. Especially for the people of Maple Leaf City, this small place. Duan Ziluo and the other youths stared blankly at the battle ahead. Even though they were still over 1,000 meters away, to the human eye, many things appeared blurred, but those massive ice formations were still strikingly visible. Getting any closer might be a bit risky, He Tianhao said. Bai Chen ignored him and gazed intently. His vision was much better than that of a human. He clearly saw more, the figures within the ice, and the silhouettes behind the ice. He saw them all. That terrifying area resembling an ice world was not created by a single entity, but was the result of several beings working together. A large, robust white bear, a long-bodied white python, and a massive white eagle. Bai Chen was certain they were all Lord-level beings. And the terrifying region that resembled an ice world was created by their combined efforts solely to deal with intruders. Their opponents were not many: an old wolf, a large python with a single horn on its head and wings on its back, a giant black tiger, and a massive elk with antlers like jade. That guy is here too? A cold light flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. The old wolf now exuded an aura of strength, unlike its previous sickly demeanor. It was as if it were an aging warrior still capable of fighting. The current gray rock lord's once murky eyes now shone brightly, surrounded by massive rocks that made it appear extraordinary. Despite the multitude of ice, it could never breach the defense formed by those rocks. More ice simply shattered upon impact. We should continue forward. Others can choose to stay here. Bai Chen, we can't fully protect everyone, and it would definitely be a risk if we go. It seems it really is those people, but I don't know who else is alive, apart from the Greystone Lord and those 3 beast companions. Among them, the Ice Sea Dragon Python belongs to Yun He, and the elk is that damned Susana's. So, besides Yun He and Susana, it seems only one other person has survived, though I don't know who that is. Bai Chen didn't see any human figures just now. They must be hiding behind the beasts. What about that he? Why should he? Zhang Hao retorted unhappily. Zhang Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Blizzard Lion had already taken the lead and continued forward. Unlike before, its strides were large this time, exuding a powerful momentum as it approached. The large white eagle was the first to spot the Blizzard Lion, its voice directly transmitting, "Blizzard, you're just in time. Help us deal with these outsiders." "Hanyu, stop." The Blizzard Lion spoke, its voice different from before, carrying a deep, oppressive aura. The white eagle, called Hanyu, froze for a moment, turned its head to look at the Blizzard Lion, and its large copper bell-like eyes suddenly narrowed. "Humans? You still have humans with you?" Upon hearing this, the white python and the huge white bear also turned around. "Give me some face." "Stop for now," the Blizzard Lion said calmly. "Hee. This Blizzard guy might have already colluded with humans. I say, let's just kill them all," the huge white bear spoke. The Blizzard Lion narrowed its eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing across them. "Dong Nu, Bing Lin, I can give you another chance to organize your language. What can't handle it?" As it spoke, the Blizzard Lion continued forward, its strides large, covering several meters with each step, and in a few blinks, it had approached the edge of the icy region. "No, it won't. There's a break, and they are ice-type. I'm very safe." Duan Ziluo hesitated for a moment, but still did not advance, and instead blocked the others. A Lord-level battle. Even the aftermath is not something they can withstand. At this distance, it is already very dangerous. After the Blizzard Lion appeared, the Greystone Lord, Ice Sea Dragon Python, and that huge black tiger all halted their attacks. No, to be precise, they were not attacking before, but were passively defending. At this moment, the 3 ice-type beast lords paused their offensive, giving them a chance to catch their breath. In the previous battle, they had been at a disadvantage. If it continued, no one could say how much longer they could hold on. Under normal circumstances, with the presence of the veteran Lord Greystone and the extraordinary bloodline of the Ice Sea Dragon Python, they should not have been so overwhelmed by these ice-type lords. But previously, their consumption had already been immense. One could even say they had escaped with their lives. Who would have thought that after fighting for their lives to barely escape, they would encounter these guys? As the Blizzard Lion said, their luck was truly terrible. At this moment, the Blizzard Lion's momentum had fully erupted, and a powerful pressure spread forward, causing snowflakes to rise in the icy region. The 3 lords, no, not 3, but 4, including a small and exquisite white fox, had just been too far away and surrounded by too much ice for Bai Chen to see it. Now, as they approached, he noticed a small and exquisite white fox standing on a block of floating ice in the air. At this moment, the 4 lords were present, with the white fox still staring at the Greystone Lord and the others, while the white bear known as Dong Nu, the white python known as Bing Lin, and Han Yu were all focused on the Blizzard Lion, their momentum pressing fiercely against it. If the Blizzard Lion showed any sign of weakness, they would not hesitate to attack until they tore it apart. These unfortunate beings did not coexist harmoniously here. Chapter 94. The Rules of the Beast World. Your Highness, you've arrived. It did not say anything more about not getting close, merely continuing to stare intently at the lords. No matter how confident the Blizzard Lion was in itself, these were 3 lords of equal rank, and it still had a burden. If a fight really broke out, the Blizzard Lion could only say it was hopeless. However, regardless of the possible outcome, it absolutely could not show any signs of fear now. Bai Chen did not stand beside the Blizzard Lion for long. Instead, he sank his body down, bending his limbs slightly, and then leaped directly onto the Blizzard Lion's back. He then walked forward slowly. This guy was very large, and with Bai Chen's current size, walking on its back felt like walking on flat ground. Soon, Bai Chen reached the top of the Blizzard Lion's head, which was also quite large, and he stood on it comfortably. The Blizzard Lion showed no signs of dissatisfaction, merely continuing to gaze silently at the 3 lords. Facing off against them, Anew suddenly smirked, its massive bare mouth revealing a grin. Blizzard, where did you get this illegitimate child? I remember this place only has you as a lion. How did you come up with one? You should die. The Blizzard Lion narrowed its eyes slightly and spoke coldly. Suddenly, the snowflakes in the air became denser, swirling chaotically like goose feathers. Even the thin snowflakes now carried a sharp edge. Flakes of snow fell, slicing through the floating ice like blades, attacking Anew's tall and sturdy body. Anew's eyelids twitched as it swung its massive bare paw to sweep away the surrounding snowflakes. Ice quickly began to form on Anew's huge paw, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a massive ice pillar several meters tall. The ice pillar swung out, sweeping toward the snowflakes. The snowflakes collided violently with the ice pillar, swirling and churning, with shards of ice flying in all directions. However, the ice pillar had the advantage of size. With one sweep, the snowflakes in one direction were instantly cleared. Even though the snowflakes continued to roll and churn on the ice pillar, they no longer needed to approach Anew. After sweeping away the surrounding snowflakes, Anew lowered the ice pillar, but the snowflakes on the pillar continued to churn. With shards of ice scattering uncontrollably, Anew gritted its teeth, glaring at the Blizzard Lion. Damn it, Blizzard, do you want to tear up our contract? Then Anew angrily scanned the other lords. You all just stand there and watch. To be precise, I'm just sitting here, said the large python named Bing Lin, showing a look of schadenfreude, clearly wanting to see a good show. At this moment, the small white fox also turned around, and a clear female voice rang out. The contract does not favor anyone. I remember the contract states that if anyone has grievances, they should resolve them themselves. We are now questioning Blizzard about its relationship with humans, and you are purely provoking Blizzard. If the Blizzard Lion showed any sign of weakness, they would not mind joining Anew and killing it. But similarly, if Anew fell into a disadvantage, they would not hesitate to kick it while it was down. This is the survival rule among these unfortunate beings. In fact, before this, there were not few Lord-level existences here, especially among the ice types. But most had already been killed off. Now, since the Blizzard Lion showed no sign of cowardice, and they were well aware of the Blizzard Lion's strength, they certainly would not help Anew over a personal grudge against the Blizzard Lion. It wasn't worth it. Of course, if it were worth it, they wouldn't hesitate. Damn it. Anew crushed the ice pillar in its hand, and large chunks of cold ice flew in all directions, but it said nothing more. These guys don't seem very united, Bai Chen said with a slight smile. The tone of the Blizzard Lion carried a hint of mockery. Anew narrowed its eyes and coldly questioned, Blizzard, don't think you're outside of this. You still owe us an explanation. Why are you with humans? Where did that little thing on your head come from? The Blizzard Lion coldly threatened, last chance, show some respect to His Highness, or I will let you see your own corpse. Don't say that. I'm your highness, not theirs, Bai Chen said, extending a small paw to pat the Blizzard Lion's head, then looking at the several lords. Where did these rural monsters come from? I don't even recognize them. Little thing. Don't think that just because you have the Blizzard backing you, you can provoke us. Don't you know that the Lord cannot be insulted? Anew narrowed his eyes, clearly suppressing his anger. Not only Anew, but also Anew, and even the teasing Bing Lin, looked at Bai Chen with increasingly cold expressions. The world of monsters is a very pure one, where the strong are respected, and lower-level monsters should maintain at least basic respect for higher-level monsters, even if they belong to different groups or races. Of course, Bai Chen knew this rule, but there is an exception to it. A very simple exception, having a good father. To put it more formally, it means possessing a higher bloodline. The suppression of bloodlines is not absolute, and it's unlikely that the kingly aura will be exposed to the point where all beasts come to pay homage. But monsters also possess wisdom. They understand what a higher bloodline signifies. It signifies a future strong being, undoubtedly destined to reach a certain level of strength. Therefore, monsters below this level, especially those who know they have no hope of reaching that level, will inevitably lower the so-called standard of respecting the strong for the existence of someone who will reach that level in the future. Some monsters may even directly attach themselves to the owner of a higher bloodline before that individual has fully matured. This is only under the circumstance that the high bloodline owner's parent is not present. Just like now, if Bai Chen's father were here. These would just be a bunch of worthless creatures. But right now, there is no way. No, there is a way, if they were of other attributes. It would be fine, but these guys are all ice attribute. Otherwise, Bai Chen wouldn't have come here. He stood proudly on the head of the blizzard lion, raising his head arrogantly, and said, Lord level? What are those worthless creatures? They aren't even qualified to guard the door for my family. Little thing. Are you looking for death? Dongnu, clearly in a bad mood, was struggling to contain his anger. Big dumb bear, what are you barking about? Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know how many lifetimes of luck it took for you to even qualify to speak to me? Dongnu was arrogant. But Bai Chen was even more arrogant, openly and high-handedly. The blizzard lion nodded slightly, clearly in agreement. In the past, a creature like Dongnu wouldn't even be qualified to look up to the prince's demeanor, let alone converse with him. Chapter 95, The Meaning of My Life. Damn it. Dongnu was very angry. Ice began to gather on its lowered paw, clearly indicating it was about to make a move. However, a fierce cold wind blew, and dense snowflakes swirled around Dongnu. The meaning was clear. This was the blizzard lioness warning. If you dare to make a move, I will definitely not go easy on you. Dongnu's actions halted, and it then looked at Hanyu, Binglin, and the small white fox. Are you just going to let it provoke us like this? A little thing that isn't even an elite dares to provoke us, relying on the blizzard's support? What does this say about our lord's dignity? The several lords remained silent. Being at the lord level, their intelligence was not low. Many of them were much smarter than humans if they liked to think. They were suspicious, questioning where this little lion's confidence came from. If it were just a little lion, that would be one thing, but the blizzard was so firmly supportive of this little lion, and it wasn't a high-handed support, but rather a low-profile one. This was quite surprising. Even the beasts were astonished. They had known the blizzard lion for quite some time. It didn't act foolishly. So they couldn't help but feel uncertain. What the heck? Where did these guys come from? They seemed completely ignorant. Bai Chen seemed to be casually chatting with the blizzard lion, but his voice showed no signs of concealment. Oh, that's just the countryside, Bai Chen nodded. For ice attribute monsters, the extreme north is a holy land. Outside of the extreme north, calling it the countryside is not an exaggeration. Just then, the Greystone Lord behind the icy region suddenly erupted, and the stones floating beside it violently crashed outward. At the same time, ripples appeared on the ground, and the earth began to shake violently as ice spikes sprouted from the ground, collapsing and shattering. Large rocks rose from the ground, directly soaring into the air. The old wolf erupted with terrifying speed, showing no signs of old age, turning into a shadow and rushing towards the outer direction of the icy region. Protected by the surrounding rocks, the icy region only spanned a few hundred to nearly 1,000 meters. The Greystone Lord had just been trapped in the center. But the boundary was only a few hundred meters away. With the speed the Greystone Lord was currently exhibiting, it had already crossed more than half the distance in the blink of an eye. The ice in the icy region instinctively tried to intercept the Greystone Lord, but they were all shattered by the rocks beside it. However, at this moment, the small white fox had already reacted. The suspended ice in the air instantly flew towards the Greystone Lord at high speed. At the same time, at the edge of the icy region, ice was growing wildly, as if trying to block the Greystone Lord. At this time, the three lords, Dongnu, Hanyu, and Binglin, also reacted. But also reacting were the ice sea python, the emerald moose, and the large black tiger. At the same time, the three beast masters quickly unleashed their full power and chose to escape in another direction. As the fastest, Lord Hanyu went to intercept the Greystone Lord alongside the first responder, the white fox. Meanwhile, Dongnu and Binglin quickly headed towards the three beast masters. Bai Chen then saw clearly that among those beast masters, only the black tiger and the moose had one person each on their backs. There was no third person. But this was not important. Bai Chen curiously asked, why do they want to kill those outsiders? And it looks like they must kill them. Because of resources. This small space isn't very large. Lord-level beings need territory, food, and resources. These things 1t increase here. So they can only try to reduce the number of people sharing these resources. The key is that they don't want too many people to share them. So every time a monster or person enters here, they will be attacked, especially those at the Lord level, who will receive special attention from them. When I first came here, this area that should have belonged to Dong had already had 5 lords. I was also besieged at that time. But I killed one of them, and the other lords gave up. The Blizzard Lion summarized the reasons as concisely as possible. So you were the last to arrive? Bai Chen asked casually. Yes. The Blizzard Lion gazed at the battle erupting again in the icy region. Your Highness, should we intervene? Bai Chen shook his head. Let us wait. They should be able to maintain a balance again. The remaining few are not simple characters. As you command, Your Highness. How long have you been here? A few months, I can't remember. Because the third prince plotted a rebellion, there was great turmoil throughout the extreme north. And our Blizzard clan's territory was also attacked. The Blizzard King was besieged by several unknown kings and ultimately fell. The members of the Blizzard clan scattered and broke through, and I was one of the lucky ones. As he spoke of the latter part, the Blizzard Lion's expression grew somewhat somber. Bai Chen also fell silent but quickly adjusted his emotions and calmly asked, "Where were you captured from? By the way, why do you call me prince? I remember I'm not a prince yet. Your Highness, this is the Blizzard King's instruction. According to the Blizzard King, it seems to be a secret order from the Lion King. If anything changes, Chen will be the prince." The Blizzard Lion paused and continued. The Blizzard King fought hard against those kings just to give us a chance to escape. He knew his ambitions were too great. So he left the opportunity for survival to us, his kin. He once advised us to find you, Your Highness, to follow you wholeheartedly and assist you unwaveringly until you reign over the far north like the Lion Emperor. This is also the meaning of my existence. Before this, I was filled with regret, thinking I would waste my life here, feeling I owed a debt to the sacrifice of the Blizzard King. But I never expected to meet you here, Your Highness. It feels like fate, and fate has led me to follow in your footsteps, giving my life meaning. Bai Chen could no longer hear the latter part of the speech. He had fallen into a daze, his mind consumed by a single thought. He knew that leaving could lead to unexpected events, and the far north might also hold dangers, yet he still chose to go. Why? What could possibly justify leaving knowing there were risks involved? Chapter 96. Your Highness, let them stop. In the brief moments Bai Chen exchanged words with the Blizzard Lion. The battle within the icy region was nearing a conclusion. First, the Greyrock Lord was indeed powerful. As the oldest and most legendary lord in the vicinity of Maple Leaf City, he was truly formidable. Even the genius Yun He from the Mountain and Sea Academy dared not provoke the Greyrock Lord, regardless of other factors. Only strength was the most effective way to earn respect. However, at this moment, the Greyrock Lord faced two 9-star lords, Frost Fox and Cold Feather. Not only those two, but also Winter Fury and Ice Scale, both were 9-star lords as well. If it weren't for the powerful lords, as the Blizzard Lion said, they would have perished long ago. Any lord entering this place, especially those of the ice type, would undoubtedly face a siege. This fine tradition of survival had persisted for an unknown duration, passed down from unknown predecessors. However, the 5 ice-type lords, including the Blizzard Lion, had indeed experienced the baptism of this tradition. Those who survived here were all strong among the lords. Moreover, the Greyrock Lord had already consumed a lot of energy prior to this, and the disadvantage of facing 2 opponents was now glaringly apparent. If the ice-type lords here were not truly united and instead harbored their own thoughts, even during battle, they would be wary of each other. And the legendary Greyrock Lord would have already fallen. On the other side, the 3 beasts facing Winter Fury and Ice Scale were hardly able to resist, except for the Ice Sea Dragon Python. The victory was ripe for Winter Fury and Ice Scale to seize, and they could take the lives of the other 2 at any moment. But they did not do so, simply because the Blizzard Lion was still watching. The recently arrived Blizzard was not on good terms with the other 4 lords and even seemed somewhat disdainful of them. Thus, the caution towards Blizzard was always at the highest level in the minds of the 4 lords, as this creature was indeed strong, worthy of its origin from the far north. It was time to intervene. Stop. Let us talk. Bai Chen's eyes had regained clarity. Your Highness, do you want to subdue these guys? The Blizzard Lion suddenly asked in a low voice. Oh, what are your thoughts? Bai Chen replied. He did not harbor too much desire for subjugation, but at least he needed them to cooperate. Based on Bai Chen's speculation, he couldn't manage alone, even with the Blizzard. It would be barely sufficient. He needed more manpower. The Frost Fox could be tried, since they learned he was from the far north and of the Blizzard lineage. The Frost Fox had shown interest in befriending him, though he had been disheartened at the time and had little interest. Additionally, Ice Scale and Cold Feather had many thoughts of their own. Even if they agreed, they might not genuinely assist the prince. However, such fence-sitters could be manipulated, and that was quite useful. Then there was Winter Fury, who was a bit simple-minded. Aside from some inexplicable arrogance, he was manageable. As long as he could be convinced to agree, he likely would not harbor ulterior motives. Bai Chen was quite surprised by the Blizzard Lion's articulate speech. It seemed this giant was not only strong, but also quite intelligent. Isn't Winter Fury your old foe? If he is willing to follow the prince, what do past grievances matter? But the words were drowned out by swirling snowflakes. In this icy region, heavy snow began to fall, greatly affecting the operation of the icy realm. Your Highness commands you all to stop. The Blizzard Lion suddenly roared loudly. The roar caused cracks to appear in the blocks of ice. Blizzard, what do you want? Eliminating outsiders is the most important point of our contract. Winter Fury suddenly turned. also releasing a tremendous roar. This is your contract, not mine. I never said I would participate. Now, I only know that His Highness commands you to stop. If you continue to act, it will be seen as a provocation to His Highness's dignity, and those who provoke His Highness will fall into the icy hell forever. The roar intensified with the blizzard, and the snowflakes falling from the sky began to turn into hail. Most of the floating ice had been shattered and buried into the ground by the heavy snow, and thick layers of snow had already formed on the ground. The ferocious snowstorm seemed to want to swallow everything in the world. This blizzard had become even stronger. The four lords were shocked. This icy region had been created by their combined efforts, yet now Blizzard seemed to be overpowering them alone. But it made sense. When Blizzard first entered this place, he was merely a 7-star lord and had already managed to kill one of them amidst the siege of 5 lords, showcasing his formidable power. Now, having stayed here for so long, Blizzard had likely reached 9 stars. Although it had only been a few months in the outside world, it could take years for a lord to advance a star level. But here, it was different. Any surviving ice-type lord would reach 9 stars at the fastest pace. No one could say how strong a 9-star Blizzard was, and none of the lords felt any confidence about it. Truly, he hailed from the far north. Could he really be from the legendary Blizzard lineage? Blizzard, don't think I'm afraid of you. Winter Fury roared. However, he did not attack again. The Blizzard Lion ignored him. At that moment, the Frost Fox nimbly jumped onto a floating block of ice. Looking at the Blizzard Lion and the little lion on his head, and spoke in a cold female voice. What do you mean by your highness? Is it the royal bloodline of your Blizzard clan? The Blizzard Lion replied arrogantly, you are not worthy to know. You only need to understand that His Highness is a supreme existence of bloodline. To behold His Highness's grandeur is a fortune for you across 3 lifetimes. Now, since His Highness commands you to stop, you should obediently comply. These few individuals are wanted by His Highness. The Frost Fox narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly pondering, but did not argue. Winter Fury was very angry. Indeed, very angry, especially furious. Ice Scale and Cold Feather remained silent and did not attack again. Only wary of the Greyrock Lord attempting to escape. The surrounded Greyrock Lord, however, was watching this scene thoughtfully, his eyes flashing with various emotions, unsure of what to think. On the other side, Yunhee, hiding behind the Black Tiger, was somewhat surprised, although he did not understand why this suddenly appearing lord wanted to spare his people. At least they were saved. However, Su Sanha, hiding behind the Emerald Elk, suddenly had a bad premonition. If he remembered correctly, that Blizzard Lion was the one chasing after him, and the little lion on the Blizzard Lion's head seemed to be the same one the girl had just held. This was simply unscientific. Now, Su Sanha could only hope desperately that he was mistaken. Chapter 97, Its Goal. No, I didn't say I would protect everyone. Bai Chen lifted his little paw and patted the head of the Blizzard Lion, leaving the owner of the Ice Sea Dragon Python behind, and also asking me to inquire about someone named Hechanjiang. The rest can be dealt with as they please. As you command, Your Highness, the Blizzard Lion replied. Then directly ignored the 3 lords and looked towards the Ice Sea Dragon Python. Who is the owner of the Ice Sea Dragon Python? Where is Hechanjiang? It's me, Yunhee. A figure dressed in a wide-sleeved white robe stood up from behind the Black Tiger. Hechanjiang is already dead. May I ask which friend is speaking? I hail from the Shanghai Academy. Today as favor, I am Yunhee. Shut up, say what I ask you. If His Highness hasn't asked, then be quiet. The Blizzard Lion roared. Yunhee's expression stiffened immediately. After a few seconds, he forced out a smile and obediently stopped talking. Your Highness, Hechanjiang is dead. In fact, it was unnecessary for the Blizzard Lion to repeat it. Bai Chen had already heard it, and he didn't feel much about Hechanjiang's death. After all, there had been no prior communication, but it was likely that a kid would be crying later. Bai Chen shook his head and said that they should let Yunhee and his beast go, and the others could do as they please. As you command, Your Highness. The Blizzard Lion agreed, and then roared to reiterate to the several lords. Bai Chen didn't want to act as a messenger. He just knew very well that his words carried different weight. Once the Blizzard Lion said this, Yunhee finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, getting out of the current predicament was the most critical thing. Su Sanha, however, suddenly turned pale. The Grey Rock Lord's pupils constricted. They all understood that this suddenly appearing Blizzard Lion was their only hope of survival. This is impossible. Blizzard, are you challenging our bottom line? Do you really think you have a chance against the 4 of us? The reactions of the 3 lords were so intense precisely because their main target was the Ice Sea Dragon Python. In other words, it didn't matter much if the others lived or died. If they let go of the truly troublesome one, it wouldn't matter. But the Ice Sea Dragon Python must die, unless it could prove its strength by killing a lord like the former Blizzard Lion. Perhaps the other lords would give up and allow the Ice Sea Dragon Python to join their contract. Facing the reactions of the 3 lords, the Blizzard Lion remained unfazed and spoke calmly. I only know this is His Highness's command, and you must obey, unless you want to die. Blizzard, you are too arrogant. Dong Nu's anger was almost uncontrollable. Hanyu, he said coldly, Blizzard, your highness might be killed by your arrogance. We didn't want to conflict with you, but your repeated provocations. As he spoke, Hanyu slightly spread his wings, condensing more floating ice in the air. Have you ever thought about a question? Bai Chen suddenly spoke, not whispering to the Blizzard Lion, but addressing the several lords. Your highness, what do you want to say? This time, it was not the Blizzard Lion that called Bai Chen your highness, but the Frost Fox, with a tone that was hard to tell if it was teasing or something else. Is this space really that good? So much that you forget your worries? Bai Chen retorted. Upon hearing this, Dong Nu immediately couldn't help but complain. What a load of crap. There isn't even my favorite sturgeon here. In such a large place. I have to make my own nest to sleep. The other lords, however, remained silent. Bai Chen was unfazed and continued, since it's not good, then why don't you think about leaving? Instead, you are here forgetting your worries, playing some boring little games. What? Do you enjoy feeling like kings and overlords here? Ice Scale reacted and asked, are you implying that you have a way to let us leave? Bai Chen smiled slightly. Actually, the things you want to hide aren't hard to guess. I've also figured out your purpose for wanting to kill the Ice Sea Dragon Python. Blizzard told you, right? Hanyu said coldly. Bai Chen shook his head. No, I guessed it. Because it seems you can't speak here, otherwise it would draw its attention. The one that brought you here. It brought you lords in and helped you enhance your strength, aiming to use you Ice-type lords to create a winter, right? I don't know if you've tried and failed, or if you haven't started yet, but that is not important. What is important is why you like to kill each other so much. In the outside world, lord-level conflicts rarely happen unless for some necessary reasons. After all, it's easy to determine victory and defeat, but life and death are hard to divide. Yet here, you are willing to go to any lengths to kill newcomers. And even if there is a chance, you probably wouldn't spare each other. Puss said that it's because of resources, but I think it should be something else. Something that can enhance your strength, which you don't want to share with others. But if you survive, you will inevitably receive a share. So you are doing your utmost to kill Ice-type lords. But have you considered that this could very well just be bait released by it? It wants you to kill each other. It hopes the last one standing among you can become the overlord, and then help it achieve its goal, to create a winter. Bai Chen paused here, a confident look flashing in his azure eyes. These things weren't hard to deduce, or rather, that it didn't really want to hide them. So many clues were quite obvious. They just needed some bold speculation. Sure enough, as Bai Chen expected, after listening to his words, the several lords appeared somewhat dazed. Blizzard, did you tell him this? Hanyu asked coldly. No, I didn't make such bold deductions. The Blizzard Lion's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Truly. It was His Highness. The Frost Fox looked at Bai Chen eagerly and asked, so what you mean is, as long as we successfully create winter, we can leave? No, it's not that simple. Creating winter isn't that easy. It's not something an overlord can do. But I do have some clues about leaving here. However, if you want to leave, I need your full cooperation. Bai Chen's small face flashed with a smile. Why should we trust you? Dong Nu spoke up. You can choose not to believe, Bai Chen said nonchalantly. I don't believe. Dong Nu said gloomily, pausing for a moment before adding. Except for the Ice Sea Dragon Python. Everything else can be killed, right? Chapter 98. The Old Wolf Afraid of Death. To be precise, it's Yun He and his beast. The rest can be dealt with as you please. Bai Chen smiled. The situation was gradually falling under his control. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Dong Nu, without saying a word, walked towards the Emerald Elk. Hanyu and Frost Fox also silently looked at the Grey Rock Lord. Since Bai Chen didn't want to manage them, they would just kill them first. As for whether to let the Ice Sea Dragon Python go or not, that could be discussed later. It was best to resolve these uncertainties first. Susanha, behind the Emerald Elk, suddenly turned pale and hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, no? We can discuss this. But Dong Nu's attack had already arrived. He directly condensed a massive ice pillar and smashed it towards the Emerald Elk. The Emerald Elk's antlers rapidly changed, and vines grew out, pushing against the massive ice pillar from below. However, just from the first encounter, the Emerald Elk's limbs trembled slightly. Yun He, help! Susanha quickly shouted to Yun He behind the Black Tiger. Then Yun He silently maneuvered the Black Tiger a bit to the side to avoid getting splashed with blood later. In fact, he wanted to go directly to the Blizzard Lion's side, but Ice Scale was still staring at him, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. Meanwhile, Susanha's Emerald Elk was the weakest among all the lords, merely a 3-star lord. The last crisis happened to be avoided thanks to the Emerald Elk's special ability to control plants. Facing these Ice-type lords, it had long since fallen into a disadvantage. Ice-type inherently counters plants, and if it weren't for Yun He's beast helping to look after it, it would have already perished. However, Yun He initially wanted just one more person to help, but now that he was already out of the situation, it was natural for him not to put himself in danger for someone he wasn't familiar with. Thus, there were no surprises. The vines of the emerald deer didn't even last a few seconds under the massive ice pillar before it was crushed down. Amid Su Sanha's screams, he and the emerald deer were smashed into a pulp. Then, Dong Nu raised the ice pillar again, and the shattered remains of the emerald deer and Su Sanha were directly frozen onto the pillar, while Dong Nu began to gnaw on it. Like eating a large ice cream. The flesh and blood of a lord-level beast were indeed a good thing. Yet, Bai Chen felt no discomfort at this scene. Instead, he thought it was quite creative to feed on such blood and flesh ice cream, and he might ask that girl to freeze some beef for himself later. On the other side, the Grey Rock Lord barely blocked the first attack from the Frost Fox and Cold Feather, but it appeared extremely perilous. The Grey Rock Lord's breathing had become noticeably heavy. It was close to collapsing. Whether human or beast, once old, endurance wanes. Just then, the Grey Rock Lord suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, save me." Bai Chen looked curiously in the direction of the Grey Rock Lord, but did not speak. Seeing that Bai Chen remained silent, Cold Feather did not hesitate to launch another attack, and with a slight flap of its wings, countless floating ice shards surged towards the Grey Rock Lord. The Grey Rock Lord noticed Bai Chen's gaze, gritted its teeth, and the ground trembled as large rocks flew towards the dense ice shards. At the same time, the Grey Rock Lord called out, "Your Highness, if you wish to save my old life, I am willing to become your old servant." Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding why it was so afraid of death. In fact, the Grey Rock Lord was indeed that afraid. It had already said similar things to the Ice-type Lords earlier. However, they didn't think an old wolf like this was of any use. Keeping it around would only mean constant vigilance, so it was better to kill it for convenience. After a brief thought, Bai Chen immediately said, "Stop." The Frost Fox had already held back after the Grey Rock Lord's first call, and only Cold Feather was attacking now. However, Cold Feather did not truly heed Bai Chen's command to stop. Instead, the gathering and assault of ice grew even more intense. "Your Highness told you to stop. Can't you hear?" The Blizzard Lion suddenly roared. In an instant, the snowflakes drifting in the air quickly converged between the Grey Rock Lord and Cold Feather. Meanwhile, the Frost Fox also intervened, creating a cold current to help block Cold Feather's attack. "Blizzard, Frost Fox, what are you trying to do?" Cold Feather's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. "Your Highness told you to stop," the Blizzard Lion calmly repeated. "This is what your Highness just promised." Cold Feather replied coldly. "I take it back. It's that simple. Got a problem? If you do, let's fight." Bai Chen shot a sideways glance at Cold Feather. The coldness in Cold Feather's eyes intensified, but after looking at the Frost Fox, Dong Nu, and Ice Scale, it said nothing further. Sometimes silence is a clear stance. Bai Chen did not linger on Cold Feather for too long. He was watching the Grey Rock Lord, but he did not speak. However, the Grey Rock Lord was quite perceptive. After all, one could say that an old wolf had become wise. The Grey Rock Lord crouched down before Bai Chen, and the floating rocks around it fell down as it lowered its head, exposing one side of its neck and abdomen. This posture conveyed submission, which is nearly universal among felids and other species. "Your Highness, the old wolf is willing to serve you from now on." The Grey Rock Lord's voice was not loud, but calm and clear. Bai Chen couldn't help but admire this guy. For the sake of survival, it knew when to take up and when to let go. However, such a being had a common trait. They are hard to control. The Grey Rock Lord was not the Blizzard Lion. The Blizzard Lion had absolute loyalty in its bloodline towards Bai Chen. Although the Grey Rock Lord appeared obedient now, it was merely a fade to survive. The difference between the two was clear. The Grey Rock Lord, a long-time high-ranking existence, would probably not realistically serve someone else. However, Bai Chen did not want to overthink it. "In that case, get up. You are just my follower, not an old servant. Perhaps one day in the future, you will be glad for the decision you made today to save your life." The Grey Rock Lord was slightly taken aback, squinting its eyes, unsure of what to think. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Grey Rock Lord stood up, somewhat unsteadily approaching the Blizzard Lion. Bai Chen looked at the other Ice-type Lords. "Now it is my subordinate. I hope you all behave, unless you don't want to leave." "Of course, my lord." The Frost Fox's cool voice carried a hint of amusement, and its attitude was quite ambiguous. Bai Chen understood. Perhaps the Frost Fox had guessed something, but that was not important. The other three lords remained silent, each with their own thoughts. "Bring him over," Bai Chen commanded Ice Scale directly. He was referring to Yun He from the Shanghai Academy. The reason for keeping him, it was not his identity from the Shanghai Academy, but rather the attribute of his Ice Sea Dragon Python. Perhaps the goal of that golden tree was only the Ice Sea Dragon Python, while the other people and beasts were merely collateral damage. Chapter 99. This is the effect I wanted. In fact, at the moment when the Blizzard Lion recognized Bai Chen, Yun He's identity from the Shanghai Academy had become less important. Or to put it another way, compared to going to the Shanghai Academy, Bai Chen had another option. He could directly take the Blizzard Lion to seize the mountain and become king, gradually subduing exotic beasts to expand his territory and establish his own beast tribe dynasty. Of course, Bai Chen knew this would be an extremely long process, but at least he now had a second choice. It wasn't that it had to be this way, but having one more choice also meant one more way out. As for what to do next, Bai Chen decided to go out first. So if he could conveniently protect Yunhe, he would do so. I have met this lord. Ice Scale did not obstruct him further. And Yunhe walked up to the Blizzard Lion, putting away his beasts. The Ice Sea Dragon Python and that Black Tiger were both retracted. The Black Tiger was not the third party's beast that Bai Chen initially understood, but Yunhe's second beast, also at the lord level. You should have met his highness. Not me. The Blizzard Lion looked down at Yunhe. Your highness? Yunhe was taken aback. Don't tell him that. Bai Chen lightly tapped the Blizzard Lion's head with his small paw, signaling it to behave, and that it must fully cooperate next, otherwise he would let it die. As you command, your highness, the Blizzard Lion softly replied, then looked at Yunhe and directly said, the only reason I'm sparing you is that you are useful. From now on, I hope you behave, or I will not hesitate to kill you. Yunhe squinted his eyes slightly, a flash of anger crossing his face. As a genius from the Shanghai Academy, when had he ever been threatened like this, especially by an exotic beast? As you command, lord. But in just a moment. Yunhe forced a smile and complied. There was no way around it. Not wanting to die meant he had to be obedient. The instinct for survival in living beings can easily override some dignity and pride. In that case, we should go meet it. Bai Chen yawned on the Blizzard Lion's head, stretched a bit, then lay down. This guy's head was indeed very big. Lying on it felt almost like lying on a bed. Your highness. The Blizzard Lion was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Just say it directly. If it's inconvenient to say, it's fine. It's not important. I have my own judgment. Bai Chen yawned out of boredom. Yes. The Blizzard Lion's brows slightly furrowed, and it agreed. Your highness, what about the human accompanying you? Take them along. It's not safe here. Yes. The Blizzard Lion agreed. Bai Chen jumped down from the Blizzard Lion's head and walked backward. The Greystone Lord hurriedly stumbled to keep up with Bai Chen. Bai Chen glanced at it, but said nothing. Your highness, the Greystone Lord called out with its head lowered. It was not at ease with this old wolf. Although the prince was exceptionally gifted and would eventually rule the far north, he was still young. And this old creature, no matter how weak, was definitely not something a first-tier prince could guard against. What if it had some ill intentions? Your highness, if that's the case, let Greystone stay by my side. The meaning of the Blizzard Lion was clear. It did not trust the Greystone Lord. The Greystone Lord narrowed its eyes. Remaining silent and motionless, still standing in the position slightly behind Bai Chen, as if waiting for Bai Chen to speak. No, that's not necessary. I actually think it's quite good to have a bodyguard by my side at all times. You go about your business. I know what I'm doing. Bai Chen did not care, seemingly unaware that what was by his side was actually a ticking time bomb. The Blizzard Lion hesitated for a moment, then stopped in its tracks. As you command, your highness. Although the Blizzard Lion did not trust the Greystone Lord, it absolutely trusted the royal bloodline. An irrational and fervent trust. Bai Chen walked with the Greystone Lord towards the position of the others, nearly a kilometer away. Bai Chen's pace was slow, unhurried, and with his small steps, it would take quite a while. The Greystone Lord silently followed Bai Chen, its murky eyes occasionally shimmering with light, lost in thought about something. But just then, a childish low growl sounded in the Greystone Lord's ear. Bai Chen had stopped walking at some point and was looking at the Greystone Lord. The Greystone Lord was slightly startled. The meaning of Bai Chen's low growl was understood by the Greystone Lord. You know that Blizzard Lion is the one who calls me your highness, right? Your highness. The Greystone Lord was momentarily taken aback. How could it know this? It only called him your highness because it heard the Blizzard Lion say so. Bai Chen continued to walk and said, you don't know. That's normal. It would be strange if you did. So, what kind of existence do you think deserves the title of your highness? You should be very close to being an overlord. But due to the limitations of your bloodline, without any extraordinary encounters, you will die as a peak lord, half a step to becoming an overlord. Those words hit hard. The Greystone Lord didn't know how to respond. How long do you think you can live? 2 years? Or 3? Bai Chen tilted his head to look at the Greystone Lord and continued, perhaps you don't know, but I actually admire you quite a bit. Really, in many aspects. Your purpose in coming here was to seek that slim chance, hoping to break through to become an overlord. Sometimes I feel it's quite unfair. Heaven has favored me so much that it makes me a little anxious. What seems trivial to me, a lord-level existence, is the lifelong pursuit of a tenacious life like yours. To be honest, when it comes to certain things, I don't think I'm stronger than you. But those things are hard to let go of. It's not yet time to tell you too much. You just need to know that I appreciate you, respect you, and I can help you achieve your purpose for coming here. Your choice is not wrong. There is indeed hope for you here, but relying solely on yourself won't work. I will help you, provided you give what you should give, what you promised. The Greystone Lord understood what Bai Chen was referring to, but didn't he necessarily believe everything Bai Chen said was true? Of course, it didn't he affirm that it was false either. It just couldn't he be sure. Chapter 100. They're all dead. The others were somewhat tense because that old wolf following Bai Chen was a sickly old wolf. The Greystone Lord actually came over. They couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, it was the most terrifying legend in Maple Leaf City, and they weren't this tense facing the Blizzard Lion. How's the new bodyguard? Not bad, right? Bai Chen proudly raised his head. The Greystone Lord was also curiously eyeing the human holding Bai Chen. From its perspective, the meat should be tender, and the blood should be sweet. Besides that, the Greystone Lord couldn't see anything special. Why did this seemingly extraordinary little lion seem to have a good relationship with a human? At that moment, He Tianhao and others approached cautiously with their respective beasts. Bai Chen's gaze, however, was fixed on He Tianhao. He Tianhao stepped forward. He didn't notice Bai Chen's gaze, as his attention was on the Greystone Lord. Although he instinctively feared this legend of Maple Leaf City, his desire to know about his father's whereabouts overwhelmed that fear. Lord Greystone, do you know where He Changjiang is now? Dead, along with the others. They're all dead. Suddenly, He Tianhao froze, as if struck by lightning. A sudden shock exploded in his mind. He clearly heard it, but his brain instinctively questioned what had just been said. It was as if he hadn't received this information at all. No, it wasn't he that he hadn't received it, but rather that his subconscious was instinctively avoiding it. The others were also stunned for a moment. This information was too shocking. Did the top combatants of Maple Leaf City really all die here? He Tianhao shook his head, his eyes widening in disbelief, staring intently at the Greystone Lord. Lord, are they really dead? He Changjiang is really dead? His tone was accusatory and pressing. The others couldn't help but feel tense. Luo Sherwin tugged at He Tianhao, but he shook her off, still staring at the Greystone Lord. The Greystone Lord seemed indifferent. It wouldn't argue with a child, especially one who had just lost his father. Speak, what exactly happened? How did so many Lord-level beings end up dead? Bai Chen said. Duan Ziluo suddenly reacted, so, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Wang are also dead. Although she didn't know who Zhang and Wang were, the survivors included only me and 2 humans, one of whom just died. The only remaining one comes from the Mountain and Sea Academy. Duan Ziluo was instantly shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. That human has a problem. He insisted on looking for the golden tree. I felt something was off at the time, but constrained by my circumstances, I had to follow him. After that, we indeed found the golden tree, but it wasn't the one we encountered outside. It was a real golden tree, much taller than that outside tree. At this point, a look of fear flashed in the Greystone Lord's eyes, clearly indicating that the larger golden tree had left quite an impression on this legendary lord. Yinhe's real goal probably wasn't that golden tree, was it? Bai Chen suddenly spoke. What? The Greystone Lord was slightly taken aback. You mean the tree you encountered was within the autumn range? Bai Chen asked. Yes. The Greystone Lord nodded. It's quite peculiar here. The jungle is divided into 3 seasonal jungles. We did encounter it in the autumn range. At first, it didn't show any intent to attack, just stood there quietly like an ordinary tree, but then that ice python suddenly went mad and attacked that golden tree. It erupted, and the leaves fell. The ice python's attacks had no effect at all. In an instant, several beasts died, but if it was just that, we wouldn't have died so many. But there was another creature that blocked our retreat. I'm not clear on the level of that golden tree, but I'm certain that creature was an overlord. Creature? Bai Chen was slightly taken aback and immediately thought of the guardian that the Blizzard Lion had once mentioned. What kind of creature is that? Bai Chen asked. I don't know. The Greystone Lord shook his head. You don't know? Yes. The Greystone Lord nodded calmly and said, because its speed was too fast, and when I realized the situation was dire, it had already escaped. Goodness, Bai Chen exclaimed. Speaking so confidently about escaping, Bai Chen felt that if everyone, both humans and beasts, had worked together to break out at that time, perhaps not so many would have died. More humans and beasts would have survived. But unfortunately, whether human or beast, in a true crisis, the first thought is always to escape for oneself. The Greystone Lord continued, I was able to escape but paid a considerable price. Within the autumn area, I dealt with a few native lords and also encountered Yunhe. But you didn't seek revenge on Yunhe, who caused you trouble, but chose to join forces with him? Bai Chen asked. Because by then, our resources had been greatly depleted. Further conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Joining forces was the only option for survival. A beast that prioritizes its own life above all else can do anything to survive and can abandon anything. This was Bai Chen's evaluation of it. Chapter 101, As a Son of Man. It was quite simple, roughly summarized. A group encountered 2 terrifying beings, and then everyone died except for a few survivors. However, He Tianhao noticed a very important point, the key point. Why did Yunhe do this? Was it intentional? He Tianhao was suddenly shocked, as if waking from a dream. realizing who he was actually conversing with. This was the Greystone Lord. I'm sorry, my lord. I got carried away. He Tianhao tightly pressed his lips together and bowed to apologize. It's nothing. The Greystone Lord did not take it to heart. My lord, can you tell me where my father fell, and whether his body is still there? As a son, collecting my father's remains is the last thing I can do. He Tianhao raised his head, looking directly at the Greystone Lord, his eyes misty but more resolute. The Greystone Lord looked at him in surprise, as if looking at a fool, as if to say, are you trying to seek death? Your father is dead, and you want to live either? Tell him the pros and cons, and let him choose for himself. Bai Chen spoke up. The Greystone Lord nodded. If nothing unexpected has occurred, your father's remains should still be near that golden tree, but I must bluntly say, going there is seeking death. Not to mention that golden tree and the unknown creature around it. Even the beasts active within the autumn area are not something you can handle alone. The Greystone Lord was correct. The beasts active in the autumn area were almost all second-tier or higher ferocious beasts. If it were just He Tianhao alone, relying solely on his first-tier howling tiger, it would be like walking into death. Although they had just left the autumn area without much difficulty, even easily, that was only because the blizzard lion was present. I know, but I feel it is necessary for me to go, very necessary. He Tianhao nodded earnestly. Bai Chen looked at He Tianhao in surprise. Wasn't this guy supposed to be sensible? Why was he acting foolishly at this time? He couldn't expect others to accompany him on this adventure, could he? If it was just to collect his father's remains, Bai Chen would not agree to accompany him again. He Tianhao, I can understand your feelings right now, but re-entering the autumn area is really risky, Luo Shiwen said. He Tianhao, if you want to go, I will accompany you. The usually unserious Zhang Hao became rare serious, and he was He Tianhao's only supporter. He Tianhao looked at Zhang Hao in surprise. Then at the others, shook his head, and even revealed a smile. He chuckled. Everyone, I am very calm, really. I just have to go. There are reasons I must go. I don't need you to accompany me. I can manage on my own. With that, He Tianhao revealed a smile, a sunny smile. If one ignored his eyes that were already shrouded in mist. The Greystone Lord looked at Bai Chen again, and Bai Chen nodded. This kind of thing. Bai Chen would not interfere. Everyone has their own choices. If he is willing, then let him go. Moreover, Bai Chen faintly felt that this guy seemed to have reasons beyond just collecting his father's remains. However, now was the time for serious matters. And Bai Chen did not have the energy to meddle in these small matters. He needed to meet with him first. In the most intense autumn colors. The trees were all yellow, and fallen leaves covered the ground. This was the location information provided by the Greystone Lord. He Tianhao frowned, thought for a moment, and then did not ask further, instead bowing again to thank the Greystone Lord. Then he showed a seemingly carefree smile to the others, saying, all right, I'm leaving now. Please don't try to dissuade me. I wish you all a safe journey, and you can wish me a safe journey as well. I have already considered everything. So don't worry, I'm very calm now. This is something a son should do. He Tianhao smiled, as if he were the one needing comfort rather than the others. I'm fine, let's leave it at that. Everyone, don't see me off. Go do what you need to do. Life's path is full of forks. Everyone will tread different roads. Parting ways is just a matter of time. We just need to look forward to the day our paths cross again. He Tianhao waved his hand casually, letting Zhang Hao behind him pass, and walked towards the path they had come from. Zhang Hao wanted to grab He Tianhao, but at that moment, the Greystone Lord suddenly spoke coldly. Let him go. This is his choice, and you have no right to interfere with his decision. However, He Tianhao, we will leave at noon in 3 days. If you can't make it, you might be stuck here for a lifetime. No, perhaps your life will be very short and will end within 3 days. But that doesn't matter. If you can come, this is the center of winter. Actually, according to Bai Chen's estimate, it might not take 3 days. But Bai Chen was willing to give He Tianhao a chance. Stubborn people may seem ridiculous to most, but in the eyes of some, they may find something admirable. Thank you, Greystone Lord. You are a good wolf. It seemed he really had let go, even daring to joke with the Greystone Lord. However, the Greystone Lord did not care. At this moment, it also saw the glimmer of light within this person, just like Bai Chen, perhaps afraid of not being resolute enough. He Tianhao quickened his pace after turning around. We should go as well, the Greystone Lord said to the others. Yes, again delivering a message from Bai Chen. Bai Chen felt helpless. Communicating with humans was indeed exhausting. He could only hope to reach the Lord level quickly. Chapter 102. Territory not under its control. Before them lay a desolate sparse forest, with the leaves mostly fallen from the tall, straight trees. The ground showed little trace of fallen leaves because this was already the last glimpse of autumn. At this time, the fallen leaves either decayed into the soil or were carried away by the last breath of autumn wind. Everything here was very precise. The end of autumn was the end of autumn, and what lay before them resembled an autumn end truly on the verge of winter. He Tianhao gazed at the autumn end scenery of the forest before him, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes still a bit moist. but his overall expression was one of nonchalance. The howling tiger silently accompanied him, half sitting at He Tianhao's feet. This time, He Tianhao had no companions. Without the protection of the blizzard lion, there was only the howling tiger left. One man and one tiger would experience the true autumn haunt. With He Tianhao's intelligence, he wouldn't fail to realize this. He was very clear about what he would face as he moved forward. But similarly, as He Tianhao himself said, he had already thought it through calmly. At the moment he turned around, his resolve was already incredibly firm. At this point, he naturally would not retreat. But he also needed to make some preparations. He squatted down and took a black pill to feed to Xiao Tianhu, who did not resist this time. He gently stroked the fur on the back of Xiao Tianhu's neck and said softly, "Xiao Tian, this time we really are taking a risk. But we must go. You should understand that without my father, we can only rely on each other from now on." Saying this, He Tianhao wrapped his arms around Xiao Tianhu's head, resting his forehead against Xiao Tianhu's. "Let's go. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. If we are to fight, let us go all out. Besides, it's already time to take that leap." Soon, He Tianhao stood up, patted Xiao Tianhu on the head one last time, and no longer hesitated as he stepped toward the autumnal forest. Xiao Tianhu silently followed by his side. They needed to step from late autumn into deep autumn to find the deepest colors of autumn. A large white lion, a massive white bear, and a sleek white snake were present, while a huge white eagle glided slowly in the air. Accompanying the white lion were several humans, some beast tamers, and a floating block of ice, on which a small white fox lay. Bai Chen was too lazy to pay attention to it. Since the eyes were on them, he couldn't just ignore them. Duan Ziluo and the others felt somewhat gloomy. Their familiar teacher had died, and He Tianhao had left alone. But they had to keep moving forward. The land formed by black soil was vast, seemingly endless, as if it had no end at all. But that was just an illusion. Bai Chen had asked the blizzard lion. At its speed, it could cross the seasonal forest in less than a day at full sprint. And the end was just another starting point. It was like a circle. Summer leads to spring, then to an absent winter, while autumn leads to an absent winter, and then back to spring. It was like a space of eternal cycles that one could never leave. This was also why those ice-type lords felt such despair. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they saw no glimmer of hope. The vastness of the black soil was merely an illusion, a visual effect. Ever since entering the black soil, the palace had disappeared. But without anyone needing to say it, Bai Chen already understood that the palace never existed. No, to be precise, it needed some kind of medium to appear, and what the empty feather lord saw, Bai Chen guessed, was just a projection. Perhaps it was a random projection. Or perhaps someone had triggered the medium at that time. It was just that the medium had not yet met the requirements to fully manifest the palace. The palace was the core of all the secrets here. This was obvious and did not require guessing. However, judging from the blizzard lion's behavior, the palace seemed to have some taboos, possibly a tremendous threat, and the absent winter was the key to making the palace appear. After pondering for a long time, Bai Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the blizzard lion. "Your Highness, what is it?" The blizzard lion slowed its pace. "Does the tree of winter exist? Is it like winter, not yet appearing, or what?" Bai Chen asked. The blizzard lion was somewhat surprised, and then said softly, "Your Highness, did you figure it out?" "Yes." Bai Chen nodded slightly. "The core of each season here is likely a tree, or to put it another way, everything here is essentially a tree." "What?" The blizzard lion's pupils shrank in surprise. The frost fox beside them also narrowed her eyes, feeling that what Bai Chen said seemed to harbor the most core secret of this place. "You think it is everywhere, so you are very wary of it. But the reason it is everywhere is simply because the tree is everywhere here," Bai Chen said, looking around. The blizzard lion and the frost fox instinctively followed Bai Chen and looked around. All around them was the vast black soil, wide and unobstructed, with almost no obstacles. The black soil was not as lush and dense as the trees in spring, summer, and autumn. There were trees here, but they were sparse, with only one dead tree every few dozen to 100 meters. The dead trees, stripped of all their leaves, had few branches and looked messy, like dying beings clawing at the air. The trunks were entirely black, exuding a sense of twilight. The place where the group stopped was exactly a relatively expansive open area, with the nearest dead tree being in the left front. But even the closest dead tree was still several hundred to 1,000 meters away. After the beasts had scanned the area, Bai Chen continued the sentence he had not finished. "And here, there are no trees. Perhaps its control range is very wide. But the absent winter is its flaw. This is a region not under its absolute control." "Your Highness, how did you know this?" The blizzard lion found it hard to believe. "Could it be that coming to this place was your intention all along?" "It's a guess, of course. It's not a wild guess. The elements have told me a lot," Bai Chen smiled. "Next, in this place that does not belong to its control, we should have a good talk." Chapter 103, The Core of the Seasons. "Yanhe." The blizzard lion suddenly spoke up. What happened, my lord? Yunhee, on the edge of the team, heard his name and hesitated for a moment before moving closer. Summon your icy python, the blizzard lion commanded. After a brief hesitation and a glance at several lords, Yunhee nodded obediently, yes, and summoned his beast, the icy python. Translate for your master. And remember to have him speak the truth. Also, you should listen carefully, Bai Chen said to the icy python that appeared beside Yunhee. Why do you want to find that tree so badly? Bai Chen asked. The icy python appeared somewhat unnatural, while Yunhee furrowed his brows tightly. It turned out that the little lion seemed familiar because this girl had been holding it all along. But why had this little lion become the dominant one here? Was it time to hold him accountable now? To be honest, Yunhee felt a bit panicked. He didn't want to harm so many people, but he just thought having more people around would be safer. At this moment, Duan Ziluo suddenly reacted. The search for that tree was a result of Yunhee's insistence. And now everyone except Yunhee had died. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Did he cause the others' deaths? Even the simple-minded Zhang Hao, who was now glaring at Yunhee, finally realized this. However, considering Yunhee's identity, they merely looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Even Luo Shuwen didn't even bother to glare at him. After all, Luo Shuwen was from number 2 high school, and the deceased were not familiar to him. Yunhee came from the Shanghai Academy, where he was responsible for recruitment, a cushy position, unless absolutely necessary. No one wanted to offend him. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Yunhee felt as if he were being interrogated, and he became increasingly uneasy. If it were just those few kids, it would be fine, but what truly made Yunhee feel guilty were the gazes of the lords, reminding him that there wasn't much time to waste. Bai Chen's gaze was distant and calm. Yunhee said, I don't know. I felt a calling, and I couldn't help but want to go. For some reason, I felt I was about to lose control, and my subconscious sensed danger, so I called other people to come along, thinking it would be safer. I believe there must be some psychic beast influencing me. This can't be blamed on me. I'm just a victim. I was just lucky enough to escape a disaster. Yunhee glanced at her, then quickly shifted his gaze, explaining, I said I was influenced. Everything I did at that time was a result of that influence. Maybe the purpose of that existence that influenced me was to lead others over. Bai Chen was speechless, shaking his head, and said, if that's the case, then it shouldn't just be Yunhee, but all ice-type lords. In his view, lords should be a threshold, encouraging all lords to attempt to create winter. So, you must have tried as well, right? Perhaps more than once. Bai Chen suddenly looked at the blizzard lion and other ice-type lords. The blizzard lion nodded. I attempted twice. Once when I first entered, and more recently when I accepted a gift and reached 9 stars. Then I was forced to try again, but it was unsuccessful. Bai Chen nodded. It's only natural that it didn't succeed. Success would be suspicious. If it were that easy, this space wouldn't be so marvelous. Bai Chen then looked at Yunhee, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps you were indeed influenced, but that influence is not absolute. Normally, it affects the otherworldly beasts themselves. And your icy python is a beast master, so it should have affected you instead. I have to say, you're very clever, really clever. You notice that the core of the 4 seasons is a tree, and your attempt is quite innovative. I can assure you that the method to break it is definitely different from yours. So you believe the key to creating winter is that tree. To create a tree representing the core of winter. That's right, I didn't say otherwise, but you would never guess how crazy this guy is. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he narrowed his eyes at Yunhee and slowly said, you all want to create that core. But this guy wants to transform it. That's right. Bai Chen nodded. If it weren't for the fact that the Greyrock Lord once mentioned that the ice sea python attacked that real golden tree, I wouldn't have guessed that Yunhee was so crazy. Damn it, human, do you want to kill me? The frost fox suddenly looked at Yunhee with icy eyes. I never thought that. Yunhee shrugged helplessly. Do you know that the balance of this space exists because of the 3 cores currently present? And that balance is already very fragile? Do you know that if one of those cores were destroyed, this space would absolutely collapse? The frost fox's gaze towards Yunhee grew even colder, and not just the frost fox, but several other ice-type lords as well. If they had known that Yunhee dared to act against the core of autumn, he would have definitely been dead by now. And all the ice-type lords would have absolutely held nothing back, because this had already threatened their lives. Even the blizzard lion might not be able to stop it at that time, unless they were really planning to fight for Yunhee and several lords. Chapter 104, the center point. Changing something is clearly much easier than creating something, which is why I said he was clever. But it's just self-deception. The frost fox's gaze grew even colder, the chill almost overflowing. The other ice-type lords mirrored the frost fox's demeanor. Changing something is simpler than creating something. How could these lords not be clear on that? But they were more aware of what would happen if they failed. This space had existed for an unknown amount of time, and the number of ice-type lords who had entered was definitely not small. With such a large base, there would be some radical lords who thought of this and wanted to try. But without exception, they would give up this idea under the reminders of other lords. Not wanting to give up is fine, The Black Land is so vast. Can it accommodate a few more lords? You don't need to be excited. He didn't succeed. Bai Chen consoled, adding, but that doesn't mean his idea is completely wrong. You still want to try transforming other cores? Han Yu asked coldly. Show some respect to your highness, or I'll pluck your bird feathers. The Blizzard Lion roared suddenly. Blizzard, don't bully too much. Han Yu's voice became even colder. Are you human? Blizzard laughed dismissively. Everyone, stop arguing. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. I didn't mean to try to transform other cores. But I want to know some things, like what your attempts were and where the things that enhance your strength come from. The Blizzard Lion spoke up. Your highness. My first attempt was precisely when I was besieged, so I summoned a blizzard in this space, encompassing the entire Black Land. Upon hearing this, the Frost Fox and several Ice-type lords flashed with a look of lingering fear. The blizzard summoned by the Blizzard clan is not an ordinary blizzard at that time. The Blizzard Lion's main goal was more about fighting the enemy than trying. It just happened to trigger some mediums that allowed the Blizzard Lion to understand some things. As for winter, snowflakes fall, and the ground accumulates snow. Your summoning of blizzard is indeed very similar, Bai Chen nodded. However, the Blizzard Lion shook his head. It felt somewhat like that, but at that time, the core was just myself. My energy has limits. That was not true winter. So the key point is still on the core. In my second attempt, I found a dead tree and wanted to use my energy to give it some changes. To make it the core, but obviously, I failed. You noticed that the dead trees here were not ordinary quite early on, didn't you? Bai Chen looked at the Blizzard Lion with some surprise, not expecting this big guy to be so clever. Okay, I have a clue. Bai Chen slightly nodded, scanning over the group of people and beasts, and said, this open space does not exist naturally. I've observed that although the dead trees on the Black Land are sparse, there is usually one within 100 meters distance. I speculate this might be the control range of the dead trees, as long as it's within about 100 meters. It's still within the control range of the dead trees, and here, there are no dead trees. The reason I found this place is that I sensed something unusual in the air regarding the ice element. The ice element here is very. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly thinking about how to describe it, and not long after, Bai Chen spoke again. The ice element here is very dense, but very fatigued. Before you, there might have been a stronger existence, just like Pua. It sensed the extraordinary nature of these dead trees. And it also wanted to turn the dead tree into the core of winter. It made a bold attempt, and it was cooperating with it. Unfortunately, it obviously failed, and the dead trees were significantly damaged, and it might have even perished in this battle. Little guy, wait a minute, you've been talking about trees and cores. What is special about these trees? Dongnu suddenly asked. I don't remember, does it matter? Dongnu replied. In the past year, it was the last Lord of the Blizzard who entered here. The Frost Fox provided the answer. Then among you, who has stayed here the longest, and for how long? Bai Chen asked. This time Bai Chen was somewhat surprised, mainly because he was astonished that this guy remembered so clearly after such a long time. Considering that the Beast clan doesn't usually value the concept of time. Just like this big guy, Dongnu, who couldn't remember clearly after less than a year. Let alone this Frost Fox, who had been trapped for 17 years. I feel that all the trees here might be one tree, or perhaps a whole. What? Dongnu scratched his head in confusion. Bai Chen didn't explain further. It seemed this big bear was indeed a bit simple-minded. And from the fact that he had stayed longer than the Blizzard Lion but hadn't discovered what the Blizzard Lion had found, it was evident. Bai Chen stood on the Black Land, closed his eyes, and the gem on his forehead faintly shimmered with a subtle glow. At that moment, Bai Chen's consciousness fell into an extremely ethereal state. It felt as if he was flying. In Bai Chen's perception, minute points of light drifted around him like dust. Bai Chen's consciousness slowly approached a particle of light, touched it, and enveloped it. Bai Chen understood its emotions and the information it wanted to convey. Communicating with elements is something that is almost impossible, but exceptions exist in the world. Soon, Bai Chen opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed through his azure eyes. Then, Bai Chen stepped forward slowly, walking in one direction. Don't rush, keep up. After walking for a short distance, Bai Chen stopped in the same clearing. However, if viewed from above, it would be evident that Bai Chen was standing at the very center of this clearing, with the nearest dead trees around him at nearly identical distances. Dig up the soil beneath my feet. Be careful not to damage anything inside, Bai Chen instructed. Your Highness, let me handle this. The Grey Rock Lord spoke up. Bai Chen nodded, and a shard of ice formed beneath his feet, embedding itself in the ground like a marker. Then he stepped back a bit. What is down here? Han Yu suddenly asked. Bai Chen did not respond, as he was unsure himself. Chapter 105. The Feeling of Late Twilight. The black soil automatically retreated to both sides, and soon, two small mounds of earth formed on either side. The soil on the mounds slowly spread outward, perfectly blending into the ground. The depression on the ground in front of the Grey Rock Lord grew larger. But the speed of the process began to slow down. No rush, take your time. If you're tired, You can take a break, or have someone else help. It should have been a bit urgent. After all, Bai Chen didn't want to stay in this cursed place longer than necessary, but since he had promised Tianhao, Bai Chen naturally wouldn't go back on his word. 3 days should be enough, by any calculation. At the same time Bai Chen began to excavate the secrets buried deep in this area, Tianhao had already entered the autumn forest. At this moment, the autumn scenery around him was rich, and as he walked on the ground covered with fallen leaves, the sound of crunching leaves underfoot was incessant. The howling tiger was still by his side, and compared to the human Tianhao, the feline beast made very little noise on the leaves. Only when it was careless would it occasionally make a crisp sound, but accompanying that sound was a faint dripping noise. Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell from the howling tiger's side, where its fur was completely soaked. There was no need for close observation. 3 deep claw marks were clearly visible on the howling tiger's abdomen, with flesh torn open in a rather disgusting manner. Not only was there this wound, but there were also bite marks on its left shoulder, singed fur on its back, and even its originally long and agile black tail had been shortened. To put it bluntly, the howling tiger was now a shadow of its former self. If it weren't for the injury on its left shoulder, such a nimble feline beast wouldn't make any noise walking on leaves. Hang in there, howling. We're almost there, we must hold on. Tianhao looked at the howling tiger with a pained expression, but at this point, they had no room to retreat. Moreover, Tianhao's condition was not good either. He had been holding his left arm, which was wrapped in a messy bandage. Clearly, Tianhao was also injured, and not just in one place. In addition to the slightly swollen bandage on his left arm, his abdomen was also wrapped in several large circles. Wild beasts in the wilderness wouldn't act like students in the city who wouldn't attack their beast tamers. On the contrary, some beasts with considerable intelligence would deliberately attack humans. Tianhao had evidently encountered such a beast with intelligence. If it weren't for the protective clothing made from golden cicada silk given to him by his father, that blow to his abdomen could have cost Tianhao his life. Ultimately, it was thanks to the howling tiger's explosive use of its ability, Howl of the Sky, that they managed to deal with the troublesome lightning marten. But this also left the howling tiger weaker, and Tianhao's protective clothing was no longer intact. If they encountered another powerful beast, this man and tiger would likely be forever lost in this autumn forest. However, Tianhao did not despair. On the contrary, he constantly encouraged the howling tiger, as if comforting himself. We're almost there, just a bit more. This was not foolish self-deception, but a genuine belief that they were close. When a certain area lacks the usual beasts, it is bound to harbor an even more terrifying creature. The autumn colors around him were clearly rich and vibrant. The autumn leaves on the branches were a mix of wine red and golden yellow, creating an extremely dazzling color. Yet, amid this brilliance, there was an inexplicable sense of regret. It was as if, even though the colors were so vibrant, one could already foresee the decay that would follow. At some point, Tianhao stopped in his tracks, standing still and staring blankly at a tree. It was a tall and straight tree, sturdy and powerful, with a trunk that had deep grooves like an old dragon's scales. Each branch was strong, with yellowed autumn leaves either drooping lifelessly or dancing weakly in the wind. It was a large tree, but it was an ordinary tree, not as striking as the golden tree in the forest of fallen leaves. This tree, aside from its size, seemed very common. A feeling of late twilight quietly affected Tianhao, and his gaze became increasingly vacant, even inducing a desire to lie down and take a nap right there. Perhaps he didn't even need to sleep, just lying down would suffice. Even if it meant dying. It was as if a voice kept ringing in Tianhao's ears, carrying an irresistible allure. It wasn't a seductive temptation, but rather a feeling of inexplicable trust and familiarity that made him unable to resist. Sleep, sleep, lie down and take a nap. You will forget all your troubles. All emotions, all joys and sorrows are so illusory. Feelings will only affect you. Sleep, and you will find your true peace. It was a terrifying influence. At this moment, Tianhao's eyes grew more vacant. His brain felt foggy, and his body had a sensation of weightlessness. He longed to just lie down and sleep, but his body, his instincts, seemed not to be under his control at that moment. Soon, Tianhao's eyes sharpened, breaking free from that peculiar sensation. And when he looked back at that big tree, his gaze was filled with fear. He quickly averted his eyes and stepped back a few paces, still feeling uneasy. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly looked to the side. At this moment, the howling tiger was already half crouched on the ground, blood slowly seeping from its mouth and nose. Ordinary roars could not possibly break through such a deep influence. The howling tiger had once again used its racial ability, Howl of the Sky. And having not fully recovered from the backlash of its first use, the howling tiger had now used it twice in a short period, making its condition quite dire. That it hadn't died was already a sign of its resilience, compounded by the effects of that special pill. The awakened howling tiger had once again unleashed its howl to deal with the troublesome lightning Martin. However, this had left the howling tiger even weaker, and He Tianhao's protective clothing was now incomplete. If they encountered another powerful beast, it was likely that this man and tiger would be forever lost in this autumn forest. Yet, He Tianhao did not despair. On the contrary, he constantly encouraged the howling tiger, as if comforting himself. We're almost there. He saw the remains partially hidden among the fallen leaves under the tree. If he could find his father's body, there was hope to save the howling tiger. But after just a few steps, He Tianhao suddenly froze, feeling a chill. It wasn't a change in temperature, but a chilling sensation of being targeted by a ferocious beast, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, He Tianhao felt this sensation acutely. As if he couldn't even move, his body no longer belonging to him. He thought of the creature the Grey Rock Lord had mentioned. A dominant-level creature. Chapter 106. Bones Buried Underground. Your Highness, there is something below. The Grey Rock Lord suddenly spoke up. Get it out completely. Be careful, Bai Chen instructed. At this moment, there was a large pit in front of the Greystone Lord, resembling a triangular shape, about 3 to 4 meters deep, 6 to 7 meters long, and 4 to 5 meters wide. The Greystone Lord had an earth attribute and was extremely proficient in elemental control, likely more skilled than himself, though lacking the natural affinity for elements that he possessed. The Greystone Lord's mastery of elements was entirely self-taught, and reaching this level was indeed exceptional talent. After all, by the classification in the human world, most Lord-level beings are merely subtle, while the Overlord level is the true pinnacle. This was one of the important reasons why the Greystone Lord was incredibly powerful and nearly invincible among lords. The only regret was that, due to bloodline limitations, it was difficult to break through to the Overlord level. However, this single regret might also be erased, as it had encountered Bai Chen. Perhaps this was a gift from heaven to a life that began from humble beginnings and persevered against all odds. After the Greystone Lord mentioned there was something. Some time passed, yet the area of the pit did not seem to expand much. No, it had actually expanded. But the increase was so slight that it was easily overlooked by the naked eye. Finally, at this moment, Dong Nu, who was naturally impatient, couldn't hold back anymore. Old dog, can you do it or not? It's been so long. I should have dug it out by now. Just as Dong Nu was about to say, let me do it, Han Yu's voice suddenly came through. It's faster if a dog digs. Having lived this long, the Greystone Lord could not be a hot-tempered character, but that did not mean it would tolerate being insulted to its face. However, it was clearly not the time to turn against anyone. The Greystone Lord had already deeply remembered the few who were attacking it. If anyone attempted to cause trouble at this moment, Bai Chen ordered, break, Greystone, strike together. Don't hold back, kill first and talk later. Understood, Your Highness, the Blizzard Lion replied, casting a cold glance at Han Yu. As for Bai Chen's words at this moment, the Greystone Lord was unfazed. It was merely a leftover trick. Thinking it could win people's hearts was too simplistic. No, if you're hungry, just eat something. Bai Chen shook his head. Duan Ziluo leaned closer to Bai Chen with a smile and said, no, Zhang Hao wants to eat. But he's worried these lords will snatch his food. He said these lords are so big, he definitely didn't bring enough to eat. Bai Chen felt a bit speechless. He would let them do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't provoke those lords. Then those lords would absolutely not pose a danger. Bai Chen actually understood that they wanted a guarantee, and who provided it or whether it was effective was not that important. Not long after, the sky above the Black Land remained in a gray, overcast state, like a thick, gloomy day before a storm. This made those in the non-existent winter realm unable to see the sun and lose the most intuitive judgment of the passage of time. About half an hour later, the Greystone Lord's gaze suddenly became extremely serious. Your Highness, there is a strong presence of ice attributes below. The soil is frozen solid. The Greystone Lord stood next to Bai Chen, and a faint light flashed in the diamond-shaped gem on its forehead as Bai Chen closed his eyes. Continue. Yes. The Greystone Lord replied, continuing to control the soil. Soon, it found that its influence over the land became easier, as if the ice powers had vanished. When the resistance was gone, the progress became much faster, and soon the Greystone Lord discovered a hint of white buried within the black soil. It hastened to control the soil to spread out, but its movements were more cautious. Before long, that hint of white completely emerged. Bai Chen opened his eyes at this moment. It was a bone, a stark white bone, pure as white jade, even after being buried for some time. It had not gathered any dirt or grime. Under the Greystone Lord's control, the entire skeleton was soon fully revealed. It was a skeletal structure somewhat resembling a dog. Lying on the ground, not large, its curled body only about a meter long. However, Bai Chen's gaze did not linger on the skeleton for long. He was looking at a white-blue sphere cradled in the arms of the skeleton. It was a basketball-sized orb, seemingly blue but wrapped in a thick layer of white frost. Your Highness, Do you need me to retrieve it? The Blizzard Lion immediately recognized the orb's extraordinary nature. No, you can't. Bai Chen shook his head, stepping forward and directly jumping into the large pit. Despite the several-meter height, Bai Chen landed steadily on all fours. However, his snow-white limbs did not sink into the seemingly soft soil at all. Bai Chen walked forward slowly, and the corpse beside him did not make him feel uncomfortable. There was no unpleasant odor. Instead, there was an overall cool feeling. Reaching the sphere, Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and extending his right paw to rest on the orb. Instantly, cracks appeared on the thick layer of white frost, and a bone-chilling cold emanated from Bai Chen's small paw. Bai Chen couldn't help but shiver. It had been a long time since he felt cold. Soon, the cold spreading from his paw enveloped his entire body, and the cracks in the frost became denser. Yet, in this biting cold, Bai Chen's consciousness was exceptionally clear, even feeling a subtle sense of comfort. Bai Chen was startled by his somewhat abnormal thought and quickly shook his head, awkwardly waving his small paw that rested on the orb, wiping at it. The densely cracked frost gradually disappeared, and the true appearance of the orb finally came into Bai Chen's view. It was a sphere resembling blue crystal, smooth and round, with a faint blue-white transparency revealing the existence at the center of the orb. Chapter 107, Seedling. It was a seedling, very small, giving an impression of fragility at first glance. A droplet of fresh green existed within that pure blue-white, like a perfect work of art. Bai Chen couldn't help but be mesmerized. What he saw was far more than what was in front of him. He could see deeper layers. Rich, pure ice elements flowed and circulated within the orb, and these elements, pure to the extreme, had at their core that small seedling. This was not a sphere. This orb did not truly exist. It was a boundary. The sphere was merely a range, like an independent little world, completely out of sync with the outside. Little Bai? Duan Ziluo's voice suddenly startled Bai Chen awake. He realized he had become too engrossed, worrying that girl. The faint light flickered on the blue-white orb. Bai Chen gazed at the orb. Under Bai Chen's watchful gaze, the blue-white orb began to stir, trembling slightly. Then, the orb slowly floated up. During the floating process, it seemed to be rotating, yet the position of the small seedling did not change at all. The orb actively approached Bai Chen, quickly stopping a little in front of his forehead, silently hovering before him. Bai Chen did not examine it for too long, but took a step forward. At the same moment he stepped, a staircase made of condensed cold ice appeared beneath his feet. He stepped up, and then moved up again. Another staircase of cold ice condensed. In this way, Bai Chen walked up the stairs of condensed cold ice, exiting the pit, and reaching a level parallel to the others on the ground. The orb still hovered a little in front of Bai Chen's forehead, not obstructing his view. Don't touch it. It will freeze your hands. Bai Chen's little mouth curled into a smile. This was a seedling, and it had not completely failed. Duan Ziluo was somewhat confused, but the Blizzard Lion and several Ice-type lords were all amazed as they gazed at the sapling within the sphere. However, there was one exception. The Frost Fox, whose gaze remained fixated on the corpse, appearing somewhat lost in thought. But Bai Chen did not notice it at the moment. He was in a rather good mood. Is this the core of winter? It already exists? Bing Lin said, somewhat incredulously. Bai Chen shook his head, stating precisely that it was just a seedling and a hope. Perhaps in a few hundred years, it would break through the soil by itself. And after a few more decades of growth, it would become the true core of winter. But this is only the best-case scenario without any accidents. Which is why I say it is just a hope, a faint hope. So can we accelerate its growth? Bing Lin asked. Exactly, that is my purpose. But it is not that simple. Do you believe that if I give it to you, either you will be crushed by it, or you will crush it? The seemingly joking tone also carried a potential threat. Your Highness, everything is up to you. The Blizzard Lion slightly bowed, reaffirming loyalty while also reminding the other lords. After all, they all understood that the true core was right before them, and one could not be sure who might want to seize control. Bai Chen's gaze swept over the Ice-type lords as he said seriously, accelerating its growth is very difficult, and it does not mean that it can exist in winter. Balance is the key, so I need the cooperation of all Ice-type lords. Your Highness, we will cooperate with you, but there is one thing I need to mention. The Frost Fox suddenly spoke up. What is it? Bai Chen nodded. There is something beneath the bones, something that can enhance our strength. Perhaps it is also the main nutrient for nurturing this sapling. I noticed it, but there isn't much left, and it's not that necessary anymore. Bai Chen nodded and then instructed, Gray Rock, go absorb it. It should improve your condition significantly. Yes, Your Highness. The Gray Rock Lord's eyes flashed with surprise. And without hesitation, he jumped into the pit he had created. Stop! Hanyu suddenly shouted. That is not something you can touch. Old Wolf. If you dare to touch that thing, I will tear you apart. Dong Nu also roared, ice condensing in his enormous bare paw and smashing towards the pit. However, before the ice column could fall, a mist of ice blocked it, and shards of ice swirled around the column, grinding against it, causing the column to thin significantly. The one who acted suddenly was the Frost Fox, her eyes flashing with cold light as she looked at Dongnu. Frost Fox, what do you mean? Han Yu coldly questioned, his wings spread, with a cold wind howling. The Blizzard Lion silently walked to Bai Chen's side, and the temperature dropped uncontrollably. Bing Lin's body coiled up, ready to strike. Duan Ziluo and a few humans hid beside Bai Chen, behind the Blizzard Lion. Yunhe hesitated for a moment, but also came over. The gazes of the other three lords were all on the Frost Fox, their questioning clear. Could it be that the Frost Fox has also turned against us? If that is the case, things would be difficult. They only had 3 lords. On Bai Chen's side, there were the Blizzard Lion, the Grey Rock Lord, and Yunhe's 2 Lord-level beasts. If it were just like this, they would have confidence to compete. But if even the Frost Fox turned against them, it would be 5 against 3. Bai Chen was also somewhat puzzled. However, he suddenly glanced at the corpse in the pit and instantly understood. The Frost Fox blocked that ice column because of the corpse, which was not a canine corpse. It should be a fox's corpse, but because the skeletons of canines and foxes are quite similar, Bai Chen had overlooked this detail. Seeing the Frost Fox's tense expression, it seemed that the corpse was likely that of the Frost Fox's ancestor. So, this Frost Fox probably held some secrets. However, Bai Chen was very clear about what was important now. Why the big tempers? The matter isn't finished yet, and you're already thinking about fighting? That's unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Grey Rock, bring that corpse up. As for what's beneath it, don't worry about them, just absorb it. And let us see who dares to make a move. If something still can't recognize the situation and is alive, why not send it to its death? Bai Chen's cold eyes fixed on the most unruly big bird, Han Yu. Chapter 108. Heaven. Without any action, the 3 lords remained quietly in place under Bai Chen's cold gaze, not even daring to retort. Interest can stir the heart, but life is even more precious. As the Grey Rock Lord entered the pit and moved the corpse, the soil on the ground surged, preparing to use the dirt to send the bones up. Bury it. I saw it. The Frost Fox suddenly spoke, her gaze trembling slightly. The Grey Rock Lord looked at Bai Chen, and upon seeing Bai Chen nod, said no more. Controlling the soil to move the bones aside, then opened a bottomless crack, and the bones fell in, the soil closing up again. Since Bai Chen took the sphere, the soil here no longer exhibited any special properties or obstacles, making the Grey Rock Lord's control much easier. In fact, this corpse was quite extraordinary. The texture was like warm jade, indicating it was a Dominator level or even better corpse. If this thing were sold, Bai Chen felt he could eat Ice Bodhi 3 meals a day. However, that was not very realistic. If he really did that, the Frost Fox would probably fight desperately, which was completely unnecessary. After the corpse was moved aside, what was hidden beneath finally emerged. A shallow layer of milky white liquid formed a small puddle, with small points of light flickering within, indicating an extremely high concentration of energy. A faint fragrance wafted out uncontrollably. Dongnu twitched his nose a bit intoxicatedly, while several ice-type lords gazed greedily at the seemingly small puddle. In the liquid, there was also a long, thick, black object. Upon closer inspection, it could be recognized as a tree root, but its surface was exaggeratedly wrinkled, devoid of life. The Grey Rock Lord did not hesitate, directly lowering his head to lick the milky white liquid in the small puddle. Grey Rock, hurry up, later dig into the ground and find where that root extends from. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. His attention was not on the obviously energy-rich milky white liquid, but completely on that tree root. Yes, Grey Rock responded, quickly licking the puddle clean. Tree sap. Bai Chen pondered. Is the tree sap what enhances these lords' strength? But where does this tree sap come from? Which tree does that root belong to? Soon, the Grey Rock Lord had licked the milky white liquid clean from the ground, even swallowing a lot of dirt, drying up the moisture and spitting it out. The Grey Rock Lord raised his head, a gleam flashing in his eyes, and his emaciated body began to stir, especially on his back. It seemed as if small snakes were wriggling, a crisp crackling sound faintly spreading. That was the sound of bones moving and colliding. The Grey Rock Lord slowly twisted his neck, the cracking sounds becoming more frequent and pronounced. Grey Rock, get to work. Bai Chen suddenly spoke. The Grey Rock Lord's body stiffened, narrowing his eyes. After a moment, he lowered his head. Yes. The milky white tree sap contained an extremely rich life energy. This life energy was like a timely rain for the Grey Rock Lord. Previously, the Grey Rock Lord's condition had been very poor, especially due to the consecutive intense battles, which had exhausted him greatly. But now, after absorbing that tree sap, the Grey Rock Lord had already returned to peak condition, and even his body seemed to be more vibrant. This made the Grey Rock Lord start to have some thoughts. After some thought, the Greystone Lord chose the wiser option. The soil around the tree root slowly receded, fully exposing the root. As the soil continued to pull back, the root became increasingly visible. and a deep trench gradually appeared on the ground. The route seemed very long, and soon the trench spread out for dozens of meters. Bai Chen's gaze followed the trench's extension, but soon, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was broken, the trench was still forming, but the root had already snapped. Without needing Bai Chen to say anything, the Greystone Lord continued to manipulate the soil, sensing around the break in the root. It too wanted to find out where this root had come from. That milky white liquid was clearly brought by this root, and after one attempt, the Greystone Lord was eager to obtain more. That energy, full of vitality and extremely easy to absorb. However, after trying hard for a long time, the surrounding ground seemed to have been completely plowed over, yet there was still nothing to show for it. Seeing that the Greystone Lord was still trying, Bai Chen couldn't help but speak up. Stop looking, you won't find it. It's just a guess. What's important now is not this. Bai Chen squinted and glanced at the sphere silently hovering in front of his forehead. It's time to start. I hope you can cooperate fully. If we fail, we may lose not just a chance to leave, but our lives as well. After pausing, Bai Chen stuck out his pink little tongue and licked his lips. Then turned to the Blizzard Lion and instructed, take good care of her. If anything unexpected happens, prioritize her safety. It's fine. Bai Chen nodded, then without hesitation, took another step forward. A step of icy stairs appeared again beneath Bai Chen's feet. Taking another step forward, a new icy stair appeared, and Bai Chen stepped up again. Moving without hesitation, just like climbing stairs normally. Each icy stair was not high, seemingly appearing according to the size of Bai Chen's steps. Bai Chen walked at a steady pace, like a normal stroll, but for some reason, in the blink of an eye, Bai Chen was already over 10 meters above the ground. The icy stairs disappeared without a trace after Bai Chen walked over them, as if they only existed in the vicinity of Bai Chen. The continuous appearance of icy stairs was only about 10 steps, with the ones behind disappearing and the ones in front condensing, repeating this process. The icy stairs suspended in midair defied the laws of physics. Duan Ziluo looked at Bai Chen with concern, fearing he might fall from such a height or be afraid of heights and not know how to come down. Although she knew Bai Chen always acted with confidence and would be fully prepared, she couldn't help but worry. She understood that Bai Chen was being guided by some force, something every challenger would go through. It was like an omnipresent will directly imposed on an individual, and Bai Chen's guidance was evidently very different from that of other lords. Was he aiming for the heavens? Zhang Hao couldn't help but mutter. Then do you want to go to hell? The Blizzard Lion shot him a sideways glance. Chapter 109, Above the Clouds. The blue-white sphere seemed to be fixed by some invisible force. No matter how Bai Chen moved, the sphere remained at the same position in front of his forehead. Bai Chen's state was very peculiar, as if he had abandoned all emotions, not due to negative influences, but positive ones. It was as if he was in a state of absolute calm and rationality, almost like being in a third-person perspective. He was very high up. Bai Chen was now over 100 meters above the ground. The icy stairs were not wide, only about a meter across, and there were no railings or handrails on either side. Walking on such stairs at a height of over 100 meters, even those who are not afraid of heights would start to feel fear. However, Bai Chen did not pay attention to the height. His gaze was slightly angled upward, not at the stairs in front of him, but at something behind the stairs that had not yet appeared but definitely would. He didn't know how long he had been walking. He just knew he was getting closer to that murky grayness. Bai Chen wondered if this was a cloud. Would there be clouds here? He just had a feeling that he was close, very close. Continuing to step forward, climbing, step by step. Bai Chen was surrounded by murky grayness, like an inkwash painting. The light gradually dimmed. After standing still again, Bai Chen realized that the icy stairs had stopped condensing. From the beginning, the icy stairs beneath Bai Chen's feet were not formed by him. With Bai Chen's current strength, forming such icy stairs was not difficult. But making the icy formed float was not so simple, let alone at such a high altitude. Moreover, it was so stable, with disappearance and condensation happening so naturally and without a trace. Bai Chen indeed couldn't do that yet. If he could, he wouldn't need to bother forming stairs. He could just stand on a chunk of ice and let it carry him up. In Bai Chen's view, the appearance of these icy stairs meant he had triggered a medium, and the medium was clearly the blue-white sphere hovering in front of him. Staying on the ground for so long was Bai Chen temporarily suppressing the appearance of the icy stairs, delaying his time to step on them. However, this suppression was only temporary. If he hadn't sensed that the icy stairs were about to be uncontrollable, Bai Chen actually wouldn't have minded staying with the Greystone Lord for a while longer. After all, in Bai Chen's view, that root was also very important. It could very likely be a root that came from its own entity. However, it was also unavoidable. Bai Chen knew very well that he was still too weak, and too many things were beyond his control. Even his powerful father could encounter things he couldn't manage. So why should he expect everything to be perfect? All he could do was try his best to do what he needed to do. Bai Chen began to survey his surroundings. All around him were thick, dark clouds. To be precise, everything in sight was murky, dark clouds. The ground was completely out of sight, and the icy stairs beneath Bai Chen's feet just poked out from the cloud layer. The surrounding dark clouds were surprisingly flat, almost like another dark, murky ground. After careful observation, Bai Chen found nothing but clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. He had thought he would see it this time. Had he been too simplistic in his thinking? But just then, the blue-white sphere that had been fixed in front of Bai Chen's forehead began to slowly float upward. Bai Chen immediately noticed this anomaly, and, without hesitation, the diamond-shaped gem on his forehead flashed with light, casting a beam onto the sphere. The floating sphere suddenly froze. But that was only for a moment. After that instant, the sphere began to float again along its predetermined path. Had the borrowed aura of the laws lost its influence? Bai Chen squinted, not moving, just silently observing. The blue-white sphere floated upward at a slow pace, almost at a snail's speed. Moreover, the small sapling inside the sphere seemed to have shifted slightly from its original position. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Soon, the sapling in the blue-white sphere had moved from the center position to the bottom of the sphere. The sapling and the sphere seemed to be in a tug-of-war. When the sapling reached the bottom position of the sphere, both sides became stuck. It was like two opposing forces had reached a balance, unable to influence each other. This sphere was not just a simple container. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. Time slowly passed. The standoff between the sphere and the sapling lasted much longer than Bai Chen had anticipated. He had lost track of time in this gray, featureless space without any reference points. However, the stalemate finally changed. A faint, crisp sound, like the popping of a bubble, echoed. The sapling emerged from beneath the sphere, which remained unbroken. From the moment the sapling broke free, everything seemed to become simpler, and both sides quickly separated completely. The sphere continued to rise. Its speed still not fast, similar to before, but it soon disappeared from Bai Chen's sight. For some reason, in this place, Bai Chen could see far around him. But he couldn't make out anything above, while below was a thick layer of dark clouds. The small sapling was still slowly moving downward, soon reaching a position parallel to Bai Chen's head, then his forehead, directly in front of him. Just as it reached his chest level, the sapling's descent suddenly halted and came to a stop. Bai Chen curiously examined the sapling in front of him, just a meter away. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. "Hey, can you hear me?" Then he added, "Is anyone there?" Not giving up, Bai Chen called out again, "Can you respond?" But there was still no reaction. Bai Chen sighed helplessly. What was going on? Why did it suddenly stop? Was it stuck? Frozen? The most crucial thing was stuck. So what was he supposed to do next? At that moment, Bai Chen felt a bit panicked. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to be high up in the air. Just then, a hollow voice suddenly echoed. It was actually his bloodline. Chapter 110, Me and Myself. The delicate, green sapling swayed gently in front of Bai Chen. Clearly, it was the sapling that had just spoken. After all, there was no one here besides Bai Chen and the sapling. It couldn't have been the icy staircase beneath his feet or the clouds talking. Bai Chen quickly shook his head, dismissing these sudden and inappropriate thoughts. The key point was what it had just said. Bai Chen instantly recalled that unusual dream. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Do you know my father?" The delicate green sapling continued to sway slowly, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, but the truth was there was no wind here. It was as if the voice Bai Chen had heard was just an illusion. However, Bai Chen wouldn't think he had misheard. Perhaps it was because of that line from the sapling, or perhaps because of that strange dream. Bai Chen had already concluded that this creature knew his father, so he felt less awe. If they were friends or mere acquaintances, it wouldn't be reasonable to blame a junior for such a small matter. If they were enemies, then there was no need to say more. Bai Chen could just prepare for a clean fight. Perhaps influenced by Bai Chen's words, as the sapling swayed, the ethereal voice echoed again. "I remember him, but I do not know him." What does that mean? Bai Chen was a bit puzzled. "You possess the power of the law, specifically the law of ice, which is exactly what I need. But you are too weak to grasp the law that resides within you. It is all meaningless now." Although being called weak was somewhat irritating, Bai Chen felt it wasn't entirely inaccurate. After hesitating slightly, Bai Chen forced a smile and said, "Uncle, can you be a bit clearer? If you need help with anything, I'd be more than willing." "Is your father dead?" The ethereal voice resumed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Bai Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "Such a sweet talker, must have a lot of friends." However, he kept those thoughts to himself. He wasn't foolish enough to say them out loud. I mean, if he were still alive, he definitely wouldn't let you come here. It seems that even if he isn't dead, he is close. What do you know? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Bai Chen silently ground his teeth. He felt this guy was a bit too presumptuous. Who talks like that? If he could fight, Bai Chen would definitely give him a couple of solid punches. But the problem now was that he couldn't win. So even though he was annoyed, he had to endure. However, this time Bai Chen didn't take the initiative to speak again. He didn't want to bring up any old wounds. After a moment of silence, The ethereal voice echoed once more. You shouldn't have come here. Bai Chen retorted angrily. Do you think I wanted to come? I understand. Help me create winter, and I will send you away. No, I have a question. By the way, before that, how should I address you? The name is not important. If you wish, you can call me Winter Tree. A tree that should grow in winter. The ethereal voice remained unperturbed. Bai Chen nodded. All right, Winter Tree, I have a question, at your level. Why are you trying to catch those Lord-level small fry? Besides, if you know my father, wouldn't it be more reliable to go directly to him for ice attributes? However, my father is currently missing. Why not help me look for him? I believe he is not that easy to kill. If you find him, what can't you create? This was Bai Chen's true purpose. He knew it was impossible for him to find his father with his current strength. If he could get this entity, who might be on the same level as his father, to help, it shouldn't be too difficult. First, I didn't catch them. Secondly, I don't have any level. And again, I repeat, I only remember your father, not know him. Hearing this, Bai Chen was taken aback. This information was quite a lot. No, it could even be said to completely contradict his previous assumptions. Bai Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly asked, wait, I want to know one thing. Who created this space, and what is the purpose? It seemed he guessed wrong, Bai Chen thought to himself. After waiting for a while without further response, he couldn't help but ask, then what is your purpose? You said it wasn't you catching those lords. Then who is it? Are there other beings here? This time, the sapling was silent for even longer. The one catching them is not me, but it is also me. There are many creatures here, but I know what you are referring to. Yes, there are others like me here. Every tree is you. Bai Chen squinted his eyes, silently praising his own cleverness for guessing this. No, every tree can be said to be me, but not me. Good heavens, are you playing tongue twisters with me? Bai Chen felt somewhat helpless. Perhaps because this sapling didn't exhibit anything particularly special and didn't show any kingly aura, it instead gave off a friendly feeling. So Bai Chen unconsciously lowered his guard. It's hard to explain, and there is no need to explain. As for the purpose, you have no need to know. If you are willing, help me create winter. If you are unwilling. What if I'm unwilling? Bai Chen scoffed. If you are unwilling, you will die. The voice remained ethereal and unchanged, lacking any threatening tone, as if stating a fact. Bai Chen's heart suddenly tightened. His instincts told him this guy wasn't joking. But at that moment, the voice added, this is not a threat. The balance of this space is already very fragile. If a new balance cannot be maintained, it won't last long before it is completely destroyed. Opening a rift from such an unstable space, even if that passage is laid before you, it would just lead you to your doom. After all, I will not intervene. All right, although the nature of the situation hasn't changed, I feel much better after your explanation. You see, communication is key, otherwise, misunderstandings can easily arise. Since you don't want to engage with me, I don't want to stay in this ghostly place any longer, so let us get started. Chapter 111, Whimsical Ideas. All right, as a seedling, there is very little I can do, so everything relies on you. Bai Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I will do my best. But what do I need to do? I don't know, maybe you will know. Just do what you think should be done. I only know that I am a small seedling, and all I need to do is find a suitable place to take root and sprout. As it spoke, the delicate little seedling began to move slowly. It floated gently to one side in the air. Bai Chen was a bit puzzled and hesitated for a moment before tentatively taking a step forward. A tier of cold ice steps appeared in front of him. But these steps did not continue upward. Instead, they spread out horizontally. Bai Chen understood, so he stepped on it and continued forward, following the slowly floating seedling. He stepped over the tiers of cold ice steps that condensed above the clouds. Soon, the seedling's movement to one side came to a slight pause, and then it began to descend slowly. Bai Chen silently stood on the cold ice steps, watching. He saw the seedling land on the clouds, and then several small roots below the seedling inserted into the dark clouds. It actually rooted itself on the dark clouds. Bai Chen couldn't help but speak. Are you planning to take root in the sky? Who told you this is the sky? This is not a complete space. Where does the sky come from? What you see is just what you see. Then what is this place? Bai Chen couldn't help but ask. The interlayer of space. This is where I should take root. Only by rooting here and growing strong can this space barely maintain true balance. The growth rate wasn't particularly fast, but Bai Chen indeed noticed that the tender green body gradually took on the color of raw wood. If what you say is true, then the spring tree, summer tree, and autumn tree should also be here, right? Exactly. Then why did my friend say they saw the autumn tree outside? Bai Chen knew it wasn't yet his time to intervene, so he took the opportunity to chat, hoping to gather some information. Why can't what exists here also exist in the outside world? Bai Chen vaguely understood that the space was overlapping, perhaps with some kind of medium. It could exist simultaneously in two spaces, just like a piece of wood floating on the water's surface. You could say it's underwater or above the water's surface because it is precisely in the center of both. But upon further thought, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel it was incredibly complex. You people who play with space are all crazy. Bai Chen suddenly recalled something his father had said at some point, and this remark was quite fitting for a complaint at this moment. Actually, if you had seen those who play with time, you would think they are even crazier. The ethereal voice of the seedling seemed to carry a hint of laughter, as if it had been influenced by Bai Chen and became a bit more whimsical. Bai Chen nodded. My father has said that too. But the original words were, those who play with time are simply the craziest among the crazies. But I find it hard to understand time. Does anything really exist that can affect time? Perhaps there will be. By the way, Winter Tree, if I help you achieve balance, will you stay here for your entire life? Won't you get bored? After their interaction, the seedling did not give Bai Chen a sense of long-lived experience, but rather an impression of innocence. Although it seemed to know a lot and spoke in seemingly profound terms, Bai Chen's intuition gave him a feeling like a child wearing adult clothes. For a tree, it seemed there was no such concept as boredom. But don't you want to go see the outside world? The outside world is always so exciting. What is there to see in others' worlds? If I could, I would prefer to watch my own world. As this voice emerged, Bai Chen's pupils trembled, and his heart surged with waves of shock. Could it be that he was overthinking? If that's the case, then it would be absurd. A small space cannot be called a world. And it seemed the little seedling realized it had misspoken, so it fell silent, merely swaying slightly and growing slowly. The seedling's size gradually increased. Its trunk gained texture. Branches extended from the trunk, and many forks emerged. At this point, the seedling could no longer be called a seedling, but rather a small tree. The small tree's height approached 1 meter, and the tender green color on the trunk had faded considerably, turning into a gray-green bark color. The branches had become dense, and clusters of green leaves slowly unfurled from the small points on the branches. Everything seemed like the normal growth of a seedling into a small tree, just accelerated countless times. At this moment, Bai Chen also managed to suppress the shock in his heart and began to understand what the second sentence in his dream really meant. If it was true, it was not just overambition, it was simply whimsical. However, the third sentence was a reminder to himself, urging him to help as much as he could. His missing father came to remind him in a dream? Bai Chen couldn't help but shake his head, unable to comprehend and deciding not to think about it further. The key now was the matter at hand. The seedling had transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall small tree, lush with branches and leaves. The leaves of the small tree were incredibly tender green and were still growing slowly. You should be in a spring state now. Aren't you the winter tree? It simply responded without any further explanation. Bai Chen did not ask more questions, just silently watched. After a long while, the small tree became even more lush, the leaves changing from tender green to deep green, and the growth of the leaves stopped. Bai Chen could not help but speak. Do you have to experience spring, summer, and autumn in order before entering winter? Everything must follow a sequence. Without spring and summer, how can there be autumn? The ethereal voice now carried some warmth, as if it had grown quite a bit. The laws of spring, summer, and autumn are complete. The transformation will not be difficult at all. However, everything about winter is still non-existent, and I will need your help then. Of course, I have been preparing, but relying solely on myself, I don't have much confidence. When the time comes, can you help me notify those ice-type lords? No problem. At this moment, the small tree gradually began to take on a hint of autumn. Its leaves had started to turn yellow. Chapter 112, Influence. At first, it was just a faint hint of yellow, like a drop of yellow paint falling into green. As time passed, the insignificant yellow gradually covered all the green. The leaves turned completely yellow, which meant the small tree had fully entered the state of the autumn tree. It started with a somewhat vibrant yellow-green, but quickly lost that vitality. The yellow deepened, gradually turning into a withered yellow. It was already late autumn. Bai Chen couldn't help but become serious, standing up from his position on the cold ice steps. Once late autumn set in, winter was just around the corner. But at this moment, the small tree, which had always been swaying slightly, suddenly stiffened, as if it had been frozen in place. Help! The ethereal voice came, surprisingly carrying some emotional fluctuations. Bai Chen was taken aback. Help? How can I help? The leaves had turned yellow to a critical point, and normally, it would be time for them to fall. The dropping of leaves mainly results from the interaction between the tree and the external environment. Here, the tree had reached the point where it should drop its leaves, but it lacked external influence. Upon realizing this, Bai Chen understood that he needed to act as the external influencing factor. Immediately, the gem on Bai Chen's forehead burst forth with a deep blue light. From the light, a gust of cold wind surged forth. Bai Chen squinted his eyes, controlling the cold wind to blow towards the small tree. As the cold wind caressed it, the first leaf trembled slightly, but it merely trembled and did not fall. Bai Chen's eyelids twitched, and he knew it wouldn't be that simple. Every fallen leaf contained a unique energy. This energy wasn't particularly strong, but was extremely special. It seemed to repel Bai Chen's cold wind, resisting him. and it appeared that this energy would become more entrenched and powerful as time passed. Hey, can you cooperate a bit? I'm just a tree. All I can do is silently take root here. With the gentle caress of the cold wind, the autumn tree recovered from its stiff state. However, it no longer swayed naturally as it did before. Instead, it trembled slightly. If you can't handle it, will you die? Bai Chen took a deep breath. No, that's assimilation. After a pause, the ethereal voice added, but for me as an individual, it is no different from death. Then why aren't you thinking of a way out? The fallen leaves were just the first step. If you can't even manage the leaves, then failure is already declared. Bai Chen was certain that time was running out for him. Once that energy became truly entrenched, the autumn tree would indeed be assimilated, just as it said. I'm just a tree. I have no power to influence anything. If it's failure, perhaps that is my fate. The ethereal voice took on a tone of lament. Thank you, Bai Chen said, somewhat amused despite his irritation, and then he made a decision. And stop repeating yourself. I know you're a tree. No wonder there's a saying about having a wooden head. The gem on Bai Chen's forehead suddenly spread its light to the sides, casting a shadow in the middle. Whoosh! A howl of cold wind erupted. Following that, an extremely fierce cold wind slowly emerged from the end of the shadow. A terrifying aura had already spread out. In an instant, the withered leaves on the tree were swaying precariously. But Bai Chen stared nervously at the withered leaves, silently urging them to fall quickly. Yet those leaves showed no signs of moving. They continued to sway but did not drop. Bai Chen felt uncomfortable, both mentally and physically, because the storm was becoming uncontrollable. It seemed that after having experienced once getting it stuck at the edge of the exit, the second time was far more difficult. A sharp pain surged on Bai Chen's forehead, and he suspected he had been tricked. From the moment he reacted, he had a feeling he might have to use that storm. But clearly, Bai Chen did not want to use it. It was his deepest trump card. What would he do if he used it? But it seemed he had no choice now. Bai Chen felt a biting frustration. This guy couldn't have been targeting his storm from the very beginning, right? What a huge loss. This was the only thought in Bai Chen's mind at that moment. Just then, the storm finally broke free from control. First, a gust of cold wind blew out, and even though Bai Chen was behind the cold wind, he felt as if his body had been slashed by a sharp blade. The autumn tree right in front of Bai Chen was the direct target of this gust of cold wind. In an instant, frost coated the leaves in one direction. Then, a leaf seemed unable to withstand it and detached from the branch. But instead of floating down, it was instantly shredded by the cold wind. With the first leaf, there naturally came a second and a third. Leaves quickly fell, most being directly shredded, with no chance to drift down gently. Occasionally, a few lucky withered leaves avoided the cold wind's attack and floated down slowly, finally resting quietly above the clouds. At this moment, a more terrifying aura emanated from Bai Chen's forehead. That previous gust of cold wind was merely an insignificant part of the true storm. And now the real storm had broken free of its restraints, about to descend upon the world. Bai Chen couldn't help but take 2 steps back, feeling somewhat unsteady and trembling. It was as if those 2 steps backward caused the storm that should have been in the gem on Bai Chen's forehead to remain in place. It has come out. Boom. A deafening thunderclap resonated through the space, though its source was unknown. The clouds began to move, rotating around the spot where Bai Chen had just stood, as if it had become the eye of the storm. Right in front of Bai Chen, at his previous standing position, the storm had yet to reveal itself, but its power was already apparent. The swirling clouds on the ground seemed drawn to the storm, wanting to approach, but were held back by a mysterious force, unable to truly close in. Meanwhile, many withered leaves from the autumn tree had already been swept into the storm. Bai Chen felt a chill and a stinging sensation on his skin, even though the storm was intentionally avoiding him. Just then, another thunderclap rang out. Boom. A bright crack appeared in the thick darkness above, and faint lines of light emerged in the distant space around. The ground beneath Bai Chen's feet trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Bai Chen was startled. He couldn't let it brew any longer, otherwise, it might destroy this already unstable space. A brilliant blue light suddenly burst forth, shining directly at the eye of the storm. Bai Chen needed to control it. No? Saying control was no longer realistic. He could only say he needed to influence it. Chapter 113. Stop it right now. The storm stirred. The violent air currents began to swirl, with countless cold currents colliding, forming tiny ice shards. The bone-chilling cold wind blew chaotically, but that was merely a result of the storm's residual effects. The true storm was also moving. Countless cold currents swirled and pushed slowly toward the autumn tree. The storm's size seemed small, but that was just a manifestation of its restrained power. Under Bai Chen's intense control, it was indeed influenced. The storm had not yet truly touched the autumn tree, but many autumn leaves had already been swept down and shredded. The entire trunk of the autumn tree had also been covered with a layer of frost. Bai Chen's eyes were extremely serious, and the light emitted by the gem on his forehead was beginning to tremble. It flickered like a faulty light bulb, dim and unstable. Bai Chen was about to lose control. This was far more difficult to manage than he had imagined. It was hard to believe how his father had managed it so easily. Cough. Bai Chen suddenly let out a violent cough. He couldn't take it anymore. Just then, the storm completely broke free from Bai Chen's control and charged toward the autumn tree like a wild horse. In an instant, the autumn tree was entirely enveloped in the storm. Almost all the autumn leaves were swept from the branches in the blink of an eye, instantly reduced to dust in the storm. Not only the leaves, but also many of the thin branches were directly broken by the storm and swept into the cold currents. However, those branches did not shatter like the leaves. Instead, they spun in the wind along with the cold currents. Bai Chen's heart sank. He didn't know if the tree could withstand this storm. Initially, he had intended to control it at the edge, just to knock down the autumn leaves. But who knew this storm would be so difficult to control? In just one encounter, all the thin branches on the periphery had been broken. The moderately thick branches in the middle were already bending at awkward angles. It was only a matter of time before they snapped. The few thickest branches that split directly from the trunk were now swaying in the wind, forced by the storm. Even the swaying degree of the trunk sometimes reached an exaggerated 45 degrees. Bai Chen watched in horror, fearing that this guy would be blown apart by the storm. After a moment of thought, the gem on Bai Chen's forehead emitted a faint glow again. The weak light of pale blue shone towards the storm, but was shattered into pieces in an instant. A storm that could even shatter light. Bai Chen's expression changed immediately, and a splitting headache hit him. Gritting his teeth, Bai Chen endured the pain and lay on the icy steps. There was no more time to care. All he could do now was pray. After all, he was still too weak, and it was normal for things to be beyond his control. Bai Chen could only try to comfort himself in this way. The autumn tree was still being ravaged by the storm, but fortunately, the storm remained quite solid. It only encompassed the range of the autumn tree and did not let its might sweep everywhere. It was as if this terrifying force had consciousness and was quite stubborn, determined to destroy this resilient autumn tree first. In Bai Chen's line of sight, the entire autumn tree was completely covered in thick white frost, and only a few branches remained. Most of the stout main branches that split from the trunk were broken in half, and now this tree had lost all semblance of autumn. At this moment, the storm still showed no signs of waning. If it continued, this tree would surely be destroyed by the storm. Moreover, this time wouldn't be long. It was already obvious that the tree could not hold on much longer. Bai Chen's headache finally eased a bit, perhaps just because he had gotten used to the pain. He looked at the winter tree, gradually feeling helpless. It seemed that this winter tree ultimately could not withstand the ravages of the storm. It was too weak to have any effect, and too strong for it to sustain itself. Where could he find something just right? Was this a deadlock? But just then, a green tree root suddenly appeared from the void, spreading out and piercing into the storm. The tip of the root broke through the frost on the winter tree, pierced its bark, and entered its trunk. This root, which seemed to have spread out from nowhere, was extremely resilient. The powerful storm seemed unable to shake it at all. In the next moment, another root suddenly pierced in, this time a fiery red one. Like the first root, it passed through the storm and pierced into the trunk of the winter tree. Then came the third root, which was yellow, autumn-colored. Unlike the previous two, this root faintly emitted a yellow glow. The three roots inserted into the trunk of the winter tree from three different directions. Bai Chen knew that it was the other three trees of spring, summer, and autumn that had taken action. He looked towards the direction from which the roots spread. They extended long into the air, spanning the sky, and even at the edge of Bai Chen's vision, he could not see where these roots came from. The three differently colored roots were all like this. At this moment, the winter tree, pierced by the three roots, seemed to be fixed in place, no longer swaying chaotically with the storm's assault. The three roots simultaneously lit up with light, which spread from afar until it reached the end of the root inserted into the winter tree. It was as if energy was being delivered to the winter tree, with the yellow root's glow being the most vibrant among the three. Green, red, yellow, but no black. So where did that black root come from? It couldn't possibly be from the winter tree. Although its color was still unknown, the winter tree had not existed at that time. Bai Chen had this doubt in his heart. The three roots did not remain for long and soon retreated. The roots representing spring and summer withdrew directly, while the root representing autumn, before retreating, enveloped the entire area of the winter tree in yellow light. The storm that had existed around the winter tree seemed to be instantaneously frozen in place. Immediately afterward, the yellow light slowly retracted, and the storm seemed to shrink along with the light. Soon, the light completely converged onto that root, and the storm was also drawn in. The surface of the yellow root became dull and was covered with a layer of fine frost. The storm was actually subdued by it again. Bai Chen was stunned and couldn't help but stand up. That was my storm. Stop it. But the yellow root ignored Bai Chen and quickly retreated, moving as fast as it had spread. In an instant, it disappeared from Bai Chen's sight. You thief. Give me back my stuff. Chapter 114, Creating a Winter. Don't be too excited. Stay calm. Stay calm? How can you ask me to stay calm? I suspect all of this was premeditated by you, just to trick my storm. Just thinking about the storm made Bai Chen uncomfortable. Was his biggest trump card gone just like that? If it really had been used and dissipated, Bai Chen wouldn't have felt so bad. The main issue was that it was clear that that guy had taken back the storm he had released. How could Bai Chen not feel upset that his trump card had fallen into someone else's hands? I'm very sorry, but we need to continue. If there is no winter, how should this tree, which should grow in winter, exist? At this moment, the winter tree looked like a tree that had truly experienced a winter storm. Its trunk had turned pitch black, the bark had become much rougher, and there were numerous cracks that had yet to heal. Only a few of the remaining branches were relatively stout, but even those had only half remained, and there were no more branches afterward. However, looking at the current disheveled appearance of the winter tree, Bai Chen had a faint feeling. A completely different energy was gestating within this winter tree. I need your help. The voice belonging to the winter tree repeated. At this point, it had completely transformed into the winter tree, regardless of whether it was rooted in the cold winter. Help? What do you want me to do? Your companions stole my treasure. If you don't give me an explanation, today I'd rather accompany you to death than help you even a little bit. Bai Chen stood up, appearing quite indignant. If Autumn hadn't taken it away just now, you wouldn't have been able to control it, and the end result would only have been that it destroyed this space. The winter tree felt somewhat helpless. Could that thing really be considered a treasure? It was simply a ticking time bomb, okay? Bai Chen was immediately choked up. He knew that the winter tree was speaking the truth, but he really couldn't control that storm again. However, if he just let it go, Bai Chen found it hard to accept. Heh, you really know how to comfort people. Bai Chen retorted coldly, understanding the winter tree's meaning. If this winter tree failed, the autumn tree would likely continue using that storm to create a new winter tree. Before this, the autumn tree had probably tried many different methods, and this time was clearly the closest to success. That was why it took away that storm. It was the key to this impending success. And if there were any accidents, it might have another chance to try again. But Bai Chen would not allow this situation to happen. This time absolutely could not fail. Perhaps the autumn tree still had a chance to try again, but Bai Chen certainly did not. Next, it was time to create winter and maintain a balance with winter. Completing the 4 seasons. Damn it, this is the first time in my life that I'm fighting for someone else, and it's for a tree. Bai Chen grumbled indignantly, then said, let us get ready to start. I need the help of the other lords. You said you could help me contact them. Of course. The winter tree replied affirmatively. It was seen that its dark trunk began to sway slightly, and bits of dust floated around it slowly. No, that wasn't dust. It was the remnants of the autumn leaves that had just been shattered. Those remnants of autumn leaves slowly floated down, quickly approaching the clouds. This time, the clouds seemed to act just like real clouds, without providing any obstruction at all. The remnants of autumn leaves drifted down through the clouds. In a place invisible to Bai Chen, those remnants instantly expanded dozens of times as they floated out from beneath the cloud layer. What was originally just dust-sized debris had now transformed into real leaf-sized remnants. Bai Chen stood on the ice steps, closing his eyes, his expression calm and unperturbed. A ray of light slowly emanated from the gem on his forehead. Bai Chen knew very well why he was in this position. So weak and not among those powerful ice lords. It was solely because of the ice law he possessed. What Winter Tree needed was precisely this. The faint light gradually unfolded, but it remained weak, merely casting a light blue hue over the dark trunk of Winter Tree. Bai Chen's small face showed no expression. No ripples. At this moment, he stood silently like a statue. Being eroded by the law was something Bai Chen had anticipated, so he felt no panic. Instead, he was utilizing this impending erosion, allowing his consciousness to become ethereal. Give me wind, cold wind. On the ground, several beings, both human and beast, including lords, were still silently waiting. The frost fox lay on a floating block of ice, its forelimbs resting on its head, eyes drooping. The ice scale coiled into a mass, turning into a giant creature that would occasionally lift its head to look around cautiously, but would soon fall back into a daze. Winter Fury lay flat on the ground, its massive body resembling a small mountain. Only when it lay down could people roughly estimate its height, at least over 10 meters. But now this giant had closed its eyes, its bare paws resting on its belly, snoring like thunder. The cold feather stood on the ground, its height also 2 or 3 meters, and it was the only lord whose attention remained focused on the blizzard lion. The gray rock lord was still searching for the trace of the tree root, but no longer plowed the earth as frantically as at the beginning. Instead, it relied more on the soil elements to sense whether there were any anomalies underground. This method was certainly less straightforward than directly plowing the land, but not long ago. The gray rock lord's plowing had disturbed Winter Fury's sleep. The two nearly came to blows, but in the end, the gray rock lord chose to back down. The blizzard lion stood silently in place, gazing up at the darkened sky, its eyes filled with worry and uncertainty. It was concerned about Bai Chen. At that moment, the blizzard lion suddenly spoke, "Something is falling." Upon hearing this, several alert lords quickly looked up at the sky. They saw unknown dense objects drifting down from above, as if they were falling from the clouds. "It's leaves, no, fragments of leaves," Cold Feather exclaimed, having the best vision. Chapter 115, The Puzzler. "Give me wind, cold wind." An ethereal voice seemed to resonate from all directions, making it difficult to discern its source. Duan Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. This voice was human, ethereal, undisturbed, and even had a sense of being otherworldly. The blizzard lion's eyes suddenly sharpened. It understood, it had begun, and now it was time for them to cooperate. Cold Feather. "Act. Give His Highness the cold wind," the blizzard lion commanded. Cold Feather narrowed its eyes, a flash of light passed by, but it did not hesitate. Suddenly spreading its wings, it soared into the air, its massive body rising with its nearly 10-meter wingspan. It hovered beneath the dark clouds, then suddenly swung its incredibly wide wings. A fierce cold wind howled out, rushing from beneath the clouds towards the entire land. More cold winds completely enveloped the earth. The ethereal voice, seemingly coming from nowhere, pierced the ears of everyone present. Cold Feather was momentarily stunned, and the blizzard lion's roar rang out again. "Cold Feather. Put in some effort, keep going." "Damn, do you really think this is going to be easy?" Cold Feather cursed, but did not falter. Instead, it flapped its wings even more vigorously. The biting cold wind gradually swept across the entire land. Although Bai Chen had his eyes closed, he saw much more. His vision seemed no longer restricted. At this moment, he could see everything he wished to see. For instance, the entire non-existent winter range, the black earth within that range, and the decaying dead trees scattered throughout. And at this moment, a cold wind appeared out of nowhere, spreading across the entire black soil. Bai Chen had a vague realization. Winter did not have a particularly strict definition. What he needed to do was simply piece together a winter that he deemed perfect, first allowing winter to manifest, and then bringing it into balance with winter tree. In simple terms, he needed to change the climate within the black soil range to make it winter. Changing the climate within a region was not difficult. Certain Lord-level beings could achieve this within a certain scope. However, such changes were usually based on the energy of the Lord themselves, making it difficult for them to last long. What was needed now was a winter that could persist. Therefore, a balance with winter tree was essential. Before that, Bai Chen just needed to utilize the abilities of the various lords to create a perfect winter as much as possible. What Bai Chen needed to do was not just be a bystander, but also a key puzzle piece. After all, the abilities of several different lords were not so easily merged perfectly. Just like now, in Bai Chen's view, the cold wind was very uneven. The cold wind surrounding Cold Feather was intense, but at the far end of the black soil, it was difficult for any cold wind to reach. Even if it did, it was extremely weak. Some areas had already formed frost, while others remained unchanged. For the Lord-level beings, the entire non-existent winter range was still too vast. Bai Chen knew it was time to take action. He reached out to push aside some of the fierce cold wind, sending it to the neglected areas. It didn't need to be too even. After all, wind could never be uniform. It just needed to reach every corner. It was winter now, frost should form. The ethereal voice echoed in everyone's ears once more, as if it came with the cold wind, pervasive and seemingly guiding it. This time the frost fox, lying on the floating ice, stood up without needing the blizzard lion's reminder. It looked up at the heavy clouds. Slowly exhaling a breath, it took a step forward, and from the frost fox's landing point, a thick layer of frost suddenly spread outwards, enveloping the entire block of ice in an instant. But it did not stop there. The frost then spread rapidly downwards from this block of ice, centered on the point on the ground, expanding outward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the frost had spread past the locations of several people, but it only brushed past their feet without affecting them in the slightest. In Bai Chen's view, the frost centered around where the frost fox stood was spreading outward at an incredible speed. Wherever it passed, whether soil, rock, or decayed trees, they were instantly enveloped by frost. Moreover, to Bai Chen's surprise, there was no conflict between the cold wind and the frost. Instead, there was a sense of harmony, each nurturing the other. Bai Chen recalled the icy regions that several lords had once jointly cast. It seemed that their cooperation was quite tacit. Furthermore, frost was relatively easier to control than cold wind, appearing very uniform overall. Given this trend, it should be no problem to spread across the entire range. There was no need for him to intervene any further. Bai Chen's intervention was not without cost. At this moment, it felt as though he was observing everything within the non-existent winter range from a special perspective, seeing it all clearly. And he even seemed to have complete control over some ice-type energy within the area. No, it wasn't control. A more accurate description would be guidance. At this moment, Bai Chen only needed to slightly express his will, and all the ice-type energy within this range would act according to his thoughts. It was like a child playing with building blocks. He could assemble them however he wanted, placing any block wherever he wished. Bai Chen aimed for it to be even simpler, as easy as raising a hand, and he could even achieve more. If using building blocks as a metaphor, normally blocks could only be placed on surfaces, but Bai Chen, if he wanted, could even make them float in any position in the air. Absolute control. Absolute control over this domain. At this moment, Bai Chen seemed like the only deity here. He couldn't create anything, but he could change everything. What allowed him to reach this point, aside from Dongshu's cooperation, was more importantly the law of ice. He had immersed his consciousness into the law, making himself seem like the law itself, and since the law is the foundation of all things operation, Bai Chen could change everything. Only in this state could Bai Chen become the perfect puzzle maker. But the cost was that the erosion of the law would be terrifying. It wouldn't take long before Bai Chen would be completely assimilated by the law. And now, it was just the beginning. Dongshu was already feeling a bit worried because the brilliance of the gem on Bai Chen's forehead had started to shine even more brightly, but Bai Chen seemed completely unaware. Bai Chen's focus had never been on his own body. He was just contentedly watching the frost that covered the entire non-existent winter range. Winter thunder roared, and winter descended. Chapter 116, Winter arrives. Winter thunder roared, and winter descended. The sound echoing through space had gained a few more notes of powerful resonance compared to before. Dongnu shook its massive head, somewhat dazed as it stood up, then suddenly began to pound its chest wildly, unleashing a deafening roar to the heavens. Roar. The massive roar soared into the sky, stirring the thick, dark clouds. Boom. A thunderclap erupted suddenly within the clouds. The world turned cold, and frost and snow fell. With the sound like a prompt, almost like a proclamation, the blizzard lion raised its head to the sky, let out a low growl, and took a heavy step forward. Instantly, snowflakes began to fall from who knows where, gradually drifting down. The snowflakes were dense, and in the blink of an eye, it had already started to snow heavily. Yinhe also released the ice sea python, which began to gather energy as soon as it appeared, a brilliant blue light converging at its horn. Ice sealed for thousands of miles. The sound rang out once more, and the ice scales and ice sea python began to act. A dazzling blue light shot out from the ice sea python's horn, piercing straight into the sky. The ice scale's snow-white scales became crystal clear, and it unfurled its coiled body. The tip of its tail had turned as transparent as white crystal. The ice scales raised its tail and then slammed it heavily on the ground. Where the tip made contact, a thick layer of ice suddenly grew from the frost on the ground. The speed of the ice's spread was rapid. With the frost as a foundation, it didn't need to be deliberately controlled, only needing to let the ice grow out of the frost. That brilliant blue light seemed like a catalyst, causing the winter thunder in the clouds to roll in waves. The cold wind mingled with the snowflakes, lifting the snowflakes. And alongside the snowflakes, the snowfall was increasing. The pervasive chill had made several humans on the ground shiver uncontrollably. The blizzard lion nodded, then immediately turned its head away. It was still very busy. The real blizzard had yet to arrive. This was merely the prelude to the blizzard. Being able to name itself after the blizzard was akin to the Howling Sky Tiger's Howling Sky. The blizzard was also a fundamental ability of the Blizzard clan. Compared to the Howling Sky Tiger, the Blizzard clan, as one of the 9 subordinate races under the Lion King, was undoubtedly much stronger. After all, to put it simply, the bloodline flowing in the Blizzard Lion was also of royal level, and the power of its fundamental ability could be imagined. This was also a key reason why the 4 9-star Ice-type lords would be wary of this particular lord, the Blizzard Lion. And now, its blizzard would be a crucial piece in the puzzle. In Bai Chen's eyes, the originally empty world now had many things: wind, snow, ice, and thunder. Each was different. Some complemented each other, while others conflicted. Thus, Bai Chen needed to reach out and adjust some of these pieces. The cold wind would shatter the snowflakes, and the snowflakes would cut through the ground's ice. Bai Chen wanted to let the cold wind merge with the snowflakes, allowing the snowflakes to settle steadily on the ice. The abilities of these lords coincidentally fit together perfectly to form a nearly perfect winter. Perhaps this was Autumn's deliberate intention. After all, the one pushing everything forward, hoping to create winter and winter tree, had always been Autumn. Just as Bai Chen was slowly adjusting the puzzle to make their interactions more harmonious and perfect, a voice reached Bai Chen's ears. He heard the voice from a distance, not on the same channel as his consciousness, yet Bai Chen still heard it. It doesn't need to be too perfect, as long as it's winter. If this continues, your consciousness will be obliterated by the law. Bai Chen was very clear that Winter Tree was not worried about him, but rather feared that he would make it too large and fail to manage it. No. Perhaps at the very beginning it was sufficient to just be winter, but now, Autumn's power had become too strong. In countless failed attempts before, The vast majority had failed at the threshold from autumn to winter, with the residual powers accumulating in autumn. Perhaps this was also why autumn was clearly stronger than spring and summer, and also why autumn's branches were seeking targets externally. Autumn had become too strong. Only a nearly perfect winter could potentially balance out with autumn. Bai Chen had many things he hadn't expressed, such as his speculations about Winter Tree. But now there was no need to say them. Bai Chen only knew he had to make winter as perfect as possible. At this moment, in the world, heavy snow filled the sky, cold winds howled, winter thunder crackled, and ice sealed thousands of miles. But Bai Chen was very clear that with so many things, balance had yet to be achieved. Although it seemed to be a terrifying winter, several energies within this winter still needed to reach balance first. Now it was time for him, the puzzle maker, to do the final adjustments. First, the cold wind and heavy snow could merge into one. Secondly, winter thunder didn't need to continuously rumble. This energy could also be integrated into the wind and snow. The ground's ice was a bit too smooth, which was not how a normal winter should be. In that case, let it snow even heavier, covering the ground with snow. With Bai Chen's will, one thing after another began to change. The wind and snow grew stronger. The snowflakes became incredibly fierce, and at a glance, it seemed like an avalanche. With the white river flowing down, the thunder didn't completely cease. It merely merged into the howling of the wind and snow. The ground rapidly accumulated snow at a visible speed, burying many dead trees, leaving only a few branches exposed above. A white mist had risen at some point, enveloping the world completely along with the falling snowflakes. Winter had truly arrived. Not just winter, but a cold winter, a severe winter. This was everyone's thought. Yet in Bai Chen's eyes, everything about winter had a source. At this moment, the source resided in several lords. The most robust and primary one was clearly on the Blizzard Lion. Now only the final step remained, to transfer the source of winter to Winter Tree, allowing Winter Tree to control everything, achieving complete balance with winter, making it the core of winter. As long as this step was completed, everything would be successful. At this moment, Bai Chen's consciousness suddenly became a bit hazy, like he was in a state of extreme fatigue, wanting nothing more than to close his eyes and sleep. Bai Chen knew very well that if he chose to sleep now, he would undoubtedly be completely assimilated by the loss. From then on, there would be no individual known as Bai Chen in this world. Damn it. Hold on. Success is just around the corner.